Chapter 1. Why should one repay money borrowed through skill? Life is remarkable equity by each person is granted beauty existence. In a world so vast, there are inevitable exceptions to the rule. Have it traversed dimensions? Is this a Mariam plantation trilisovivid? Li Kingfing awoke, his min swirling gina haze. Ha-had spent 2 days grappling with the newly acquired memories. Rubbing his temples, he muttered, wait a stroke of misfortune such a charming name, yet it belongs to a gambling wretch. Surveying the barren room hereunted, he noted that the remaining piece of furniture were real the landlord sold and dilapidated, they seemed to birth 5 years. Listening intently, he could hear the distant think soft carson the street hand, the sounds of office workers rise and jeer light as start their day. Theli kai fost and Thebe throom dripped incessantly, a dincto the cacophony. What had dreed full predicament what kind of hellish beginning is these? Li Kingfing lamented his stomach rolled, urging him to rise and seek employment to secure his daily sustenance. Ding! You have any message? Hepikidu fis phone, surmising from the memory as the tight was likely a debt collector. Indeed, up and glancing at the screen, he opened at the text leeching thing, when Ito discussed Harry payment of T loan from Tianghua. The overdue amount is 239,746.5 yuan. What a wretched fate. Yuko Sethiasi wait, leaving with this Ms. It's servigier right for being galays I good for nothing, indulgent jingum blingen vice. Cursing gundrous breath, Li Kingfing hast I lit typed a response siphon muster paper out money, hold a garatoland again? After sending th message, he tossed his phone and ta the blanketan begin ta dress. Those foolish gamblers Sandrugadix, may the meet the other end. Grumbling, Li Kingfing squeezed a cigarette pack and thitable. Damn it, and Moutoff smokes. Didorially finished the last stone before you'd eat? How inconsiderate. His scraven fornicatin negna.tim, a kinto ant scrawling goveriskin. Ding! You have any message? Ash slipped into his clothes, he cursed, another reminder? These wretches already beyond saving. Do you have connections with King of Hell? Perhaps Tat Fulkenwork off the debt in Thunder World. Heglance dathemessage was the reno intention offer payment. Such audacity. Why should Dunneray pay money borrowed through skill? It gasp. You was taken aback. Come a face mine reality of Iadari. Doi outrilla think mistachus as respect Ted figure in Thunder World wasun earned? Stepping gutinta the halway, keen countered Thulent Lord, a wooman who sways twas broader than a barrel, sporting away viper manclid in pajamas, toothbrush in mouth. Asked the met, heat him Ted to defer, rubbing his shan stoge there with aforesaid smile he, good morning, landlord. Under thieves, one must both ear head. The landlord shot them massa del Anglancy and inquired, Ching Fong, when will he outpaytherent? Li Kingfing replied, landlord, could you grant me few days? Am off to find work. She responded, it's note about the money I went tedosk about that matter imention last to me marrying, tummy family, blush for ye. Although healin' lord down 3 buildings, her daughter Wazel read 6 months pregnant. Li Kingfing pondered could no afford to accept such an arrangement. Let's discuss this later. It must alave now the day lid jobs will business otherwise. Ill return after work. With a worried words, he scaped the landlord's grasp. It twas the hate of summer in August, the hotestimy of Thier. In this world, Themerningson was particularly blinding. Asha stepped to toft he halway, the soon light struck his face with a searing intensity. Li Kingfing couldn't help but recoil, exclaiming, heavens, what is this yet? Is life even bearable? He checked his pockets, which were emptier than his face. His stomach, having in 2 days without food, protested loudly. With new turquoise, he braved Thurkingson unventured firth. Exiting the building, he noted the lush greener of T complex, albeit shroudy dindis that obscured its vibranchi. After a few steps, he spotted a plump boy approaching. Upon seeing Li Qingfeng, the boy appeared flustered, his fumbling, eyes darting. Li Kingfeng called out, Erpang. What are you hiding? Erpang shukasheshid, concealing Lollipop behind his back nothing, im no teeting candy. Li King Fink 2 cat cup leaf strides, forward dance, nachadite from amuva turned in tokwatethi hefty fellow handediver. Hedis regarded airpang saliva, popping thalala pop into his mouth. Taliching Fing, sugar wazerera triasuri of tertuo de saw fasting. Oh, how annoying, give it back. Airpang, Amara third grader, jumpedu peen protest but wasius silisa debili King Fang scripin his sheet. Last Tamayo at Tekandi, you and Dejapatha doctors. Didn't he our father tell you autokit? Havio you run today? Airpang shukasheshit, watchingasli King Fing crun ched down in Thekandi, savorin jach bite. Thes sound off crunching wazel most painful for Airpang to hear. Hehadal ways aver street slowly osing lollipop koodless thimages, and had never seen in yon consumioni in such a manner. Li Kingfing remarked, look at you, saw plump. How can you expect Xiaofeng from the next classdona to see you? You need toputinsimi offer tan shed those bounds. Transformio yourself complete lintoin presser. Only thin can yawen hear affection. Understand? Upon hearing Xiaofeng's name, Airpang hesitated, a flicker of interest igniting within him. Li Kingfing precedent, ya wouldn't 20-hour father to discover ya sneaking candy. Would you? He might cut a fio your pocket money. Thedauto fluzing a salawan se terrified Airpang. Without money, heckled by toyser snacks, amphthalitistio yosan toy car swooden libofotha. Shivering at the prospect, Airpang hurried lie rummaged thruff his pocket san produce it to you and here. A hush money. You must not tell me dad. Ah, the children of today are stood. Even a wary of fushmany? Where did they learn such things? Li Kingfing felt a sting of humiliation. A dignified figure like he himself, accepting Tina Yuana shush money? What a disgrace. Hepaketed themini. Li Kingfing stated, this money will serve eager reader purpose consider it an investment. If you ever need assistance by dealing with classmates, completing homework, vandalizing property, taking exams, unlocking doors, a rung clogging drain skalame, an'll charge you Holfpris. Ifio Cambridgean business, ill share a thepperfits. With the lollipop stick still in his mouth, Li Kingfing made highs waiteth in be convenience sestorita niuan wast for a pack of cigarettes. His scriving was insatiable. A thentrancy of tea complex stewed the convenience sestor. Li Kingfing pulled out heaton, iuan from Airpang gond handy to the cashier like a pack of tashan, please. The cashier seateth him and replied, price haskin up, it's selavinuano. What? It's gonoop again. Kamion, Anna, can't you make an exception? Ire you should out to dandenly brought to me. An era led here I a san pointetto eastside west support mobile payments. Li Kingfing chuckled, surely you know my situation, of him temporarily like hosh strapped? Just a smell favor? Anna shook her head, looking disdainfully at Li Kingfing if I solido Euferton, I'll be sure Teo and myself. Li Kingfing garged, don't be so heartless. I thought a relationship kudalo, for a little credit for Paco Fwazi. Yethery you air, making ga fuss over singoan. An air salute Li shook her head, denying Li Kingfing's reasonable request. Li Kingfing said, then just putitama tab set light later. Anna show thimaglaire, stating, uvial rediode for 12 months tibo swantelt mead mortoyor tab. Li Kingfing insisted, were a neighbors sorely wecken comato and understanding. Just as they were about wargu further, the television mounted on Thul's sudden lice with shed channels. Breaking news recently, there have been reports from Thepa Blake regarding Gagami software called Shinkonja mysteriously being installed on mobile phones, computers, and smart devices. Many individual shavegani missing after playing this game. This software cannot be installed or deleted. The specific reasons remain in Kair, and investigations are ongoing. Authorities search cities and stove vigilante button familiar software and to avoid curiosity leading town foreseen consequences. Further updates will be provided. Li Kingfing scoffed, Wadalo adofnan sense. How all dies appear from playing Gagami? Such exaggerated claims, mere sensationalism. Anna, uninterested in the television broadcast, turned back to Li Kingfing, saying, Do you have any money? If so, hurry and set Li Orbil. If not, gedu tofni way am trying totem interesting. Li Qingfeng retorted, what a lack of sympathy. Doyo Yuria lithing Kywilden pay if I had Themians? Just get me pack of schwanks quickly. And need to get a work kind anonymous mispot. Reluctantly, Anna handed him a pack of schwankshi, saying, try to gamble us. Also, don't fill in our address next time you see if dados in reminders for your debts. Li Qingfeng too nigh the cigarettes, saying, what a troublesome situation. Imoff no. Halfway out the door, he turned back and called, Anna, when I get paid, I'll treat out a dinner. Anna Pout Dan squinted here Isis has scrutinized Li Qingfeng. Asif sure researching for a glimmero valuemid stiz drabatire. Ultimately, Shishukar Hadan Dreterned her attention to her grandistrical drama, The Legend of Princess. Li Qingfeng paid little heed to Nas disdain twas noting common for gamblers stobalukadao new pawn. What does it matter? The misdeed soft me predecessor Haveno Beringam, Haymoost, Ashua Ket the Pathofis past. Lighting gas cigarette, Hito Kadeep drag, feeling gas or geophytality. Those like him, whole of daunt the fringes, would rather go 3 days without food than forego their cigarettes. Chapter 2 A Clear Pathway. During the P-Core soft work day, pedestrians bustled about, and vehicles filled the streets. Ash passed beneath the overpass, next to Apachoff Greenery. A fortune-telling blind man called out to Li Qingfeng, young man, hold an ailment. Turning his head, Li Qingfeng pinched the cigarette between his fingers. Sandex held a perfect smoke ring. Yukulden? What is it? Thefortunatella replied, indeed, tis you I seek. I perceive a prosperous fate in your future. Would you like to have your fortune told? I can guide ye out a word to brighter path. Hearing this, Li Qingfeng chuckled and glanced down at the zen expensive clothing. Approaching the blindman, he waved his hand in front of the fortune teller sunglasses, asking, can you even see? Old man? Are you genuine lie blind or just pretending? The fortune teller leaned back, the small stool creaking beneath him, adopting an air of profound mystery. Though my eyesight may be impaired, my insight remains sharp. I am honest, and my predictions seri accurate. Oh, and there is no need to comps a close a distance sane hand says beauty. Li Qingfeng took another drag of his cigarette, flicked thish away, and with a light-hearted scoff, remarked, look at you, in this state, pretending tobasom than juranot. What a race this? Your clothes are patched up. You're worse off than I am. You think you kangwadim? I feel had a clear path, wouldn't you know watawa kitty ourself? Unfazed Li Qingfeng's sarcasm, Thefortunatella retorted. Ah, Anakano judges so hastily. Each person has thy rondest isamir born to fortune, while the others, like him, wore tattered clothes. Li Qingfeng nodded. That sounds some which is a bend intriguing. Please, continue. Thefortunatella said, let me divine your fortune, your path to wealth. If my predictions resonate with you, a token of gratitude would be appreciated. If not, I shall accept nothing. Li Qingfeng laughed, soyo you to kinerisk? I fits that good fadial. Why no predict when I will strike Heitrich? Dorn you and Toriad Mapalm? The fortune teller shukished, indicatin jit was soon necessary. Then began takalkula twithishans, mumbling incantations Li Qingfeng could not comprehend. As Li Qingfeng squatted down with his cigarette, Hirachid and Tothable in front of the fortune teller, which contained coins donated by passers-by. This fortune teller's emid toba juggling both fortune telling and begging. Finding a handful of coins, Li Qingfeng was about to pocket them when the fortune teller's eyes adishand. With a threatening glare, the fortune teller admonished, I kindly oferioriating, and do attempto Steve Frome? That's squitterud. Li Qingfeng retorted, Arintio blind? Why pretend otherwise? Ignoring Thecament, the fortune teller spread his hands and declared, it's sackly your prishin of Fortin. Pay up. Im recording Tisden Tevin think of Buddha escaping. Li Qingfeng glanced around. Where do was it saying Fortin? The fortune teller picked dupa magnify glassan scanet as malini thebutton corner of fist stand. Peering through the glass, Li Qingfeng so what an inscription thievis spaten fold. Otherwise, see you in court. Li Qingfeng pressed the cigarette butt against that for Lini and shookished, saying, "This is Rotha ridiculous pura street fraud. May beskering timed folks is fine, beauty u picked throngperson Thomas with dot. Don't say imbingen reasonable lil returny ormany, and we can call it a day. Yuri old enough around 70 Eurydes who fin some ething respectable to do?" With that, Li King Fin Greterned Thecoins to Thebolan stood up, intending to leave. Having finally Medea sail, the fortune teller refused Tala Thimgo 1,000. "This matter is settled. Otherwise, you won't leave." Li King Feng frowned. "Let go. Don't tempt fate. It never strike the elderly, especially Simeono Fio your age," Li King Feng declared. The fortuna teller insisted, "Then hurry you and hand over them and I'll let you go." Before a cold finish, Li King Feng stepped back, gathering his strength, and delivered a swift kick to the fortune teller assist, sending him to Belingen at the greenery. Unless a lossamy temper. Hate hot he old man way trying to swindle him. The fortune teller, caught off guard, hadn't anticipated such a response from the man. Helen de damned the flower sand shrubs, hissing glasses knocked off, revealing Betty, Ratlickies. The fortune teller, with a glint off mischief, raised 12 fingers. 2,000. Li King Fin groled up his sleeves, glaring at them, and jumped into the greenery town leash a flurry of martial arts moves. They were even to perhaps a twatu Li King Fin shunger from noting for 2 days. The fortune teller skillful a parried Mustafa Li King Fin satics, botho thimpenting heavily. 2,000, the fortune teller proclaimed, adhering to strict Nordaliatution policy, blocking Li King Feng's blows with death movements. Impressed, Li King Feng muttered, "Well, the old man has some skills." "Hemph. You think to practice Tai Chi for nothing? I'll tell you, it trek why respayment. Behold the palm." Their fears seen counter der whack rotophone particularly in our by-street sweep in Gontianamisk, Husto din Stunsolence. "What Tony Arthur happening here?" Someone pulled out here phone, saying, "Hello, police? There is a fight here A Street punk kiss beating you blind man." "Where?" "A Thestone Bridge in Lanfang Street." "Yes, no Yapons involved." "What are Ethi using?" "One is shouting Buddha's palm, and Theothera shouting Tai Chi." "Hurry up Theblin Monas being Meditosi." Before long, the sound of sirens echoed, and a police car swooped down from above, halting above a Thetwa combatants. Up and seeing the police car, Li King Feng ceased his assault, instinctively crouching down and, covering Isht, Re-Dido be taken away. Name: Li Qingfeng. Age: 20 years old. Gender: armed helicopter. Officer Hesla Medthidable, be serious. Confess what crime you've committed. "Listen here, officer. I was sacked in gin self-defense. That blind man tried to swindle. I tried reasoning with him, buther Ted Tatrickery. I had na cois but a sabita force, Butha parried everything. The old fellow has some moves. With a chachiki demeanor, you'd retriate him enough 70 Orita like these? What if something happened to him? Your life would be ruined. Shoudu, bring me his file. Kamion, worry'll just folks from the street, engaged in some friendly sparring. It does and thave to be thisserious. Stay quiet. Officer Higzamin the file handed to him be shouchin, his expression growing increasingly grave. Yuri a gambling addict, a rinshu? Deep in debt what doi uplanto do a booty? Uzio or backside? It's 2077 you youngsters never learn. Everyone makes mistakes, acknowledging theme and improving is what counts. Officer Hemmerly Shukashed, continuing Toparusli King Feng's detailed file. Asha stepped outside, Lu King Gathemadai Atushin Foreman Hishand. Li King Feng remarked, "Damn, Urieli hit Thinalant the head twathouse sand. Noticentless." The fortune teller Shilthchek revealed he was perfectly fine, and under Thephis's mediation, Theriaka Dapervitesettlement. Li King Feng had na tassingle penny to his name and would have to find a way to repay it in the future. Ario leaving me with no way out. How am I supposed to live a proper life? Chapter 3. A fist the size of a sandbag. As the sun began to set, Li Qingfeng trudged home, his weary and famished body weighed down by fatigue. With his head bowed, he pondered. It makes no sense. I took the initiative yet couldn't even handle an old man. This body is in such poor condition. Li Qingfeng suspected that his condition was exacerbated by having gone 2 days without food. Leaving his limbs weak and feeble, beep, beep, Anna, finishing her shift, honked her electric bike's horn at Li Qingfeng. Noticing his dejected demeanor, she observed that he looked utterly dispirited, as if he had suffered a significant setback. His clothes were wrinkled and filthy, prompting Anna to curiously inquire, "Hey, didn't you say you were going to do some day labor? Why do you look so listless? Was it too fast-paced at the factory? And you couldn't keep up, so you fled?" Li Qingfeng waved his hand dismissively, replying, "Talking about that, by the time I got there, the shady agents had already vanished. I wandered outside all day and couldn't find any work. So I came back on an empty stomach." Seeing his forlorn expression, Anna tentatively asked, "I'm heading to the night market for a bite to eat. Would you like to join me?" Li Qingfeng lifted his gaze and appraised Anna. "Are you treating?" Anna patted her cream-colored crossbody bag, declaring, "Of course. Do you have any money?" "You're amazing, Anna!" Li Qingfeng exclaimed, raising his hands in jubilation, and without further ado, he hopped onto the back of her electric bike. "Hey, what's with the amazing? Can't you be more civilized? And don't wrap your arms around my waist. Are you trying to get us both killed?" At the night market, even though the sun still lingered with a hint of warmth, the atmosphere buzzed with excitement. Crowds mingled, the air thick with the scent of grilled delicacies, and patrons indulged in hearty feasts. Groups of friends raised their glasses, engaged in lively banter amidst the clamor. Both were no strangers to night markets. Under Anna's generous hospitality, Li Qingfeng enjoyed a satisfying meal after nearly 3 days of hunger. The feeling of fullness enveloped him, revitalizing his spirit as if he had truly come back to life. If he were to face another fortune teller now, he would undoubtedly knock their teeth out. Burp. Anna supported her chin with her hand, squinting her eyes with a smile as she watched Li Qingfeng belch. Meeting her crescent moon-like eyes, Li Qingfeng clasped his hands together and earnestly said, "Thank you for the treat. Anna, if you ever need anything, just say the word. I would climb a mountain or brave a fire for you." Without hesitation, Anna chuckled at his seriousness. "You really are full of hot air. Climbing mountains and braving fires now, are we? By the way, how did you end up in so much debt? Does gambling really become that addictive?" She had seen many stories of gamblers' memoirs on TV and mobile devices, but meeting someone who had accrued millions in gambling debts was a first for her. Li Qingfeng nodded, then shook his head, stating, "The person I was in the past is dead. I have been reborn. From now on, I will quit gambling, repay my debts, and embrace a brand new life." As he spoke, Li Qingfeng stood up, closed his eyes, and stretched his arms wide, inhaling the pungent aromas of the night market and listening to the raucous laughter and cheers from nearby tables. He felt completely immersed in the moment. A breeze swept through, lifting his hair that had fallen over his eyes, and Li Qingfeng experienced a profound sense of freedom that emanated from the depths of his soul, calm, carefree, as if the weight of the world had been lifted from his shoulders. Li Qingfeng had never regarded his previous debts of millions with any seriousness. Here, he had assumed a completely new identity, free from the need to conceal himself or tread cautiously, even around those closest to him. Fearing betrayal, Anna, with her eyes narrowed in a smile, observed Li Qingfeng with a sense of admiration. "You look quite handsome like this. Just focus on doing something substantial. You can slowly repay your debts." Returning to reality, Li Qingfeng shifted his gaze to Anna's bag. "Hey, Anna, can I ask you for a favor?" Anna quickly covered her bag with her hands, shooting him a wary glance. "What now? Don't even think about getting any ideas. I won't lend you money for gambling. Give up on that thought." Li Qingfeng grabbed a napkin from the table to wipe his mouth. "Come on, do I seem like that kind of person? What I meant was, could you lend me 50? I need it for food tomorrow. I promise to pay you back when I have the money." Anna scrutinized him with a skeptical gaze, but Li Qingfeng met her beautiful eyes with unwavering confidence, showing no sign of retreat. After a tense moment of eye contact, Anna's cheeks flushed slightly, and she softly conceded, "I can lend it, but you must promise not to use it for gambling." With that, she pulled a 100 yuan note from her bag and handed it to Li Qingfeng. "Here's 100. Just remember to pay me back when you can." Thank you. Thank you." After finishing their meal, they began their journey home, stopping along the way to purchase a pack of fine cigarettes. Passing by a hardware store, Li Qingfeng bought a small part for a few coins, intending to fix the leaking faucet, as the incessant dripping was disturbing his sleep. Night had fallen completely by the time he returned home. Li Qingfeng headed to the bathroom to commence repairs on the faucet. Something felt off. It seemed like the front door had been pried open. As he worked, Li Qingfeng heard the sound of his door being forced open, his instincts kicking in. He quickly realized that he was no longer the influential figure he once was. There weren't so many people eager to cause him trouble anymore. Exhaling a puff of smoke, he gently pushed open the bathroom door. The room was dimly lit, and although it was somewhat dark, the moonlight streaming through the window allowed him to discern some shapes. Li Qingfeng spotted a shadow stealthily rummaging through his bed, as if searching for something. Watching the figure, Li Qingfeng thought, could it be a debt collector? Surely it can't be that swift. Observing the thief's actions, it seemed more likely that he was just a petty burglar. Sneaking up beside the thief, Li Qingfeng leaned in and asked, "Brother, what are you looking for?" The thief, still searching, replied, "What do you think? I'm looking for money." Li Qingfeng's eyes lit up. "There's money in this house? I'll help you look for it." The thief suddenly realized the presence of someone else and jumped back, rubbing his eyes in shock as he exclaimed, "Who are you?" "That's a question I should be asking you. Who are you, and what are you doing in my house?" Li Qingfeng retorted, stepping towards the light switch. Click! The lights flickered on, illuminating the room. The sudden brightness startled the thief, momentarily blinding him. Li Qingfeng had anticipated this reaction. He launched a powerful kick towards the thief's chest, sending him crashing onto the bed. The already flimsy bed collapsed under the impact, and Li Qingfeng closed in swiftly, pinning the thief's arm, flipping him over, and pressing him down with his knee, effectively immobilizing him. "You scoundrel! Not only did you steal tens of thousands from me, but you also dare to ruin my property? This is a fine rosewood bed. You will pay for this." The thief, coughing and tearing up, pleaded, "Big brother, I just got here. I haven't touched a single cent yet. How could I have stolen tens of thousands? Besides, I don't have any money to compensate you. Please spare me. I can hardly breathe." Li Qingfeng, not wishing to kill someone upon his arrival, eased the pressure of his knee slightly, allowing the thief to gasp for air. Seeing him relax, Li Qingfeng raised his hand and delivered a sharp slap to the thief's head, the sound crisp and clear. "Still trying to argue? If you had money, you wouldn't be out here stealing." "Brother, if I had money, I wouldn't have to resort to thievery. Don't underestimate yourself. If you put in some effort, you could definitely come up with something. Hurry up, or I'll call the police. I just had a chat with Officer He at the precinct today. Don't bring that bad luck upon yourself. You do not want to face the consequences." Although Li Qingfeng was no longer involved in the underworld, he was still accustomed to its rules. He only intended to intimidate the thief. Upon hearing Officer He's name, the thief trembled, realizing he could not afford to be caught by him. "Brother, I truly have nothing on me in this day and age. Who carries cash anymore?" Upon hearing this, Li Qingfeng slapped him again, pulling out a handful of coins from his pocket and waving them in front of the thief. "What's wrong with cash, brother? I apologize. I was thinking too small. Next time I go out, I will definitely prepare cash." Li Qingfeng pointed at the collapsed bed beneath the thief. "All this talk is useless. If you didn't bring cash, you could always scan a payment. You broke my bed. You figure out how to compensate me." The thief timidly asked, "Brother, how do I scan?" Li Qingfeng took on a teaching tone. "Scan 2,999. I'll let you go today. Otherwise, you'll have to face a fist the size of a sandbag. Can you handle that?" The thief shook his head vigorously. "I can't handle it, brother." I'll pay. His chest ached, as if a rib had broken. All he wanted now was to leave quickly and head to the hospital for a checkup. Just as the thief was about to scan, Li Qingfeng remembered something. "Wait, what now, big brother? Let me change accounts. This one won't do." Li Qingfeng recalled that this account still owed over 100,000 yuan. If the thief scanned it, he would undoubtedly face deductions. Thus, he provided a pristine account for the thief to use. "Your account balance is 2,999 yuan." Li Qingfeng released the thief, saying, "Consider yourself fortunate. I'm offering you a fine pearwood bed, worth hundreds of thousands, for merely 2,009. Enjoy it while you can." "Brother, this is purple sandalwood." "You just mentioned it was made of purple sandalwood," the thief stammered. Noticing the thief's ignorance, Li Qingfeng shot him a glare. "Do I need to remind you? Scram now, and don't let me catch you again." "Practice makes perfect," he continued. "Didn't you see me in the restroom? With such poor eyesight, How do you even consider yourself a thief? You re a disgrace to the ancestors. The thief awkwardly smiled. It's my first time. Please forgive me, brother. Li Qingfeng scrutinized him from head to toe. Your first time? With those shifty eyes, you look like a seasoned criminal. It seems your thieving has made you complacent. Quality control is paramount. Otherwise, you'll run into serious trouble. You're lucky to have fallen into my hands this time. Next time, you might not be so fortunate. You're right, brother. I will certainly improve, the thief replied earnestly. Get lost? Li Qingfeng waved him off. Sitting on the damaged bed, he momentarily set aside thoughts of the faucet and opened his phone to check the newly credited 2,999 yuan. However, upon accessing his account, he was taken aback. The 29.99 had vanished. Your available balance in the Strawberry Bank is -146959. Good grief. Are Strawberry and Pudding Banks part of the same conglomerate? He had completely forgotten and should have switched to a different card. The 2,999 yuan the thief transferred had been immediately deducted to repay debts. The only money left was the meager cash Anna had given him. Ah, wretched creature, you deserve to perish. Sitting on the bed, he lit a cigarette, feeling somewhat melancholic. He had hoped for a slight improvement, at least to alleviate his concerns about food expenses. But this? He had clearly seen the Strawberry Bank balance at zero earlier. Did having money trigger an automatic connection to the Pudding Bank account? These banks were cunning, and one could easily fall into their traps. Sighing, he decided to fix the faucet first. Huh? What is this new app on my phone? Just as he was about to turn off the screen and head to repair the faucet, he noticed a game icon labeled Qinkuan World. The icon resembled a black and white bagua with the 8 trigrams, Qian, Can, Jin, Jian, Sun, Li, Kuan, and Dui, marked in their respective positions. Li Qingfeng felt a flicker of recognition. It seemed familiar. After pondering, he snapped his fingers. Right? I saw an advertisement for this while buying cigarettes this morning. It was heavily promoted by the officials. Rubbing his chin and lighting another cigarette, he mused, interesting. Should I give it a try to pass the time? The host mentioned that playing this game could lead to trouble, with my phone in hand. Who could slap me through the screen? Or perhaps I should refrain. If my phone crashes, it would be a hassle, and I can't afford to buy a second one. True enough, I won't play it. After finishing the cigarette, he planned to fix the faucet and get some rest. While smoking, he attempted to uninstall the game, but as reported in the news, there was no option to do so. Ignoring the Qinkuan World game, he opened his messages, finding a series of debt collection notifications filled with threats and temptations. Watermelon, apple, duck pear, pudding, egg tart. All are demanding repayments. You're quite the character, borrowing so much. Did you not consider your ability to repay when you took the loans? Sending him tens of thousands like that is just absurd. After finishing his smoke, Li Qingfeng decided to rise and fix the faucet. Ding! You have a new text message. Again? Which institution is it this time? Opening it revealed that it was not a collection message. To all citizens, do not log into unknown software. If unknown software appears on your phone or computer, please contact your local police department for professional assistance to avoid uncontrollable risks. Thank you for your cooperation. Really? I don't believe it is so impressive. It's one thing for the TV to advertise it. But now they're sending me text warnings. Now I must see how formidable this game truly is. Initially hesitant about playing the game for fear of damaging his only valuable possession, his resolve was solidified by this message. It's just a phone. If it breaks, so be it. With over 1 million in debts, I can hardly worry about the cost of a phone. After all, I'm in a position to oppose the authorities. Glancing at the time on his phone, it was exactly 8 o'clock. He lifted his hand and pressed the game icon. Qinkuan World. Initiate. He expected the game icon to expand, but instead, Li Qingfeng felt a jolt as he suddenly collapsed into unconsciousness. Upon awakening, Li Qingfeng found himself in a dimly lit space resembling outer space. He stood upon an empty void, surrounded by countless stars that twinkled, casting a faint glow in the darkness. Just as he pondered where he was, a luminous screen appeared before him, displaying the message. Welcome to the world of Qinkuan. A pale, emotionless voice echoed the words. Li Qingfeng was astonished. He had thought he was merely experiencing a game. But it seemed he had entered a different realm altogether. A mobile game causing such a commotion? Oh, where's my phone? He patted himself down but found nothing. As the screen vanished, his vision blurred, and he found himself atop a towering stone in a vast plain. The view was expansive, and below him lay an endless expanse of soldiers arranged in tight formations, stretching as far as the eye could see. A strong wind swept through, stirring up dust, and the sound of neighing warhorses filled the air. As Li Qingfeng observed the scene, he deduced, "Is this the game's cutscene? It feels so real, devoid of any game-like qualities." The soldiers below each bore distinct expressions and features, none resembling one another. Their faces reflected a mix of joy, sorrow, and blankness, as if they awaited a life-and-death battle. On the high stone where Li Qingfeng stood, 4 individuals flanked him. They appeared vibrant and ethereal, exuding an aura of the extraordinary. One of them, clad in white and wielding a sword, spoke, "Brother Tianji, do you think this Void General can handle a 1,000,000-strong army from the West Qin?" Tianji, puzzled, replied, "That's curious, Brother Tianyuan. You share a deeper connection with him. Why ask me?" Xie Tianyuan stroked his beard and chuckled. "Who doesn't he know your calculations are precise? Share a bit of insight. How much have you wagered this time?" Tianji shook his head, laughing, "Haha, I cannot disclose such matters." A scholarly figure beside them pointed at Tianji, shaking his head. "You're always like this, sneaking around when placing bets. When you're broke, you shamelessly come to borrow. It's infuriating. I just lent you a bit, yet you act as if you're claiming my life. Do you understand that certain secrets must not be revealed?" Li Qingfeng sensed their light-hearted banter, when suddenly, a monstrous beast with a ghostly visage charged from the void, letting out a roar that reverberated through the heavens and earth. Below, over 30,000 soldiers of lower realms were instantly struck dead by the deafening sound. "How bold!" A resounding, imposing laughter erupted from the beast. "Ha ha ha! To attack my Dongyin kingdom, you must first pass through me." Li Qingfeng gazed up to see the youthful figure of the speaker, appearing no older than 18, with striking features and a piercing gaze that glimmered with icy ferocity. An unparalleled master soared into the air, confronting the Void General. "Void General, the mandate of heaven resides with Chun. Your Dongyin's fate is sealed. Your actions are unforgivable, and no amount of effort can cleanse your sins. Resisting will only lead to further casualties. Why not withdraw and spare the lives of many?" The Void General brandished a radiant golden spear, declaring vehemently, "I am the chosen one. This is destiny. Do you dare defy me? Die." With tensions rising, the battle was set to ignite. As the clash commenced, Li Qingfeng found himself inexplicably levitating upwards. The intensity of the fight caused the stars to flicker and the plane to shatter. Observers might survive, but those who entered the fray faced peril. A spear descended, like divine retribution, shaking the earth. 10,000 soldiers were crushed, as if punished by the heavens. The conflict unleashed countless calamities. The earth trembled, and fierce winds howled. The once pristine plain was irreparably marred by their battle. The sky is 3 zhang high. As Li Qingfeng ascended ever higher, the panorama below grew increasingly distinct. The plains, which accommodated 1,000,000 elite troops from the Chan kingdom, danced as if alive, twisting and turning with the clashes of the battle involving Su Jian and his comrades. The soldiers appeared as mere ants, or perhaps splashes of paint, adding a touch of crimson to the verdant grass and golden sands of the landscape. The blood of the soldiers, reminiscent of a child spilling tea, gradually spread, saturating the verdant and yellow-hued ink painting of the prairie, transforming it into a vivid tapestry of our eight. Li Qingfeng floated even higher. The view beneath became obscured. The final image was one of death, a scene of annihilation, with only Su Jian surviving amidst the carnage. Chapter 5. 2 talents. As the introductory animation concluded, accompanied by visuals of the world's majestic mountains and rivers, a luminous screen appeared, accompanied by a pale, emotionless voice that proclaimed, "In the Battle of Qiqiao, Su Jian made his name. Yet time, indifferent to all, marched on, and the once mighty Dongyin kingdom, which had clung to existence for a century, faded into the annals of history. The relentless wheels of history crushed all in their path. Such is the nature of the world, with factions vying for dominance, one performance concluding as another begins. Dynasties flowed like water, each replaced in turn in the 20,970th year of the Qinkuan calendar. The last dynasty, the Yi dynasty, succumbed to natural disasters, warfare, famine, and plague, heralding its end. Having lost the protection of a dynasty and after 500 years of turmoil, the world, having endured relentless hardships, finally welcomed a new era of prosperity. What changes will your arrival bring to this world? How will you inscribe your chapter in the Qingkuan realm? Listening to the narration of the animation, Li Qingfeng remarked, "What a load of nonsense. I've sat through this animation for over 10 minutes. Don't you have a skip button?" As a staunch proponent of power, Li Qingfeng cared little for the plot. He did not know who he was or where he was headed. He only knew that he was eager to unleash chaos. The luminous screen appeared. "Are you sure you want to skip this story?" "Yes, no, is there really one?" he mused, selecting Nohum. "Shouldn't yes be on the right?" he pondered. "What kind of good person places yes on the left?" Upon exiting once more, the screen prompted, "Are you sure you want to skip the story? Would you like to skip your life as well? Jump, jump, jump." The screen concluded. As you wished out, a flash of white light enveloped him, and Li Qingfeng found himself outside an ancient, quaint village. The screen materialized. Due to your choice to skip the story, your identity, life experience, and arrival location have been randomly assigned. Your identity is refugee, life experience, orphaned at a young age, later losing your home due to war, wandering from place to place. Current date, August 17th, 21,554 in the Qingkuan calendar. Current location, Nangua Village, Qinghe County, Heshi Prefecture, at the village entrance. For the safety of all players during gameplay, each participant will receive a day of behavioral reasonability. During this period, as long as you refrain from excessive actions such as arson, murder, looting, or deception, you will not provoke the locals' ire. Good luck. Upon entering the game, Li Qingfeng had no time to admire the scenery. His first action was not to kill, but to exit the game. After a dizzying moment, Li Qingfeng returned to his rented room. The faucet in the bathroom continued to drip incessantly. Looking down at his phone, he was astonished. What kind of black technology is this? It's as if I've traversed into another world. He picked up the phone for a closer inspection, finding nothing amiss, and could not help but marvel. Confirming he could exit the game without being trapped within it, Li Qingfeng felt a twinge of regret. What did the news about disappearances mean? Could one not die in the game? Pondering, Li Qingfeng glanced at the time, noting it was only 8:01, just a minute past. Just before he clicked into the game, he had glanced at the clock, which read exactly 8 o'clock. Intrigued, he mused, after watching such a lengthy animation, has only a minute passed? How fascinating. Is the flow of time different here? He settled onto his collapsed bed in a comfortable position. Qingkuan Realm, activate. At the entrance of Nangua Village, Li Qingfeng reappeared. Upon entering the Qingkuan Realm, there were still 2 messages he had not checked. Wishing to see if he would encounter a scenario of being trapped in the game, he had hastily exited. Though for him, being trapped in a game was of little concern. It was just a matter of where to go next. As Li Qingfeng reviewed the messages, he nodded and recited, "Indeed, it is a game." Although there were no game panels, there were still beginner's benefits. These 2 messages contained brief descriptions of 2 talents. The first talent, Gambler. When a gambling situation arises, you can see the odds of winning. P.S. This is an obsession left behind by a gambler before death. Please, just let me win once. Just once. Ah, lost again. Sob, sob, sob. Mom, Dad, I'm sorry. Upon seeing this talent, Li Qingfeng recalled the original owner of the body, blindfolded, peering through his fingers at the phone screen, feeling a surge of dread. His heart raced, threatening to leap from his chest. Upon seeing the losing outcome through his fingers, the original owner felt utterly despondent, staring blankly at the phone as if his spirit had been drained, his soul and spine shattered, all strength sapped. Despair, regret, anger, and bitterness surged within him. With trembling hands, he finished the last cigarette and swallowed the poison he had long prepared, departing from this world. Reflecting on this, Li Qingfeng shook his head. Fool, gambling with others on a phone. What outcome could there be but the dealer's whim? Before dying, couldn't you at least leave me a smoke? You tragic fool? He then turned his attention to the other talent, Endless Slaughter. Killing humanoid beings increases your maximum health by a small increment and restores 10 health points. P.S. Rank too high to be spoken of. With a succinct declaration of kill. This talent was straightforward and all-encompassing. If the gambler is derived from the original owner, where does this Endless Slaughter originate? Could it possibly be from me? I've lived my life doing good deeds. A kind and gentle soul. Aside from a slight gambling habit, I have no major faults. Besides, the original gambler has already paid the price. Trying to tarnish my name? Just wait until I catch you. It seemed this game could perceive a person's experiences to set talents based on their life story, which intrigued Li Qingfeng. He directed his gaze towards Nangua village, abundant with lush vegetation and shaded by green trees. It was August, likely just after the harvest, and a rich aroma of rice wafted through the air, in stark contrast to the polluted world outside. Even a single breath here felt invigorating. Noticing the time was around midday, Li Qingfeng felt the pangs of hunger and thirst, perfectly aligning with his game's identity as a refugee. I still need to eat, he mused, walking towards Nangua village, quickly arriving. Under the great banyan tree at the village entrance, many people gathered to revel in merriment. Indeed, this was a game. Despite its realistic portrayal, each individual bore no distinction from a real person. From emotions to appearances, textures, attire, and height, there were no signs of its digital nature. However, the health bars hovering above their heads betrayed their true nature. Li Qingfeng observed that the health of the robust adults ranged from 79 to 910, with most hovering around 100, none at full capacity. The children's health was even lower, with values like 56, 34, and 78, similarly lacking full health. Upon noticing an outsider, the villagers turned their gazes towards Li Qingfeng for a moment before returning to their festivities. Seemingly indifferent to the ragged refugee, an elderly man, smoking a pipe and fanning himself, inquired, "Young man, what brings you to Nangua village?" Li Qingfeng wiped the non-existent sweat from his brow and replied, "I am but a refugee. My homeland was ravaged by war, and I have fled here. The weather is sweltering, and I was hoping to beg for a bowl of water, and perhaps something to eat would be even better." Chapter 6. The Gambler Talent. The elder, not doubting Li Qingfeng's plight, observed his appearance, physique, and tattered clothing, an unmistakable sign of a refugee. The outside world was tumultuous, with no unified dynasty, leaving the powerful families to dominate. Each region had its own rules, and conflicts could arise at any moment. In such turbulent times, those at the bottom struggled to survive. "Zhanhua, fetch him a bowl of water and bring 2 buns," commanded the elder. A young boy with a health value of 67 responded and hurried into the village. "Thank you, old sir. It's no trouble in this world. Everyone has their hardships. Please, rest here for a while." The elderly man gestured towards the stone bench beneath the shade of the trees. Li Qingfeng, without hesitation, expressed his gratitude and settled onto the stone seat, glancing around to observe what the villagers were engaged in. The expansive banyan trees provided ample coolness, complemented by a gentle breeze, making it a delightful refuge from the sweltering sun, where about 30 villagers had gathered. Their activities varied, roughly divided into 4 groups. One group lounged in the distance under the trees, engaged in casual conversation and dozing off. Another table was occupied by 2 old men playing chess, surrounded by a crowd of onlookers, offering unsolicited commentary on their moves. Meanwhile, a cluster of youthful children, clutching collected pebbles, leaves, and tattered books, reveled in their play. The most animated gathering was at a gambling table, where 4 individuals were wagering, while a dozen spectators observed eagerly. Li Qingfeng rose from the stone bench, drawn closer to witness the unfolding spectacle. Just as he began to observe, a child known as Zhanhua approached, balancing a bowl of water in one hand and a steamed bun in the other. "Here, try my mother's steamed bun. It's delicious," Qin Buzhan exclaimed. Li Qingfeng regarded the childish grimy little hands, caked with dust from playing with pebbles, and gratefully accepted the bun, flashing a smile. "Thank you, little brother. What is your name?" he inquired. "I am called Zhanhua. If you need anything, just call for me," Qin Buzhan replied cheerfully before scampering back to join his friends in their game. Li Qingfeng found it difficult to comprehend the joy they derived from a mere stone. His gaze wandered back to the bowl of water, crystal clear and devoid of any debris. Suddenly, he paused, for within the reflection of the water, he discerned a startling message. "Life value. 56. What on earth? My life value is lower than Zhanhua's?" The reflection mirrored the visage of a gambler in reality, his face smeared with dirt, yet still bearing a striking resemblance. Initially, Li Qingfeng had assumed these individuals boasted single-digit life values and were rather inept. Yet he realized he had underestimated the situation. Feeling somewhat disheartened, he munched on the bun and sipped the water, redirecting his gaze to the gambling table. This moment, the player in the 3rd position had amassed quite a fortune. His complexion flushed and his voice booming. Among the gamblers, There were 5 individuals, which Li Qingfeng designated as 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. After observing a couple of rounds, he grasped the mechanics of the gambler talent, which proved to be quite useful, albeit not particularly compelling, as Li Qingfeng had no interest in gambling. When the second player, victorious in the previous round, began to shuffle the cards, Li Qingfeng noted that each player's win rate was 20. Once the cards were dealt, the win rates shifted dramatically, even though none of the 5 players had yet glanced at their hands. Player 1's win rate, 0. Player 2's win rate, 0. Player 3's win rate, 0. Player 4's win rate, 100. Player 5's win rate, 0. Thanks to his gambler talent, Li Qingfeng recognized that Player 4 held the strongest hand. Having observed 2 rounds prior, he felt confident that this round would follow suit. Pass, Player 3 said. Tree Brother, your turn. Player 4, Chen Shu, replied. Passed. It dawned on Li Qingfeng that they were engaged in a game of Zhejianhua. Initially, he found the game somewhat strange and out of place, wondering if they were living in ancient times to be playing such a game. Yet, realizing it was merely a game, he found solace in the notion. Despite being a high-stakes game capable of altering landscapes and engaging in epic battles, the game designers had incorporated this poker mode to counter the feeling of incongruity. As Li Qingfeng munched on his bun, he continued to observe the gambling table. After each player passed their initial turn, they examined their cards. Players 1, 2, and 5 shook their heads in disappointment and tossed their cards into the pile. This left only players 3 and 4, Chen Shu, in contention. Chen Shu's hand was formidable, the Jack of Diamonds, the 9 of Diamonds, and the 4 of Diamonds. After assessing his cards, Chen Shu coolly stated, I'll raise you 21. Player 3 rubbed his cards together and responded, I'll match that, 21. Chen Shu affirmed, 21. Player 3, undeterred, declared, 21. No challenge. After several rounds of bidding, a small pile of coins had accumulated on the table. The surrounding spectators held their breath, fixated on the duel between Player 3 and Chen Shu. As Player 3 demonstrated audacity, Chen Shu hesitated, glancing at the dwindling coins before reluctantly parting with 21. Lindsay, what cards do you hold? You've been following my lead all this time. 21, show your hand. I have a J. Chen Shu revealed his cards, his gaze fixed intently on Player 3, Chen Lin. With a hearty laugh, Chen Lin revealed his hand, obscured by his palm, then gradually unveiled it in Li Qingfeng's view. The win rates had inverted. Player 3's win rate, 100. Player 4's win rate, 0. Chen Lin had cheated, switching cards. The revealed cards were King of Spades, 6 of Spades, and 3 of Spades. Well, it appears you have a slight advantage. I was becoming anxious, thinking if you didn't reveal, I would have to. You nearly gave me a heart attack, Chen Lin exclaimed as he scooped the coins toward himself. Beginning to shuffle the cards, he tossed a couple of coins onto the table, stating, I'll cover you, Tree Brother. Chen Shu, frustrated, ruffled his hair, lamenting, alas, I've lost again. Lindsay's luck is truly remarkable today. If only I had revealed sooner. I could have lost less. The onlookers chimed in. When J meets K, it's a clash of rivals. Lindsay has certainly racked up a fortune. He'll have to treat us all, a middle-aged man remarked. Chen Lin chuckled heartily. Ah, treating is no trouble. Luck is on my side today. Anyone wishing to dine should come to my home tonight. Having finished his bun, Li Qingfeng felt a sense of contentment wash over him after drinking the water from his earlier meal. He scoffed at Chen Lin's mention of luck, perceiving these villagers as unsophisticated, unable to even detect the act of cheating. Although Li Qingfeng himself could not discern the method of Chen Lin's deceit, he still looked down upon them in gambling. 9 out of 10 are swindlers. Do they truly believe it's all mere luck that leads to victory? Where does all this luck come from? Li Qingfeng mused, resolute in his stance of abstaining from gambling, for his win rate remained at 100. To abstain was to win. As the evening wore on, the sun dipped lower in the sky, casting a warm glow over the village, and the aroma of smoke wafted through the air as villagers began their evening meals. The chess players had long since departed, and the children had vanished from sight. Chen Shu, are you coming back or not? It's about time for dinner, and we need to call you. A voice rang out from the village, causing Chen Shu to startle. I'm on my way. He called back, turning to the gathered spectators with a grin. Oh dear, Gui Fan is at it again. Once this round is over, I'll head home and give her a talking to. Haha, you even managed to lecture second sister-in-law. Just a couple of days ago, I saw you being chased out of your home in the dead of night. I had my reasons. I went to the fields to check if any weasels were stealing melons. Not because Guifan drove me out. Do not speak carelessly, so. You went to the fields at such an hour to set traps? Huh? Ha! With nothing better to do, one might as well find some tasks to occupy oneself. Chen Shu's defense prompted another wave of laughter. Aha! Victory! Shall we engage in another round? Chen Shu, still eager to gather copper coins, gazed longingly at his tablemates. His luck had been rather good today. Despite losing a significant round to Chen Lin, he had won continuously in the latter half of the afternoon, ultimately yielding a modest profit. Let's call it a day. There's still plenty of time, and we can play again later. It's just about time for dinner. The others began to clear the table, while the onlookers returned to their villages for a meal. Those who wished to eat were invited back to my place. I shall treat you to chicken. Chen Lin claimed to be treating, but not many followed him, only 3 accompanying him. The rest had prepared meals at home, ready to feast upon returning. Li Qingfeng, too, unreservedly trailed behind Chen Lin. After spending an entire afternoon together, Chen Lin had grown accustomed to this individual who praised himself upon victory, even feeling a slight sense of pride. He took the initiative to inquire of Li Qingfeng. Brother, having observed from the sidelines all afternoon, I have yet to ask your name. He bore no disdain for Li Qingfeng's tattered attire. Li Qingfeng grinned at Chen Lin, saying, My name is Li San. You may call me Lao San. What respectable vagrants or beggars would be named Qingfeng? Li San suffices. Of course, there's a story behind the name. Heaven is the greatest, earth is second, and I am the third. Chen Lin, believing him, nodded and began to ask Li Qingfeng some common questions. Where do you hail from? How old are you this year? What led you to wander? What stories have you encountered? Li Qingfeng, having seen only a few cutscenes upon entering the game, had very limited knowledge of this world, resorting to fabricating responses. Out here, one's identity is self-assigned, with no one to verify, thus whatever Li Qingfeng said was accepted as truth. Naturally, given his shabby appearance, he spun a tale of misfortune, recounting how his homeland was first ravaged by floods, then famine, followed by banditry and military chaos. All his kin and friends perished, leaving him no choice but to leave home, wandering far and wide until arriving here. The tragic tale Li Qingfeng narrated left Chen Lin and the 3 brothers accompanying him feeling rather gloomy, as they cursed the state of the world on his behalf. Upon returning home, Chen Lin found himself alone, needing to cook. With several men working together, the task was completed swiftly. Having won quite a bit today, Chen Lin decided to slaughter a chicken to entertain the villagers. With Li Qingfeng benefiting from the feast, the rustic stove blazed warmly, and soon enough, several dishes were prepared. Simple, hearty fare, the dining table. The men of Nangu village drank, boasted, indulged, and engaged in spirited conversation, thoroughly enjoying themselves. From their exchanges, Li Qingfeng learned that Chen Lin worked at the Pumpkin Merchants Association in Green Willow County and had returned to assist with the autumn harvest. Now that the harvest was complete, in a couple of days, Chen Lin would return to work in the city, bringing with him a batch of freshly harvested grain to sell. No wonder he possessed skills in trade. He was indeed a city dweller. After a few rounds of drinks and a variety of dishes, the 3 men from Nangu village, satisfied and full, stumbled out of Chen Lin's home, each returning to their respective abodes. Outside, the night had donned its cloak. Stars twinkling like scattered diamonds and fireflies flickered in the air. The sounds of insects and frogs filled the air, while a cool breeze wafted through the open windows, sending a shiver down one's spine. The full moon hung high, with cicadas serenading the late autumn. Lao San, if you have nowhere to go, feel free to stay at my home for the night. I, too, lost my parents at a young age and fully empathize with your plight. We are fellow travelers. Hic Chen Lin, slightly inebriated, slurred these words to Li Qingfeng. Thank you, Brother Lin, for your kindness. After expressing his gratitude, Li Qingfeng helped to tidy up the dishes. No need for formality. We are all brothers here. He Chen Lin, mid-sentence, began to snore, having consumed the most alcohol of the evening. Observing Chen Lin leaning against the chair, head tilted, sound asleep, Li Qingfeng shook his head and cleared the table. Chapter 8. The Talking Fox. After washing up, he called out to Chen Lin, urging him to move to the bed lest he tumble from the stool. In a state of half-consciousness, Chen Lin stumbled to the bed, occasionally letting out drunken belches. Given his state, he seemed unlikely to encounter any issues. Li Qingfeng, unceremoniously, sought an empty room to lie down, truly treating the place as his own, just as Chen Lin had suggested during their drinking session. Lying in bed, preparing to log off, just as Li Qingfeng thought the first day in the game would pass uneventfully, he suddenly heard a child's voice outside the open window. A voice, youthful yet tinged with urgency. Is this the start of the plot? Rising from his bed, Li Qingfeng, having spent the afternoon engrossed in card games, had nearly come to regard this place as reality. The game's pace was exceedingly slow. Apart from the health points hovering above the villagers, there were no traces of gameplay, not even a game interface. After an entire afternoon merely observing card games, Li Qingfeng had become quite captivated. In any ordinary web game, at this hour, players would already be battling for the throne, swords ablaze. Yet here, Li Qingfeng hadn't encountered a single creature to slay, save for the chicken he had just consumed, which was prepared by Chen Lin and his friends. Surely, he could not harm the villagers. Glancing at his health points, which stood at 56, Li Qingfeng deemed such an action unwise. Grabbing the pole leaning against the doorframe, he stepped outside, moving towards the source of the sound. Behind the window was a small drainage ditch, and beyond it lay a field sown with many melons. This field belonged to Chen Shu. Under the glow of the full moon, Li Qingfeng tread carefully through the field, wary of stepping on snakes. The grass was teeming with life bars, representing various insects, grasshoppers, frogs, and dragonflies. Who knows if any snakes lurked among them? Crushing grasshoppers wouldn't yield experience points, loot, or coins. His boundless killing talent only activated when it came to human targets. With no reward in sight, Li Qingfeng naturally held little interest in them. Soon, he approached the source of the noise. Oh dear, this is too difficult. Who set this up? It's infuriating. Upon arrival, Li Qingfeng heard a voice filled with complaint. Focused, he spotted a health bar reading, 45. Contrary to his expectation of a small girl, there stood a small silver fox, no larger than the hen they had eaten earlier that day. Its fur glistened under the moonlight, making it easy to overlook. Had it not been for its frantic pacing around a hedgehog ensnared in a trap, it would have blended into the night. It struggled to free the hedgehog, only to find the trap tightening with each attempt. Holding the pole, Li Qingfeng called out to the fox. Hey, what are you doing here with a weasel? Stealing melons? The fox, preoccupied with untying the ropes, startled at his sudden voice. Ah, a human approaches. Instinctively, it considered fleeing but, upon seeing the fear in its lifelong companion's eyes, hesitated and shouted back. You human! What do you want? Do you wish to spar with me? I am not afraid of you. Really? Observing its bravado, Li Qingfeng raised his pole as if to strike, causing the fox to flinch, as if ready to abandon the hedgehog. The hedgehog chattered at the fox, seemingly urging it to escape. The little fox replied, Don't worry, I won't leave you behind. Intrigued by the talking fox, Li Qingfeng wondered if it was a game mechanic or something else entirely in the village. Dogs, cows, horses, chickens, ducks, and other common livestock behaved normally. He had yet to encounter a talking creature. Even the hedgehog, ensnared in a trap, merely chattered. This little fox must be a special being or have undergone unique experiences. After all, this was not a world of uniformity. Perhaps there were cultivators or immortal beings present. It would not be surprising to encounter a talking fox. Li Qingfeng inquired. Hey, spill the beans. How can you? A little fox, speak? If you answer well, I might let you go. You human, mind your own business. The fox appeared quite resistant to humans, its attitude decidedly defiant. Li Qingfeng swung his pole at it, but the fox dodged with agility. Oh ho! You have some skill, don't you? Do not underestimate my patience. It has its limits. This caused the fox to momentarily freeze, unsure of how to respond. No one had ever taught it how to handle such situations. Stammering for a while, it could not articulate its next line. What are you dawdling for? Tell me where you came from, where you're going, who taught you to speak, and how you learned. Hurry up. Li Qingfeng gently prodded the little fox with a shoulder pole, rousing it from its state of bewilderment. The little fox felt a twinge of grievance, but was at a loss as to how to retaliate against Li Qingfeng. Surely, it could not leap forward to bite his knee. If it were a sneak attack, it might have a three-part assurance. But this pole loomed like an insurmountable chasm, quelling any desire to resist. Ultimately, it was a matter of insufficient strength. The fox, easily nudged aside by the pole, confessed, I do not know when I began to speak. One day, I came here searching for chickens, and I heard someone talking. I tried it out, and to my surprise, I could speak too. Its explanation was so muddled that it seemed even the fox itself was unclear. Li Qingfeng nodded, observing that in this game, as per his afternoon scrutiny, everyone harbored their own thoughts and emotions. Whether child or adult, their actions and dialogues followed a discernible pattern. Their trajectories could easily lead one to perceive this world as a conventional reality, devoid of illogical occurrences. Thus, Li Qingfeng continued, do you not recall any peculiar events? Encounters with strange individuals, curious happenings, or perhaps consuming odd items? The little fox pondered for a moment. It seems there were indeed some. Before I could speak, I foraged in the mountains and came across a delightful, fiery red fruit. After eating it, I became drowsy and fell asleep. Upon awakening, I felt as if I had gained a significant increase in intelligence. My hearing sharpened, and my vision extended further and clearer. Then, when I went to the village to seek chickens, I discovered I could understand human speech. Could that be connected? Li Qingfeng stroked his chin thoughtfully, replying, there is a possibility. It appears you are rather fortunate, little creature. The little fox sensed that this was not a compliment and retorted defiantly, I am not a mere creature. I am a fine fox. Chapter 9. The Bargain with the Fox. Ah, indeed. Well said. Yet, a question arises. You pilfered my family's melon, invaded our village for chickens, and were caught red-handed. Speak. How do you intend to make amends? Li Qingfeng gestured with his hands, rubbing his thumb and forefinger together, indicating compensation. The little fox was unimpressed by this tactic, asserting, what do you mean yours? You humans claim everything is yours. The mountains, the trees, the rivers, even the melons. Those melons grow in the ground. What does that have to do with you? You take during the day and then retreat to sleep at night, denying us sustenance? This is outrageous. Oh, and there is something even more outrageous. I declare that this hedgehog is now mine. Upon hearing this, the little fox's eyes widened in disbelief as it glanced back at the bound hedgehog, unable to discern any difference from its usual self. How could it possibly belong to this human? Enraged, the little fox began to chatter rapidly in its own tongue, its tone urgent and undoubtedly filled with invective. What a nonsensical language! Unable to comprehend, Li Qingfeng remarked, a rural fox that cannot even speak properly? I thought you could converse like a human. The little fox glared at Li Qingfeng, saliva flying from its mouth as it wiped its lips with a paw, demanding, by what right? It is my friend. What business is it of yours? By what right? I ensnared it in my trap, and since you cannot free it, logically, it is my prey. My prize to do with as I wished. Is that not reasonable? This declaration left the little fox exasperated. We came to eat melons, and you ambushed us. It is a miracle we are not demanding compensation from you. Li Qingfeng attempted to poke the little fox's head with the shoulder pole, but it nimbly evaded him. With a mischievous smile, he remarked, little fox, the world is one where the strong prey upon the weak. If you were in the grip of a ferocious beast, it would be far more brutal, leaving you no chance to communicate. At least I can converse with you. You may as well revel in your fortune. Should I be grateful to you? Since you cannot resist, you must accept reality. Then, Li Qingfeng raised 2 fingers, stating, now, you have 2 days to procure one of those fruits you mentioned, and I shall grant your friend a reprieve. After 2 days, if you return empty-handed, you shall only reap a pile of hedgehog quills. I wonder how the hedgehog meat tastes. Upon finishing his words, Li Qingfeng lifted the pole, attempting to tap the fox's head, but it deftly dodged again. What are you doing? The little fox was furious. Having never felt such anger in its entire life, Li Qingfeng replied, we are formalizing a contract. Do you not find it ceremonious if I strike you on the head? At a loss against this individual who wielded such twisted logic, the little fox cast a reluctant glance back at the hedgehog it had grown up with. Then, you must promise not to harm it. I will certainly find that fruit and bring it back. Enough of this chatter, hurry and take action. Your time is exceedingly valuable. The little fox nodded and dashed toward the village's outskirts, its slender form leaping gracefully, its silvery fur glimmering under the moonlight like an arrow before vanishing from sight. Watching the little fox disappear, Li Qingfeng chuckled, aha, foolish fox, you've gained a hedgehog without effort. How fortuitous! Logically, the little fox was of greater value. A talking fox with logic could fetch a price far exceeding that of 100 hedgehogs. However, upon his arrival, He had not ambushed it, and with the fox now wary, capturing it would be much more challenging. He had contemplated seizing the moment to trap it, but the fox's readiness to flee had thwarted his attempts. The earlier poke with the pole was a final test. Had he landed a solid strike, it would have been his. Though losing the watermelon was regrettable, acquiring a single sesame seed was still a worthwhile endeavor. After all, it was a gift from the universe, and one must avoid being overly greedy. Moreover, the little fox would return in 2 days, which was something to anticipate. Tomorrow, he would prepare 2 traps, hoping to ambush it. When he and Chen Lin journeyed to Liang County, he could sell the little fox for a handsome profit. During dinner, Li Qingfeng shared his thoughts on accompanying Chen Lin to Liang County. Chen Lin eagerly agreed, even offering to help Li Qingfeng secure a good job. Squatting down, Li Qingfeng released the hedgehog from its trap. The little creature, frightened, trembled and lacked the strength to resist. A foul odor wafted from it, leaving Li Qingfeng puzzled as to how the fox could have befriended such a creature. This trap must have been set by Chen Shu. It seemed he had indeed struck luck by catching something worthwhile. Had Chen Shu not encountered the swindler Chen Lin, he would have likely emerged as the day's biggest winner in their card game earlier that afternoon. Instead, he fell victim to Chen Lin's trickery. That night, Li Qingfeng made his way to Chen Lin's home. The villagers retired early, and once darkness enveloped the land, it became a haven for creatures. Nightingales flitted about, their melodious chirps resonating like a clear spring, while frogs leaped, their croaks echoing throughout the countryside. As Li Qingfeng walked through the fields, he could hear the animals but could not see them. Yet, the life markers flickered vividly against the night's backdrop. Though their values were low and posed no threat, they nonetheless indicated the vibrancy of this world. In stark contrast, in the world of 2077, where the gambler resided, it was exceedingly difficult to encounter wildlife at this hour. The night was filled only with the roar of cars, the cacophony of square dancing, and the shrill cries of children. Amidst it all, the noise was overwhelming, devoid of the tranquil charm of rural life. Upon returning home, Li Qingfeng passed Chen Lin's room, where he found him still sitting on the bed, lost in thought. He had neither fallen asleep nor awakened from his reverie, occasionally chuckling to himself. Hearing Li Qingfeng's return, Chen Lin turned his head, sleepily inquiring, "Lao San, did you just go out?" "What happened?" Li Qingfeng replied, "Oh, I heard a dog barking in the fields, so I went to investigate. I chased it away and caught a little hedgehog." Chen Lin nodded, murmuring a distracted "oh" before returning to his daydreams, a radiant smile gracing his lips, perhaps lost in thoughts of drunkenly marrying a wife. After securing the hedgehog in a cage and providing it with a bowl of water and some leftover rice, Li Qingfeng prepared to lie down and log off. He could not allow the hedgehog to starve. In a few days, when the fox returned, should it truly manage to procure the fruit that enabled animals to speak, its value would be immeasurable. At that point, he could exchange the hedgehog for the fox, letting them both go afterward. As long as the hedgehog remained alive, a trade was possible. If it perished, he would be left with no choice but to pursue the fox. Lying in bed, he logged off, wondering what his character would be doing in the game after his departure or whether it would simply vanish from existence. Chapter 10. The time flow of 30 to 1. Upon returning to his rented room, he was greeted by the familiar sound of a dripping faucet, the outside world still shrouded in darkness. Checking his phone, he noted the time. The date remained unchanged, but it was now 8:16 p.m. Having spent an entire afternoon in the game, merely 15 minutes had elapsed in reality. A 30 to 1 time flow. That meant while a single day passed in the real world, an entire month could elapse within the game. What a marvel of technology. In the game, approximately 8 hours had elapsed, while merely 15 minutes had passed outside. This phenomenon is rather intriguing. Is it a technological explosion from the year 2077, or is it simply a remarkable game? Unable to fathom its mysteries for the time being, Li Qingfeng rose to repair the faucet in the game. The morning of the following day would correspond to just over 10 minutes in reality, and Li Qingfeng logged off with the intention of hastening the passage of the night in the game. Whistling lightly, he produced the purchased parts and swiftly completed the repair of the faucet. Observing the now silent fixture, no longer dripping incessantly, Li Qingfeng felt a profound sense of accomplishment. This lazy dog, in his true form, seemed oblivious to the need for improvement while dwelling in such a pigsty-like abode. At the age of 20, in the prime of youth, how had he allowed himself to become such a sight? Tsk. having been exposed to gambling since the age of 16, within a mere 4 years. He had amassed debts amounting to 1 million. To label him as worthless would be unkind. He had managed to find ways to borrow money. Among his peers of the same age and class, few could amass a fortune of 1 million by the age of 20. To call him useful would be a stretch, yet he remains a stubborn failure. Death would be a rather straightforward affair. Shaking his head, Li Qingfeng tidied up the room, organizing the already scarce and seemingly chaotic belongings. As he noted that the time was nearing, he reclined on his rickety bed. Qiankuan Realm, activate. Pumpkin Village, Qiang Lin's home. By this time, it was already daytime, and looking out the window, he observed the villagers of Pumpkin Village commencing their daily routines. After the busy farming season, they now enjoyed a measure of leisure. Through the window, Li Qingfeng gazed outside, noticing that everyone appeared content and unhurried. This pastoral life was exceedingly tranquil, a perfect place for retirement. Faint sounds drifted from outside, likely indicating that Chen Lin had awakened. Opening the door, he walked into the living room where Chen Lin was conversing with a tall, burly man. This individual was remarkable, appearing to be around 20 years old, similar in age to Li Qingfeng. Yet his gaze was sharp, exuding vitality. Standing at nearly 2 meters tall, he resembled a fierce tiger. The weight of his presence was palpable, causing Li Qingfeng to momentarily catch his breath. His muscular physique, solid as a rock, conveyed a formidable sense of strength, making Chen Lin appear rather diminutive in comparison. Most notably, the health points displayed above this man's head were the highest Li Qingfeng had witnessed since arriving in the village. 305-313. Wow, a major boss. Hey, Lao San, you're awake. I was just about to call you over. Come here, let me introduce you. Chen Lin waved to Li Qingfeng. Approaching, Li Qingfeng greeted the two men. Chen Lin gestured towards the towering figure, saying, "This is a brother from our village, Chen Bumming, the brother of the one who brought you bread yesterday. Jean, we work together at the Pumpkin Merchant Association. He is one of the pillars of our association. A powerhouse, a martial arts prodigy, a master of blood exchange, a prominent figure even in the county. In a few days, we will go to the county together, and you can meet him." Li Qingfeng offered a respectful nod to Chen Bumming. Genuinely praising him, he held a keen interest in such formidable individuals, as he too was a warrior at heart. If he could glean insights into the methods of advancement within this game world, it would be most beneficial. Chen Bumming was a martial arts enthusiast, well regarded in both the village and the county, someone whose words carried weight. However, perspectives vary, and standards differ. Among ordinary people, Chen Bumming's talent appeared unrivaled, aptly described as being in a league of his own. Yet, when compared to true warriors, he felt himself lacking, ordinary at best. In relation to genuine geniuses, he considered himself somewhat clumsy. He was not as extraordinary as the villagers claimed. His own standard was clear. More practice was needed. In pursuit of the coveted marrow-refining realm, Chen Bumming devoted most of his energy to martial arts training, resulting in a weakness in communication. He did not possess Chen Lin's innate ability to converse with anyone. Chen Bumming merely nodded at Li Qingfeng, acknowledging his presence, but did not bother to remember the name of a stranger. However, Li Qingfeng's name was rather convenient. Li San, Lao San, easy to remember, nearly impossible to forget. Lin Ge, I've been sitting here for a while, and it's time for me to get back to training. My grandfather's 70th birthday is coming up, and you should come by later. All right, Chen Ge mentioned to me yesterday that I would be helping in the kitchen today, so we'll head over to assist shortly. With that, Chen Bumming stood and exited. Knowing his friend's character, Chen Lin did not attempt to stop him, merely responding with acknowledgement as he watched Chen Bumming leave. After his departure, Li Qingfeng asked, "Lin Ge, he looks quite imposing, very oppressive." Standing next to him made it hard to breathe. Where did he learn such skills? Chen Lin gazed enviously at the direction Chen Bumming had departed, replying, "Bumming is a direct disciple of the county's Fierce Tiger Martial Arts School. He learned his impressive skills there. 100 common robbers would be no match for him." Li Qingfeng nodded, saying, "Then, Lin Ge, what about my physique? Am I not a rare talent?" Chen Lin examined Li Qingfeng, who was of similar height but noticeably slimmer. Shaking his head as he replied, "You might want to reconsider. Setting aside the age restrictions for martial arts schools, the best candidates are those who have trained from a young age. Only then do they have the potential to become masters. Your age exceeds the limit, and it's not as if you have any skills to bring to the table. Having never trained from childhood, your bones are already set. There's little hope." Not to mention that the Fierce Tiger martial arts school seeks those with larger frames, strong recovery, and endurance. Warriors emerging from there are all muscle-bound giants, at 1 meter 80. You'd be considered short among them. After speaking, Chen Lin clicked his tongue repeatedly, murmuring, "It's a pity that martial arts training requires enduring hardship. I can't bear even a fraction of that pain and must instead endure the hardships of life." Li Qingfeng glanced at his own skinny arms and legs, contemplating the challenges of training. If he weren't careful, he might end up collapsing after a few exertions. It would be wise to take some time to strengthen his body before considering such endeavors. This game seemed to scan one's physical attributes thoroughly, and he wondered if it could offer any enhancements. The gambling addict's true form squandered any money he had on the doghouse owner, while he deprived himself of food and comfort, staying up late every night. Let alone practicing martial arts, he could barely walk without trembling, unable to even overpower a fortune-telling con artist. What a waste! Lin Gu, you mentioned that Bumming is a master of blood exchange. Could you elaborate on the levels of martial arts training? What insights can you share? Chen Lin, unfazed, responded, "When I used to drink with Bumming, he explained that there are 5 levels of martial arts training: external practice of muscles, bones, and skin, internal practice of blood exchange and marrow refining. This process of conditioning the body is excruciating. Only the toughest can endure it. I tried once, but I couldn't last even a moment. It was too painful. When I first entered the martial arts school, the instructor mercilessly struck me with a stick, declaring that my frame was inadequate for admission to the Fierce Tiger martial arts school. But he was unusually lenient, wanting to assess my recovery ability. If I had strong recovery, there might be a glimmer of hope. I couldn't handle it and fled that very day. I remember being covered in bruises for half a month. The pain of that experience still haunts me. If I had to endure such treatment daily, I'd rather die. Just thinking about it sends shivers down my spine. Yet, some individuals derive immense joy from such beatings. That's true talent. You can't compare. You simply can't. I see. What comes after that? Are there other levels? Chen Lin shrugged, shaking his head. That's all there is. Marrow refining is the highest level, and there's nothing beyond that. Li Qingfeng's mind was filled with doubt. I distinctly remember witnessing individuals in the cutscene who could soar through the skies and shake the earth with a single strike, causing mountains to crumble. They would shout with such force that their voices echoed for miles. You tell me there's nothing beyond? I find that hard to believe. It was possible that Chen Lin, as an ordinary person, had limited understanding and sources of information. Li Qingfeng did not challenge Chen Lin but continued along his line of thought. Oh, so that's not too shabby. Bumming is at the blood exchange level, and crossing into the next realm is the ultimate level. The essence of humanity lies in contradiction and debate, even challenging one's own statements. Chen Lin raised a hand, interrupting, That's not entirely accurate. There are indeed higher realms. How so? Chen Lin pondered for a moment before explaining. I heard Bumming mention that there used to be an even higher realm, referred to as innate. The 5 levels of external practice, skin, bones, and muscles, blood exchange, and marrow refining, are collectively known as acquired. This innate realm requires something known as true energy, but for reasons unknown, it has vanished, making marrow refining the limit of our current understanding. Li Qingfeng nodded, indicating his comprehension. Oh, so it means that the current version has yet to be unlocked. The paths ahead will be explored in due time. Is that what you mean? Subsequently, Chen Lin glanced around furtively, resembling a thief, and upon noticing that there were no eavesdroppers, whispered quietly, while I was working in the county town, I heard that the true Qi seems to be making a comeback. It appears that refining marrow may no longer be the pinnacle. The innate talent is now the true mark of a master. Recently, he had devoted all his time to martial arts training, and even during brief rests, he hurriedly resumed his practice. His fervent desire was to keep pace with the times, lest he find himself left behind in an ever-evolving world. He had even complained to me that mastering marrow would have been sufficient for decades of practice. And now, with the emergence of an even higher realm, the pressure on him had intensified remarkably. Chen Lin spoke with utmost seriousness, as if he himself were engaged in martial training. Yet, from Chen Lin's description, one could sense the gravity with which Chan Bummings regarded this matter. Li Qingfeng stroked his chin, pondering. They're even introducing a revival of spiritual energy. How intriguing. Perhaps this is a main quest in the game. Li Qingfeng inquired. What does that have to do with us? Will it have any impact? Chen-Lin laughed heartily and replied, what impact could it possibly have? It's of no concern to us. We read just ordinary folks trying to live our lives. He then added, by the way, you should tidy yourself up, wash up, and change into a clean set of clothes. Soon, I'll take you out for a grand feast. Today is Grandpa Chen's 70th birthday, and the whole village will be there, dressed nicely. Who knows, you might catch the eye of some young lady or an older sister, and tomorrow you could be toasting at your own wedding. Chen-Lin jested with Li Qingfeng. He then rose and retrieved a clean, tidy outfit from a nearby bench for Li Qingfeng. Your build is similar to mine. Give it a try, Nato. Thank you, Brother Lin. I'll go wash up quickly. I still need to help at Grandpa Chen's place, or you might get lost on the way, Li Qingfeng said gratefully. Chen-Lin showed great care for this wayward young man. Li Qingfeng expressed his thanks, took the clothes, and thoroughly washed himself. After cleansing away 2 large basins of dirty water, he finally rid himself of the refugee traces. Donning the clean, fitting attire, and fixing his hairstyle, he transformed into an entirely new person. He glanced at his reflection in the water and found his appearance quite handsome. Indeed, had he looked less appealing, Anna would not have entertained the thought of inviting him, likely avoiding him altogether. Even if they did meet, she would act as if she hadn't seen him. He hopped on his little electric scooter and set off for a meal, hardly expecting to engage in conversation. As the saying goes, looks have their merit, the implication being that a handsome appearance lends credibility to one's words. Once he was ready and walked into the living room, Chen-Lin's eyes lit up upon seeing the newly polished Li Qingfeng. Not bad, not bad. You're quite handsome, a fine young man. If my younger brother hadn't passed away early, he would be about your age. A hint of nostalgia flickered in his gaze, as he seemed to reminisce about his family. Particularly, Li Qingfeng's stature and build mirrored his brother's, leading Chen-Lin to wonder if his sibling would have resembled Li Qingfeng had he still been alive. With this thought, Chen-Lin felt a surge of emotion. Yesterday, Li Qingfeng had appeared disheveled and unrecognizable. Today, after a wash, he finally looked like a living person. Li Qingfeng smiled back at Chen-Lin. Let us go and check on Grandpa Chen. It should be quite lively there. As they stepped outside and walked along the flagstone path, the weather was splendid, with clear skies stretching endlessly. A perfect day. After his bath, Li Qingfeng felt his nostrils clear up considerably. Inhaling the fresh air was invigorating. The plants lining the path had started to turn yellow, and the wind rustled the fallen leaves, creating a gentle sound. The village roads were meticulously maintained, orderly and neat, a testament to the presence of capable individuals, especially considering they could organize a merchant association. Judging by the rosy faces of the villagers, Pumpkin Village appeared to be a prosperous place. As they walked, they encountered a villager leading his ox to pasture, who greeted Chen-Lin curiously, glancing at Li Qingfeng beside him. Lindsay, off to help at Grandpa Chen's? Who's this young man? I haven't seen him before. It was rare to see unfamiliar faces in the village. Throughout the year, one hardly encountered many newcomers. Even people from nearby villages were familiar, making Li Qingfeng stand out as particularly strange. Chen-Lin replied, Yes, Brother Zhou. Are you heading to pasture the cattle? This is my little brother. We'll be drinking together soon. I'm taking him to help at Grandpa Chen's now. All right, they exchanged a few brief words before each went about their business. Chen-Lin, omitting Li Qingfeng's name, turned to him and asked, Hey, do you have a formal name? It is often said that a hero's son is a hero himself. With Li Qingfeng's appearance, he surely wouldn't be named Li San. Chen-Lin instinctively felt he must have a proper name. Just as people would find it hard to believe that a person with a face full of freckles is genuinely named Freckle. Rather than something more poetic like Mu Zhi, feels utterly incongruous to call someone with a face as handsome as Yin Zhu by a name like Dog Egg. Chapter 12. The Enmity Card in response to Chen-Lin's inquiry. Li Qingfeng fabricated a story. Since childhood, I've always been called Li San, though I seem to have a formal name, something like Qingfeng. Then why not use it? What use does it serve? No matter the name. It doesn't fill my stomach. I'm still wandering aimlessly. Indeed, the world can be harsh. The Chen Bumming's residence was not far from Chen-Lin's house, and they would soon be in sight. Even before approaching, the cacophony of voices could be heard from afar. The sounds of cackling chickens and barking dogs filled the air, creating a lively atmosphere. Those they encountered along the way were curious about Li Qingfeng, inquiring about his identity. Many had seen him at the cooling spot yesterday but failed to recognize him now. After Chen-Lin introduced him, they were incredulous that this was the same refugee from yesterday. Having appeared like a beggar then, he now looked quite decent after a wash. How intriguing! Upon reaching the entrance of Chen Buming's kitchen, Chun Lin told Li Qingfeng, "I'll be working here. Feel free to wander around." "All right, Brother Lin, you go ahead. I'll take a look around." Except for those with tasks to perform, the villagers had gathered at Chen Buming's home. Women were helping wash vegetables while the kitchen was bustling with middle-aged men and young lads. They worked together while chatting about mundane topics, laughter and joy filling the air. Stepping away from the kitchen, Li Qingfeng glanced around the yard of Chen Buming's home. He observed young children chasing after chickens and dogs. At that annoyingly playful age, a few 13 or 14-year-olds, armed with slingshots, were plotting to venture into the back mountain for some bird hunting. Ignoring them, Li Qingfeng entered the main room. From outside, he could hear the lively sounds of play. It appeared they were engaged in card games. Upon entering, he saw several tables surrounded by a crowd of onlookers cracking sunflower seeds. Approaching, he confirmed they were indeed playing cards. Lacking a talent for gambling, Li Qingfeng had never been particularly interested in such affairs. Whenever he encountered a gambling scene, he would typically leave, believing such events to be infrequent. However, with this newfound talent, he began to pay closer attention to the gambling tables and realized they were more common than he had initially thought. Li Qingfeng murmured to himself, "I recall this phenomenon is often referred to as the pregnancy effect. When someone is expecting, they suddenly notice pregnant women everywhere. The number of pregnant women hasn't changed? It's just that you become more aware of matters that concern you." There were 4 tables playing cards in total, with participants of all ages. Not everyone in the village needed to help with the cooking. Just a dozen or so efficient hands sufficed. A sizable crowd had gathered. Of the 4 tables, 3 were playing card games unfamiliar to Li Qingfeng, while one was engaged in a game of Jiajinhua, a form of poker. Li Qingfeng understood the rules of this game and naturally gravitated toward the table. The pace of Jiajinhua is swift, with bets ranging from minimal to substantial. The minimum bet could win just a few coins, while the maximum could yield winnings equivalent to several buildings. It's a game with a low floor and an infinite ceiling, both thrilling and exhilarating. Thus, it attracted the most spectators, and Li Qingfeng was among them. Li Qingfeng casually grabbed a handful of sunflower seeds from the fruit plate, munching on them while watching. Occasionally, he would snack on a peach or nibble on a pear, treating it as breakfast. 7 players occupied the table, including Chen Shu, the gambler, who, perhaps feeling emboldened by a small win the previous day, believed he could win again today. However, judging by the troubled expression on his face, it seemed Lady Luck was not on his side today. Li Qingfeng used Chen Shu as a reference point, labeling him as number 1, and marked the others as 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7, moving clockwise from Chen Shu's right. After observing several rounds, Li Qingfeng noted that Chen Shu's luck was abysmal. He missed several winning hands. "Alas, this hand is so weak. I'll fold." Chen Shu glanced at his cards. A jack of clubs, a 9 of spades, and a 5 of diamonds, grumbling as he discarded his hand. The player next to him, "Number 2, teased Chen Shu. Haha, Brother Shu, your luck isn't great today. You were on fire yesterday. Did your wife siphon your luck away last night? Get lost. Perhaps this seed is jinxed. I need to hold back for a bit. Once the bad luck passes, I'll make a big bet and surely win against you lot." Chen Shu's unconventional gambling strategy elicited laughter even from Li Qingfeng, who was busy nibbling on an apple. Under Li Qingfeng's gambler talent, Chen Shu had a 100 chance of winning this round, as all 7 players at the table held minor cards, with Chen Shu's J, 9, and 5 being the highest. Yet, he deemed his hand too weak and chose to fold. Naturally, in a 7-player game, his cards were indeed modest. Upon witnessing Chen Shu's fold, the others glanced at their own hands, finding them equally insufficient, and they shook their heads in resignation. Ultimately, only players 2 and 5 remained in the game. Player 2 surveyed the table and remarked, "Are we all folding so readily?" After a moment, he glanced at his cards and addressed player 5, "Since it's just the 2 of us left, my hand may be small, but I'll bet 2 coins against you." He tossed 2 coins into the middle and revealed his hand: a jack of spades, a 5 of hearts, and a 2 of hearts. Player 5, with a wry smile, shook his head and discarded his cards, having drawn an even weaker hand. He had initially hoped to steal the round, but player 2 had seized the opportunity to reveal his hand first. Seeing such a modest hand triumph, player 2 joyfully clapped Chen Shu on the shoulder, exclaiming, "Brother Shu, we won." He then gleefully collected his winnings. Chen Shu, however, felt a twinge of insecurity. Can such a pitiful hand truly win? Even more perplexing for him was the realization that, seemingly, his hand was the strongest. Perhaps luck truly existed, Li Qingfeng, observing from the sidelines, bore witness to Chen Shu's decline. After several rounds of poor cards and continuous losses, Chen Shu finally acquired a strong hand, eager to place a substantial bet, only to find that everyone else had folded, leaving him with merely the minimum payout. After numerous rounds, Chen Shu's mental state began to waver. In the next round, upon seeing his cards, his eyes sparkled with the realization that this hand could lead to victory. Casually glancing around, he placed a small bet to test the waters, Li Qingfeng, munching on a juicy peach, sensed the unfolding drama, having caught the shift in Chen Shu's demeanor. The subtle smile that betrayed Chen Shu's confidence in his hand did not go unnoticed. Unfortunately, player 6's glaring 100 win rate loomed over the table, and Chen Shu lacked the necessary skills to secure victory. As players 3 and others folded, only Chen Shu and player 6 remained, both convinced they held unbeatable hands. Naturally, neither was willing to reveal their cards. And the bets escalated from a few coins to hundreds, eventually reaching one tael of silver, the equivalent of half a month's wage for local workers. The tension in the air grew thick as onlookers held their breath, fearing to disrupt the intensity of this decisive round. Chen Shu counted his remaining money and realized he could not continue betting. Turning to player 6, he proposed, "Would you allow me to use one coin as if it were a tael? I didn't bring enough, but I promise to repay you if I lose." Player 6 replied, "Brother Shu, if you have money, put it down. If you don't, fold. There's no need to escalate this further. We're just here for some fun." Player 6's words were not meant to comfort Chen Shu. Rather, they were a strategic ploy to gauge Chen Shu's hand, suspecting that he might still have something substantial. Then player 2 suggested, "Brother Shu, isn't your wife over there washing vegetables? Why not ask her if she has any money?" At this, Chen Shu's mood soured, and he nervously looked back, relieved to find his wife absent. He feared her reaction if she discovered the stakes he was playing with. Sighing in relief, he turned to player 2 and said, "Why bring her into this? Just lend me a tael of silver. I'll play it out. If I lose a bit, so be it. It's just his luck." Player 2, intrigued, inquired, "If I lend you, what hand do you have? You seem quite confident." Chen Shu leaned in to show player 2 his cards, which caused player 2's eyes to widen in surprise. "Wow, that's quite a hand. Should you play it out?" Chen Shu then asked, "How about you lend me 20 taels?" Player 2 responded, "Let us not go that far." After a brief exchange, player 2 handed Chen Shu one tael. Chen Shu placed the bet in the center, declaring, "Let us reveal our hands." At that moment, the pot had swollen to around 24 taels, an impressive sum in their village, where a single coin held significant value. With the recent harvest, many had a bit of money to spare. All eyes were now on the table, even drawing the attention of players from other tables who paused their games to witness this high-stakes match. As Chen Shu revealed his hand, an ace, king, and queen of spades, a remarkable straight flush, he couldn't help but beam with pride, exclaiming, "This hand is quite formidable, isn't it?" The crowd erupted in awe, praising Chen Shu's luck, as the fruits of his harvest seemed to have led him to victory. This spectacle would surely become a topic of conversation for many days to come. Chen Shu felt a swell of joy, having transformed a morning of frustration into triumph. Meanwhile, Li Qingfeng, savoring a sweet melon, awaited the inevitable twist, aware of player 6's unwavering winning odds. As Chen Shu reached to gather the pot, the audience's envy was palpable. However, Li Qingfeng's gaze remained fixed on player 6, who appeared to exhale deeply, as if a great burden had been lifted. "Hold on," player 6 called out, halting Chen Shu's hand amidst his confusion. A sly smile crept across player 6's face, causing Chen Shu's heart to sink. "Brother Shu, while your hand is impressive, shouldn't you take a moment to consider mine before we proceed?" His words drew the attention of the crowd, who buzzed with anticipation. The atmosphere reached a fever pitch as player 6 revealed his hand. 3 fives, a 3 of a kind. Gasps filled the air as the tension peaked, confirming the unexpected twist. The spectators buzzed with excitement, relishing the dramatic turn of events. "I knew it wouldn't be that simple. There had to be something up his sleeve," they murmured. "It's rare to see a straight flush meet a 3 of a kind." Chen Shu felt as though the ground had been pulled from beneath him, his joy swiftly replaced by despair. As player 6 scooped up the pot, Chen Shu's eyes glistened with disbelief. That money had rightfully been his. Player 2 patted Chen Shu on the shoulder, saying, regardless of the outcome, "My friend, you owe me that tail." Chen Shu shook his head, dazed and defeated. Acknowledging the debt with a gesture, Li Qingfeng, savoring a citrus fruit, watched the unfolding tragedy with amusement. He had anticipated this outcome and felt no shock at the result. The expressions around him, however, entertained him greatly, as if he were watching a play unfold from a divine perspective. After counting his winnings, Player 6 beamed and began shuffling the cards, casually asking, "Brother Shu, shall I give you a chance to play again?" Chen Shu rose, stating, "I have no more money. You all continue." Player 6 shrugged, thinking, "I want to even ask for your lucky money back. Such ungratefulness." He then called out, "Brother Shu is leaving. Who else wants to play? Hurry, take your seats. If not, I'll deal 6 hands. Go ahead and deal," came the responses. No one wants to sit there. After losing so much, no one can bear it. Thus, Player 6 proceeded to deal 6 hands, inviting anyone interested to join. The crowd, steeped in superstition, hesitated, wary of the bad luck that seemed to linger in the air after Chen Shu's significant loss. Chapter 13. Entering the game as he observed others engaged in their card games. Li Qingfeng's mouth was never idle. Having just finished a tangerine, he reached for a handful of peanuts from the fruit platter. These peanuts appeared to be freshly roasted, still warm, and they were delightfully fragrant, truly a divine companion to alcoholic beverages. Tempting Li Qingfeng to indulge in a drink himself. Nearby, a middle-aged farmer watched Li Qingfeng consume fruit, pastries, peanuts, and sunflower seeds with unabashed enthusiasm. Curiosity piqued, he inquired, "Hey, young man, I don't believe I've seen you around here before. Whose family do you belong to?" Li Qingfeng glanced at him and replied, "Me? I'm not from this village. I came here with Chen Lin, Brother Lin, to join in the festivities and celebrate Old Master Chen's birthday." Upon hearing Chen Lin's name, the farmer nodded and remarked, "Ah, Lin. I believe he's busy in the kitchen. He is quite skilled at cards, a true master." Li Qingfeng shrugged, thinking to himself, talking about skills, if he were a cheat in our place, he'd have his hands chopped off. Noticing Li Qingfeng's silence, the farmer continued, "Young man, you've been standing there watching for quite some time. Aren't you tempted to join in for a few rounds?" Li Qingfeng gently shook his head and stated, "I prefer not to play. There's much to learn." "Learn for what purpose?" The farmer chuckled, jesting, "Learn to waste money, perhaps, at your age. Why not indulge in food, drink, and a bit of gambling? What else is there to save your money for?" Li Qingfeng patted his pockets and shrugged, indicating, "I haven't got any money to spare." "How modest of you. Why not, uncle, you take a turn. Teach them a lesson. Let them know that the old still have their tricks." The farmer waved his hands dismissively. "Ah, no can do. The missus keeps a tight leash at home. I've only got enough for a drink. Why not gamble a bit, turn that drink money into something more extravagant? Wouldn't that be splendid?" The two of them bantered on, continuing to watch the game of Jia Jianhua unfold. Just then, Chen Lin entered from outside, greeting Li Qingfeng as he approached, holding a crispy rice snack, the scent of garlic and scallions wafting from him. Leaning over to glimpse at the gambling table, Chen Lin munched away, the sound of crunching filling the AI art. Li Qingfeng inquired, "Brother Lin, have you finished up?" Chen Lin nodded, "Almost done. We should be ready for lunch soon. Here, care for some rice crackers?" Li Qingfeng graciously accepted them. Being from the kitchen, Chen Lin's rice crackers were stuffed with fresh pork, expertly cooked by the old chef. One bite was enough to tantalize the palate. "Did you hear? Brother Shu just lost over a dozen taels of silver. Wow, you folks are well informed. He just stepped out a moment ago." Chen Lin grinned. "When I came in, I spotted second sister-in-law scolding him in the courtyard, tugging at his ear. He was hanging his head, utterly silent." Li Qingfeng nodded, recounting, "I witnessed it. Brother Shu was dealt a tough hand against a pair of aces. He was in quite a predicament." Chen Lin chuckled but said little more, thinking that had he been in Chen Shu's position, he would have certainly made a valiant effort to turn the tide. Rubbing his hands, Chen Lin glanced towards the table. Feeling the itch to join in for a couple of rounds, however, knowing that lunch was imminent, he decided to partake after the meal, ready to make a grand comeback in the afternoon when time was plentiful. As anticipated, after merely observing a couple of rounds, a commotion arose outside. "Time to eat. Everyone gather round." The cook's calls prompted the onlookers at the gambling table to disperse and head outside. "Oh, finally! I'm starving." You old rascal played cards all morning. And now you're just realizing you're hungry. Ha! No harm done, I want a little today. How about we grab a couple of drinks to celebrate? Let us go, let us go. I recall he has some strong liquor in the cellar. Listening to their banter, Li Qingfeng followed Chen-Lin outside. Upon stepping out, he was greeted by a bustling crowd, even more vibrant than when he had arrived in the morning. Chen-Lin, sharp-eyed, scanned the scene and spotted Chen Shu sitting forlornly at a corner table. Lost in thought, he approached to offer some comfort. Sitting down, Chen-Lin patted Chen Shu's shoulder. Hey, Brother Shu, what's the matter? Planning to play again this afternoon? Chen Shu jumped in surprise, glancing around nervously. Shu, keep it down, or my sister-in-law will hear you and have my head. After losing so much, how can I even think of playing today? Not only do I wonder if I'll see tomorrow as sun after returning home, but I just endured a lengthy scolding from her. Tonight, I'm certain I want to have a good time. Maybe I'll have a couple of farewell drinks, at least that way, if I must face death when I go home. Perhaps it'll hurt a little less. I was too hasty. Had I played my cards earlier, I could have lost less. Sighing, Chen Shu lamented over his misplayed hand, feeling regret for his greed that led to a significant loss. It was the first time in his life he had lost so much. If his family hadn't had some savings, his wife would surely be chasing him with a knife. Li Qingfeng nearly burst out laughing. So you're regretting not having played your hand sooner, rather than lamenting the act of gambling itself? He found Chen Shu to be quite the character, someone who could surely hold a conversation with a seasoned gambler. As the diners settled in, a call rang out, and helpers began to set the table with dishes and drinks. Outside, Qin Buzhan and several youths who had gone bird hunting returned hastily. Wow, just in time for dinner. We made it. I told you we should come back early. If we had stayed longer, we'd be left with leftovers. They carried with them the spoils of their hunt, small birds, freshly laid eggs, and foraged wild onions and greens, a fruitful expedition indeed. Chen-Lin's eyes lit up upon seeing them. He stood and waved, calling out, Zhanhua, you're back, come, sit here. There's plenty of room, Qin Buzhan responded. Hey, we're here. Each time Chen-Lin returned from the county, he would bring small trinkets for the village children, fostering a friendly rapport with them. The youths, brimming with excitement, took their seats at Li Qingfeng's table. Zhanhua, what treasures did you bring back this time? As they settled in, the smiles on their faces were infectious as they animatedly recounted the various birds, deer, wild chickens, and hares they encountered on their outing, sharing amusing tales of their adventures. Though their clothes were somewhat soiled, their spirits were high. They relaxed at the table, each eager to share their stories, especially the child who excelled at using a slingshot. Proudly boasting about his catch, their exuberance stood in stark contrast to Chen Shu, who sat rigidly, a frown etched on his face. Joy was simple. A trip to the mountains for bird hunting or a venture to the river for fishing could evoke the purest, most heartfelt delight. Why seek thrills at the gambling table? Li Qingfeng mused that had he chosen to accompany Qin Buzhan and the others to the mountains instead of watching the card games, it would have been equally delightful. As the dishes were served, the young men began to feast, their appetites voracious after a day of running about in the mountains. Before long, one bowl of rice was consumed. Another bowl, please. I want more. Dining at the same table as them, Li Qingfeng found himself eating more quickly. Meanwhile, Chen Shu, in a dismal mood, downed his drinks, seeking solace in intoxication, hoping to drown out the worries of returning home. As the meal concluded, everyone was thoroughly satisfied. Qin Buzhan and his companions chuckled as they discussed their plans for the afternoon. After filling his belly, Chen-Lin ambled towards the main hall, a toothpick in his mouth, preparing to showcase his skills at the card table. Only Chen Shu, inebriated and dazed, staggered homeward. Everyone else looked forward to a bright future. With no time to spare for Chen Shu, Li Qingfeng followed Chen-Lin into the main hall. Initially, he found gambling to be rather dull, but with his newfound talent for discerning odds, it felt as though he had unlocked a cheat code, transforming his perspective on the game into something uniquely intriguing. The ability to foresee a player's fortunes, whether they would win or lose, was exhilarating. Standing to the side, he observed a confident player, only to witness the dismay that followed a loss, a sensation that was undeniably addictive. It was akin to watching a film, playing out a blend of comedy and tragedy. Each individual present was a master of their craft, their expressions and movements the most genuine portrayals of emotion. After the meal, Li Qingfeng stood behind Chen Lin, munching on sunflower seeds, watching him win. Today, Chen Lin was fortunate. In just 2 hours of play, he had amassed a considerable sum without even breaking 1,000. As a seasoned gambler, his mindset was markedly steadier than that of other players, unaffected by the emotional roller coaster of wins and losses. This was why the farmer had referred to him as a master. In any endeavor, maintaining a balanced mindset was paramount. You've won again. You've done quite well today. Haven to you, Lin. One of the players at seat 5 remarked, a hint of resignation in his voice, lamenting how he had lost the most during this midday session. The meat they had just consumed seemed to have lost its flavor, as if ants were crawling over him, utterly uncomfortable. Chen Lin smiled at the 5th seat player. Hee, just lucky today. Every hand seems to favor me. At this gaming table, there were 8 individuals. Having completed their morning tasks, many eager gamblers found themselves with ample leisure time in the afternoon, prompting the arrangement of 2 additional tables for a game of Jiajin Hua. Li Qingfeng was taken aback by their enthusiasm for gambling. Observing their adeptness in setting up the table, it was evident that gambling had long been a norm in this place. Sitting directly across from Chen Lin, player number 5 was feeling the sting of losses and contemplated rising from the table to take a breather, hoping to shift his luck. However, he hesitated to voice his thoughts, having only played for about an hour. With the afternoon still young, he feared that leaving now would invite comments about his cowardice in the face of defeat. Thus, he initiated a conversation, inquiring, Lin, who is that young fellow standing behind you? Watching intently, Chen Lin glanced back at Li Qingfeng before continuing to shuffle the cards, responding, that's my little brother. What is up, Haigo? Are you planning to introduce him to a young lady? Player 5 replied with a chuckle. He seems quite decent. A brief introduction wouldn't he hurt. Or better yet, why not let him play a couple of hands? He looks genuinely interested after watching for so long, having stood for quite a while. Player 5, Chen Dahai, felt a twinge of discomfort in his back and suggested, I need to stretch a bit. Perhaps he can take my place for a while. Player 3 shot a skeptical glance at Player 5. Questioning, Haigo, are you afraid of losing and trying to escape? Chen Dahai retorted, what nonsense. I'm simply being considerate of our guest. We wouldn't want others to think the people from Pumpkin Village lack manners by making our guest stand around. Chen Lin then turned to Li Qingfeng, asking, what do you think? You've been watching for a while. Would you like to give it a try? Li Qingfeng waved his hands dismissively, saying, no, Lin Gu, I really can't play this. I am content just watching and enjoying. Observing Li Qingfeng's naive expression, the others at the table encouraged him, oh, it's nothing to worry about. It's quite easy to learn. Yes, a little gambling can be fun. We all just here for some amusement. They say beginners often have good luck. Perhaps you'll win a substantial amount. One of the gamblers at the table chimed in. A novice at the table might just be an easy target to fleece. Li Qingfeng shook his head firmly. I truly can't do this. Besides, look, I don't have a single coin in my pocket. You all should invite someone else, he added. Lin Gu, you know my financial situation well enough. Today, Chen Lin was on a winning streak, having racked up quite a bit without any tricks, and his spirits were exceptionally high as he laughed heartily. What is the issue? If you want to play, just take a seat. It's all for fun. Here, take these 201. If you lose, it's on me. Li Qingfeng hesitated, asking, is that really okay? Chen Dahai, sensing an opportunity to stop losing, quickly interjected, come on. Don't be a spoil sport. Everyone's having a good time. Besides, you won't need to spend your own money, so what's the worry? You seem clever and well-built. You'll surely do fine. Well, I suppose I could give it a try, Li Qingfeng ventured. Chen Dahai eagerly responded, come, we've been waiting for you. Sit in my spot. I'll fetch you a cup of tea, he added with a grin. And if you have time, Haigu will introduce you to a lovely young lady. Li Qingfeng scratched his head and took a seat at Chen Dahai's place, feeling the lingering warmth of the chair. Confirming his guess that Chen Dahai was indeed a bit anxious after his losses. After sitting down, he smiled at players 4 and 6 beside him, feigning ignorance, and displayed a genuinely innocent smile. I've only watched from the sidelines. I've never played before, so please be kind to me. The players at the table, showing kindness to the novice, returned his smile, eagerly anticipating Li Qingfeng's eventual rise to the occasion. Here, take these 201. Let us see how it goes, Chen Lin said, counting the money and handing it to Li Qingfeng before instructing the others. Let's get started. Deal the cards. Thank you, Lin Gu. Li Qingfeng replied with a smile, his gaze calm as it settled on the table. After observing for a while, he gained a newfound understanding of gambling. Those who plunged in recklessly without any assurance were merely giving away their money. Those with a slight edge but unable to maintain control were the true gamblers. Chen Lin, with his ability to change cards and dictate the game, was the deceiver. In contrast, Li Qingfeng, who could perceive the probabilities and discern winners from losers, was the opportunist. With small stakes, he could either lose a little or win big, and as long as he didn't encounter any cheats, he could sweep the table clean. It was not merely about seizing opportunities. It was about how much Li Qingfeng wished to seize, entirely dependent on his mood. In this seemingly trivial game, there was a world of complexity. Within a single table, a multitude of characters could be found. In every game, there would inevitably be a hapless loser. If one could not identify the fool, then they were likely the fool themselves. Li Qingfeng was acutely aware of his position at the table. Aside from Chen Lin, a skilled player, the rest fell victim to the inherent consequences of being a gambling addict. Initially, Li Qingfeng had no intention of employing his gambler's instinct to play cards. After all, he had only just developed a mild interest in the game, intending to enjoy the spectacle rather than participate. However, since they insisted so fervently, he would not hold back any longer. Li Qingfeng rolled up his sleeves, perched on the edge of his seat, and cautiously picked up the freshly dealt cards. Mimicking the demeanor of a novice to perfection, a seasoned hunter often appears in the guise of prey. Chapter 14. Playing cards, unleashing talent. Glancing at his cards, Li Qingfeng shook his head and discarded them. The 100 win rate hovering above Chen Lin's head silently signaled him not to engage, suggesting he should wait for the next round. As expected, Chen Lin emerged victorious once again. His smile widened as he called for the next round and began to shuffle the cards. Li Qingfeng's remaining funds stood at 199 won. Chen Lin resumed dealing. Chen Dahai approached with a cup of tea, placing it before Li Qingfeng. Observing Chen Lin deal, he realized Chen Lin had won again. Chen Dahai reassured Li Qingfeng, saying, "Young man, don't be so tense. It's not that difficult. Just relax." Li Qingfeng nodded in understanding. Once Chen Lin finished dealing, fortune seemed to smile upon the newcomer, as all 7 players had a win rate of 0. Without a mirror, he could not ascertain his own win rate. Li Qingfeng lifted the cup of tea Chen Dahai had set down and, through the brown liquid, he could faintly discern his own win rate, 100. Although unclear, the distinction between 0 and 100 was glaring. One was a 3-digit number while the other was a single digit. Taking a sip of tea, Li Qingfeng expressed his gratitude. "Thanks, Haigo." Chen Dahai chuckled. "No need for pleasantries. Go ahead and wipe the floor with these fools." Player 8 chimed in. "Haigo, that is not very sportsmanlike. Losing is part of the game. Why insult me? Don't get it twisted. I am not singling you out. I'm referring to all of you as fools." Chen Dahai laughed, playfully bickering with player 8, much to the amusement of the onlookers, as a jovial atmosphere enveloped the table. Chen Lin occupied the first position at the table, serving as a reference point, while Chen Dahai was the 5th player in a clockwise arrangement, with Li Qingfeng taking over his position. Following Chen Lin's previous win, it was the second player's turn to act. The second player, after examining his cards, wagered 2-1. The third player, upon seeing this, folded. The fourth player glanced at his cards, shook his head, and also folded. It was now Li Qingfeng's turn. He did not even glance at his cards, leaving them untouched. Whatever Chen Lin had dealt him was how they would remain. It was said that newcomers often enjoyed good fortune. Having lost the previous round, he felt this one was surely his. "I'll place 2 when without looking," he declared. To place a bet without seeing the cards was known as dumb betting. With someone having made such a bet, those who had seen their cards were required to raise their wagers to double the amount. The 6th player, having seen his cards and feeling confident, raised the bet to 4-1, stating, "Good. The young man has guts. Only by daring to bet can one win. Don't be like Dahai. He is a coward." "What nonsense. What do you mean by that? I only have a slight backache today. Otherwise, I'd make you cry for your mother." Chen Dahai defended himself. As 2 players decided to continue betting, the 7th and 8th players also took a look at their cards, both feeling unsatisfied and folding. The turn returned to Chen Lin, who examined his cards and chose to fold as well. At this point, only the second player, Li Qingfeng, and the 6th player remained in the round. With Chen Lin, the perennial victor, folding, the second player gained confidence, declaring, "For one, I'll stay in." Li Qingfeng, embodying the role of a naive beginner, counted out 4-1, saying, I'll match that with 4-1. His actions left Chen Lin momentarily speechless. This younger brother truly had no prior experience. And he thought, how could one be so generous without a care? Is he throwing money around like sand? Chen Lin was puzzled by Li Qingfeng's carefree approach. The sixth player clapped his hands, exclaiming, "Excellent, brother. I like your style. I'll raise to 8-1. The second player frowned, peering at his cards once more. After a moment of hesitation, he pointed at the sixth player, stating, 8-1. I want to see your cards. The sixth player chuckled, finding the second player somewhat timid, believing his hand was weak. He passed his cards over, asking, aren't you going to stay in for 2 hands? In their village games, everyone knew each other well, leading to a more casual atmosphere. The second player examined the sixth player's cards and, shaking his head, chose to fold. The sixth player reclaimed his cards, confirming they hadn't changed, and turned to Li Qingfeng. Raising an eyebrow, brother, it looks like it's just the two of us. What shall we do? Li Qingfeng chuckled softly, big brother. Your hand must be decent. I want to keep betting blindly. I'll wager 4 to open you up. Li Qingfeng counted out 4 coins and tossed them onto the table. Number 6 remarked, brother, you're quite straightforward. I'll go against A. Number 6 revealed his cards, the ace of hearts, the ace of clubs, and the king of clubs. Oh dear, that's it then. Had I known, I wouldn't have kept quiet, Li Qingfeng lamented, a look of regret etched upon his face. The onlookers chimed in, well, that's it. This round is lost. Against A, that's quite significant. He shouldn't have kept quiet. Just look at the cards. If he had seen them, he could have strategized. It's hard to win by staying silent. The new player's impatience was understandable. I was once even more stubborn, waiting in vain for the opponent to reveal their cards. Hearing the crowd's comments, Li Qingfeng couldn't help but chuckle to himself. What a comparison. What is your status compared to mine? There's a difference, my friend. While others doubted Li Qingfeng, Chen Dahai furrowed his brow, also believing that Li Qingfeng wouldn't win, yet he still voiced his support. Let us not be too loud. I think going against AISNT that impressive. Brother Qingfeng might not necessarily lose. Number 6 let out a hearty laugh, saying, ha ha ha, Brother Hai is right. My hand ISNT that's strong. Don't lose heart. Perhaps you'll draw a flush. A flush consists of 3 cards of the same suit, all spades or all diamonds. As long as they share the same color, it qualifies as a flush. It can beat a straight, a pair, and single cards, but it cannot surpass a 3 of a kind or a straight flush, which are the top hands. What luck would that be? I can only hope for your good fortune. Li Qingfeng replied, seemingly resigned, casually flipping over his cards. The revealed cards were the 7 of spades, the 6 of clubs, and the 5 of diamonds, a straight, perfectly countering a pair. Upon seeing Li Qingfeng's cards, Number 6's smile froze in place. It was a grin that felt out of place, neither joyful nor sorrowful. Chen Dahai, initially troubled, beamed with delight upon witnessing Li Qingfeng's straight. He turned to the villagers beside him, exclaiming, ha ha ha, I told you so. A pair, small cards. Defeating him is like child's play. Li Qingfeng's victory seemed to bring him more joy than if Chen Dahai had won himself, as he raised his eyebrows in a showy manner, boasting to those around him, I told you this spot is a treasure of fortune. If it weren't for my backache, I would wipe the floor with them all. This newcomer truly has luck on his side. He has won effortlessly. When luck arrives, it cannot be thwarted. You don't understand. My brother's skill is what shines here. Li Qingfeng, displaying an appropriate expression of joy, repeatedly clasped his fists toward number 6, saying, oh dear, what luck, I won unexpectedly, all thanks to your kind words, brother. His words made number 6 feel as if he had swallowed a fly, unable to voice any discontent. As he spoke, Li Qingfeng began to gather the coins on the table. After counting, he found a total of 44 coins. After deducting his initial stake, he had 133 coins, bringing his total to 232 coins. Li Qingfeng wasn't well versed in the local price levels, but he had gleaned much knowledge from listening to their conversations while they played cards earlier that morning. A worker in the county earned merely 2 taels a month, which equates to 2,000 coins in copper. This was already a considerable income, much to the envy of the village farmers in the county. 5 coins could purchase a filling bowl of noodles. Yet this was criticized by the villagers as being excessively expensive. City folks really do spend lavishly. With 33 coins, one could sustain themselves in the county for 3 days if they ate 2 meals daily. all won from this single round of cards. The gamblers present were notoriously frugal in their daily lives, calculating every last coin meticulously. Yet at the gaming table, a single coin was insignificant. A bet would vanish in an instant, with not even a ripple to mark its passing. Tossing it into the water would at least produce a sound. In that moment, their usual penny-pinching habits disappeared entirely. They could scrimp and save, even going hungry, but once at the card table, it was as if an enchantment had befallen them. They would not cease until the sky darkened and their pockets were empty. Shuffle, shuffled, as Li Qingfeng took his time counting the coins. Number 6 hurriedly urged him, his tone growing impatient, eager to initiate the next round and recover his losses. All right then, Li Qingfeng picked up the cards, clumsily shuffling them. His movements clearly marked him as a novice, someone unaccustomed to handling cards. The techniques he employed were ones even seasoned players would struggle to replicate. After a moment, Li Qingfeng finished shuffling and handed the deck to number 4. Cut the cards. After number 4 cut the deck, Li Qingfeng dealt the cards around the table. When the last card was dealt to himself, the odds became glaringly evident. Number 4 had the strongest hand. A 100 chance of winning loomed over him, glaringly bright. The sight was almost blinding to Li Qingfeng. As an observer, one might remain indifferent to who won or lost. But being in the game, the perspective shifted entirely, and the feelings were utterly different. Knowing that the person beside him was certain to win while he had to gamble against them was an indescribable sensation. It felt akin to entering a game one was destined to lose, utterly demoralizing. Li Qingfeng shook his head. The player is lost in the game, while the observer sees clearly. Once involved, one becomes a prisoner of the game. Li Qingfeng gained a deeper understanding of the dynamics of card playing. At this moment, every action of number 4 exuded the aura of a victor, even when he merely scratched his neck. Number 6, having seen his cards, announced 2 coins. His expression had tightened, recovering from the previous round's loss, concealing the strength of his hand. After number 6 checked his cards, number 7 took a glance at his own. Another poor hand. I'll fold. Number 7 discarded his cards, while number 8 looked at his hand. I'll match with 2 coins. When it came to Chen Lin, he took a look and followed suit, matching with 2 coins as well. Number 2 and number 3 subsequently folded. Number 4, maintaining his composure, matched with 2 coins, believing his hand to be strong. When it was Li Qingfeng's turn, he said, I didn't TC my cards last round and played too recklessly. Although I won, it was too exhilarating for my taste. I think I'll take a look this time. Li Qingfeng carefully gathered his cards, shielding them with his hand as he leaned in to sneak a glance. Chen Dahai, peering over his shoulder, attempted to catch a glimpse of Li Qingfeng's cards. But his view was entirely obstructed. Li Qingfeng's cautious manner amused the onlookers, who began to tease him. Brother, there's no need to be so tense. Whatever cards you have, they are what they are. They won't change. Indeed, you're acting like a thief. If you had a strong hand, you'd scare everyone away, and how would you win then? Honestly, I think you might as well keep quiet. You re so lucky, it would be a shame not to. If I had your luck, I could bet 10 coins this round and, with just that luck, would sweep the floor. Li Qingfeng rolled his eyes. Give you this luck, and you'd end up betting your underpants. His hand was decent, the 10 of clubs, the 10 of diamonds, and the 5 of spades. With such a hand, if it weren't for the 100 victory rate over number 4, he would have definitely matched. However, after examining his cards, Li Qingfeng shook his head and discarded them. His previous actions were to prevent Chen Dahai and the other onlookers from catching sight of his hand. To fold without even playing a hand? That seemed implausible. Seeing Li Qingfeng discard his cards, number 6 declared 2 coins. I'll match. At this point, only number 6, number 8, Chen Lin, and number 4 remained at the table. Number 8 hesitated for a moment, then wagered 2 coins, glancing at number 6's hand, but finding it inferior, he shook his head and folded. Chen Lin checked his cards, shook his head, and said, Oh dear, my hand isn't good. I'll pass. With that, Chen Lin folded, leaving only number 4 and number 6 in contention. Number 4 felt displeased. How rare it was to have a good hand, and yet it was swiftly down to the final showdown. However, he dared not show his discontent lest he scare number 6 away. I'll bet 4 coins. No call. Number 6 eyed number 4 suspiciously, thinking, could it be such bad luck to have a good hand only to lose again? No, I must maintain my composure. He is trying to bluff me. I'll match with 4 coins, number 6 replied. Number 4's eyes lit up as he said, 10 coins, no call. Number 4 felt that continuing to fish for more would yield little from number 6. Number 6's wary gaze was caught by number 4. The prey had become alert. It was time to raise the stakes. Even if the next round saw number 6 going all in, it had to start at 10 coins. Seeing number 4 raise the bet, number 6 felt he was being intimidated. After all, in this game, the emphasis is on the thrill of the gamble. Amidst the murmuring of the onlookers, discussions erupted about whose hand would triumph. Some supported number 6, while others backed number 4. However, overall, there were more supporters for number 6, having just lost the previous round. Surely this time he would win. I think so too. How can one be so unlucky to lose twice in a row? Not necessarily. I've seen someone lose 18 times in a row. That was years ago. Why bring it up now? With his mind racing and heart pounding, fueled by the adrenaline and the words of the onlookers, number 6, caught up in the moment, matched the bet, 10 coins. I'll also not fold. Number 4 hastily spoke up. Then I'll raise it to 21, not just 10-1. Number 6 can still hesitate for a moment before calling. But at 21, there's no more discussion. It's time to reveal the cards. Point 21. Go ahead and show yours. Number 6 turned over his cards, the Queen of Clubs, the 10 of Clubs, and the 7 of Clubs. A flush, very impressive. Now, this should be interesting, right? It's hard to say. Being able to raise to 21 must mean he has something decent. Chapter 15. It's my turn again. Number 6 paid no heed to the murmurs from the onlookers. His gaze fixed intently on number 4. Number 4 chuckled and said, lucky this time. A straight flush. He revealed his cards. The 7 of spades, the 8 of spades, and the 9 of spades. The 7-8-9 straight flush was superior to number 6 flush. The 3 spades pierced number 6's heart like sharpened swords, stirring his emotions. Rubbing his hair, number 6 lamented, oh dear, what bad luck, truly unfortunate. Wow, such high cards. Someone chimed in. He must be secretly pleased. This morning, Chun Shu lost over a dozen tails. And he only has a handful of money. Oh, is that so? I hadn't heard anyone mention it. You came late this morning. I watched that round with Brother Shu. His flush ran into a full house and was utterly crushed. Another added with a chuckle. He got an earful from his wife for quite some time. Lost quite a bit of hair over it. He probably went home after lunch. He has more to endure tonight. I must eavesdrop later. Lai Qingfeng played a couple of rounds and gained new insights into the game. It was entirely different from merely spectating, as the stakes brought about intense emotional fluctuations. Winning filled him with elation, making his moves against number 6 appear effortlessly cool, almost like a gambling deity. Yet, witnessing number 4's absolute victory rate left him feeling somewhat disheartened. Lai Qingfeng was affected by such dynamics. And the other gamblers were no different. The thrill of uncertainty before the cards were revealed, simultaneously tense and curious, ensnared them. A mere deck of cards held boundless enchantment. Perhaps it was not the cards themselves but the allure of money that was at play. If they were just playing for fun without any stakes, revealing the cards to determine the winner would not entice even 3 players to gather around. With the base stake set, the next round commenced. This time, Chen Lin had a 100 win rate and, as expected, triumphed. Chen Lin possessed remarkable psychological resilience. As an experienced gambler, he remained unfazed by number 3's high bets and bravado. He confidently seized the round. Winning with a modest pair against ATEN. Subsequent rounds, others began to win. With 8 players at the table, even when it was Li Qingfeng's turn, he faced only an eighth of the odds. This was still under the condition that he could see the winning probabilities. For the others at the table, each round was a mystery, with every game presenting a brand new challenge. As Li Qingfeng watched his bankroll dwindle to 221 he paradoxically found a sense of equilibrium amid the fluctuations. Even during rounds where his odds were 0, he no longer felt the same frustration as at the beginning. Instead, he experienced a certain ease. Akin to a fish in water, even when lacking favorable odds, he would still cautiously bet a few when without overcommitting. Chun Dahai observed Chen Lin collecting the money on the table and remarked, "Lin, you've won again. Your luck is truly remarkable." Chen Lin smiled in response, "Luck. It's all about luck. I believe that spot has good feng shui. I won quite a bit sitting there last year too. Come now, it's clearly your skill at play. Your mindset is commendable. Small hands don't get flustered, and big hands don't boast. Unlike others, whose big wins are written all over their faces." As if afraid no one would notice, Chen Lin efficiently shuffled the cards and said, "Let us not dwell on that. Let us deal and get on with the next round." As the cards were dealt swiftly, Li Qingfeng scanned the table with a hidden delight. Here it comes. In this round, all 7 others have a 0 win rate. After waiting for several rounds, it was finally his turn again. Maintaining a composed demeanor, he picked up his cards. Sitting upright, he covered his hand, peeking through a sliver of light to catch a glimpse. In truth, even he was unsure of what cards he held. After these rounds, he realized he didn't need to make such exaggerated movements at the start. He could simply gauge the probabilities displayed above the other players' heads. Regardless, the external display indicated that his hand was the strongest. There was no need for him to see it for real. Whether his cards were strong or weak mattered little to him. He feared no one's bluffs and felt no compulsion to bluff others. If he lost, it was merely a matter of 1-1 or a few went on a call. He would win it back in a single round. Winning came with a steady hand. Ultimately, what mattered was the overall profit. Extravagance was unwelcome. Behind him, Chen Dehai also wanted to glimpse his hand, but Li Qingfeng's hand shielded it perfectly from view. After examining his cards, Li Qingfeng laid them on the table, leaving Chen Dehai somewhat vexed. He had yearned to see them but had never caught a glimpse. This fellow was rather stingy, and he even served him water. Chen Lin dealt the cards, and it was number 2's turn to bet. I've lost 10 rounds in a row. It's about time for me to win. He placed 5 when down, hoping to recover a bit. Number 2, having lost consecutively, felt anxious, tugging at his scalp in distress. He believed that after such a streak of losses, his chances of winning would surely increase. I'm going all in. However, each hand was a fresh start, an independent 1/8 chance. The number of rounds lost had no bearing on the current hand. Each new round offered the same 1/8 probability, unaffected by previous outcomes. Number 2's impatience did not sway the other players, seasoned gamblers who recognized his emotional state and had experienced similar feelings. Although his agitation was palpable, the 5 when he placed on the table was certainly relevant to the others. Tio's stay in the game. A 10-win bet was required after seeing the cards. Number 3 looked at his cards, feeling conflicted. His hand was neither too big nor too small. A pair of 9s with a single king. If it were just 1 or 2-1, he would call without hesitation. But at 10-1, he furrowed his brow. After deliberating, he felt it would be too wasteful to fold his 9s. 10-1, I'll call. Number 4 shook his head and discarded his cards, saying, I'm out. You all carry on. When it was Li Qingfeng's turn to bet, he feigned hesitation, mimicking number 3's expression and said, I'll call with 10-1 as well. The others at the table observed Li Qingfeng's demeanor, speculating that his cards were weak. After all, number 3 might be bluffing, but Li Qingfeng was clearly a novice, young and unable to hide his intentions. With such a naive player around, the atmosphere grew quite amusing. Number 6 shook his head, reluctantly folding. If only he had drawn a strong hand this round, it would have been splendid. Already, before the first round had concluded, there were 33-1 on the table, a promising game. Number 6 folded, while number 7 unhesitatingly called, I'll raise it to 20-W and Li Qingfeng shot him a suspicious glance. Trying to bluff me? The surrounding players turned their attention to number 7, all speculating that he must have a strong hand. This round was shaping up to be intriguing. With such a sudden increase in the bet, if it were him, he would certainly fold unless holding a strong hand. Bluffing, are you? You think you can raise the stakes with just a single king? If it weren't for your wife keeping a tight leash on you, you'd have lost everything by now. At that moment, a group of young boys carrying buckets and shovels entered the room looking for fishing rods. Wow, there's so much money on the table. If I could just take a little for candy. Get out of here, you little rascals. Go catch some fish or birds outside. What's the harm in just taking a look? Not even that. Scram before I give you a beating. The children were shooed away by the onlookers, while the players at the table remained intensely focused, their attention unbroken by any external distractions. Number 8, studying his cards and observing number 7's confident demeanor, hesitated for a moment before shaking his head and folding. As the round progressed, it was Chen Lin's turn. He glanced around and chuckled. Everyone's betting big. I think I'll sit this one out. With Chen Lin folding, the round concluded, leaving number 2, number 3, Li Qingfeng, and number 7 remaining in the game. Tio the onlookers. Number 2 appeared somewhat intoxicated by the game. He gritted his teeth and declared, Fortune favors the bold. the timid starve. I'm going all in. Number 2 counted out 10-1 and placed it on the table. In the face of number 7's confidence, he chose to stay in without looking at his cards. He had a strong feeling that he'd drawn something remarkable. Perhaps it was just a hunch, but he chose to trust it. He could continue without peeking at his cards, but he must absolutely not look. Once he revealed his hand, his luck would dissipate. Until the cards were opened, his hand was a strong one. After losing so many rounds, surely it was his turn to win. After the second player placed his bet, it was time for the third. Affectionately nicknamed Hesitant Brother. This time, he showed no hesitation, directly counting out 20 coins and tossing them onto the table, addressing the 7th player. I'll reveal your hand. The third player, holding a pair of 9s, felt that continuing would be a path to certain doom. It was better to simply find someone to reveal and minimize his losses. On the table, the second player remained silent with his hand. While Li Qingfeng hesitated, the 7th player seemed to have a good hand. If he revealed it, he would undoubtedly choose to confront the strongest opponent. The 7th player said to the second, "Bring your cards over." The second player passed his cards, and after a quick glance, the 7th discarded them into the pile, stating, "Too weak." The second player wore an expression of resignation, feeling relieved that he no longer needed to ponder whether to continue in the next round. Without showing his own cards, the 7th turned his gaze to Li Qingfeng, saying, "Brother, it's your turn to speak." Li Qingfeng smiled and replied, "I'll call 20 with that." He placed the money he had already counted onto the table. The 7th, unperturbed, added, "Then I'll raise the stakes to 30. With the conclusion of the second round, there was already 133 coins on the table. The second player, holding steadfast to the belief that as long as he did not reveal his cards, he could act like he had a strong hand, counted out 20 coins and declared, "I'll call 20. Naturally, Li Qingfeng followed suit, placing 40 coins on the table. "I'll raise it a hand." At that moment, after 3 rounds, Li Qingfeng's initial 220 had dwindled to a mere 150 coins, with no clear idea of how many more rounds lay ahead. Were it not for the assistance of a certain hack, which allowed him to see the odds, he would have long since folded. Without such a tool, he would never have dared to participate in the game. The thrill of uncertainty was intoxicating. The opponent's hands were shrouded in mystery, and this mystery bred fear. It felt akin to dancing upon a fragile ice surface. One misstep could lead to drowning. The risk of plummeting into an abyss loomed ever present, a fate from which one might never escape. Watching a quarter of his capital slip away, Li Qingfeng mused that, at that moment, even the urge for intimacy paled in comparison. Curiosity, the desire for exploration, tension, and excitement coursed through him. The clinking of coins against one another created a cacophony that sent adrenaline surging through everyone present. The 7th player cast a knowing glance at Li Qingfeng and remarked, "Young man, you've got guts. Since I've raised the stakes in the last 2 hands, I'll add 10 this time and place 50. With the conclusion of the third round, the total on the table had risen to 243 coins. It was now the second player's turn to act. Breathing heavily, he realized that as the one who had been silent, he only needed to bet 25 coins. Yet, he felt that if he did not raise the stakes, it would be a sign of cowardice. As a practitioner of metaphysical arts, this moment was a buildup of energy. His luck was brewing. Falter would scatter his momentum, halting the flow of fortune. The big hand that was meant to come would dissipate in kind. Thus, he resolved not to back down. "I'll call 30, no reveal." As the atmosphere intensified, the previously chattering onlookers fell into a conspiratorial silence, their attention fixed on the unfolding silent war that was gradually igniting. The fierce battle was poised to erupt. It seemed the situation reminiscent of the morning with Chen Shu was about to repeat itself. The spectators had gathered precisely for such a grand spectacle. Just then, the brakes were applied by none other than Li Qingfeng, the next to speak. In the realm of warfare, it was economics that dictated the outcome. However, Li Qingfeng's financial situation was precarious. With only 150 coins remaining, and seeing the second and 7th players continuously raising the stakes, he decided against continuing. He had no desire to borrow from Chen Lin, having only known him for a day. While Chen Lin had won money and was in a generous mood, offering 200 coins to indulge in a game was a different matter entirely. Others might lend, but asking to borrow was another story. It was best to know when to quit while ahead. He resolved to first accumulate more capital. Thus, Li Qingfeng counted out 60 coins and addressed the second player. "I don't have much left. Can't he continue, brother? I'll reveal your hand. As the second player had been silent, his bet would be halved. Li Qingfeng aimed to maximize his benefit by revealing the second player's hand first, allowing him to potentially counter the 7th's 60 coins later. The second player, caught off guard by Li Qingfeng's words, was momentarily bewildered, thinking to himself, "What's this, brother? I just got started. My energy hasn't even built up yet. Everyone is in high spirits, and you're pulling out already? Have you ever kicked a habit? This is quite the restraint. It's said that young people are brash, but this is overly cautious, isn't it?" Bound by the rules, the second player had no choice. Since Li Qingfeng had chosen to reveal his hand, he could only look at his cards. As he cautiously lifted his cards, a sense of foreboding washed over him. His momentum had been interrupted by Li Qingfeng, and his hand was likely to be poor. Sure enough, upon revealing his cards, a scattered hand of clubs 8, diamonds 5, and spades 2, the second player's face turned red with embarrassment, and he hastily discarded them into the pile, clearing his throat to mask his discomfort. Ahem. No need to compare. I've lost. I'll go get a drink. I'll be back in a moment. You all carry on without me. Chapter 16. The conclusion of the game. The second player, feeling dejected, rose and walked outside, muttering to himself, "This kid is definitely a master. He must have sensed my build-up and interrupted me, fearing I'd wipe him out completely." With the second player gone to fetch water, only Li Qingfeng and the seventh player remained. The seventh regarded the meager amount of coins on Li Qingfeng's side of the table and said, "It's just the two of us now. I won't raise any more. 60 coins, no reveal." Li Qingfeng smiled as he counted out 60 coins and tossed them onto the table, saying, "I don't have much left. If I go any further, it won't suffice. I'll reveal your hand, brother." The seventh player, catching on, laughed. "Haha, straightforward. Let us reveal." Li Qingfeng flipped his cards, though he was uncertain of their value. "Smack, brother. Check if this hand can win it." That moment, Li Qingfeng looked gravely at the seventh, his blood surging, breaths heavy, and heart racing. The tales of Chen Lin's cheating had taught him that a gambler's talent could be useful, but it was not guaranteed. Seeing the seventh player gaze at his cards, a wry smile crossed Li Qingfeng's face, allowing him to breathe easier. The seventh shook his head, a hint of reluctance in his voice. "Alas, I've had good luck this hand, but it's not enough to beat you. You're a formidable newcomer. Your hand is just slightly stronger than mine." Li Qingfeng's hand consisted of spades A, spades K, and spades 10. The seventh player reluctantly displayed his own cards. Hearts A, hearts J, and hearts 6. The difference between the two hands was minimal, yet it was sufficient for Li Qingfeng to triumph over the seventh player. With a sigh of relief, Li Qingfeng acknowledged that while the seventh had not cheated, he was confident in his higher odds. The seventh's glaring 0 loomed above him. However, as the seventh revealed his cards, Li Qingfeng felt a twinge of anxiety. With only 30 coins remaining on the table, he had placed a substantial bet. If he lost this round, it would be a significant blow. The mindset of an active participant differed vastly from that of an observer. Even with the aid of a hack, Li Qingfeng's heart raced, fearing unforeseen outcomes. Fortunately, the hack remained steady, and the seventh had not displayed any cheating skills. Initially, Li Qingfeng had observed Chen Lin for a considerable time without noticing any signs of cheating. He confirmed that, aside from Chen Lin, all others at the table were mere muggles. Oh dear, a stroke of luck! Li Qingfeng clasped his hands together and began to gather the coins on the table. 453 copper coins piled before him, their weight palpable as he scooped them up. How many of these coins represented the savings of those at the table, painstakingly accumulated over time? All that labor had culminated in Li Qingfeng's pocket. What a bitter irony! With the cards he had played and the 30 coins still remaining, Li Qingfeng's total capital had now reached 483 coins. Even after returning 200 coins to Chen Lin, he stood to profit 283 coins. Had it not been for the several hundred coins in his capital, he would never have chosen to reveal. There was still much to extract from the second and seventh players. Li Qingfeng gazed at the coins, a smile creeping onto his face. Next time, with sufficient capital, he could place larger bets. As he gathered the copper coins, Li Qingfeng began to understand the mindset of the gamblers he had encountered in his former gang. Money came too swiftly. One could sit down, play a few rounds, and shield themselves from the elements. The earnings achieved in moments could equal the hard-earned wages of others over several days. with such a quick route available. Who would still have the inclination to work? The impact of gambling on one's financial perspective was immense. Distorted values led individuals to forget that avoiding shortcuts was, in fact, the quickest path to success. More tragically, gamblers would remember their wins and the thrill of victory while subconsciously neglecting the amounts they lost. They had no time to contemplate the ephemeral nature of life's philosophies. As the murmurs of the crowd surrounded him, Li Qingfeng shuffled the cards, readying himself for the next match. The thrilling game and the clinking of coins had stirred excitement among the spectators. Amidst their fervent discussions, envy and admiration spilled forth unabashedly. My goodness! Had this young man revealed his hand ahead of time, he could have raked in hundreds. Such a splendid hand. Yet it was revealed prematurely. What a pity. The funds are insufficient, and there is little to be done. Moreover, the opponents exude confidence. Who knows what formidable cards await them? This sentiment rings true. With a good hand, one must surely gamble boldly. Yet here I am, hesitant to place a substantial bet, playing with mere trifles. Chen Dahai, casting a slightly envious glance at Li Qingfeng's coins, remarked, I told you this position has good feng shui. Just look. It proves itself. While he can accept Li Qingfeng's wins, feeling somewhat supportive, it also suggests that his own position is lacking. However, when Li Qingfeng accumulates such wealth, Chen Dahai feels a pang of imbalance within. As if it reflects his own inadequacies. Ha ha ha, brother Hai, you must be at a loss then. You should have seized this opportunity for a good hand. Chen Dahai replied, there's nothing to be done. My back aches at the worst possible time. I missed the chance to turn the tide. What a shame. Pa, others have good fortune. What does that have to do with you, you unfortunate soul? Always painting yourself in gold. Indeed, I see that if Dahai sits here any longer, he might as well lose his trousers. The onlookers mocked Chen Dahai, the clear loser of the game, as his earlier performance was evident to all. Anyone daring to speak out would surely be ridiculed. Keeping him in check, amidst the incessant chatter, the cards were dealt, and a new round commenced. The sun gradually descended, and the afternoon swiftly passed in the heat of the game. In each round, Li Qingfeng's principal began at 483 won and swiftly increased, 500, 800, 1,000, 1,500, 2,000. When his capital reached 2371, the window was ablaze with the glow of sunset. Outside, the calls of the chef echoed, the tables are set. Come and feast, let the dishes and wine flow. It was mealtime in just a single afternoon. Li Qingfeng had earned what one might make in a month working in the county. This was still considering that he was in the territory of Pumpkin Village, where he had to maintain a low profile and intentionally limited his victories. The villagers were all relatives, and as an outsider, it would not be wise to win excessively. Yet, even so, his innate talent for gambling propelled Li Qingfeng's funds to soar. Hearing the calls, the sound of tables being set became evident. Number 4 declared, let's tidy up and eat. Night is approaching, we shall play again tomorrow. His words garnered unanimous agreement, and many spectators began to head outside. In the end, only number 8 and Chen Lin remained in the game. The others had already begun to collect their winnings and tally the accounts. Number 8 said, since it's mealtime, let us wrap this up quickly and not waste everyone's time. Lin, 5-1. Reveal your cards. I have a sequence of 7, 8, and 9. Number 8 tossed 5 went onto the table, unveiling his colorful sequence cards. Chen Lin shook his head with a smile. If it's a sequence, I concede. I hold 2 kings. To win the final hand brought immense joy to number 8, his elation evident on his face. Chen Lin naturally placed his cards into the pile, gathered his winnings, and turned to Li Qingfeng, saying, Qingfeng, let us go have a drink outside. Observing the 100 win rate above Chen Lin's head, Li Qingfeng speculated that perhaps he had indeed secured 3 kings this round. Picking up the 2 taels of silver he had exchanged with Chen Lin earlier, Li Qingfeng stood up. Let us go. Let us eat. To be honest, I'm a bit hungry. Chen Dahai followed suit, chattering incessantly like a talkative child. Li Qingfeng's calm demeanor during the game impressed Chen Dahai, who felt he had learned much from him. Today, while Li Qingfeng was not the top winner, he had still won a considerable sum. Eager to improve himself, Chen Dahai sought to glean knowledge from Li Qingfeng, refusing to dismiss his victories as mere luck due to his newcomer status. Luck is commonplace, if one can harness it. That is true skill. At the gambling table, the victor reigns supreme, and today, Li Qingfeng was the champion, prompting Chen Dahai to learn from him. Particularly, throughout the afternoon, Chen Dahai stood behind, his eyes nearly weary from watching. Yet he never once caught a glimpse of Li Qingfeng's tightly guarded hand. This alone deepened his admiration for him. Not to mention, such caution was deserving of the winnings he had earned today. If not this time, perhaps next time would yield success. If Li Qingfeng, walking outside, were to know Chen Dahai's thoughts, he would surely laugh aloud. Brother, there's no trick. Don't ponder too hard. You're not cut out for this. Hearing Chen Dahai praise Li Qingfeng, Chen Lin chimed in, Qingfeng, your luck today is truly remarkable. You've won even more than I have. Well done, today. Chen Lin was in high spirits, his light-hearted words reflecting his joy. He had won a substantial amount, nearly 1,000 when altogether. To him, a tael of silver was not much, as he had won far greater stakes in the past. His happiness stemmed from the fact that this 1,001 was earned through his own luck and gambling experience, without resorting to any tricks, thus providing him with a sense of accomplishment. With good fortune, his spirits were notably elevated. Li Qingfeng stretched his wrist, cracking his neck with a satisfying sound. Ha ha ha, this is my first time gambling. And I must say, it's quite enjoyable. Glancing at Li Qingfeng, who seemed a bit reluctant to leave, Chen Lin advised, this should be taken as entertainment, a way to pass the time, which is perfectly fine. But one must never become addicted. If you lose track of day and night, only thinking of gambling, it can lead to ruin. It's essential to find a stable job and lead a steady life. That is the right path. Having witnessed many fall into ruin over the years due to gambling, Chen Lin now only indulged in small stakes with acquaintances. Rest assured, I understand, Li Qingfeng thought to himself. Only with a trick can one play. Without it, who would gamble? He felt he was seizing opportunities rather than gambling. Li Qingfeng relished the act of seizing, initially worried about losing with a small capital. Yet, his innate gambling talent had not failed him. As his capital grew, he became increasingly composed. With more funds at his disposal, he even found himself capable of manipulating the emotions of the gamblers. If he wished to see them smile, he would fold. Watching their anxiety transform into joy, if he wanted to evoke sadness, he would reveal his cards, witnessing their frowns. The power of controlling another's emotions brought a thrill far more engaging than the game itself. At the table, the myriad expressions of humanity were vividly displayed. Each player was a master of performance. Some were utterly serious, fearful of revealing any change in their expressions, while others feigned hesitance to bait larger bets. Putting on a convincing act, the game was a stage, and when cards were revealed, the most genuine emotions, joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness, were laid bare. With his innate gambling talent, Li Qingfeng stood above, like a ghost, observing the players at the table and relishing their heartfelt performances. The audience erupted in applause for their splendid display, akin to watching a theatrical performance. This delicate emotional experience was entirely foreign to those merely observing. Only by participating could one grasp the intricate twists and turns of the game. In the courtyard, Li Qingfeng and the others found a table to sit at. The young fisherman returned punctually. Ha ha ha, look, I caught a 2-pound fish, Chen Bujan exclaimed, running in with a water bucket, followed by several youths carrying buckets and fishing rods. The heavy buckets suggested a bountiful catch. The friendly elder smiled warmly at Chen Bujan. Ah, Jeanhua, you're back, Grandpa. I caught such a big fish. I'll make you a pot of fish soup to celebrate your longevity. Good, good, good. Grandpa will surely live many more years. I want to see you start a family and establish yourself. Oh, Grandpa, I'm still young. I don't want to marry just yet. Chen Bujan felt a bit embarrassed upon hearing this. The villagers sitting nearby teased him. Ha ha ha, Bujan, do you want Uncle Miao to introduce you to a bride? You could be a father by next year. Chen Bujan glanced over and replied, Uncle Miao, I don't want to end up like you. If Sister Miao gives you a glare, you can't even breathe, little rascal. Ha ha ha. Chen Bujan's retort sparked a wave of laughter, with the target of the mockery being Uncle Miao. Uncle Miao inquired, what kind of girl do you want then? Chen Bujan pondered seriously for a moment before responding, I need a gentle, virtuous, and beautiful girl, ideally one like the heroines from storybooks. His unrealistic wish prompted more laughter. Li Qingfeng, too, was amused by Chen Bujan's fanciful aspirations. Thinking the child was still young and lacked the harsh lessons of life, a few months of hard work would surely make him more sensible. Chen Bujan's grandfather stroked his beard, smiling as he looked at Chen Bujan. Good, good, Jeanhua will surely find a wonderful wife. Then, turning his gaze to the villagers who had mostly settled down, he began, Today is my 70th birthday banquet. I thank everyone for coming. Since we are all fellow villagers and friends, I shan't indulge in pleasantries. Let us eat, drink, and enjoy ourselves. With that simple declaration, the feast commenced. Li Qingfeng, along with Chen Lin, Qin Dahai, and several others at his table, indulged in drink and idle chatter. They observed the evening sky as the vibrant red of the sunset gradually yielded to the encroaching darkness. Chapter 17. The other players in the village with food and drink at hand. The act of eating became a mere formality. Life is seldom as one desires. Even amidst feasting and revelry, one may find themselves intoxicated. Sipping on the smooth rice wine, the warmth of inebriation began to envelop him. It was a revelation to Li Qingfeng that one could become intoxicated within the confines of a game. Once drunk, he cared little for his surroundings and succumbed to sleep, embodying a sentiment of indifference towards life and death alike. Awakening to a new day, Li Qingfeng rose from his bed, the scent of alcohol lingering around him. His head slightly foggy, glancing around, he recognized the familiar arrangement of the room. Indeed, he was in Chen Lin's temporary abode. Perhaps he had been escorted back after a night of excess at Chen Bumming's place by those who had remained sober. Standing up, he peered out the window to find the dawn had arrived. In that moment, Nangu village was shrouded in a soft mist, the entire world enveloped in a veil of moisture. A gentle breeze caressed his face, bringing with it a chill that hinted at the morning's coolness. Although visibility was limited, the nearby scenery remained vivid. His gaze fell upon the fields where hedgehogs were captured. The melons appeared to be frosted, ripe yet unharvested, leaving one to wonder how long they would remain in such a state. A figure trudged along the rural path, a hoe slung over their shoulder. Leading a cow, presumably heading to work in the fields, the abundant greenery surrounding him uplifted his spirits. The environment was truly splendid. Contemplating the melon patch, Li Qingfeng mused that it would be rather fitting to pilfer a couple of melons under the cover of night. He surmised that Qin Shu would likely have no objections, considering he had previously helped safeguard a portion of his land. Lost in thought by the window, allowing the cool breeze to sober him up, Li Qingfeng stood there until he heard footsteps approaching from behind. "Hey, Qingfeng, you're awake," Chen Lin announced as he approached Li Qingfeng. "Morning, Lin Gu. Just in time. Let us prepare breakfast. I brought back some leftovers yesterday that can be reheated." "Sounds good. Go wash up first." Li Qingfeng proceeded to freshen up and changed into a clean outfit. He also took a moment to check on the little hedgehog in the cage. It was sound asleep, blissfully unaware of its status as loot. The water and food beside it had noticeably diminished, indicating it had eaten. It seemed this creature possessed a nature of contentment, perhaps resigned to its fate with the simple philosophy of indulging oneself before inevitable demise. "You seem to be enjoying your slumber," Li Qingfeng remarked, shaking the cage gently to rouse the hedgehog from its dreams. "Rise and shine," the hedgehog exclaimed, startled awake and vocally expressing its displeasure towards Li Qingfeng. Hurling sharp insults in return. "Hey, little one, no need for such attitude. You're a captive, after all." After replenishing its water, Li Qingfeng chose to ignore its grumbles, opting to provide just enough food to keep it from starving. After all, there was little enough to go around. Having finished with the hedgehog, the two men sat at the dining table to eat. Chen Lin turned to Li Qingfeng and said, "I have to head out soon to prepare the goods for the merchant caravan. You can wander around today. We'll set off for the county bright and early tomorrow." After winning a substantial amount the previous day, many villagers now recognized Li Qingfeng, the fortunate card player. The arrival of outsiders in the village was indeed a rarity. Gatherings over meals served as a hub for exchanging information. News of visitors spread quickly throughout the community. "All right, I'll take a stroll later." Li Qingfeng replied, "By the way, are there any places in the village to learn martial arts? I'd like to give it a try, perhaps learn a few techniques. Even if I can't become a master like Bu Ming, it would be nice to have some means of self-defense." Li Qingfeng aimed to find a beginner's martial art to learn, recalling his past experiences in free fighting and various well-known martial arts such as Bajikwan and Taijikwan. He had dabbled in both offensive and defensive techniques. Yet, it was clear that such traditional martial arts would not elevate one's vitality from the range of 5 to 10 to a staggering 300. Free fighting would not cultivate internal power, nor would it enable one to soar through the skies. This was a comparison between the mundane and the extraordinary. There must be other factors at play. Internal cultivation methods, secret manuals, and the like. Judging by Chen Bumming's vitality, which surpassed his own by more than 60-fold, It was evident that there existed some exceptional means. While vitality might not serve as the sole indicator of one's combat prowess, considering strength, speed, endurance, resistance, skill, equipment, and techniques were also crucial dimensions to contemplate. However, vitality could provide Li Qingfeng with a reference point, allowing him to assess the abilities of others. In many instances, these factors were interdependent. Those with high vitality likely excelled in other areas as well. A power-based champion, tall and robust, would naturally possess greater agility and punching speed than the average individual. The notion of a clumsy giant was unfounded. Strength and finesse would develop concurrently. After a moment's reflection, Chen Lin shook his head, responding, "There's south no place to learn martial arts in the village. We only have Bu Ming as a martial artist, and he is far too busy to teach you. It's best not to disturb him. Well then, perhaps we can check out the martial arts school in the county tomorrow. One day one tea make a difference," Li Qingfeng replied, nodding in agreement. Chen Lin understood that for the displaced, security was often elusive, and he empathized with Li Qingfeng's desire to learn martial arts. However, after some contemplation, he added, "To be honest, practicing martial arts is quite grueling. Persisting doesn't guarantee results. Many end up injured instead. It requires a considerable amount of talent. With that time, you might as well play a few hands of cards. I'll just give it a try. If it doesn't work out, I won't force it. I'll act within my limits." As adults, they understood their own capabilities, and Chen Lin refrained from further persuasion. They focused on their meal, discussing the events from the previous day's gambling table. Before long, having finished their meal, Chen Lin stepped out to inspect the goods. Li Qingfeng tidied up the tableware and ventured outside, eager to explore the village. The sun had risen, and the morning chill had dissipated under its warm light. The sky was a brilliant blue, and a cool breeze swept through, reminiscent of a refreshing summer day. Taking a deep breath of the fresh air invigorated him. Walking along the cobblestone path of the village, he surveyed his surroundings, hoping to discover something interesting. After wandering for a while, he noticed a few children carrying their makeshift tools, heading towards the back mountain. Li Qingfeng had outgrown the age of playing with children and could not relate to their joy. He chose not to approach them, instead watching them depart. At that moment, an 18-year-old youth, yawning with disheveled hair casually tied with straw, emerged from a courtyard, a hoe slung over his shoulder. A middle-aged voice called out from within, "Duzi, go check the fields. If everything is fine, come back early, and don't forget to gather some vegetables." "Old ding, don't worry. I'm just doing a routine check. I'll handle it in no time," Duzi replied nonchalantly. His casual demeanor caught Li Qingfeng's attention, prompting him to regard Duzi with curiosity. Duzi, noticing Li Qingfeng's gaze, shot back, "What's with the look? Never seen a handsome guy before. Hey, who are you? You don't seem like one of us. I haven't seen you around here." Li Qingfeng assessed Duzi. Although his attire resembled that of the villagers, his demeanor and manner of speaking set him apart, suggesting he was not from this place, or even this world. "Are you a player?" Li Qingfeng inquired, a hint of intrigue in his voice. Upon hearing this, Duzi's previously languid expression transformed into one of curiosity. "Oh, you're a player too? That's rare. I thought I was the only one in this village. Are you from Luyo County? I heard players are active there." Li Qingfeng shook his head. "No, I'm a drifter. I just entered the game yesterday. By the way, what are you off to do?" He gestured towards the hoe in Duzi's hand. "Oh, a new player. This is just a daily task. I'm heading to the fields to check on the crops, see if anything's gone missing, and make sure the pigs don't eat them. I'll also give them some fertilizer, water them, and catch any pests. Might as well pick some vegetables to take back for cooking." As Duzi spoke, he made his way towards the fields. Li Qingfeng followed, asking, "Is there experience points for completing this daily task? Also, how do I access the attribute panel? I spent ages yesterday trying to figure it out." Duzi chuckled heartily at Li Qingfeng's inquiry. "You must have skipped the cutscene, huh? How did you know?" Duzi explained. "If you had watched the cutscene and gone through the subsequent procedures, you would know that this game doesn't have an attribute panel, nor does it offer experience points." Li Qingfeng, "Since there is no experience to be gained, what rewards do you receive for completing these daily tasks?" "Chundo, daily tasks are merely a metaphor for your understanding. In reality, I simply take a stroll around the fields. When you wander through your own fields, what rewards do you expect? Perhaps a few coins. Do not impose the perspective of previous games onto this one. You must regard it as a genuine world. In the real world, do you possess an attribute panel or experience points? If not, Then neither do you hear. Li Qingfeng gazed at the life indicator of 78 hovering above Chun Do's head, feeling that his assertion was flawed. However, having encountered a player after much difficulty, he intended to glean more information. Li Qingfeng nodded. I see. So how should one navigate this game? Is it about leveling up and battling monsters, solving mysteries, embarking on adventures to find treasures, or cultivating crops? Chun Do nodded and then shook his head. I am uncertain about how to proceed. The current players are all in a state of exploration. Some individuals on the forum have joined hidden sections, others have become enforcers of a regional power. Some begin as wealthy merchants, while others spawn in a bandit den. One's starting circumstances are entirely dependent on the roll of the dice. I, for instance, am the son of a farmer by chance. The Qiankuan realm consists of 8 provinces, beyond which lie vast wildernesses, with players originating from various locations. The elements you mentioned can all be found within the Qiankuan realm. It is quite liberating here. You can pursue whatever you desire. Battling monsters is an option. Some have even encountered zombies in Kuren province. Leveling up is also feasible. There is a prominent player who, due to their innate talents, has become a key training target at a martial arts academy. You can choose to be an official, a bandit, engage in commerce, or farm. It is entirely your decision. In short, if you regard this place as a genuine world, many issues will naturally resolve themselves. Brother Do, you certainly possess a wealth of knowledge. What a mundane name. Call me Muron Huaishou. Here we are, the vegetable fields of my family. The grain fields are just outside the village. After the old man finishes his meal, he tends to those fields himself. I merely check on the vegetables here. If all is well, I shall return for dinner and then seek out Lao Deng for a bit of coin. Perhaps inviting my sister to have some fun. Chun Do's vegetable fields are also in the village, just a short walk away. Observing Chun Do skillfully patrolling the fields, Li Qingfeng inquired, Ah, so you are a farming player then? Brother Muron Huaishou? Chun Do sighed and replied, What choice do I have? This is my family's situation. As a country dweller, without money, even entering the city is a struggle. Everything in the city costs money. So I remain here in the countryside. Upon entering the game, I was only granted a farming talent, which increases the yield of 10 acres by 10% and ensures favorable weather conditions for this land. But what good is that? The harvest in a year barely yields any money. Nonetheless, it is quite pleasant here. The pastoral scenery, clear mountains and water, is infinitely better than the smog-ridden city, so I consider it a vacation of sorts. Although Chun Do lamented his lack of talent and poor starting conditions, he still patrolled with great diligence. Li Qingfeng asked, Do you know if there are any hidden quests in this village? Or any hidden masters who can teach martial arts? Chun Do replied, Don't concern yourself with such things. Consider it from this perspective. If you were comfortably at home and someone barged in to ask you for a quest, would you not think they were insane? Though this is a game, I must urge you to be realistic, Li Qingfeng remarked. So I can only seek out a martial arts academy in the county then? Chun Do affirmed, Yes, for ordinary players like us, the only way to learn martial arts is to go to an academy, and it is quite costly. Those born into prestigious families are truly fortunate. Li Qingfeng inquired, How do you access the forum you mentioned? Chun Do explained, Simply press and hold the Qiankuan game icon on your phone for 10 seconds without moving, and you will gain access to the forum. It is quite convenient. Once inside, activate your account. There is no need to register, and you can browse the forum while in-game. Players like you who skip cutscenes miss a lot of information. But that is understandable. I spent over 2 hours watching the entire process. Skipping the game to expedite progress means missing out on some information. It is a trade-off. Fortunately, I am a narrative enthusiast, and I found it quite engaging. Li Qingfeng responded. Sounds good. I will try that shortly, as I know very little about this game. Chapter 18. Forum sections. Chun Do added, By the way, I advise you not to expect any hidden quests while playing this game. Hoping for hidden masters to emerge from small places is sheer nonsense. You cannot nurture a true dragon in the depths of the ocean. Many individuals on the forum have been swindled out of their wealth by pretentious beggars and fortune tellers. It is quite tragic. Just the other day, a fool sought to learn ancestral techniques from an old man, spending a fortune only to discover it was a skill for making sugar figurines. That post had me in stitches. What is wrong with these people? Such posts about being deceived have become daily occurrences. New ones emerge every day, yet others continue to fall for the same traps. It is utterly foolish, Li Qingfeng inquired. So unlucky? It seems the NPCs in this game are quite astute. Is there no way to gauge the strength of an opponent? such as seeing their level or attributes, to avoid being deceived. From their previous conversation, Li Qingfeng sensed that Chen Do might lack the ability to see the health points above others, so he subtly inquired. Chen Do, wielding a hoe while digging up vegetables, replied, "No, unless you possess a scouting talent, which is exceedingly rare. I have only seen someone boast about having it once on the forum. Whether it was true or not remains uncertain. Do not hold out hope for such a boon. If players could see each other's levels, there wouldn't be so many complaints on the forum. If you had a skill that allowed you to see through others' information in real life, you would be soaring." Chen Do's explanation confirmed Li Qingfeng's suspicions. The ability to see others' health points likely stemmed from the talent Endless Slaughter, just as the gambler talent allows one to see the odds at a gambling table. It is a unique gift, however, since he possessed the talent to see health points. It stood to reason that other players could discern attributes like strength, stamina, and even luck. Li Qingfeng pondered the potential talents that might exist among these players. Chen Do turned his gaze to Li Qingfeng and asked, I forgot to ask your name. Did you receive a good talent?" Li Qingfeng replied, "My name is Qingfeng Yijio. I randomly obtained a rather useless card-playing talent, which increases the chances of receiving good cards while playing." Following Chen Do's lead, Li Qingfeng created a game name for himself and slightly modified the effect of the gambler's ability to see the odds. Upon hearing about Li Qingfeng's talent, Chen Do's eyes lit up with a glimmer of envy. "Wow, that talent is impressive. If you take it to the card table, wouldn't you be unstoppable, rolling in wealth?" The villagers often gather to play cards and chat during their leisure time. If your talent triggers frequently, there is hope for earning money to train in martial arts. Li Qingfeng chuckled. "I find this talent to be rather mediocre. At its core, it still involves gambling. If I get a good hand, others can certainly get one too. If one gets too carried away and places large bets, but their hand is not as strong as the opponent's, they risk losing everything." Chen Do considered this for a moment and found Li Qingfeng's reasoning somewhat valid, but he questioned, then why not just exercise restraint and control the betting amount, gradually accumulating wealth with a high winning rate? Li Qingfeng glanced at Chen Do, sensing he was likely still in university, and asked, "Have you ever gambled? Have you been to a casino?" Chen Do shook his head. "I have played cards for fun with relatives and friends, but the stakes were minimal. I have never been to a casino. In an ideal scenario, what you said is correct, relying on the probability of getting good cards to gradually win. However, once you find yourself in that environment, it becomes instinctual, especially when you get a hand you believe to be strong. The urge to bet becomes overwhelming. It is not as simple as just saying you won TBET. Li Qingfeng shared his insights from observing yesterday. Those gamblers at the table who had a strong hand and ended up losing were often reckless, placing their lives on the line. It was impossible to get them to fold willingly. Chen Do found this hard to believe. Just set a fixed amount, and once you reach it, reveal the cards. What could be difficult about that? Is it really that challenging to force oneself to reveal the cards? Li Qingfeng laughed and asked, "Let us use a game of Jia Jianhua as an example. If you currently hold 3 aces, would you bet 2 rounds before revealing your cards?" Chen Do was momentarily stumped by Li Qingfeng's question, finding it hard to respond. How could anyone reveal their cards in such a situation? If he held 3 aces, he would undoubtedly risk everything to go all in against his opponent. Yet, that contradicts the standard he just mentioned of stopping at a fixed amount. Moreover, 3 aces? How could I remain rational in that moment? I understand your point now. Holding good cards makes it difficult to adhere to a fixed amount before showing the cards. To others, it appears too obvious. And the rapid reveal of strong hands raises suspicions. Chen Do was using a hoe to dig vegetables, mulling over the flaws in the hastily proposed plan he had just devised. Then he recalled that Li Qingfeng's talent lay solely in acquiring high-ranking cards. What if, by chance, the opponent held even better cards? The uncontrollable factors were simply too numerous. For a gambler, this was undoubtedly a divine gift. Even without any enhancements, they would still choose to gamble, even if it meant losing everything. Moreover, possessing such a talent for acquiring superior cards was enough to drive gamblers into a frenzy. However, for those who do not gamble, such talent is akin to a useless trinket, neither essential nor particularly valuable. Regrettably discarded yet tasteless if consumed. Chen Do lifted the vegetables he had unearthed and made his way home, muttering to himself, "Indeed, I was remiss in my considerations. If I have 3 aces, I will stake my property deed to the very end." Li Qingfeng followed closely behind, reflecting on Chen Lin's tricks, and added, "If you stake your property deed and the opponent reveals a 2, 3, and 5, the smallest hand capable of beating a three of a kind. What will you do then? Chen Do paused momentarily, envisioning the scene Li Qingfeng described. Holding three aces yet still losing the hand, he could already feel the impotence and rage that would accompany such a loss. Tightening his grip on the hoe and exclaiming, "If I have three aces and he dares to reveal a 2, 3, and 5, I would strike him down with this hoe." Li Qingfeng laughed heartily and remarked, "In gambling, trickery prevails. If others possess skills to swap cards illicitly, your superior hand is no guarantee of safety." Chen Do nodded in agreement. Indeed, it is best to steer clear of gambling. Abstaining is the true path to victory. Li Qingfeng inquired, "Let us set that aside. Do you know about the martial arts school in the county? I've heard that Chen Bumming from our village is a practitioner there." Chen Do replied, "Ah, him? I've seen him. He is quite a burly fellow, albeit somewhat lacking in emotional intelligence and speaks little. I believe he is a direct disciple of the county's martial arts school. But really? How formidable can a disciple of a martial arts school be? He might not even compare to those randomly assigned to major sects," Li Qingfeng countered. "But I've heard he is more powerful than 100 bandits combined." Chen Do scoffed. "Nonsense. You're just listening to the villagers boast. It's merely the case of a martial artist emerging from the village, and everyone sings his praises. .1 against 100. Does he even believe that? Unless he is a blood-swapping warrior, but who would be mixing with the likes of him in a village? Everyone can boast. I could say that the starlet Lillian is my wife." Li Qingfeng shrugged. While he was unsure of the metrics for realms and health points, Chen Lin had claimed that Chen Bumming was a blood-swapping warrior with over 300 health points, which certainly seemed impressive compared to his own 56. Ive heard that Chen Bumming is indeed a blood-swapping warrior. That is surely a rumor. What kind of expert could possibly emerge from a tiny village? Can he really be compared to those world-destroying figures from the cutscenes? Highly unlikely. If he ever reaches the threshold of blood-swapping in this lifetime, he can count himself lucky. Chen Do, being well-versed in forum discussions, encountered numerous posts daily about players being scammed and naturally assumed that Li Qingfeng had also been misled by the villagers. By the way, I have another question. What happens to game characters after logging off? Do they disappear entirely, or is there AI control? And when they log back in, where do they appear? Li Qingfeng initially intended to test this himself, but since Chen Do seemed knowledgeable, he opted to ask him directly. Chen Do replied, "Forum veterans have tested this matter, and the result is that game characters will simply vanish upon logging off. Moreover, other NPCs will rationalize the gap during your absence. However, when logging off, it's advisable to find a safe and concealed location. Otherwise, upon logging back in, you might fall prey to ambushes or corpse camping." Li Qingfeng nodded, indicating his understanding. The two soon arrived at Chen Do's home. Li Qingfeng asked, "Tomorrow, the Pumpkin Merchant Association is heading to the county. I'm going to see if I can learn some martial arts. Are you coming along?" Chen Do shook his head, resolutely declining. "No." Li Qingfeng looked puzzled. "If you're not going, what are you doing here in the village? Can't you see there's nothing here to improve upon? There are no martial arts schools, no escort agencies, no academies. I haven't even seen a school." Chen Do smirked slyly. "Heh. The old man at home has introduced me to a marriage prospect. The girl is gentle and charming, a petite beauty, and incredibly adorable. The best part is, she is 16 this year, only about 5 feet tall, just reaching my chest. We're getting married next month. With such a wonderful wife. Why would I need to go to the county?" Li Qingfeng asked, "Is it possible to engage in intimate relations in this game?" Chen Do responded, "Just look at how I've learned to speak with NPCs. Ive become quite eloquent. Of course, it's possible. I've seen posts from some of the earliest players from a year ago, and some of them are already grandparents. The passage of time in the game differs significantly. As you've likely noticed, .1 player has been in the game for over 40 years. Now he is in his 60s and still alive. He posted that in reality, he is not even 30 yet. Having lived an extra 40 years in no time, they reached the entrance of Chen Do's home. Chen Do turned to Li Qingfeng and said, "That's enough for now. I'm heading back. After dinner, I'll go play with my wife. If you need anything, you can message me on the forum. Just look for me in the Pumpkin Village section where I've posted." Li Qingfeng nodded. Acknowledging he understood, Chen Do, with hoe and vegetables in hand, naturally pushed open the door and walked inside, moving with the ease of a villager who had truly embraced his identity as Chen Do. Now aware of the existence of the forum, Li Qingfeng decided to take a look. He found a spot to log off and return to reality, noting that it was still nighttime. One night in reality equated to 15 days in the game. A stark disparity that tempted one to remain in the game indefinitely. Picking up his phone, he noticed several debt collection messages and 2 missed calls, all labeled dog collectors. Truly persistent, he thought, applauding their tenacity. Ignoring them, he pressed and held the game icon for 10 seconds, opening the forum for Chin Kurin World. This forum was exceptionally straightforward, with a blue and white background. Upon entry, it prompted him to input his forum name. He typed, Qingfeng Egio.li. Qingfeng suspected that the name might already be taken and had prepared an alternative. After clicking confirm, his anticipated name was indeed available, and he entered the forum. Was the name simply allowed to be reused? It seemed illogical that one person named Zhang Wei would prevent another from using the same name. A small notification appeared. Registration successful? Newcomer reminder. To access the forum while in the game, simply whisper, open the forum. Please exercise caution when viewing forums in the game. Within the forum, there were 10 sections, 1 main section and 9 regional sections. The main section contained a variety of posts. Li Qingfeng turned his attention to the 9 regional sections, which were divided into Huaiji, Qin, Can, Jin, Zhan, Sun, Li, Kurin, and Dui. Currently, Li Qingfeng found himself in Qin Prefecture within the game. Entering the Qin Prefecture section, he discovered a plethora of posts, most authored by the denizens of Qin Prefecture. He also noticed that within the Qin Prefecture section, there were several lower-level subsections representing counties. Below the county sections, there were further divisions for districts and further subdivisions for villages, resembling a nesting doll, albeit rather abstract. Fortunately, although there were many sections, they were not cumbersome. Based on his location in the game, Li Qingfeng quickly located the corresponding section. If memory served him right, it should be Qin Prefecture, Qinghe County, Heshi District, Green Willow County, Pumpkin Village. Here it is. There are only a few posts here. The latest post was made by someone named Mo Ran Huishou. Titled, Are there any players in Pumpkin Village? Come out to chat. This was likely Chindo. Beneath his post, there were replies. On the second floor, a user named Jibai commented, Oh, a new player in Pumpkin Village? Greetings. Suddenly looking back, my esteemed friend, could you kindly enlighten me on how to play this game? Where in the village are you? I wish to seek you out, Jibai responded. I have been away from the village for over a decade. Currently teaching at the South Ming Academy in Heshi Prefecture. If you come here, do feel free to find me. I would be delighted to show you around Heshi Prefecture. Alright, my esteemed friend, do check your private messages. I have some inquiries regarding the game. Chindo's post was rather brief and ended there. The remaining scattered posts in Pumpkin Village were quite dated, save for the one from Jibai. Others had long ceased to contribute. Perhaps, with no replies, Jibai simply chose not to post again. Li Qingfeng surmised that this individual had likely mingled within the Heshi Prefecture section. Chapter 19, Death Warning. Li Qingfeng perused the posts in the Pumpkin Village section. Discovering little of value, he garnered a general understanding of the village, which appeared to be an ordinary settlement, nestled amidst mountains and rivers, boasting a pleasant geographical setting. In reality, as he browsed the posts, time within the game progressed rapidly. Thus, he activated the Qinkuan realm, intending to delve into the game to further explore the forum's functionalities in Pumpkin Village, due to a slight delay in real life. It was now midday within the game. The sun had ascended high, and the autumn heat had returned unexpectedly. The morning had been cool, yet the afternoon felt rather warm. Fortunately, a breeze wafted through, providing some relief. Li Qingfeng sought a tranquil spot to sit. Beneath a grand banyan tree, he found a stone stool and table. The table bore the etched lines of a chessboard, showing signs of age from years of exposure to the elements. Fallen leaves adorned the stone bench, their dry yellow hue suggesting autumn was nearing its end. Under the sun, it felt warm, but the shade of the tree offered a refreshing coolness. Li Qingfeng, undeterred by the fallen leaves and twigs, brushed them aside with his hand and settled on the stone bench, murmuring, Open the forum. As he uttered the words, a luminous screen materialized before him, suspended in midair, mirroring the interface of his mobile device. Li Qingfeng swiped his hand across the screen, realizing that the operation was quite similar to that on his phone. This time, he refrained from entering the Qin Prefecture section and instead lingered in the main section. The main section was a veritable tapestry of content, romantic musings, gossip, game strategies, and discussions about various sections. The diversity of posts reflected the myriad experiences of their authors. Li Qingfeng began to peruse the forum posts. The first post featured a complaint from the author. Earning in-game currency is exceedingly difficult. My luck has betrayed me, and I've drawn a useless talent. Lacking any special skills, I found a job. Yet the NPCs treat me like livestock, forcing me to toil. Working during the day is exhausting, and upon logging into the game, I find myself laboring still. What a travesty! A second-floor respondent quipped. Run. It's a black job, not worth your time. Let's venture into the deep mountains to gather herbs. One spirit herb in the basket and fortune will be ours. The third-floor commenter added, spotting a black job. Flee, join our Shang escort agency. We have high prestige, a good reputation, and excellent compensation. Renowned across the 8 states, and the gold tickets are plentiful, the fourth-floor post encouraged. Hang in there. The hardest times are just before success. Perseverance leads to victory. Keep going, you can do it. The replies below were quite entertaining, each player showcasing their sense of humor. Having chuckled at this post, Li Qingfeng expressed a silent tribute to the author's laborious gaming endeavors. He then shifted his attention to the next post, where the author pleaded for help. I was hunting in the mountains when a pack of wolves surrounded me. My companions from the village have been devoured. I am now trembling in a tree. What should I do? Urgently seeking assistance. The post included a screenshot, which Li Qingfeng opened to reveal a view from atop a tall tree, with a pack of wolves gathered below. A gory, mangled body lay among them, presumably that of the author's companion. The pack of gray wolves encircled the tree, their heads raised as they gazed up at the author, blood dripping from their jaws. Presenting a gruesome sight, their amber eyes glinted with sharpness and ferocity. Li Qingfeng counted 7 wolves visible in the screenshot, uncertain of how many lurked beyond its confines. A second-floor commenter suggested, just jump down. Killing 1 breaks even, killing 2 is a profit. 1 month later, you'll be a hero. The third-floor respondent remarked, no hope for rescue. Just wait to die. Farewell. The fourth-floor post noted, wolves are incredibly patient creatures. If you wish to survive, do not rush. Haste leads to mistakes and needless exhaustion. Endure until the village realizes you are missing and comes searching. Perhaps there lies a glimmer of hope. Noting the time. Li Qingfeng saw that this post had been recently created. He clicked to save it, intending to check back later to see if the author had met a grisly fate. He then switched to another post, where someone inquired, how can I win the affection of my sect's senior sister? The moment I laid eyes on her, I felt love blossom, seeking guidance from the wise and willing to compensate. Accompanying the post was a screenshot depicting the senior sister, radiant as if she had stepped from the pages of a fantasy, her beauty almost ethereal. A second-floor commenter teased, is this your senior sister? She's my wife, the third-floor respondent cautioned. I advise you to abandon such thoughts. The fourth-floor post shared 20 rules for courting, replete with manipulative techniques and methods, concluding with, employ these strategies, and you'll surely win over the senior sister. Should you succeed, remember to send some gold my way. The Qinkuan Realm Game Forum featured a screenshot function, costing 100 Qinkuan coins per use. Thus, the authors had certainly invested in their images. Li Qingfeng examined the author's picture, nodded in approval, and saved it with a click. Now she is indeed my wife. After finishing that post, he moved on to another. Someone had posted, I encountered an extraordinary individual, seeking insights from the greats. Does anyone know if this person is genuine and worth investing resources? The author detailed their interaction with this person, sharing their impressions alongside a screenshot of the individual, who appeared ethereal and dignified, with refined features suggesting youthful charm. His eyes squinted slightly, exuding an aura of tranquility, with white hair framing a visage that emanated vitality. Clutching a whisk, he embodied the demeanor of a master, fostering immediate goodwill. A second-floor respondent remarked, a likely scam. I'm leaving a note before it gets pulled. The third-floor commenter cautioned, another charlatan? Don't fall for it. Too many have been deceived. The fourth-floor post insisted, ignore their chatter. This is undoubtedly a true expert. Seize the opportunity, and you shall soar. The fifth-floor respondent declared, a sure fraud? Easily identifiable. The sixth-floor commenter encouraged, go for it, I support you. If you succeed, you're a hero. If you fail, you're still a king. Regardless, you won T lose. The 18th floor post added, sixth floor, you keep winning. Ultimately, you'll lose everything. Li Qingfeng reflected on this post, recalling the fortune teller he had once dealt with, shaking his head at the likelihood of deception. He continued to browse the next post. Defeat the world's heroes. Forge an invincible sword. I seek defeat. This is my 143rd challenge, merely for record-keeping. Location: Li Prefecture. Target for the duel: the senior brother of the Tiger Roar Hall, Dong Li Cho. Date: August 30th. A second-floor commenter exclaimed, "The esteemed challenger has struck again." The third-floor respondent inquired, "Are you close to mastering this skill, esteemed challenger?" The fourth-floor post praised, "Truly impressive." The fifth-floor commenter wondered, "Li Prefecture? I am in Luoyang City. Where is the Tiger Roar Hall? If it's nearby, I'd love to spectate." The sixth-floor respondent replied, "The Tiger Roar Hall is in Li Prefecture, Shaiyang County, Chengqing Prefecture, Huanghu County. If you're in Luoyang City, it's quite close." The eighth-floor commenter expressed gratitude. "Thank you for the information. Here are 10 Xingqiuan coins as a token of appreciation. I have some free time in the next few days and will go witness the esteemed challenger's prowess." Li Qingfeng could not ascertain the distance to Li Prefecture, so he opted to save the post. Planning to check the results later, he switched to another post. "Trouble has arisen. I stumbled upon a spirit herb." The excitement and exuberance of the author were palpable in their words. Feng Hua exclaimed, "Brothers, trouble has struck. While gathering herbs today, I encountered a spirit herb glowing green. Does anyone recognize it? I need to know its worth." The post included an image, which upon opening, revealed a spirit herb resembling a Ganoderma, an exquisite emerald hue radiating a sense of comfort and value. A second-floor commenter exclaimed, "Impossible! Absolutely impossible!" The third-floor respondent demanded, "I don't believe it. This must be photoshopped." The fourth-floor commenter lamented, "Ah Hua, we promised to share hardships together. Today, you will abandon me to enjoy wealth alone?" The fifth-floor post noted, "Chui Ling, one of the essential supplementary herbs. Recently, all major factions are in a frenzy to procure it, and its price has skyrocketed. There is demand but no supply." The sixth-floor commenter warned, "I advise you to delete this post quickly. You cannot control this matter. Beware of being targeted." Upon seeing the spiritual herb, Li Qingfeng was reminded of the eloquent little fox. He wondered if it would pay him a visit that evening. If not, he would have to set off for the county town the following day. Moreover, gazing at the sixth floor, Li Qingfeng pondered how he should act once his spiritual herb arrived. Never mind. The fox might not even show up. What if it lacked loyalty and simply ran away? Alternatively, he might not find a second fruit that could grant animals the ability to speak. Preparing for a sumptuous meal of hedgehog meat seemed prudent. Shifting his focus, Li Qingfeng immersed himself in the various posts on the forum, where the netizens exhibited remarkable talent, often provoking fits of laughter from him. Through these posts, he also gleaned a wealth of knowledge related to the game. As he scrolled, he stumbled upon a highly praised post titled Experiences in Gaming. Upon entering, he discovered it had been posted a year ago in 2076, with its latest edits made today. The author went by the name of Wuji. P.S. The content of this post has been revised by the author due to the progression of the game and the expansion of knowledge. Correcting some previously erroneous information, I am Wuji, an inner disciple from Tianji Mountain, Qianzhou, Fangsuan County, Ziyang Prefecture, and a member of the first batch of players in the Qiankuren realm. Herein, I shall elucidate some insights and opinions regarding this game. Should there be any inaccuracies, please feel free to point them out for collective discussion. This post was exceptionally lengthy, and it took Li Qingfeng quite a while to finish reading. It was rich in valuable information akin to a strategy guide, significantly enhancing Li Qingfeng's understanding of this game world, which was far removed from the entertainment-focused posts he had encountered earlier. Upon completing the post, he gave a thumbs up to this individual named Wuji. Having learned a great deal from him, beneath this post, it had received a total of over 730,000 Qiankuren coins, and tips. 1 copper coin could be exchanged for 1 Qiankuren coin. Thus, this Wuji had amassed 730,000 copper coins solely from this post, equivalent to 730 taels. The content broadly suggested treating this game as a real world rather than adopting a mere gaming mindset. It provided several strategies tailored for players starting from different backgrounds and classes, as well as insights, understandings, and common knowledge of the Qiankuren realm. At the end, the author highlighted in bold red font, "Do not die. Do not die. Do not die." The penalties for death in this game are severe. Upon death, everything resets. Talents, equipment, and wealth vanish entirely, akin to actual death. The game allows for 3 opportunities for death. The first death necessitates the creation of a new character after a month in reality. which translates to 2.5 years in-game. The second death requires a 6-month wait in reality, equating to 15 years in-game before a new character can be created. After the third death, the player will vanish from reality, never to be found again. This is a game where death is a real consequence, and many recent reports from the official channels have shed light on this matter. It is clear that when the media covers such topics, it indicates that numerous incidents have occurred, and they can no longer be concealed. Currently, there are 3.6 million registered players on this forum, not to mention those who have skipped cutscenes, those who do not log into the forum, or those who have canceled their accounts. As a seasoned player who has engaged with the Qian Kuan realm for over a year and has spent 30 years in-game, I believe I possess a profound understanding of this game. Much of the shared experience stems from the trials and tribulations faced alongside several friends from the forum, hoping to ease your journey through the Qian Kuan realm. In conclusion, I advise players who have died twice to refrain from creating a third character. It is genuinely perilous. Li Qingfeng found clarity in some of his doubts through this post, such as how players who skip cutscenes tend to start with a lower initial family background and miss out on various information. Consequently, when acquiring talents, there is a chance of receiving talents related to one's experiences. This is how Li Qingfeng came to understand the origin of the gambler talent. It was not arbitrary but linked to his choice to skip the cutscene. Li Qingfeng also learned that talents have different permissions. Each talent possesses a specific permission, which can also be referred to as a limit. When guaranteed hit and 100 evasion collide, who prevails? The answer: the talent with the higher permission level. The permission levels are hidden, and players like Wuji are still exploring this aspect. They will share their findings once available. As for the final warning, Li Qingfeng paid it no mind, considering he still had 2 chances remaining. After all, what joy is there in life if one fears death? As he continued to scroll through the post, Li Qingfeng noticed that several replies had vanished. Originally, there were normal discussions on the 2nd and 3rd floors. Yet the next reply jumped directly to the 20th floor. The missing replies had disappeared because the authors had either died or deactivated their accounts. Continuing his exploration of the forum, several villagers approached Li Qingfeng for conversation, and he engaged with them amicably. The afternoon slipped away swiftly, and as the vibrant dusk descended, a flock of geese flew overhead. Feeling a pang of hunger, Li Qingfeng made his way toward Chen Lin's home. Chapter 20. The Cleverest Fox in the Mountains. Ah, you're back. Have you encountered any amusing happenings? Chen Lin yawned, appearing somewhat fatigued from a long day's work. Earlier that day, he had sought a cool spot to rest and chatted with the villagers. Mentioning that he was to be wed, the villager Li Qingfeng referred to was Chen Do, an outsider. Wed? It must be Do Hua from old Liang's family, right? I believe the wedding is next month. He'll be working in the county, so he might not have time to return. Chen Lin remarked. Perfect. After dinner, I'll take a gift to him. No need to make an extra trip later. Let us eat. Today we'll reminisce about hardships. No meat. Chen Lin had gathered some vegetables and picked beans to cook. Is there any wine? Of course. I brought back a large bag of peanuts today. Perfect for pairing with the wine. After a few rounds of drinking, the moon rose over the willow treetops. Following dinner, Chen Lin sauntered outside. Li Qingfeng stood by the window, listening to the chorus of frogs. Feeling the cool breeze under the cold moonlight, he found himself slightly tipsy. He waited for the fox's arrival. As darkness enveloped the earth, entering and exiting the village became quite effortless. He continued browsing the forum. Before long, a series of chirps echoed. A silver-white fox stood in the field, calling out to Li Qingfeng. You really came. Wait, I'll come to you, Li Qingfeng exclaimed. The arrival of the little fox piqued his interest. He shut off the forum, grabbed his shoulder pole, and picked up the hedgehog cage, preparing for a solitary meeting. In the moonlit field, a standoff ensued between man and fox. The little fox chirped a couple of times at Li Qingfeng. Please refrain from speaking your local dialect. I cannot comprehend it. Country fox, aren't you capable of human speech? He responded. The hedgehog in its cage also chirped back at the fox, seemingly in reply. Oh, so you were checking if the spines were still alive. Quite the clever one, Li Qingfeng remarked. The little fox huffed a couple of times, saying, Humph, you human, I've brought you the item. Now release my friend. Li Qingfeng scrutinized the little fox, noting it appeared empty-handed. Where is it? I don't see anything. Don't try to fool me. Otherwise, I might just feast on some meat. The little fox then patted its body, producing a small, fiery red fruit from its silvery fur. This fruit was not large, resembling a ripe plum. exuding a vibrant energy and emitting a faint red glow, clearly visible under the moonlight. Here it is. If you release my friend, I will hand it over to you. Should you fail to uphold your end of the bargain, I will summon the nine-tailed king to punish you, the little fox threatened. Glaring fiercely at Li Qingfeng, Li Qingfeng replied, "Oh, so you have a backer? Very well. I am not one to disregard principles in our line of work. Credibility is paramount. If you can deliver the item, let us exchange it, goods for payment. It is a fair deal. We might even collaborate in the future." The little fox frowned, saying, "I don't understand. What are you rambling about? Release my friend now." Li Qingfeng shrugged, squatting down to open the cage. The little hedgehog attempted to dash toward the fox but was restrained by Li Qingfeng's shoulder pull. The little fox grew anxious. "What are you doing?" Li Qingfeng explained. "Ah, indeed. You are a fox and cannot comprehend human language. I have made myself clear, payment upon delivery, that if I release it, it signifies my sincerity. What about yours? Where is the fruit? Do you think you can have it for free?" The little fox retorted. "You want to hand me the fruit, so how can I release it?" Li Qingfeng countered. "What if I give you the fruit, and you refuse to let it go?" The little fox shot back. "You have no choice. The initiative lies with me." Li Qingfeng whistled nonchalantly, exuding an air of indifference, which infuriated the little fox. The agitated fox, trembling with rage, raised its voice several notches and retorted, "Take this." It hurled a fruit at Li Qingfeng, who deftly caught it. "Hey, you've quite the temper. Take it easy," he remarked, examining the vibrant red fruit in his hand. This spiritual fruit appeared round and plump. Upon sniffing it, he felt invigorated, a wave of salivation washing over him, accompanied by an overwhelming urge to taste it. Even if it couldn't he grant animals the ability to speak as the fox claimed. It was still a valuable item. "Now can you let my friend go?" The little fox shouted at Li Qingfeng. "How do I know you're not trying to deceive me with a fake?" Li Qingfeng questioned, refusing to release the hedgehog. "It's clearly the real deal. You're not trustworthy. You wicked human." The little fox was fuming, its silver fur bristling with indignation, palpable anger radiating from it. Li Qingfeng lifted the pole that was blocking the hedgehog and said, all right, I'll return it to you. No need to be so sensitive. I'm also a person of principle. Here, take this little creature. Quickly now, and don't let me catch you again." The small hedgehog, having gathered its strength over the past few days, darted away with its little legs, swiftly disappearing from view alongside the fox. Li Qingfeng, gazing at the fruit in his hand, swallowed hard and made his way back to Qin Lin's residence. Upon returning to his room and securely closing the door, Li Qingfeng placed the fruit on the table. The soft glow of the cold moonlight streamed through the window, as if the meager light was entirely absorbed by the fruit. In that moment, amidst the darkness of night, the fruit resembled a lantern, the sole source of illumination, captivating Li Qingfeng's gaze. "What a remarkable item. I should post a query to see if anyone knows its worth." He opened the forum, exchanging a couple of silver coins for 1,000 Qinquan coins. Utilizing the screenshot function, he found an angle to capture the moonlight-absorbing fruit. Entering the main forum section, he opted to create a post. Shocking! A fruit has been discovered that grants animals intelligence and the ability to speak. Esteemed experts, please come forth and assess this divine fruit. What is its value? Greetings, everyone. I am Qingfeng Yijiu. Today, my friend stumbled upon a crimson fruit deep in the mountains. He surmises that this fruit possesses the ability to enable animals to speak. I wonder if any knowledgeable individuals can verify its authenticity. If it is indeed genuine, what would its price be? Could it make us both wealthy? He attached the screenshot of the fruit, marveling at the superb quality of the image. Nearly indistinguishable from real life, he checked the box to hide his in-game location before clicking to post. Ding! The post was successfully submitted. After posting, Li Qingfeng lay down on his bed, browsing the forum. Before long, numerous replies flooded in, and his private messages surged past 99. Hey, such swift responses? The players are quite active. He opened his thread. Second floor, Huaqian Lu Ming. Third floor, I don't know, but I'll give you a boost. Fourth floor, another one dreaming of wealth? You all are truly insatiable. Fifth floor, is gathering herbs that lucrative? Now I want to try it too. The pay here is abysmally low and exhausting. 23rd floor, poster named Wen Yitsang Sheng. What you have is the Qi Lingua. It does not grant animals intelligence. This fruit contains true energy, considered a spiritual medicine, which is highly beneficial for martial artists. allowing them to experience a period of true energy. Ordinary people should not consume it carelessly, as the effects may lead to unbearable stomach pain. Those with weak constitutions or illnesses face the risk of death if ingested. Caution is advised. It also possesses a tempting allure, so it must be stored properly, lest children catch sight of it. This fruit is widely sought after by various martial arts schools and factions in county towns. The specimen in your screenshot appears quite good, likely worth around 40 taels of silver. For safety, you might consider using the Forum S teleport feature. Someone will likely private message you. If you receive no private messages, you can post a trade offer. The System S scanning price will be lower, but still reasonable. Safety is paramount. Following Wen Yitongsheng's reply, a flurry of responses immediately followed. Capture the Great Wen. Front row, touching the Great Master. How heartwarming. Ku Li Chong. 40 taels is substantial. I unload cargo at the dock, working myself to death for a month and only earning 3 taels. P.S. harvesting herbs worth more than a year's salary. 1E, could you help me appraise the spiritual herb I posted about? How much is it worth? Ku Li Chong, your work is merely exhausting, but safe and steady. We gather herbs at the risk of our lives for wealth. Traversing deep mountains and forests, we brave marshy hazards, facing venomous insects and fierce beasts without flinching, and we must also guard against our peers. It's not that simple. The replies to Wen Yitongsheng's post escalated rapidly, demonstrating that the Forum S herbal appraisal was indeed a promising avenue. Upon reading Wen Yitongsheng's comments, Li Qingfeng was taken aback, then turned his gaze to the Qi Lingua on the table, muttering to himself, "Isn't this supposed to grant intelligence to animals and allow them to speak?" The 31st floor S reply clarified Li Qingfeng's doubts. Meng Jilan, you truly jest. The Ming Huigua that grants intelligence to animals is priced at hundreds of thousands of taels, nearly comparable to longevity elixirs, and is sold at a premium with no market availability. What you possess is merely an ordinary Qi Lingua. 32nd floor. Disperse, disperse. Yet another person dreaming of wealth, hallucinating from herb gathering, Li Qingfeng, upon reading the thread, realized he had been short-sighted and deceived by the little fox. He first rewarded the 23rd floor poster, Wen Yitongsheng, with 100 Qingkuan coins, adding a note. Thank you for your guidance. 40 taels is sufficient for my brother and I to enjoy ourselves. Looking at the fruit, Li Qingfeng shook his head and concluded, "Ha, how amusing, I've been duped again. Indeed, I am ill-suited for business. I should resort to outright theft instead. What sort of business is this? Exchanging money for goods, as if it were genuine? I should have taken the hedgehog, the fox, and the fruit. I was too hasty. A lesson learned. A talking fox posted on the forum would undoubtedly sell like hotcakes. My ignorance has cost me dearly." He opened his private messages on the forum to find them nearly overflowing. Some inquired if he was selling the Qi Lingua and offered to cover the shipping costs via forum teleportation. Li Qingfeng, still perplexed by this feature, ignored the message. Others asked where he had acquired the Qi Lingua, wanting to know the location to search for one themselves. Li Qingfeng knew nothing and, even if he did, would not disclose it, reading the message without responding. Some resorted to threats. Li Qingfeng, however, was unyielding, immediately retorting with insults towards their family. There were also attempts at seduction, with images of half-clad beauties emerging from baths to entice and ambush him. Li Qingfeng enlarged the images for a closer look, deeming them rather unremarkable. He saved them for later and replied, "Is that all you've got?" Without waiting for a response, he continued to peruse the next private message. After addressing the forum messages and finding nothing of substantial value, he set his account to block unsolicited private messages. He then resumed browsing the posts for entertainment. Outside Pumpkin Village, the little fox remarked to the recently rescued hedgehog, "Hee, that human must have been fooled. I hope his animals perish from the poison. The moment I laid eyes on him, I suspected you might not escape. I had already devised a plan to rescue you once you were captured. I even concocted a story about eating the fruit to exchange for you. I truly am the cleverest little fox in the mountains. By the way, little hedgehog, you must never venture into those villages again. The Qi Lingua is far too potent for small creatures like you. You wouldn't survive its effects and would perish upon consumption. Hence, even if it ripens in the deep mountains, no animals approach it. However, larger animals like brown bears seek out the Qi Lingua for a feast, though it typically grows on cliffs that larger creatures cannot access. Little hedgehog, GGG. Little fox, what do you mean I brought you along just to eat melons? You wouldn't he take me to a safe place? You're too foolish to recognize traps. Next time, avoid places swarming with humans. It's far too dangerous. Little hedgehog. GGG, little fox. Why can I go eat chickens? Because I'm the most nimble little fox in the mountains. You're too clumsy and slow. Unsuitable for chicken hunting with me. GGG. Still thinking about food. Go back now, you foolish creature. If the nine-tailed king finds out you've been missing for 2 days, he'll surely deal with you. GGG. Rest assured. I shall provide you with cover and will never betray you. Li Qingfeng did not take the deception to heart, considering it a windfall. After investigating the forum's teleportation feature, he discovered its remarkable utility. No matter the distance, one could arrive in an instant. Consequently, numerous players opted to conduct their transactions via this function. The shipping fees were negotiable between both parties, allowing either the buyer or seller to bear the cost. Although the teleportation was convenient, the shipping fees were astonishingly steep, requiring an additional payment of 20% of the item's transaction price. Li Qingfeng utilized the forum scanning feature to examine the scarlet spirit fruit. The forum system, taking into account the quality of his medicinal herbs alongside market prices, set a base price of 31 taels and 753 won. This system price was considerably lower than what the healer had proposed. While Li Qingfeng could not sell below the system's base price, he had the liberty to set the upper limit as high as he wished. With the base price established, he could negotiate the selling price. Thus, he approached those in his private messages looking to purchase scarlet spirit fruits, and after some discussion, he sold it for 37 taels of silver, with the buyer covering the shipping fees. Chapter 21. Departure to the county town. Though he did not reach 40 taels, he saved himself the hassle of selling, thus alleviating a portion of the risk. Li Qingfeng found the teleportation feature to be quite extraordinary. Upon successful transactions, the fruit vanished in the blink of an eye, akin to instantaneous movement. This feature was indeed impressive. In the future, after engaging in nefarious activities, redistributing wealth, he would have a means to dispose of stolen goods. However, the forum's teleportation had its drawbacks. Transactions were limited to 3 per week, and the total weight of items traded could not exceed 100 jin. The transaction count reset every week. Gazing at the rather stingy limitations of the forum's teleportation, Li Qingfeng felt that the game's scope truly warranted an upgrade. Upon successful trade, he noticed the forum's Qingquan coins had increased to 37,900, which delighted him greatly. This currency could function like a bank. Carrying too much cash was inconvenient. Converting it to Qingquan coins was advantageous, serving as an online banking solution. Moreover, Qingquan coins could be exchanged for silver at any time. Earlier, he had seen someone trading real-world currency for Qingquan coins, with the current rate being 5 to 1.5 yuan for a single Qingquan coin. This price left Li Qingfeng gritting his teeth. How exorbitant! It implied he had just gifted 500 yuan to the healer. If Anna were to discover my casual gratuity, equating to her several days' wages, she would surely demand repayment. Alas, I find myself devoid of cash, burdened with debts, yet spending freely. Reflecting on the 1-to-5 exchange rate, Li Qingfeng couldn't help but ponder whether it was the people in reality who were wealthy or if the game currency was simply too challenging to acquire. In this moment, he recognized that the gambler's talent was indeed formidable. It would undoubtedly facilitate making money with ease, far superior to those players venturing into perilous territories or carrying heavy loads at the docks. Yet, the prerequisite was having sufficient strength for protection. Otherwise, all would be a house of cards, destined to collapse at any moment. Upon the death of a game character, all possessions would be lost, including talents, so one must cherish life. Whether he could randomly acquire such a useful talent in his next life remained uncertain. The gambler talent bore the weight of his former self's obsessions. After all, he had truly become a ghost. Given the forum's currency exchange feature, Li Qingfeng resolved to convert some money, thus eliminating the need for daily settlements. He could even return to his former profession of gaming and earn money to repay his debts. After lying in bed, he logged off. Back in his rented room, he rummaged beneath the bed and unearthed a dusty backpack. From it, he extracted a pile of bank cards. Having come out to work without change, he had, however, managed to acquire several cards. 10 cards, yet they could not muster even 50 cents. Life was indeed a bit strained. After searching through them, he selected a usable card, one that was secure and wouldn't incur fees upon receiving funds, and proceeded to bind it to the forum. The phone's assistant warned him that the software carried risks, advising caution against scams and not to transfer money to strangers. With a mere egg's worth of money, he disregarded the warning and completed the binding. On the forum, he located a trading post and exchanged 900 Chinkoan coins for 4,500 yuan in real money. The funds arrived in an instant, a testament to the speed of technology in 2077 with its 8G network. Li Qingfeng glanced at his mobile banking app, and after waiting a moment, he saw that the funds had not been deducted, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. With money in hand, he naturally prioritized paying the rent for the various lending platforms. Having owed them for so long, he figured he could afford to delay repayment for a few more weeks. Next time, he promised himself, he would repay them all at once when he struck it rich in the game. He mused that when they came to negotiate interest-free repayment of the principal, he would settle the debt, for it indicated they were not in a rush and could afford to wait. Opening the chat app, he found his landlord among his friends list. This individual, sporting an anime avatar, was a woman in her 40s, born in 2030, yet oddly endearing. Calculating the owed rent along with next month's payment, he arrived at a total of 500 yuan. The original owner, a gambler, had at least the sense to seek out affordable housing, which was arguably his greatest contribution. He sent the payment via red envelope. Before long, a notification chimed. The landlord accepted the red envelope and sent a voice message. Upon listening, he heard her distinctively laid-back voice. "Oh? Qingfeng, did you win big at gambling today? Able to pay the rent now? What sort of remark is that? Am I the one who gambles? This money was earned through business. I outsmarted that little fox, only to be played myself. With funds in hand, I promptly repay my debts, and you still speak such words. It saddens me. You underestimate me." I refused to stoop to her level. Having settled the rent, he could continue residing there and avoid the streets, thus alleviating some of life's pressures. As he scrolled through his friends' list, he unexpectedly spotted a familiar face. Was that Xiao Na? Perfect timing. He would return her 100 yuan as well, so she wouldn't accuse him of borrowing without repaying. Anna's avatar was a pink cartoon pig, and her username was equally amusing, Little Pig Who Lulu. He clicked in and sent her a red envelope of 100 yuan. "Xiao Na, here's your money back. Let's grab a meal together sometime." Ding dong. The red envelope was claimed, and Anna replied with a voice message. "Where did you get the money? Just a few hours ago. You were asking to borrow from me? How is it that you suddenly have funds? Have you been gambling again?" Anna's tone bore a hint of annoyance. "You even gamble with 100 yuan? Such reckless deeds." Li Qingfeng retorted. "Why not? I just won 500,000 in the lottery. Is that so outrageous? 500,000. Is that for real? You've struck it rich. Do you really believe that? Well, what's wrong with that? I see people winning 500,000 on TV every week. Stop watching so much TV. Such things don't happen in reality, not even for reincarnators. Then where did your money come from? Less curiosity about the affairs of the world. Otherwise, I'll be borrowing from you again next time." Anna replied with an eye-roll emoji, indicating her disbelief. With that matter settled, he noted that he still had 3,900 yuan left, sufficient to sustain himself for a while. With this in mind, he activated the Chinkoan realm. In Pumpkin Village, as the rooster crowed, a new day began. Early in the morning, while the sky was still dim, Li Qingfeng and Chen Lin rose and made their way to the village entrance. The distance from Pumpkin Village to Green Willow County was approximately 50 li, necessitating an early departure. On the road, they encountered villagers heading to Green Willow County as well. Chen Lin exchanged a few words with them and decided to accompany them. Chen Lin carried a bundle containing some clothes, while Li Qingfeng bore provisions and water. Upon reaching the village entrance, they found 7 individuals engaged in casual conversation. Li Qingfeng recognized them from his card-playing days, with Chen Dahai among them. Beside them stood a black pack horse and a donkey, pulling a cart laden with purchased grain, covered with burlap to prevent moisture. "Lindsay, you all are here," Chen Lin remarked upon seeing them. "Have they arrived yet? I passed by their home earlier and saw them packing. They should be coming soon." "Hey, I heard that Bujan is going as well?" "Indeed, he's getting on in years. Wandering around the village aimlessly doesn't seem right. We're taking him to the county to see if he can find some work." Chen Dahai inquired. "What sort of work can a 13 or 14-year-old boy find? Didn't Chen Yi say yesterday that we should get him enrolled in school or have him learn martial arts from his brother? I wonder if he can even keep up at that age. Who says our village doesn't have a school? Why not just build one?" Chen Dahai scoffed. "In such a backward place, who would want to teach? Forget about others. Even our own people, once they find success, move to the city for a better life. Who would want to stay in this small village? If our own aren't united, Who can we rely on? Have you heard about Chunbai? He's been teaching at the He-Shi Prefecture Academy for over a decade now. Chunbai left over 10 years ago. I wonder how he's faring now. No word from him. Who cares? Are you worried he's living better than you? I'm just concerned that if he dies outside, no one will collect his body. As the group conversed, before long, Chen Buming arrived, dragging along an unwilling Chen Buzhan, who displayed a strong sense of reluctance. Buming, you made it. Chen Buming glanced around and, noticing everyone had arrived, spoke up, is everyone here? Let us go. Chen Dahai smiled at Chen Buzhan, raising an eyebrow. Zhanhua, are you still unhappy about going to the county? Chen Buzhan replied, I don't want to go. There's so much fun to be had in the village. TSK, you haven't been there yet. Once you reach the county and experience the dazzling world outside, you'll be so delighted that you won't even want to return, Chen Dahai teased. Chen Buzhan lifted his head, curiosity piqued, and asked Chen Dahai, Uncle Hai, you not deceiving me, are you? Chen Dahai patted his chest. How could I? Once we get to the county, I'll take you to explore the inns. Oh, the excitement there is indescribable. Those young ladies are as tender as can be. With a curious glint in his eyes, Chen Buzhan wondered what could possibly be more entertaining than using a slingshot to hunt birds. Chen Buming cleared his throat, interrupting Chen Dahai's rambling cough. Everyone is here, so let us set off. Be cautious on the road. If any danger arises, protect Buzhan. Upon hearing there might be danger on the road, Chen Buzhan's earlier curiosity vanished, replaced by a hint of fear as he glanced around. Fortunately, they were at the village entrance, a place he knew well, yet the thought of heading to an unfamiliar location made him uneasy. Chen Dahai clapped him on the shoulder. What are you afraid of? You coward? Just hide behind me if there's any danger. Come on, sit with me, I'll tell you about the outside world to broaden your horizons, so you won't be completely oblivious. As everyone boarded the vehicle, they embarked on a long journey, conserving their energy for any potential hazards. Fatigue in the face of danger could lead to misfortune. With a crack of the whip, the cargo cart began to move. Chen Lin and his companions were primarily returning to assist with the autumn harvest in the village. Transporting goods back to the county as a secondary task, Li Qingfeng sat alongside Chen Buzhan in one of the trucks, while Chen Dahai drove, engaging Chen Buzhan in conversation to alleviate his anxiety about traveling far for the first time. Chen Dahai animatedly recounted tales from his past. Let me tell you, when I once traveled with a merchant caravan to distant lands, we encountered robbers who ambushed us. It was truly perilous. Those scoundrels not only set traps, but also attacked us with a volley of arrows. Thankfully, I reacted quickly and used my shield to deflect them all. Chen Buzhan blinked, listening intently, but when he heard about danger, he couldn't help but nervously clutch Li Qingfeng's sleeve, clearly frightened. Then I charged forward with the guards, swinging my axe left and right, cutting down those robbers with force. My axe skills were honed from chopping wood back in the village. With one mighty swing, I cleaved a poor soul in half. Fierce indeed. Li Qingfeng observed Chen Dahai's exaggerated vitality, unsure of the truth behind his words, but remained silent, occasionally glancing at the scenery, as it was his first encounter with this game world. Chen Buzhan, taken aback by Chen Dahai's boastful tales, was skilled at catching birds and fish but had never harmed a person. He had never even seen one. Uncle Hai, you've killed someone? This is the first time I've heard you say that. Chen Dahai chuckled. Oh, there's so much you don't know. Anyone who travels carries some blood on their hands. Take your brother, for instance. He treats you well, but when it comes to killing, he does it with such precision that one blow can shatter a skull. Coughing loudly from the front cart, Chen Buming felt a twinge of regret for letting his brother sit with Chen Dahai. Had it not been for Chen Dahai's earlier promise to share tales of the outside world, he would never have allowed them to sit together. Instead, Chen Dahai seemed to be only boasting. Hearing the cough, Chen Dahai turned back to Chen Buzhan with a grin. Hee, let us not dwell on that. I'll tell you something else. Chen Buzhan's eyes widened in disbelief. Chen Dahai's words painted a picture of a world entirely different from what he had known. Was the outside world truly so terrifying? What kind of life had he been living, then? And did his brother really possess such lethal skills? Chen Buzhan's questions remained unspoken. Chen Dahai continued. There are so many fascinating things outside. Sights you'd never see in Pumpkin Village. Arkanjo is famous for its rivers and lakes, and the majestic mountains are countless. Take Chua Mountain in He-Shi Prefecture, for instance. It towers 1,000 zhang high, and it takes 2 days and nights to reach the summit. There, You can encounter ferocious beasts and towering trees over 100 zhang high. There are even villages, Taoist temples, and monasteries built atop the mountain. It's magnificent. Once you climb Chihui Mountain, you'll never look at that little hill behind Pumpkin Village the same way again. Qin Buzhan imagined the grand mountains and immense trees Qin Dahai spoke of. Shaking his head in disbelief, I'll go see it when I have the time. You better not be lying to me, Qin Dahai replied. How could I? Would I ever deceive you? Have you ever seen the tide rise? Have you heard of the Qinying River? I know about that. Heshi Prefecture is just west of the Qinying River. Exactly. When the tide rises, it's terrifying. The wind whips up waves that can reach dozens of zhang high. Blotting out the sun, a single wave can knock a person unconscious. If you were to encounter a tornado in the Qinying River, now that would be exhilarating. The roar of the wind and rain would drown out even the voices of those beside you. Surviving such an environment once would be a story to tell for a lifetime. Qin Dahai's words flowed like a river, effortlessly stirring Qin Buzhan's emotions, filling him with longing and anticipation for the world beyond. Li Qingfeng listened with a smile, genuinely interested in what was said, thinking he could visit those places in the future to see if they were indeed as magnificent as Qin Dahai claimed. All right, that's enough talk for now. Let me take a sip of water and think about what else to share. Qin Dahai took a long swig from his water jug. As he continued his animated storytelling. Time passed swiftly. Despite the beautiful scenery, seeing too much could be tiring. With eyes closed, Qin Buzhan listened to Qin Dahai's tales, feeling the jolting of the cart as it traversed the mountain roads, accompanied by the sounds of birds chirping and insects buzzing, creating a unique experience. Due to the cargo load, the cart moved at a slow pace, nearly matching a walking speed. Some passengers, feeling fatigued, disembarked to stretch their legs. Although the convoy was moving slowly, by noon, they had already covered half the journey. The day remained bright, with excellent visibility, and in the distance, a bamboo grove came into view. Qin Dahai pointed ahead. Over there is the purple bamboo grove I mentioned earlier. In summer, the leaves in the center of the grove appear purple under the sun, extraordinarily beautiful. We'll take a break there soon, grab a bite, and then head straight for Green Willow County. Qin Buming looked at the others. Despite the bumpy ride, everyone felt a bit fatigued, so he suggested, let us take a break up ahead. Oh, and remember to stay safe. This decision received unanimous support from the group. Though Qin Buming spoke little throughout the journey, it was clear he was the core of the group. Li Qingfeng stood up, squinting towards the bamboo grove. Although he was too far away to discern anything clearly, he lacked the ability to see through the layers of bamboo. However, his innate talent for sensing lethal intent revealed the presence of hidden enemies within. Counting carefully, he estimated there were around 20 health bars, none of which belonged to animals, easily distinguishing them as adults, likely possessing some martial skill. Among them was a small boss with a health of 197199, though he was still considerably weaker than Qin Buming. Qingfeng, what's up? What are you looking at? Qin Buzhan asked upon noticing Li Qingfeng standing. Li Qingfeng replied, it seems there are people up ahead. He refrained from asserting that there was an ambush, as it was merely his dark suspicion. Perhaps the individuals were fellow villagers resting on their way to the city. Li Qingfeng's words alerted Qin Dahai and the others. Encountering pedestrians on the road was common. However, the narrow terrain of the bamboo grove, difficult to navigate and with poor visibility, made it a prime location for ambushes, warranting serious caution. As the saying goes, avoid the forest. A bamboo grove is still a forest, so one must tread carefully. Chen Lin listened intently and remarked, it does seem there are people. I haven't heard any birds chirping. The eerie silence within the grove heightened their tension. Qin Buming raised his hand. Let us pause for a moment. I'll go in and take a look. If everything seems fine, we can rest inside. Asked the Soul Warrior and the embodiment of strength for the entire team. Qin Buming stands as the beacon of hope for Pumpkin Village. Upholding the principle that those with greater abilities bear greater responsibilities, he unreservedly accepts the roles of both Vanguard and Scout. With a formidable ally leading the charge, Li Qingfeng feels a surge of delight, preparing to offer whatever meager assistance he can to protect Qin Buzhan should danger arise, thus contributing in his own small way. At a safe distance, Li Qingfeng feels no shame in taking a breather. After all, who wouldn't he want to be led by such a powerful figure? After a brief wait, Qin Buming returns, his expression unchanged. In response to the curious gazes of Qin Lin and the others, he simply shakes his head. Indeed, there were individuals gathered within, and they did not appear to be of good character. armed as they were. Yet, when he entered, they merely glanced at him without any intention of aggression, prompting his withdrawal. Chun Buming's message is clear. There are people inside. They may not be up to any good, but they could also simply be resting. After all, it would be unreasonable to attack those who are merely sitting idly by without provocation. Thus, he only cast a glance before retreating, and the others did not attempt to detain him. Chen Dahai, with a serious tone, urged, "Let us proceed. We must remain vigilant. While there is time for leisure and safety, when serious matters arise, Chen Dahai addresses them with utmost seriousness, taking precautions against unforeseen circumstances." Sensing the tension in the atmosphere, Chen Buzhan feels a twinge of fear and glances at Li Qingfeng, asking, "Brother Qingfeng, do you think anything unexpected might happen inside? It's merely a minor issue." Li Qingfeng reassures him. The group from Pumpkin Village drives their vehicles into the bamboo forest, where the narrow path is strewn with fallen bamboo leaves and weeds. A breeze rustles through the bamboo, causing the leaves to flutter and create a soft rustling sound. After walking a short distance, they come upon a clear area where around 10 muscular men sit on the ground, clearly not ordinary farmers. Their attire and the weapons strewn beside them reveal their true identities as nefarious characters. Nearby, 10 black steeds are tethered, and various packages of different colors lie carelessly discarded on the ground. Upon their arrival, it is evident that the men have heightened their vigilance, collectively directing their gazes towards the newcomers. Some even sport smiles, as if eagerly anticipating the forthcoming events. Li Qingfeng scans the area and notices 3 individuals hiding on small slopes to the left and right, their life force already betraying their presence. Do not advance any further. There are individuals concealed on either side ahead, and they may not come with good intentions, Li Qingfeng warns. Chun Buming nods and turns to Chen Lin, instructing, "Brother Lin, go inquire where they hail from." Aware of his own limited negotiation skills, Chun Buming recognizes the need for Chun Lin's involvement. Chun Lin steps forward and addresses the men, "Brothers ahead. We wish to pass through. May we trouble you for a favor?" A burly man chewing on bamboo leaves steps forward, brandishing a hefty saber, and bellows, "Come closer to speak. Don't be so hesitant." Chen Lin furrows his brow and replies, "Gentlemen, we are locals merely passing through to the county town. We seek safe passage. If it's a matter of money, please name your price. We can offer you a round of drinks if the price is reasonable." The burly man spits out the leaves and responds, "If you had been straightforward from the start, this would have been settled. We've been here with our brothers for the better part of the morning, and our stomachs are empty. How could we not earn at least 2 taels of silver in a day?" He continues, "How about this? Each of you pays 2 taels, and we 1 charge you for your goods. But you must leave 1 cart for us to take back for our trouble." Chun Lin hesitates, realizing that the bandits' demands are exorbitant. The burly man adds, "Don't think it too steep. We operate on a fair trade principle. Look around. This place is quite orderly, and if you part with your money, we 1 harm you." Those belongings over there were surrendered by passing travelers. They paid and were allowed to pass, which seems quite reasonable, doesn't it? Chen Lin glances at the scattered belongings on the ground, understanding that many have fallen victim to these bandits. Chun Buming frowns from the back and steps forward, declaring, "I've never heard of your group in this area. Would you care to reveal your name?" The burly man scoffs, "Enough with the chatter. Whether you know us or not, you still need to pay. We only recognize money. Allow us a moment to discuss," Chen Lin replies. The 2 retreat to confer with their companions. Chen Dahai inquires, "Buming, what do you think we should do? Can we fight them?" Chen Buming nods, feeling confident in his own abilities but worried about the potential consequences for the others. "Pay them? How can we afford that? 11 of us at 2 taels each, that's 22 taels. I can't save that much in a year. Are we really going to just hand it over? Then let us fight," Chen Buming asserts, raising his hand, "You're right. We cannot give them a single coin. If they refuse to let us pass, we'll take them down here and now. Arm yourselves, protect yourselves, and help me keep an eye on Buzhan." Chen Buming's perspective is that if they acquiesce now, they will be forced to do so every time they pass by. Or worse, they risk their lives. Chen Buzhan, feeling frightened, watches the bandits as the discussion unfolds. Meanwhile, the bandits have already armed themselves, eager for a confrontation, ready to plunder if the travelers refuse to pay. "Get your weapons." Chen Dahai commands, approaching a cart and lifting a tarp to reveal a cache of weapons beneath. Chun Buming steps forward, seizing a sturdy iron rod, over 2 meters long and as thick as an infant's arm. its dark surface gleaming ominously. The others from Pumpkin Village adeptly gather their gear. Chen Dahai distributes leather shields and hands out steel knives to each member. Within mere seconds, a group of villagers transforms into a formidable guard squad. Much to the astonishment of Li Qingfeng and Chen Buzhan. Chen Buzhan can hardly believe what Uncle Hai has said. Is the outside world truly this brutal? He feels a surge of fear. Li Qingfeng, on the other hand, is taken aback to discover that this supply cart contains arms. He had always thought that Chen Lin and the others relied solely on Chen Bumming for protection. Chen Dahai calls out to Li Qingfeng and Chen Buzhan, Buzhan, Qingfeng, come here. Each of you take a shield. Stay alert and avoid getting hurt. Li Qingfeng's eyes light up as he approaches to receive the shield. Weighing it in his hands, it feels like 5 or 6 pounds. This appears to be a homemade leather shield, likely crafted from cowhide with a wooden framework and some padding inside, large enough to cover his entire torso. Paired with a single-handed steel knife, it offers both offensive and defensive capabilities. I can wield a knife too. I can take down foes, Li Qingfeng declares, feeling the thrill of combat stir within him as he recalls his expertise in fighting. Chen Dahai laughs, ha, truly, you are not to be underestimated, Qingfeng. Here, take this knife. He turns to Chen Buzhan. Hold your shield carefully. Don't hurt yourself or get too reckless. Chen Buzhan cautiously accepts the shield, his eyes wide with confusion. At just 14 years old, is he really expected to learn to kill? What has his life been up until now? Seeing these fat sheep dare to resist, the bandits are not surprised. There will always be those who refuse to heed warnings and wish to test their luck. However, seeing the villagers dress as farmers, even leading donkeys, they dismiss the threat entirely. What can a few mud-stained peasants do against their numbers and expertise? The distance between the two parties is merely 30 meters. Yet the tension in the air suggests that battle is imminent. A gust of wind sweeps through the bamboo, as if signaling the charge. Armed and ready, Chen Bumming's demeanor and aura transform entirely. From serene as water, he becomes fierce as fire. His eyes glint with a predatory intensity, resembling a tiger poised to pounce. Let me give you one last chance, he bellows, swinging the iron rod with practiced ease. Clear the way, and I will let bygones be bygones. Otherwise, do not blame my followers for their ruthlessness. Upon hearing Chen Bumming's words, Li Qingfeng thinks to himself, well, that's it. There's no turning back now. Once he speaks like that, a fight is inevitable. I suspected he wouldn't know how to negotiate, and my instincts were correct. The burly man is momentarily taken aback, then turns to his fellow bandits. Laughing heartily, brothers, did you hear that? He is trying to rob us of our words. Indeed. How audacious. If we don't teach them a lesson, we'll be the laughingstock of our peers. The burly man shouts back at Chen Bumming. You had your chance to pay for your lives, and now you've squandered it. When you find yourselves in the underworld, remember the name of Han Shandiao. Seeing that they disregard his warning, Chen Bumming concludes they are courting death. Since they seek their demise, he shall grant them their wish. Chen Bumming charges forward, moving with the grace of a dragon and the ferocity of a tiger. Swift as lightning and as thunderous as a storm die in an instant, he closes the 30-meter gap, swinging the iron rod with explosive force towards Han Shandiao. As Chen Bumming's onslaught approaches, Han Shandiao's expression shifts dramatically, losing the relaxed demeanor he previously held. When a true expert enters the fray, the difference is unmistakable. Realizing he has encountered a formidable opponent, Han Shandiao's confidence wavers. The arrival of Chen Bumming, accompanied by the sound of the wind, seemed to awaken the scent of blood in the air for the mountain-shaking eagle, who hastily raised his broadsword to confront Chen Bumming's iron rod. As their weapons clashed, a resounding noise echoed, causing a deafening buzz in their ears, momentarily robbing them of their hearing. The mountain-shaking eagle bore the brunt of the impact, struggling under immense pressure. After just one exchange, he felt a sharp pain in his hands, as if his strength was being sapped away. Chapter 23. The rod strikes the robbers. Before him stood a figure slightly smaller in stature, yet exuding extraordinary strength, clearly a master of the blood exchange realm, and not one merely at its inception. Otherwise, he would have managed to withstand a few more exchanges. Realizing he had struck an impenetrable barrier, the mountain-shaking eagle opened his mouth, intent on pleading for mercy. However, the rod was swifter than his words. With a resonant whoosh, the air exploded around Chen Bumming's iron rod as he swung it like a bolt of lightning. Delivering divine retribution, the mountain-shaking eagle's head was brutally shattered by a single horizontal sweep of Chen Buming's weapon. Li Qingfeng stood behind, stupefied. Wow, a minor boss with 197,199 life points was dispatched by Chen Buming in just 2 moves. Is the disparity truly this vast? Beside him, Chen Buzhan, who shielded his head with a shield, caught sight of his brother delivering a fatal blow to the self-proclaimed mountain-shaking eagle. His heart raced uncontrollably, and his legs trembled with fear, engulfed by terror. The sight was overwhelmingly intense. Blood and gore scattered everywhere, leaving Chen Buzhan's eyes wide open, too frightened to blink. After dispatching the mountain-shaking eagle, Chen Buming's vitality surged. His eyes glinting with bloodlust, he charged towards the remaining bandits, wielding his iron rod with ferocity. Those rogues, whether head or hand, were met with no mercy, all crushed under his onslaught. In mere moments, 3 to 5 of them lay dead upon the ground, their heads nothing but a mess. Faced with Chen Buming's overwhelming ferocity, the once feared leader, who could take on a dozen men, fell in the blink of an eye. The remaining bandits scattered in every direction, praying that the ferocious Chen Buming would pursue their fellow brothers instead. In this world, one may be lacking in martial prowess or capability, but one must certainly know how to preserve one's own life. Recognizing they were overmatched, every bandit instinctively fled in various directions. This was their greatest chance for survival. Clustering together would spell their doom. Each hoped that by running separately, at least one might live. Those unfortunate enough to attract Chen Buming's attention were simply out of luck. Not only were they fleeing, but Li Qingfeng also noticed faint sounds emanating from a nearby hillside. The bandits hiding there were quietly slipping away. At this moment, they felt fortunate for their concealment, believing that Chen Buming would not pursue them. Under the threat of death, each individual tapped into immense potential to escape. Ultimately, only 7 remained in Chen Buming's wake, while the others vanished without a trace. Among these 7, 3 lay on the ground with shattered legs, unable to flee. 3 others fared worse, their heads crushed by the rod, receiving a fate reserved for the leader. The final unfortunate soul met a grisly end, his torso severed in half by Chen Buming's strike, his upper half flying a distance before crashing into bamboo, where he lay, still gasping for breath, desperately clawing at the ground in a futile attempt to escape. But in reality, he was beyond salvation. After a series of agonizing cries, he finally succumbed. The sight of his brutal end, along with the wails of the 3 legless bandits, nearly terrified Chen Buzhan into submission. Trembling uncontrollably, his legs shaking like leaves in a storm, cold sweat pouring down his brow, he clutched his shield tightly, too frightened to release it in a whirlwind of carnage. Chen Buming swiftly dealt with the band of highwaymen. The area where the robbers had previously rested was now drenched in blood, staining the greenery of the bamboo forest with a crimson hue. Where the mountain-shaking eagle had failed as a robber, Chen Buming succeeded. He dragged the 3 surviving bandits, their legs severed, toward him, his expression one of vexation, as if burdened by the troublesome aftermath. Chen Buzhan, trembling in fear, peered from behind Li Qingfeng, as if he were witnessing a completely different Chen Buming, realizing that he had never truly understood this family member. Chen Dahai approached Chen Buming and inquired, "Buming, how many days will we be in seclusion this time?" Chen Buming casually tossed the 3 surviving robbers aside, glancing around as if counting heads. 11 days, for some, he replied. Chun Lin pointed at the 3 legless bandits, their faces streaked with tears. "What shall we do with these 3? Bury them as before," Chen Buming replied. "Dig a pit and bury them. Those who have died should be tossed in together. You all come over. I need to recuperate." "All right then, grab your tools and get to work." Chen Dahai raised his hand, and Chen Lin along with 4 others swiftly retrieved shovels from the cart, beginning to dig in an area untouched by blood. Their movements skilled, efficient, and reliable. Let the others rest for a moment. Once a clean patch of ground was cleared, Chen Buming sat cross-legged, closing his eyes to recuperate, wishing to transition from the frenzied state he had just experienced. Chen Dahai distributed rations to those who had not worked, saying, "Eat something. Take a break." Li Qingfeng, feeling somewhat hungry, accepted a portion and began to eat heartily. Admittedly, while the rations lacked flavor, after exertion and hunger, having something in his stomach felt immensely satisfying. "Here, Buzhan, would you like to have some? Now that it's safe, you can put down your shield." Chen Dahai, being considerate, even offered a piece of braised meat. Initially, Qin Buzhan did not think much of it. Fear had replaced his senses. However, with the robbers either dead or fled, the threat had dissipated. Surrounded by familiar faces, he began to relax. Yet, upon seeing the braised meat offered by Qin Dahai, an overwhelming wave of nausea surged within him. Ugh! He retched, casting aside his shield and squatting down to expel the contents of his stomach, tears streaming down his face. Qin Dahai pointed at him and laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, it seems you haven't adjusted yet. Save your rations, drink some water later. After retching for a while, Qin Buzhan began to recover, his face pale as he accepted a water flask from Li Qingfeng. Tilting his head back to rinse his mouth, Li Qingfeng chewed on his rations, undeterred by the lingering odor of vomit, and asked, "Feeling better now?" Qin Buzhan merely waved his hand, his expression troubled as he muttered. Li Qingfeng reassured him, "You'll get used to it. Children haven't seen enough bloodshed and lack the psychological fortitude. Just practice a few more times." The three surviving bandits, witnessing Qin Lin and the others digging graves, realized their chances of survival were non-existent. Fearing the prospect of being buried alive, they begged repeatedly, "Please, grant us a swift end." Qin Dahai and the others remained unmoved, treating their pleas as mere barking. Ignoring them entirely, Qin Buzhan looked at them and asked, "Uncle Hai, are they really just going to be buried like this?" Qin Dahai paused, slightly taken aback, then retorted, "What? Do you feel sorry for their lamentations and wish to accompany them on their final journey?" Qin Buzhan shook his head fervently. "No, no, I wouldn't dare." Qin Dahai replied, "Daring is necessary for practice. Why not give it a try?" Ignoring him, Qin Buzhan turned his head away, Li Qingfeng, brushing crumbs from his hands, remarked to Qin Dahai, "If he wants to go, I will. Their noise is too bothersome. It's hard to concentrate with all this racket." Qin Dahai shrugged, indifferent, dead or alive, burying them is less troublesome than dealing with the living. The dead won't resist. Just toss them in the pit. Li Qingfeng picked up a knife, approaching the three bandits, whose fearful eyes widened in terror. "Stow them." Li Qingfeng no longer appeared as a frail youth. His slow yet imposing stride bore an indescribable weight of pressure. In that moment, they forgot their pain, their wails falling silent. The request for a swift end had been theirs to make, yet, as Li Qingfeng prepared to grant their wish, fear gripped them anew. Sunlight filtered through the purple bamboo grove, casting a glow upon Li Qingfeng, blinding the bandits and obscuring his features. All they could discern was his cold, emotionless expression, regarding them as one would a beast. Powerless to retaliate, the bandits trembled and whimpered, while Li Qingfeng's life points surged from 56 to 99. The increase in vitality enveloped him in a sensation of profound comfort, as if he had returned to the womb. This blissful feeling caused him to grip his knife with even greater force. Fortunately, no blood splattered onto his clothes. Otherwise, his pristine attire would have been ruined. Qin Buzhan gazed in terror at the smiling Li Qingfeng, feeling an unsettling estrangement, as if they were all fundamentally changed. Could it be that the one who was unwell was him, rather than them? Qin Buzhan's mind felt somewhat overwhelmed, uncertain of who was right or wrong. He could only tightly grasp the kettle in his hand, as it was his sole support at that moment. Li Qingfeng placed his knife aside and called out a couple of times to Qin Buzhan. Noticing he was still in a daze, he waved his hand in front of Qin Buzhan's eyes. "Zhanhua, Zhanhua, I'm calling you to wash the kettle for him." "Why are you in a daze?" Qin Dahai, observing the absent-minded Qin Buzhan, shouted twice. "Oh." Qin Buzhan finally came to his senses and returned Li Qingfeng's kettle to him. Qin Dahai looked at Li Qingfeng, who was washing his hands, and asked, "Hey, Qingfeng, are you going to find a quiet room to stay in for 3 days like bumming?" Li Qingfeng laughed and inquired, "What kind of rule is that? Is there any significance to it?" Qin Bumming, who had remained silent and meditative, opened his eyes and replied, "There's no particular significance. It's merely a request from my master. For every person killed, one must spend that many days in a quiet room. The purpose is twofold. First, to allow oneself time to reflect on whether the act of killing was justified. If it was, then how to improve the speed of execution next time. If not, how to avoid similar situations in the future and how to respond if encountered again. Second, it is to calm oneself and step away from the mindset of killing, to avoid becoming addicted to that sensation. As martial artists, our aim is to ascend to the pinnacle of martial arts, not to become mere murderers. Killing is always a means to an end, never the end itself. If one practices martial arts without cultivating the heart, it is easy to lose one's way. Why Master S' original words were, "Control your power, do not let it control you. Strike with fierce methods, yet harbor a compassionate heart." Just like this instance, we acted to pass through, while the other party obstructed our path and attempted robbery. Thus, their demise was justified. Had they been wise enough to yield and let us pass, there would have been no need for death. The consequences they faced were deserved, and they cannot blame others. Had they not encountered me, others would have dealt with them. By the way, the 3 you killed do not count against me. Chen Buming felt no psychological burden regarding the slaying of the bandit Han Shandiao. In this world, there were far too many deserving of death. Nevertheless, he would still seek a quiet room for 11 days upon returning to Liviang County. This served as both a reflection and a punishment, a means to remind himself not to act recklessly due to strength. Otherwise, today's justification for killing a villain could easily become an excuse for slaughtering innocents next time. If one cannot control oneself, then practicing martial arts is utterly meaningless. Upon hearing Chen Buming's intriguing theory, Li Qingfeng shook his head and said, "This is the first time I've heard such a perspective. For someone like me, living for today and not tomorrow, I never thought that far ahead." Qin Buzhan, noticing Chen Buming had awakened, timidly asked, "Brother, can I not go to the county town? I want to return to the village." Chen Buming looked at him with gentle eyes and replied, "We've come this far. It wouldn't be wise to turn back now. Let us go to the county together, since you don't want to witness the fighting and death. Once we arrive in the county, I will find a school for you to attend." Upon hearing that his request was not granted, Qin Buzhan nodded dejectedly. Chen Dahai patted his shoulder and said, "Don't you want to leave the village, huh? Then focus on your studies. Once you've achieved something, you can return to the village and open a school, teaching the children there. That would be wonderful. Our village doesn't have a school yet, so you could establish one." Qin Buzhan's eyes brightened at the prospect of returning to the village, and he looked at Chen Dahai, asking, "How long will I need to study?" Chen Dahai stroked his chin and calculated, "If you're clever, 3 to 5 years should suffice before you can return to teach. After all, how much skill is needed to enlighten children who know nothing?" Qin Buzhan, somewhat apprehensive, queried, "What if I'm not clever?" "If you're a bit slow, just put in the effort to learn, and you should be able to manage in that time frame. But you must be diligent. You can't afford to slack off. If you cannot learn, you'll have to join us in trade runs. You must learn to adapt to situations like today. You may even have to face them yourself and be prepared for death." Chen Dahai's words startled Qin Buzhan, who hurriedly said, "I will definitely study hard and won't be lazy." After digging a proper pit for the 4 of them to rest, Chen Dahai and Li Qingfeng proceeded to carry the bodies. They disposed of all the corpses in the pit, covering them with earth to prevent the spread of disease. Then they tallied the valuables left behind by the bandits, noting that the black horses were the most valuable. After a brief rest, the group, laden with the spoils, continued their journey towards Liviang County. The bloodstains in the purple bamboo forest would eventually be washed away after a torrential rain, and in the following year, lush, vibrant bamboo would sprout anew from the ground, their leaves shimmering in beautiful purple hues under the sunlight. Chapter 24. Arrival at Liviang County. Upon exiting the purple bamboo forest, they continued their journey without pause. The following road was quite smooth, with no other bandits encountered. As dusk approached, the twilight enveloped the surroundings, and Liviang County was now in sight. Li Qingfeng observed that numerous willow trees adorned the area. Chen Dahai pointed ahead and declared, "Over there is Liviang County." At this juncture, they had already stepped onto the official road, moving at a faster pace than in the wild. Qin Buzhan swayed atop the tall steed gifted by the bandits. He had ridden cows, donkeys, and pack horses before, but this horse, towering even higher than he could jump, was a first for him. He could only cling desperately to the reins. Chen Dahai remarked, "Zhanhua, isn't it fun riding this? It's exhilarating, and it certainly boosts one's confidence." This is what they mean by being formidable. Qin Buzhan, sitting atop the horse, felt no sense of grandeur. Instead, he trembled slightly. He had a fear of heights. Having fallen from a tree in the village during his childhood, which had left him wary of trees for a time. Chen Dahai had claimed it would build his courage, yet all he felt was his legs turning to jelly. Qin Buzhan asked, "Uncle Hai, how much longer until we arrive?" Chen Dahai replied, "About the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. 1 TB long now. Look, the number of travelers on the road is increasing." "Ah, That girl has been glancing at you repeatedly. She must think you're incredibly handsome. Meanwhile, Li Qingfeng sat in the cart, browsing the forum section of Liviang County, noting that the number of posts here was significantly higher than in the village section. From the forum, he learned that Liviang County had a stable population of around 130,000 and was under the control of a first-rate power known as Qingyun Mountain. Not just Liviang County. The entire Qinghe Prefecture was governed by Qingyun Mountain. From the background story encountered at the beginning of the game, it was evident that the Qian Kuren realm was devoid of a unified nation. Various regions operated autonomously, each with distinct laws, depending on how local powers arranged them. Qingyun Mountain's governance over Qinghe Prefecture was notably lax, as evidenced by Chen bumming and the others casually killing and burying bodies, which had become a habitual attitude. The order in the wilderness was essentially chaotic. Life in the county should be better, given the population concentration, in the wild. If someone died, who could say whether they were taken by wild beasts? Nobody had the energy to care, nor did they pay heed. If the county were to mirror the lawlessness of the wild, it would surely falter. Scattered hearts would lead to collapse. According to the forum, Qinghe Prefecture seemed to follow the laws of the last ruling dynasty, Bei. The county also had appointed officials and clerks. Before long, they reached the gates of Liviang County. As they approached, the sight became clearer. On the weathered, mottled city wall hung a plaque inscribed with Liviang. The characters were nearly illegible, indicating that it was an old artifact from years past. Surely, someone ought to repair it. Li Qingfeng's surprise. There were 2 guards stationed at the entrance of Liviang County. Beside them were large wooden boxes, into which incoming individuals dutifully dropped a coin as an entry fee. The price was modest. Merely a coin per person, serving as a symbolic collection. As long as one paid, the guards did not inspect how much cargo was brought in. They merely chatted idly, occasionally glancing at passers-by to check for wanted criminals, casting a quick glance as if to inspect. Of course, even if a wanted criminal did enter, they would feign ignorance. Such a job, akin to that of a highwayman, reflected the precarious order within this prefecture. Noticing Chen bumming and his group approaching, one of the guards recognized Chen Dahai and greeted him. "Hey, Dahai, back from home, are you?" Chen Dahai skillfully retrieved the money and placed it in the box. Responding, "Old Lin, you're on duty today, huh?" "After spending a few days in the village, I'm back to work again," the guard replied. "All right then, take care. Come find me for a drink sometime," Lao Lin replied. Having invested money, one naturally gains entry. No one is obstructing you. The county town is quite substantial, fully equipped with various facilities. As Li Qingfeng made his way towards the Pumpkin Merchants Association, he observed an array of establishments along the route: post stations, rice and grain shops, taverns, offices, escort agencies, martial arts schools, bookstores, casinos, general stores, comic shops, brothels, board game shops, and schools. This game is rather splendid, even featuring a comic shop. However, he noticed the absence of an electronics store specializing in electronic components. Leaving him puzzled as to why such a shop was missing, it was evident that Liviang County was considerably larger than Pumpkin Village, both in terms of shops and foot traffic, which far surpassed anything in Pumpkin Village. He could see numerous county residents strolling leisurely with their families after dinner. Their relaxed demeanor starkly contrasted with the wilderness, leaving him bewildered about their life attitudes. Was there truly such a significant disparity among people? Regardless, he decided to perceive them as mere NPCs. Meanwhile, Li Qingfeng was meticulously planning his future endeavors here based on strategies gleaned from the forum. After entering the city, Chen Buzhan dismounted from his horse. Had it not been for Chen Dahai insisting he ride, he would have descended immediately. Following closely behind Li Qingfeng, Chen Buzhan timidly gazed at each passerby, noting their splendid attire and the complex topics of their discussions, which he found difficult to comprehend. At that moment, Chen Buzhan felt like an outsider, a country bumpkin completely out of place. He did not experience the longing for this place that Chen Dahai had described, nor did he wish to remain here. Instead, he yearned to return to the village, sitting idly beneath a tree, awaiting his grandfather's meals, and then frolicking with friends until he peacefully drifted into slumber. Yet, he was uncertain whether he could return after having glimpsed the broader world. Even if he were to be sent back to the village, he would likely endure several nights of nightmares. Life outside felt disquieting, and perhaps that was preferable. Contemplating this, Chen Buzhan couldn't help but feel a tinge of melancholy. As they continued walking, the sky dimmed. The moon rose, and red lanterns were hung at the entrances of various shops. Finally, they arrived. Chen Dahai halted the horse-drawn cart in front of a sizable shop. Li Qingfeng looked over to see a prominent sign reading Pumpkin Merchants Association, flanked by gently swaying red lanterns. Two stone lions stood majestically at either side of the entrance. And the door was wide open, allowing the sounds of conversation to drift out. Chen Lin leaped from the cart and stretched, exclaiming, "Ah, we've arrived. I'll go inside and call Xiaoshang and the others out to help with the unloading." The folks from Pumpkin Village, well-versed in the routine, began unloading with great enthusiasm, eagerly anticipating a well-deserved rest after completing the task. Chen Buming turned to Chen Dahai, saying, "Uncle Hai, I'm going to the martial arts school to find my master. Please take care of Bujan and arrange a place for him to stay." Chen Dahai replied, "Sure, go ahead and take care of your business." Chen Buming glanced at Chen Bujan, exchanged a few comforting words to ease his restless heart, and hurried off. Chen Dahai waved, leading Li Qingfeng and Chen Bujan into the Merchants Association. With a curious gaze, Li Qingfeng surveyed the surroundings, discovering it resembled a warehouse filled with various goods, all neatly organized and well laid out. As they walked, Chen Dahai explained, "Our primary business involves purchasing goods at low prices and then selling them in bulk to those with substantial needs." Li Qingfeng understood. They were wholesalers, middlemen buying various goods at low prices to profit from the price difference. Essentially, it was a matter of buying low and selling high. This line of work appeared challenging, necessitating connections across various industries and a high degree of credibility. Otherwise, no one would come to transact. Mere credibility was insufficient. One also needed strength to avoid complications, or else the business would struggle to thrive. It seemed that the people from Pumpkin Village were faring quite well in Levian County. After a brief tour of the front courtyard's warehouses, Chen Dahai led them to the back courtyard. The back courtyard served as the residence for the association's employees, complete with a kitchen for self-catering. Upon arriving at the back courtyard, they spotted 4 individuals lounging under a willow tree, engaged in light-hearted conversation, their stone table adorned with food and drink. Chen Dahai approached with a smile, greeting, "Brother Yu. Enjoying a drink, I see." Yu Ming turned upon hearing the voice, and upon recognizing Chen Dahai, he exclaimed, "Ah, Dahai, you're back. Come, take a seat." After exchanging pleasantries and adding more bowls and chopsticks, Chen Dahai took a sip of wine, saying, "I've been craving this taste for quite some time on the road. It feels good to be back." Wai Yu Ming looked at Li Qingfeng and Chen Bujan and inquired, "Dahai, who are these 2 youngsters? Care to introduce them?" Chen Dahai slapped his forehead, pointing to the 2. "This is Li Qingfeng, my younger brother, come to the county to seek work. And this is my nephew, Buming's younger brother, Chen Bujan, here to study." Upon hearing that he was Chen Buming's brother, the plump man beside Yu Ming immediately showed respect, showering compliments on Chen Bujan, praising him as bright and clever, sure to achieve success in the future. Their flattery made Chen Bujan feel a bit bashful. Li Qingfeng had no intention of working at the Pumpkin Merchants Association. Chen Lin had mentioned that a work contract was required here, starting at 5 years. Once signed, he would be bound to stable employment, sometimes even required to deliver goods to other counties. The wages were comparable to those of dock workers. Li Qingfeng was not inclined to submit to such restrictions. As the saying goes, a domestic fowl has its food close at hand. A wild crane enjoys the vastness of heaven and earth. He did not wish for anyone to urge him about his work. Of course, it might also be due to the low wages. With his gambling talent, Li Qingfeng could earn in a day what would take a year of labor here. There was no way he would work honestly. Earlier, while browsing the forum, Li Qingfeng discovered a general guide for Levian County. Although termed a strategy, it read more like an introduction to the county's buildings, primarily instructing inexperienced newcomers on what to do upon arrival to avoid aimless wandering. Among the various establishments, the office was frequently highlighted by forum posters as a key location. The office functions similarly to a task release center, where one could find a plethora of tasks daily. The tasks varied widely, ranging from finding lost pets to accompanying individuals for leisure, to collecting rare herbs and apprehending fugitives. Anyone could post a task, and anyone could accept one. At Li Qingfeng planned to visit that location tomorrow. Additionally, he intended to prioritize martial arts training. He needed to assess whether he possessed the aptitude for martial arts. If not, he would have to seek alternative means to enhance his strength if all else failed. He might consider undertaking a task to eliminate bandits, aiming to trigger his innate talent for endless slaughter as a means of improvement. The boost he experienced from dispatching those 3 bandits left him feeling invigorated. Having felt a bit fatigued from the morning's journey, he found himself rejuvenated after his health points elevated to 99, making the entire afternoon's travel feel effortless. If there were no tasks akin to bandit hunting, he could always take on the role of a bandit himself, purchasing equipment and setting traps to ambush passing villagers. While a legitimate path would be preferable, he recognized the dependency on circumstances. When he had dispatched those 3 bandits, Li Qingfeng realized he could not merely remain an ordinary person. His not-so-lofty moral standards, which could be flexibly adjusted, were perfectly suitable for the game. There were countless actions he could take, each needing to be addressed individually. Listening to Qin Dahai and Yu Ming engage in conversation, Li Qingfeng seized the opportunity to fill his stomach. After a while, Qin Lin and the others returned, looking worn out, covered in dust, yet smiling and sharing amusing anecdotes as if they were in high spirits, as though finishing their tasks was akin to clocking out from work, always leaving them feeling buoyant. Qin Dahai called out, "Linzi, is the cargo unloaded? Dinner has been prepared for you in the kitchen. Go eat. Afterward, take a bath and unwind." "Sure, I'm quite hungry now," Qin Lin replied, and the group headed toward the kitchen. That night, in the bedroom, Li Qingfeng was assigned to share a room with Qin Lin. The room was decent, approximately 30 square meters, furnished with tables, chairs, and other essentials, along with a wooden rack displaying various gambling tools, presumably belonging to Qin Lin. Lying in bed, having just taken a bath, Qin Lin felt drowsy and yawned repeatedly. He glanced over at Li Qingfeng in the adjacent bed and asked, "Qingfeng, what kind of work do you wish to pursue? If there's anything you want to do, let me know, and I'll inquire if anyone is looking for help. I know a few people around here. If all else fails, we can seek out Uncle Dahai. He is well acquainted with the county and knows everything." Li Qingfeng shook his head, replying, "I'm not sure yet. I'll take a look tomorrow. I plan to roam around and see if there's a suitable job for me. Oh, by the way, Lin Gu, do you find the cargo unloading tiring? In just a month, it wouldn't be enough for you to win a few rounds of cards." Qin Lin, upon hearing the inquiry, rested his hands behind his head and gazed at the familiar carvings on the bed, remarking, "I am weary, yet fulfilled and at peace. Working provides me with a sense of stability. Let me tell you, I have a fondness for playing cards and have won quite a bit of money. However, it has never granted me a sense of security, akin to walking on clouds, where my feet feel cushioned and I am perpetually adrift, risking a fall at any moment. Times, I find that sensation rather distasteful. Yet, during gambling, I find myself entranced. Thus, my dear brother, it is imperative to seek a grounded job," Li Qingfeng murmured. Indeed, tranquility surpasses all else. Though he gambled infrequently and did not deeply comprehend that feeling, he was acutely aware of the anguish when his elder brother was targeted and harmed. It seemed that those who reached the end of the road as gamblers were not dissimilar to his elder brother, both reveling in victories, commanding the wins, yet reduced to a state of despair upon defeat. Akin to a stray dog, utterly wretched. Qin Lin yawned and said, "After a day of travel and moving goods, I feel somewhat fatigued. I shall sleep now." "Very well," Li Qingfeng replied. Extinguishing the light, he opened the forum, intending to scroll through the posts, only to be met with the sound of Qin Lin's snoring from the other side. Qin Lin, devoid of any worries, could fall asleep in an instant. His exhaustion was not merely physical but also reflected his attitude towards life, an old hand at the game. Yet not a gambler. Various troubles had not burdened him, thus he remained unencumbered. Returning his focus to the forum, as a denizen of 2077, late nights were the norm, and players had grown accustomed to the nocturnal lifestyle. With only 9 o'clock struck, it was the height of activity. A refresh revealed a plethora of new posts. He sought out a previously saved thread to discern the outcome of a particular incident. The player who had ventured into the wilderness and found himself surrounded by wolves was ultimately rescued. He had contacted a player from a neighboring village within the corresponding forum section and, after transferring 200 Shinkuan coins, begged that player to come to his aid. Scrolling further down, he encountered a summary of the spoils, not in the form of game screenshots, but rather hand-drawn illustrations by the poster, depicting a multitude of stick-figure wolves, some slain, some fled. The in-game currency was too precious. Not every player was willing to bear the cost of the screenshot function. The poster later updated to announce the funeral of his comrade, who had been consumed by wolves. According to the poster's description, the family of his fallen friend was heartbroken, particularly his mother, who had fainted from sorrow, a poignant image that resonated deeply, causing listeners to shed tears. Many empathetic players rewarded the poster with Qingquan coins to be given to the family of the deceased comrade. Li Qingfeng was at a loss on how to comment on this cyber-grave visiting phenomenon. Since the subsequent events were already known, he unbookmarked the thread and moved on to the next post. The individual who had previously sought guidance from the strategy master sister had returned with an update. As expected, the shared experiences of others proved ill-suited for him. After a series of comical missteps, he had not secured the affections he desired but rather earned a reputation as a good man, only to be coldly rejected by the sister. Though her hurried departure was indeed beautiful, the poster felt a significant blow to his pride, yearning for the solace of a lovely lady's private message. It was one thing for the sister to reject him, but even the players had to add salt to the wound. "My wife is someone you can pursue." How audacious! The poster lamented. "The circus act has begun. Why are you still backstage? You, a common man, how dare you disturb her when you are not of the same caliber? Do you genuinely believe in that method? It's an antiquated trick that even my grandmother couldn't fall for. Yet here you are, peddling iti in the midst of the mockery." One female player supported the poster. "I stand with you. Don't heed their nonsense. A confident man is the most charming. I find you quite handsome and have followed you. Looking forward to your next post." The poster felt as though a ray of light had pierced through the dismal darkness of his life, hastily replying, "Am I truly handsome, miss? May I add you as a friend to chat privately?" The female player responded, "Please, have some self-respect. I merely wish to comfort you amidst the ridicule. Do not repay kindness with malice." Her reply elevated the thread's lively atmosphere to another level. Li Qingfeng chuckled as he unbookmarked the thread. Shifting his gaze to the next post, INA thread seeking defeat. Players had already unearthed information about Dong Liqiu from the Tiger Roaring Hall. His father was the hall master, and Dong Liqiu had practiced martial arts since childhood. Mastering the family's techniques, he later trained for several years at the top-tier force, Shanhei, and was said to have reached the marrow training stage. In a few years, he would assume the position of hall master. It was unlikely that seeking defeat would be Dong Liqiu's match. Players had begun threads to bet on the outcome of their duel. Some loyal fans of seeking defeat placed small bets even with odds of 1-0. Supporting this formidable figure who had yet to taste defeat. Others, being gamblers, wagered on high odds, hoping that Dong Liqiu, the marrow-trained NPC, would deliver a harsh lesson to seeking defeat, bringing about an upset. Dong Liqiu's odds were set at 1-2.3, indicating that the betting players had considerable confidence in seeking defeat, likely due to some insider information. There were also a few betting on a draw. Though they were scarce, as a draw in martial arts was far more challenging than determining a winner. The difficulty of defeating versus subduing was worlds apart. Li Qingfeng observed the forum's betting activities, realizing that there was no sign of his gambling talent being triggered. Rubbing his chin, he speculated on several possibilities. Either his talent required a tangible object to activate, or combat did not fall under the realm of gambling. Perhaps the forum could filter out his talent, or perhaps the original gambling spirit had perished before, having failed in online betting, thus his talent could not trigger in this forum's context. There were numerous possibilities. Yet regardless of the reason, Li Qingfeng remained unconcerned, as he was not a gambler. After his experiences with the little fox, he had firmly established his stance. He needed to play to his strengths, focusing solely on robbing without wavering. The thread about seeking defeat could remain bookmarked for later, as he intended to check back on the 30th for the results. While browsing his bookmarks, he noticed an update on the thread where he had previously encountered the remarkable figure. He clicked in to take a look. In the 174th floor thread, "Aspirations of the Great," a poster exclaimed, "You've struck gold. I know this person, the true monarch of floating dust from Tianyun Mountain. A peak expert in marrow training, holding a higher status than the current master of Tianyun Mountain. If you can secure his favor, you will soar." Seeing the credibility in Hong Huji's words and the detailed background of this esteemed figure, the poster eagerly pressed for confirmation. "Is this true, Great One? If the news is accurate, I shall seize the opportunity." Hong Huji replied, "The information is genuine. Whether you can seize this opportunity depends solely on you." Receiving a definitive affirmation, the poster gritted his teeth and took the plunge, forging a favorable connection with the true monarch of floating dust. As a result of his actions, he assisted the true monarch in achieving an accomplishment known as a glimmer of inspiration, leading to his acceptance as a personal disciple. The subsequent updates from the poster left readers envious. Tianyun Mountain, a top-tier force in Qianzhou, had the power, at its peak, to stand against an entire dynasty. The poster had ascended to a status on par with the mountain masters of Tianyun Mountain, transforming overnight from an ordinary individual to one who possessed the qualifications of a major figure. An incredible stroke of fortune. Oh no, I've become a clown. Did you truly encounter an esteemed figure? Woe is me, watching you ascend while I am left in despair. It is precisely because of fortunate individuals like you that others fall for scams daily. You truly deserve it, the one above. I remember you. You were swindled out of your entire fortune, weren't you? Ah? No, dear friends, did you truly strike it rich? I don't believe it. I beg you, say it's a trick, that this is merely an illusion post-swindle. Li Qingfeng read through the thread with a smile, free from envy or resentment. Each individual existed within their own stage and class, facing different adversities. One might say, a blessing in disguise. The future of this poster, whether he would indeed soar and grasp this splendid opportunity, remained uncertain. He might falter under the pressure, lacking the capability and mentality to handle sudden wealth, thus falling into a worse predicament. Yet, some attempts and choices would always be preferable to merely laboring on the docks. Furthermore, having tasted fortune once, who could predict whether further good fortune would follow? Encountering a master can yield vastly different outcomes. Some unfortunate souls find themselves completely duped. Yet, if one is fortunate enough to meet a true sage, their luck must be exceptional. With a casual gesture, he followed the original poster, eager to observe their future development, perhaps even witnessing the rise of a notable figure. He glanced at their forum name, Yu Shaoxi. Continuing to peruse the forum posts, he occasionally bookmarked topics that piqued his interest. Intriguing individuals merit a follow. Time slipped away in this delightful browsing experience. The full moon hung high, and the sounds of crickets and nightingales infused the tranquil night with a touch of vitality. Feeling drowsy, Li Qingfeng closed the forum, shut his eyes, and succumbed to slumber. A crowing rooster broke the dawn, awakening LVLV County as its inhabitants stirred, commencing a new day. Early riser Chen Lin sprang from his bed, vibrant and full of energy by 5 o'clock. Awakened by the commotion, Li Qingfeng sleepily inquired of Chen Lin, "What time is it? Why are you up so early?" After stretching and shaking off the remnants of sleep, Chen Lin replied, "It's just dawn. The chickens from the neighboring bookshop are already crowing. Sooner or later, I'll have to stew one." Realizing it was inappropriate to return to slumber, Li Qingfeng rose as well. Outside, the sky was just beginning to lighten. Unlike the misty atmosphere of Pumpkin Village, here, the towering buildings did not obscure visibility. Although the sun had not yet risen, the clarity of the surroundings was striking, and visibility was high. The local workers had also begun to stir, their schedules mirroring that of Chen Jinfeng. Apart from a few who had indulged in late-night revelry and bore red eyes, struggling to shake off sleep, the rest were up, albeit stifling yawns. The locals appeared to maintain a regular routine. As Li Qingfeng washed up, he observed their every movement. That moment, Qin Buzhan emerged from the opposite house. A gray cloth bag slung over his shoulder. Following behind was Chen Bumming, seemingly heading to the school. Li Qingfeng wondered if this country lad could adapt to life here. Spotting Li Qingfeng, Qin Buzhan, although trailing behind Chen Bumming, turned to wave and greet him. Li Qingfeng smiled in return, thinking the child, still innocent, would be unaware of the fears associated with education. He hoped that upon his return in the evening, the child would retain such vitality. After freshening up, Li Qingfeng exchanged a few pleasantries with Chen Lin and requested 1,000 copper coins. Learning that Chen Lin had work to attend to, Li Qingfeng informed him of his intention to explore the county for suitable employment. Aware of Li Qingfeng's newfound wealth, Chen Lin offered encouragement without further inquiry. With a string of copper coins in hand, Li Qingfeng stepped out of the Pumpkin Merchant Association. The streets outside were bustling with pedestrians. Li Qingfeng's objective for the day was to first visit the affairs office to scout for appropriate tasks, followed by a trip to the county's martial arts hall. However, the foremost priority was to procure a meal. He found a roadside stall serving a steaming bowl of noodles. The dish was served in a large bowl, generously portioned, with a rich, oily broth and smooth hand-pulled noodles that provided both delightful flavor and a hearty sense of fullness. Not only could he add various condiments such as pickled vegetables, but he could also request additional noodles at no extra charge. As he deftly maneuvered his chopsticks through the bowl, he unearthed generous chunks of meat, savoring the indulgent flavors. Numerous early risers, heading to the docks for laborious work, gathered to enjoy their noodles. After finishing a bowl, Li Qingfeng felt invigorated for the day ahead. He ordered 2 more servings, adding ample pickled vegetables, amidst the approving remarks of the seasoned vendor who praised. What a hearty appetite for a young man. After handing over 5 coins and wiping his mouth, he departed, marking the location for future visits. Strolling leisurely through the streets, guided by the map drawn by the player Haoran Jingqi on the forum, Li Qingfeng soon arrived at the entrance of the affairs office. Contrary to his expectations of a bustling scene, there were hardly any individuals present, even with the staff included. Upon reflection, Li Qingfeng realized that his early arrival was not the sole reason for this emptiness. The locals had their own lives to lead. Rarely would they come here without purpose. Villagers from Pumpkin Village seeking work would rather approach Chen Lin and his peers for assistance than rely on the affairs office. Others similarly utilized their networks, relying on acquaintances for introductions. The affairs office seemed more suited for drifters, those unanchored and without support, who sought work to make a living. Now that he was here, Li Qingfeng decided to peruse the available tasks to see if any suited him. A notice at number 37 Grain Barn called for an individual to care for 10 dogs for 3 days, involving walking and playing with them. Compensation was 70 coins per day, with meals and lodging included. Requirements included being a local resident or having lived in the county for over 5 years. Possessing resilience and being amiable, those meeting high standards could negotiate better pay. The deadline was August 22 ND, and with today being the 21 ST, the date was still open. However, Li Qingfeng found himself unable to meet the requirements. It stipulated being amiable and resilient, attributes he lacked. He dismissed this task, deeming it better suited for others. Moving on, he scanned the next listings. A position for a martial arts sparring partner? No thanks. Sorting medicinal herbs? Not familiar with them. Purchasing rare herbs? Having already sold them, he wouldn't seek them out. Unloading cargo at the docks offered daily pay, which was appealing, but the work was too laborious for him. Collecting peanuts? It required bending, which he could not manage. A teaching position at the academy? Not feasible. Collecting herbs in the mountains required experience. Definitely not applicable. Escorting caravans involved perilous journeys and demanded martial prowess. Again, not for him. As Li Qingfeng surveyed the available positions, a sense of despair washed over him. None seemed to fit his profile. Either he lacked experience or strength, and the roles he could perform required arduous toil, which he was unwilling to undertake. The tasks he deemed suitable were dismissive of him. With a sigh, he lamented the realization that he seemed to possess no survival skills. Reflecting on his past, he had only known violence and theft. Now, as others sought martial artists, he found himself devoid of any advantage, stripped of everything. Qingfeng, what brings you here? A robust voice resonated from behind. Turning to investigate, Li Qingfeng was taken aback. Hao Ge? He recognized the speaker, Shun Hao, a resident of their neighborhood and the father of Er Pang, from whom Li Qingfeng had once pilfered a lollipop. The families shared a close bond, having previously saved Er Pang from drowning while passing by. Owing to this debt of gratitude, even though Li Qingfeng had strayed into gambling, Shun Hao was inclined to befriend him, believing it was merely a youthful folly. Li Qingfeng observed Shun Hao, dressed in the garb of a constable, with a standard blade sheathed at his side, and inquired, Hao Ge, so you're also playing this game? Shen Hao, appearing to be in his 40s, bore a weathered visage yet exuded reliability. In reality, he was just in his 30s. Suggesting he had spent considerable time in the game, I've been playing for quite some time. A seasoned player for 10 years, Shun Hao replied. The decade he referred to was in-game time, translating to roughly 4 months in reality. According to early players, this game had been running for nearly 2 years, with a flow rate of 30 times faster, resulting in 60 years passing within the game. The oldest players were now awaiting their first reincarnation. Li Qingfeng gestured to Shun Hao's attire and remarked, Hao Ge, you've become quite the official, equipped with a blade. It looks impressive. Observing Shun Hao's health points at 187,190, Li Qingfeng pondered that his 10 years of gaming did not seem to yield exceptional prowess, perhaps even falling short against the likes of Han Shandiao. Shun Hao patted his blade and stated, This is merely for show. My focus is on marksmanship. However, carrying a blade in the county is sufficient to deter trouble. Li Qingfeng then asked, Hao Ge, what is your role in the county? Shen Hao candidly replied, After a decade of wandering, I've fortuitously become a constable. Quite impressive, by the way. Are you here to take on a task? Li Qingfeng inquired. Shen Hao did not conceal his purpose, stating, "Oh, not at all. I have my primary job that I'm here to post a task. After reporting for duty this morning, I received orders from the county magistrate to recruit personnel for a bandit extermination mission. Complaints have been flooding in from individuals claiming they were robbed by a group of bandits while traveling to the county. The leader, who calls himself Han Shandiao, leads a gang of marauders that have drifted into our territory. While there have been robberies in the past, those perpetrators were usually cautious about their numbers. This gang, however, is audacious, robbing anyone who passes by without restraint, creating a detrimental impact. With the increasing number of complaints, the county magistrate has grown impatient. Hence, I was dispatched to recruit personnel for the bandit eradication mission. Upon hearing the name of the majestic mountain eagle, Li Qingfeng was reminded of the reckless man who had met his demise at the hands of Chun Bumming. Now that Shan Hao and his companions were venturing into the Zizuland, they should still be able to unearth fresh corpses. Without mentioning the mountain eagle, Li Qingfeng inquired about a matter that piqued his curiosity. How peculiar. Does the eradication of bandits require recruitment? Are there no skilled individuals in the county? Shen Hao shrugged and replied, "All the experts have gone to other major powers for further training. Who, with potential and promise, would squander precious time honing their martial skills on trifles like this?" Li Qingfeng pressed on, "What about soldiers? Surely the county must have some. If not the government." Shen Hao shook his head and explained, "We'll discuss that later. First, I need to post a task. Then we can head to a tavern, find a private room, and I'll treat you to some of the local specialty, green plum wine. We can chat while we eat." Li Qingfeng nodded, watching as Shen Hao proceeded to the task office. Shen Hao was quite familiar with the staff there, and their respectful demeanor indicated his considerable reputation. The task was swiftly posted and prominently displayed. Subsequently, Shen Hao returned to Li Qingfeng and said, "Let us go. We can talk as we walk." As they traversed the bustling streets, passers-by regarded Shen Hao with utmost respect. Li Qingfeng followed him into an establishment called the Green Plum Tavern. Upon seeing Shen Hao, the waiter's eyes brightened, and he greeted him warmly. "Captain Shen, good morning. What would you like to eat?" "The usual," Shen Hao replied. "A few dishes to accompany the wine, and 2 jugs of green plum wine." He then turned to Li Qingfeng, asking, "Can you handle drinking so early in the morning?" Li Qingfeng waved his hand dismissively. "It's a minor issue." Upon entering the private room on the second floor, Shen Hao sat down and placed his knife on the empty bench beside him, engaging in casual conversation with Li Qingfeng. "What was your question earlier?" "Ah, yes, soldiers. You see, Qingfeng, you are unaware of the operational logic of this county. Under normal circumstances, soldiers do not exist. Routine matters are managed solely by officials like us." Li Qingfeng, intrigued, asked, "Under what circumstances would there be soldiers? Aren't there any stationed here?" "There are no stationed soldiers. They only exist during conflicts between counties, usually summoned temporarily from officials like us and the registered population. Currently, Qinyun Mountain is not at war with any other faction, so soldiers are non-existent. Even if a war were to break out, only those from Qinyun Mountain possess the authority to mobilize troops. In the realm of Qin Kuan, there is no unified dynasty to maintain order, which naturally leads to rampant banditry. Each locality tends to its own affairs as a norm. As for bandits, since they cannot plunder the Qinyun Mountain's forces, they are largely ignored. As long as these robbers do not assault the county town or raid villages, most will turn a blind eye." Li Qingfeng interjected, "But for over 60 years, with so many players, how can those from 2077 be bullied? And what of the plundering of villages? The players could easily harness advanced technology to unify everything." This question had long intrigued Li Qingfeng, yet he found no answers in the forums, leaving his doubts unaddressed. Shen Hao remarked, "It's futile. The technology in the Qin Kuan realm seems to be locked. Even scholars from the Federation Academy can only lament from the sidelines. The creations are merely echoes of those in reality, but the expected chemical and physical reactions simply do not occur. Firearms produced are nothing more than useless iron rods." A professor proposed a theory suggesting that this game world possesses its own technological tree, with all points allocated elsewhere. Thus, the path of real-world technology does not exist here. Each world operates under its own set of rules and cannot be assessed through the lens of our reality. To grow stronger in the game, one must adhere to its operational logic, comply with its rules, and then leverage them. Many have suffered by blindly applying real-world experiences. However, players have grown wiser now, avoiding such thankless endeavors. Li Qingfeng asked, "Wait, Are you implying that there are indeed many high-level individuals playing this game, including federal scholars and professors? Shen Hao, who worked as an ordinary employee at the Academy of Sciences, was not among the elite but had connections that allowed him to gather information. Ever since he began playing in the Qinkuan realm, he had resigned from his job to devote himself to gaming. With an air of certainty, Shen Hao replied, "Of course. Who wouldn't want to have a chance to live 2 extra lifetimes?" Li Qingfeng nodded in agreement, recognizing the wisdom in Shen Hao's words. After all, turning down something freely given equates to a loss, especially when it concerns something as invaluable as life itself. The accelerated time flow of 30-1 was exceedingly advantageous. Shen Hao continued. Currently, the highest realm in the Qinkuan realm is the acquired realm. It is said that once the innate realm is unlocked, lifespans can be extended. According to rumors from players within the first-tier factions, the legendary masters of the unparalleled realm can live for 500 years. Just imagine, 500 years. In 2077, 500 years ago was 1577, during the reign of the Great Ling Dynasty, when the renowned Ling Wudi was still an infant. After the fall of the Ling Dynasty, it took 2 more dynasties, the Qin and the Jing, before the Industrial Revolution emerged. 500 years is enough to witness the rise and fall of 3 dynasties. A truly divine existence. The characters depicted in the game's cutscenes, engaging in cataclysmic battles, are said to be masters of the unparalleled realm. Just think of the allure of such a game. Li Qingfeng remarked, "Indeed, it is quite captivating. Having played for just a few days, I already find it exhilarating. However, I've heard that players can mysteriously vanish while playing. Could it be that they simply die?" Li Qingfeng felt that while violence in reality could lead to issues, the Qinkuan realm lacked such constraints, which was why he preferred immersing himself in the game. It truly echoed the saying that within 3 minutes, one could fall in love with this game. Shen Hao nodded in agreement, affirming Li Qingfeng's sentiments. Indeed, you feel the same way. Furthermore, the unparalleled realm is not the ultimate limit. It is predicted that ascending to a new realm could grant lifespans of over 1,000 years. This is enough to drive one to madness. With joy still fresh, who would care about the triviality of disappearance? The most one would need to do is avoid touching the 3rd life. If one dies in the 2nd round, simply refrain from creating a new character. Yet, I've heard that many players struggle to control their impulses, creating a 3rd character after dying a 2nd time, thereby wasting their lives. In such cases, one cannot blame others. If it weren't for the random allocation of game slots in the Qinkuan realm, and the absence of any discernible pattern, the value of just one game slot could soar to astronomical heights. Observing Shen Hao's demeanor as he embraced the era's opportunities, Li Qingfeng felt differently. Regardless of the era, benefits and resources have always been reserved for a select few. The rest merely run alongside, perhaps catching glimpses of hope, but those are merely the carrots dangled before a donkey, appearing attainable yet remaining perpetually out of reach despite their tireless efforts. It was a true mirage, a case of striving for nothing but empty joy. This thought was rather pessimistic. It would be wiser to do one's best and then leave the rest to fate. Before long, the dishes arrived. While eating, Shen Hao enthusiastically shared his visions for the game's future with Li Qingfeng. He had meticulously planned for his 2nd round, ready to restart the moment the innate realm version is updated. Rumors among players of top-tier factions suggested that the update was imminent, likely within the next 2 years. Li Qingfeng attentively listened to Shen Hao's grandiose musings, nodding in agreement from time to time. Watching the excited Shen Hao, Li Qingfeng couldn't help but think of the fortunate player named Yu Xiaoxi he had seen on the forum yesterday. Feeling that even if Shen Hao restarted, his situation would not surpass that of Yu Xiaoxi. After all, Shen Hao's glaring 187,190 health points were far from reaching the blood exchange realm of Chun Bumming. Could he guarantee that by restarting in the 2nd round, he would surge straight to the innate realm? Did he possess such capability? The head of the catch has been doing quite well. Why did you insist on reopening it? Although Li Qingfeng harbored doubts about Shen Hao's ability to make further progress after the reopening, he chose not to undermine his decision and respected it. After finishing their meal, the two exchanged contact information from the forum and added each other as friends. It was only then that Li Qingfeng realized the map of Luyo County he had seen on the forum was actually a strategy post authored by Shen Hao. Shen Hao had dedicated many years to the Luyo County section and was regarded as an elder figure in Luyo County. One could find numerous posts he had authored. A glance at his homepage revealed a variety of posts related to solving cases, apprehending criminals, and addressing public welfare. reflecting the nature of his work. Occasionally, he would also share strategy posts, such as maps and introductions to various buildings. Many individuals encountering trouble in Luyo County would seek his assistance. Overall, Shun Hao was a well-known player within the Luyo County section, and even in nearby counties, he was occasionally mentioned. However, beyond the county and district-level sections, few were aware of his existence in the higher-level boards. The posts were primarily authored by those residing in the administrative offices, and Shun Hao was not among them. There were certainly some flamboyant individuals who, under the guise of humor, would post absurd and anti-intellectual remarks to attract attention. Even if their gaming skills were mediocre, they remained quite active, managing to carve out a reputation on the forum in this day and age. Even a bad name was preferable to being unknown. Nevertheless, Shun Hao's character was not suited for such antics. He remained grounded and composed, the kind of honest man and rational thinker whose wife had left him. Had he not been promoted to work in the administrative office, where a martial arts level was required, his professional skills and qualifications would have long since secured him a place in the office. Unfortunately, his lack of martial arts talent limited him. During this meal, Li Qingfeng did not eat much, having already had a substantial breakfast at the noodle shop. Were it not for the quick digestion of noodles, he would have struggled to drink much alcohol. During their conversation, Li Qingfeng candidly mentioned that he had already eaten. Shun Hao did not press him. Instead, he consumed the majority of the food and drink alone, having risen early with an empty stomach and yet to eat. As they dined and conversed, time swiftly passed, and before long, their meal was concluded. After settling the bill, the two prepared to leave. Outside, a young man clad in a gray constable's uniform rushed into the tavern. Panting and appearing somewhat anxious, "Captain Hao, there has been an incident." Shun Hao turned to the newcomer and reassured him. "Xiao Lu, what is the matter? Don't rush, take your time." Xiao Lu pointed eastward and explained. "A fatality has occurred at the residence of Master Sunday. When they reported the incident, they mentioned that upon counting the household staff early this morning, they discovered one was missing. After a search, it turned out that the missing servant had drowned in a well. Captain Zhou has already been to the scene, but he suspects that the servant did not commit suicide. Hence, he sent me to find you and request your assistance. I figured you would be here dining, so I hurried over." Upon hearing about the homicide, Shun Hao furrowed his brow but soon relaxed, turning his gaze towards Li Qingfeng. "Qingfeng, if you're not in a hurry to look for a job, why not take a stroll around the county? I have some matters to attend to, and I'll contact you once I'm free. I'll help you secure a more relaxed position then." Li Qingfeng nodded and replied, "Brother Hao, you should focus on your work. Don't let anything distract you. I'll head to the affairs office first." "Very well, Xiao Lu, let us go," Shun Hao concluded, leading Xiao Lu toward the residence of Master Sunday. Li Qingfeng understood that such cases posed no challenge for Shun Hao. In his posts, Shun Hao had indicated his unique talent, the ability to communicate with the spirits of those who had died within the past 7 days. As long as the servant who fell into the well had not been assassinated, if he had glimpsed the murderer's face, that criminal would inevitably be apprehended. Yet, for a mere servant who would go so far as to hire an assassin, it was far more likely that he had ventured out at night and inadvertently witnessed something scandalous at Master Sun's residence, leading to his untimely demise at the hands of a panicked individual, who then disposed of him in the well. Wasn't it that how dramas always portrayed such scenarios? Reflecting on the servant's unfortunate fate, Li Qingfeng shook his head, offering a silent tribute for a moment, wishing him a rebirth as a person of high standing. This existence as a lowly servant was indeed arduous. Toiling during the day and having to be wary of being murdered at night was exceedingly difficult. With a slight buzz from the wine, Li Qingfeng made his way toward the affairs office. Although he found many tasks at the office unsuitable for himself, he figured he should at least take a look. Earlier, he had only skimmed through a portion of the postings, and there was still much left to explore. His thoughts were interrupted by Shun Hao's call. While walking, he browsed the forum, having already marked the Luyo Town section for special attention. He would receive notifications whenever someone posted that it was around 8 o'clock now. Among the diligent players, some had already begun their day in the Luyo County section. Li Qingfeng spotted a newly posted recruitment thread seeking companions for treasure hunting. The poster's ID was Necromancer in a game world teeming with martial artists. Such a Western fantasy name seemed to carry a deeper significance. The post read, "I've obtained a treasure map, and it's located nearby. Are there any experts in our county willing to join me for a treasure hunt? I'm looking for 2 capable individuals to accompany me. I only wish to keep what is beneficial to me. Any other findings can be divided among us. Currently, I'm at the affairs office, expecting to depart after lunch around noon. The necromancer appeared unafraid of being deceived. Nowadays, player conflicts were rare, and the game was still in a cooperative exploration phase. After all, the world of Qian Kuan was vast. Even in the region where Li Qingfeng resided, there were hundreds of millions of inhabitants, and that was an incomplete count. With millions of players dispersed across 8 states, it was unlikely for anyone to cause a significant stir. The world was immeasurably expansive, filled with countless mountains and rivers, providing ample opportunities for many to engage in their pursuits, without any vested interests at stake. Players were unlikely to deliberately tarnish their reputations. Cheating someone could lead to being publicly shamed on the forum, and appearing before millions of players was hardly desirable on the forum. One could be humorous, abstract, or remain a lurker. However, truly malicious behavior could lead to dire consequences. After all, the stakes in this game were exceedingly high. Those seeking to cause trouble could easily find themselves obliterated, leaving no trace behind. Players without unlimited respawns were insignificant and hardly worthy of the title of fourth catastrophe. Most players might even be outmatched by the local populace, at least the likes of Chen Dahai. The rural ruffian could kill without a moment's hesitation. From the clean and efficient manner in which they executed their deeds, Li Qingfeng sensed the underlying bloodlust in each of them. This was not something ordinary people from the peaceful era of 2077 could compare to. Li Qingfeng dared say that 99% of players had never taken a life in reality. Players generally thought of engaging in friendly sparring, practicing traditional martial arts, and stopping short of causing real harm. The rural ruffians, however, were fixated on how best to eliminate you, pondering where the burial site would be most favorable. Such a fighting spirit was incomparable. If you wished to be playful or pull off tricky maneuvers, the space was severely limited, and one had to be prepared for the possibility of death. Good fortune favored the bold. Li Qingfeng glanced at the necromancer's post and clicked on his profile to take a closer look. He discovered that this individual had posted quite a few times. Aside from inquiries about the common knowledge of the Qian Kuan world, this was his second post regarding a treasure map. His first post had been made a month prior in game time. He appeared to be a new player, and just this month, he had already posted twice about treasure maps. Such luck was remarkable and likely tied to his innate talent. Upon reaching the entrance of the affairs office, Li Qingfeng immediately recognized the individual known as the necromancer. It was not merely due to the name above his head, but rather his unusual attire, which set him apart from the crowd. Under the bright sun, the necromancer was clad in a long black robe, complete with a hood that concealed his features, wrapping himself tightly, seemingly indifferent to the heat. The locals Li Qingfeng had encountered while eating noodles earlier wore only a single shirt despite the morning chill. The necromancer leaned against a stone pillar of the affairs office, one foot resting against it. While the other leg was slightly bent, his back pressed against the pillar in an exaggerated pose. However, standing in such a manner for too long could lead to fatigue and unsteadiness, risking a fall. Observing the necromancer with his head bowed and an air of mystery, those entering the office for work regarded him with curious glances before choosing to walk around him. Li Qingfeng made no effort to avoid him and approached directly. Even before reaching him, the scent of alcohol wafted toward the necromancer. He brought his fingers together, tapping his forehead lightly, and spoke in a low, youthful voice. "You've arrived, you've arrived." His voice sounded quite young, perhaps just over 20, and he seemed to possess a hint of youthful exuberance. His face remained obscured, hidden beneath both the hood and a black mask. The attire appeared to be custom-made by a tailor, with fabric that seemed rather fine, indicating a well-off background. But really, aren't you afraid of the heat? The August sun can be quite fierce. The sun had risen, and the temperature was noticeably climbing. Li Qingfeng found himself speaking aloud, engaging in a dialogue with himself out of curiosity. "Nung dong sha?" The necromancer was taken aback by Li Qingfeng's rural dialect, losing his balance and having his striking pose interrupted by the accent. Ouch! It seemed his legs had fallen asleep, the blood circulation obstructed, causing him to collapse onto the ground. The necromancer hastily rose to his feet, brushed off the dust from his attire, and shifted his weight onto another foot against the stone pillar. With a hand pressed against his head, he slightly lowered his gaze, attempting to regain the pose he had before. "Are you a brave warrior in search of treasure?" the necromancer inquired. Li Qingfeng shot him a sidelong glance. shaking his head with an expression that conveyed a sense of futility, as if to say, "You are beyond help, just wait for your demise," before stepping into the office to tend to his own business. Watching Li Qingfeng walk away, the necromancer sighed and shook his head, muttering, "Ah, so he is merely a foolish local, drunken in broad daylight, mistaking himself for one of us noble awakened ones," suspecting that Li Qingfeng was not a player. The necromancer resumed his pose, continuing to await the arrival of treasure-seeking adventurers. Although he vaguely heard Li Qingfeng mutter something about having a caddis sickness, as a noble awakened being, a master of dark magic with lofty ideals, he chose to forgive the ignorance and folly of the native. After all, truth is held by a select few, and as one of the few, being misunderstood had become the norm he had grown accustomed to. Disinterested in engaging with the middle school boy still trapped in his fantasy world, Li Qingfeng began to browse other job opportunities within the office. It wasn't that the treasure lacked allure. He too was curious about the treasure map and what one might unearth. However, with only 99 health points, Li Qingfeng realized that venturing into the wilderness was far too perilous for him at present. Even if he were to join in the treasure hunt and strike it rich, he would be unable to outpace his companions. Who could say whether they might turn on each other over a prized find? Li Qingfeng had no intention of relying on others to forego profit for the sake of reputation. What difference was there between that and placing one's neck beneath another's blade? To gamble on the kindness of strangers? Ridiculous in any case. If Li Qingfeng were to encounter an enticing opportunity, he would seize the benefit without a second thought, regardless of the implications that followed. At worst, he could later take to the forums to denounce his rivals. Slandering, after all, was a skill known to all. One merely had to speak to fabricate a narrative. If he were to eliminate his adversaries, he would have no evidence against him, and it would be his word against theirs. Ultimately, it would devolve into mutual accusations, further degrading the forum's atmosphere. He could even employ paid trolls to tarnish his opponents' reputations. The worst possible outcome would be the loss of a harmonious environment where players explored and progressed together, with the veterans willing to share insights. But why should he care? As long as he reaped the rewards for himself. The distrust among millions of players was no concern of his. They had brought it upon themselves. Stirring the waters was the perfect way to fish for benefits. Li Qingfeng had seen such tactics employed countless times. In a situation where he was not financially desperate, he prioritized ensuring his own safety and development. Had it not been for the absence of a martial arts school in Pumpkin Village, he would not have ventured into the county at all. His current low profile was a strategy for future audacity. Young wolves, in their youth, must learn to retract their claws. Of course, even villains prefer the company of the virtuous. After all, the more good people there are, the easier it is for bad ones to operate. The current forum environment favored Li Qingfeng, and he had no intention of disrupting it, if not for his insufficient strength. He would have certainly accompanied the necromancer, slaying and plundering at will. Alas, what a pity! The necromancer could never have imagined that the native passing by had designs on his treasure. Not only did he covet the necromancer's goods, but he also harbored intentions towards his own kind. Had the sun not emerged and he not been bundled up in layers, he would have surely shivered at the thought. Within the office, the number of visitors had increased significantly since the morning. Many donned the attire of laid-back individuals. Most were temporary workers, and it was common for them to neglect their appearance. Li Qingfeng directed his attention to the job recruitment notices. As he scanned through the listings, he was not interrupted, and the variety of jobs available offered him a clearer understanding of the county's needs. Yet, these positions were not ones he was inclined to pursue. Either they demanded too much, offered too little, or were simply beneath his dignity. Li Qingfeng shook his head in response to the plethora of options, feeling disheartened by the lack of suitable opportunities. He suddenly stumbled upon a job listing that appeared tailor-made for him. Executioner wanted. According to the information, due to the recent autumn harvest, a number of prisoners awaited execution, prompting the temporary recruitment of several executioners. As the saying goes, autumn brings the reckoning. Now that the harvest was complete, those prisoners were fortunate indeed, for they required someone to deliver their fate. The job was straightforward. Beginning tomorrow, August 22 ND, the executioner would be tasked with carrying out the death sentences until August 30th, totaling 8 days. The requirements were not trivial. The executioner needed to possess strong mental fortitude, boldness, and the ability to wield the blade with finesse. Given that this was a high-skilled job and would only last a few days, the pay was substantial, 1 or 2 silver coins per day. After 8 days, one could earn as much as what others would make in 4 months of grueling labor. With such high wages, it seemed few were willing to take the plunge. Li Qingfeng noted that the listing had been posted since early July, yet they had not yet filled all positions. Approaching the counter, he inquired with the staff about the job to ensure there were no hidden caveats. After a lengthy conversation with the counter attendant, he learned that despite the lucrative pay, Zhang Xianxian cast a disdainful glance at Li Qingfeng, perceiving his playful demeanor as an attempt to amuse himself at her expense. Li Qingfeng responded with a hearty laugh, declaring, "Then it is settled. I shall come to find you for some of you." And as he spoke, he made his way towards the exit. Zhang Xianxian stood up and called out, "Hey, I won't register you. You'd best give up on that notion." Li Qingfeng merely waved his hand without looking back, signaling that he understood. With the work now confirmed, he intended to head over to the martial arts hall to take a look. Opening the forum, he sent a private message to Shan Hao. "Brother Hao, I've come across a rather suitable job opportunity and was wondering if you could help me with an introduction. The job entails the following." He briefly mentioned the recruitment of an executioner to Shan Hao, expressing his desire to take on this role. Shan Hao was likely busy and hadn't checked the forum, so Li Qingfeng decided to wait for his response before proceeding, opting instead to attend to other matters. Stepping out of the administrative office, it was already 11 o'clock. Just as he exited, he spotted the necromancer. Accompanying him were 2 other individuals, presumably fellow players. They were crouched by the edge of a flower bed, engaged in conversation. One was short and stout, while the other was tall and lean, creating a complementary duo. The necromancer, perhaps tired of standing, had changed his posture. He stood erect, arms crossed, exuding an aura of confidence as he gazed up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, his eyes deep and full of untold stories. Li Qingfeng found his stance almost sculptural, as if frozen in time. Curiosity piqued, he wondered whether such a position would cause neck strain. Was he practicing how to present himself with gravitas in preparation for becoming a necromancer? What a diligent individual he appeared to be. The 2 players, with commendable thick skin, paid no heed to the odd glances from passers-by, likely also suffering from social anxiety. They continued their conversation, their hands gesturing animatedly. Seemingly browsing the forum as Li Qingfeng walked past them, he could overhear snippets of their discussion. The stout player remarked, "Old Wang, look at this intriguing post. The Grandmaster of Righteousness has solved another case. A steward caught the gentleman's son in an illicit affair with his stepmother. And both stepmothers at that. The steward was subsequently discovered by the gentleman's son and met a grim fate, thrown into a well. Wow, that's truly scandalous. Do they play so recklessly?" The tall and lean old Wang glanced at him, nonchalantly replying, "It's not that impressive. I usually watch more beast-human interactions, so I'm rather indifferent to such pure romantic plots." Chapter 29. "The treasure spirit blood jade," the stout player exclaimed. "Come on, is that really pure love?" "What a load of nonsense, old Wang. You truly are a beast. A real brute. And this son gentleman is quite something, marrying 7 concubines. Does he even have the stamina to manage that? Surely he must have been robbed blind." Old Wang shook his head, disdainfully stating, "It's foolish to overreach. Trouble is bound to arise. We, as individuals, must act within our means." The stout player quipped, "Are you referring to the son gentleman or his son?" Old Wang replied, "Both." The stout player sighed enviously, "I just don't comprehend the world of the wealthy. Hey, look at this thread. The Grandmaster of Righteousness posted it this morning. They're recruiting people to capture the Mountain Shaker. The pay is decent. Should we give it a try? What are the requirements? Let me check." Li Qingfeng found their conversation quite amusing. However, he did not linger, gradually losing the clarity of their words as he moved away. The Mountain Shaker was already dead, and those undertaking this task were merely doing it for the pay. Yet, venturing into the wild posed risks. Without the Mountain Shaker, one might encounter a mountain eagle instead. Ultimately, it was far less safe than staying within the county, so Li Qingfeng had no intention of heading into the wilderness. Opening the map, he intended to follow Shen Hao's guide to visit the martial arts hall in the county. There were about a dozen martial arts halls in Lavliu County, excluding those operated by the major factions. Shan Hao recommended 5 halls, each specializing in different areas. Some were suitable for newcomers, focusing on solid foundations, while others offered rapid advancement at a high cost. Some halls taught martial arts that emphasized brute force, while others focused on agility and finesse. There were halls dedicated to specific weaponry, while others provided comprehensive training in all weapons. Although Shen Hao's guide was not flawless, it clearly reflected his effort to compile accurate information based on his knowledge. After all, he was not an apprentice in those halls and lacked first-hand insight into their core teachings. Nevertheless, for someone entirely unfamiliar with these martial arts halls, it served as an excellent guide. Many individuals felt aided by it and even rewarded Shen Hao with Qian Kuren coins. Observing the post's accumulated earnings of 11,386 Qian Kuren coins, Li Qingfeng mused that sharing such guides could indeed be a lucrative endeavor, akin to self-media. Shen Hao explicitly advised against visiting the branches of major factions. Due to their financial backing, these branches imposed high standards, rejecting anyone over 10 years old or with poor talent. It was an effortless way to filter out players. Once one turned 10, they possessed the capacity for critical thought, making it difficult to instill the notion that loyalty to their faction was more important than their very lives. As for those with poor talent, they were merely a waste of resources. Only exceptionally talented individuals who met both criteria stood a chance at these halls, potentially achieving rapid advancement. Li Qingfeng had no intention of wasting time there, as he wouldn't even be allowed entry. Adhering to the principle of proximity, he made his way to the nearest Jinjuan martial arts hall. According to Shen Hao's information, the hall's master, Wang Yang, was a peak expert in the blood exchange realm. Merely a step away from the marrow refinement realm in Lavliu County, Wang Yang was considered a top-tier master. He was a veteran who had survived 5 wars, proficient in the art of battle formations. His signature technique, the guarding formation spear technique, was his specialty. The significance of those 5 wars was immense. Each conflict represented a significant clash between Qinghe County and other counties, lasting anywhere from a few months to several years. Throughout these wars, countless life and death struggles and brutal skirmishes occurred, and even Wang Yang himself could not recall them all. Many of his comrades, like Tong Zhe, had gone to battle and never returned. Yet, Wang Yang had emerged alive from 5 large-scale wars, which spoke volumes of his prowess. It would not be an exaggeration to call him the Survivor King. Navigating through the streets and alleys, Li Qingfeng followed the map, taking in the sights of Lavliu County. The people on the streets appeared remarkably leisurely, devoid of the hurried demeanor characteristic of those from 2077. Of course, the industrious individuals had long since risen to commence their work. At present, Li Qingfeng encountered mostly elderly folks, women, children, and those idling about. He himself was part of this leisurely demographic. Fortunately, being nearby, it took him roughly 20 minutes to arrive at the Zhenjuan Martial Arts Hall. The entrance was wide open, and as Li Qingfeng stood at the threshold, he peered inside. Hearing the sounds of training and exertion, he did not rush in immediately. Instead, he opened the forum and took out his phone, habitually checking for any replies to his messages. Indeed, there was a new message from Shen Hao. Upon opening it, he read, "Executioner, you wish to take on that role? It's quite gruesome. You'd best reconsider. Just standing by and catching a whiff of it can be distressing. Some new players, out of curiosity, venture to witness executions, only to faint from the shock. There are plenty of such cases. Don't mistake this world for a game. If you're genuinely interested, why not sell steamed buns near the execution site tomorrow? You might catch some entertainment while you're at it. I can arrange a certificate for you to sell buns. Normally, a bun costs a penny, but during the autumn executions, they sell for 10. Those foolish enough rush to buy them. Recently, quite a few have been asking me for this certification. It's becoming quite bothersome." Shen Hao assumed that, as a person from 2077 who lived in a peaceful era, Li Qingfeng was merely seeking novelty and witnessing executions up close. After pondering for a moment, Li Qingfeng replied, "Brother Hao, I'm not motivated by the money, nor am I interested in witnessing executions. Rather, my talent includes a treasure-seeking ability that enhances my fortune. When I entered the game, I acquired a secret treasure called Spirit Blood Jade due to this talent. Upon personally taking a life, this treasure will be activated, absorbing a portion of the deceased's vitality and bestowing it upon me, thereby enhancing my various abilities. When I saw the recruitment information, I immediately thought of this treasure and wanted to test how much it could assist me. Hence, I'm asking for your help to secure the executioner position. The executions commence tomorrow. I hope to manage in time. By the way, Brother Hao, please keep this talent and treasure confidential." Li Qingfeng took his own speculation about the fortunate talent of the necromancer and claimed it as his own. As if deceiving others had become second nature to him, he spoke readily, weaving falsehoods into nearly every conversation. leaving listeners to decipher which fragments might hold truth. By employing the term spiritual treasure. He cloaked his innate tendency for slaughter in an additional layer of deception, showing no fear that Shan Hao might grow greedy and covet the treasure he described, attempting to seize it for himself. Firstly, the treasure did not exist, thus there was nothing to steal. Secondly, Li Qingfeng was acquainted with Heir Peng. I saved your son's life. Should you entertain any nefarious thoughts, I shall reclaim that life. This revelation served as a vulnerability, rendering him not invincible. After concluding his conversation with Shan Hao, Li Qingfeng made his way towards the martial arts pavilion. Inside, a pallid figure sat in a chair, eyes closed, seemingly enjoying the breeze. Upon noticing the unfamiliar Li Qingfeng approaching, he opened his eyes and interjected, "Young man, are you here to seek someone, or is there another matter at hand?" The individual appeared to be in his 30s. Clad in a short martial arts uniform, his tall and athletic build marred only by his unhealthy complexion, suggesting anemia. After a brief glance at Li Qingfeng, he surmised that this visitor was not there to learn martial arts. As he bore no signs of training, and thus inquired if Li Qingfeng was searching for someone, Li Qingfeng observed the figure's health bar reading 150199 and felt he had stumbled into a martial arts school of some repute. For this individual's health limit surpassed even Shan Hao's. However, the disparity between the health displayed and the maximum capacity was quite pronounced, marking the largest gap he had encountered in recent days. Recognizing this person's strength, Li Qingfeng smiled and replied, "I have come to test my bone structure. A good friend of mine insists I lack the aptitude for martial arts, but I am skeptical and wish to prove him wrong. Would it be possible to undertake such a test?" In the realm of martial arts, training does not commence with instruction but rather begins with a test of one's innate abilities, unless one has previously assessed their talents elsewhere. The man scrutinized Li Qingfeng from head to toe, expressing doubts about his lean physique and youthful age, shaking his head as he remarked, "Young man, I believe there is no need for a test. Setting aside the quality of your bone structure at your age, you have surpassed the prime years for martial training. If you have not trained elsewhere, the likelihood of achieving anything is slim, as your bones have already set. Practicing in the skin realm may be manageable, requiring merely the fortitude to endure physical strain, but advancing to the next stage, the bone-forging realm, could be excruciating. Unless your vitality is exceptionally high and your body in peak condition, you would struggle to navigate this threshold. However, judging by your weight, you barely exceed 100 gene. Your vitality is surely below even that of an ordinary individual. In my opinion, testing would only serve to bring you unnecessary distress and waste your money. The testing fee is merely 2 taels of silver, which most can afford with some effort. Yet, the subsequent expenses for martial training would far exceed what an average family can bear. Even the cost of medicine alone could impoverish one. Though Li Qingfeng's attire was clean, it did not suggest wealth, and squandering money merely to settle a bet with a friend would be foolish. The assessment primarily involves palpating the bones to determine one's suitability for martial arts. An experienced master can glean a general idea from this alone. Another method involves inflicting injury and applying medicine to observe the body's recovery, thereby testing its reaction to pharmacological substances. In essence, there are 2 primary categories for bone testing: innate physical talent and the ability to respond to medicinal substances. Both types of talent can be assessed intuitively and possess a universal applicability. For prodigious talents, alternative methods and standards of evaluation exist, which are generally not applicable to the average individual. The concept of innate talent is straightforward, while the response to medication is more nuanced. Some individuals absorb drugs quickly and develop a strong resistance, giving them a natural edge over other martial artists. Traditionally, caution governed the use of medicinal herbs, as it is said that every medicine bears some degree of toxicity. Thus one must approach it with care. Remedies were reserved for illness or injury. In those times, individuals relied on their inherent talents coupled with diligent effort. The trend of drug consumption among martial artists has only emerged in the past 50 years, sparked by the discovery of an increasing abundance of wild spiritual herbs, which appeared with greater frequency and potency. The news spread like wildfire. Spiritual herbs proved to be a remarkable boon. While they could lead to adverse effects or even death if misused, certain herbs undeniably accelerated the cultivation process. If you abstain from medication while others partake, they will outpace you in their training. One misstep leads to a cascade of failures. Thus, many impatient martial artists of average talent flocked to the drug cultivation scene. driven by the desire to surpass their predecessors by increasing their dosage alongside their efforts. Rumors spread that excessive consumption could lead to mental deterioration. Whether or not drug use truly enhances a martial artist's strength remains uncertain to Li Qingfeng, yet the collectors of herbs on forums seem to revel in mirth. Li Qingfeng's expression remained largely unchanged. He continued to smile as he addressed the man. I am aware of that, but my friend is funding this test, as his family is quite affluent and can afford it. Furthermore, I have a penchant for listening to various tales, having once harbored dreams of wandering the world as a chivalrous swordsman. Thus, I am eager to discover whether I possess any martial aptitude. Rest assured, even if the results of the bone test are unfavorable, I am fully prepared and will not be disheartened by failure. I hope you can assist me in fulfilling this dream. Seeing that Li Qingfeng maintained clarity of thought and remained composed despite the potential for disappointment, Wang Chao felt a sense of satisfaction. Communicating with someone so emotionally stable and rational was indeed a pleasant experience, as they would not engage in unpredictable behavior. Very well, Wang Chao said, let us proceed with the test. We shall begin with the bone assessment. Should it prove unsuitable, you are free to withdraw at any time. The drug resistance test necessitates enduring a beating, which may be quite painful, so it may be best to forego that option to avoid injury. Li Qingfeng replied, thank you. May I ask how I should address you? Wang Chao waved his hand dismissively. No need for formality, just call me Wang Chao. However, do keep in mind that the fee for the bone test is non-refundable, regardless of the outcome. Please consider this carefully. As 2 taels of silver is no small sum, Li Qingfeng assured him, Brother Chao, worry not. I am well aware of this and have prepared accordingly. Wang Chao nodded, then follow me, I will take you to see the master, who should be enjoying tea at this hour. As Wang Chao led the way, Li Qingfeng followed closely behind, opening the forum to exchange 2,000 Shinkuan coins for 2 taels of silver. As the silver appeared in his hand, he mused that this could make for an impressive magic trick. However, the forum's restrictions were frustrating, limiting exchanges to 3 per week, while monetary contributions faced no such limitations. Chapter 30. Bone testing. As they traversed the long corridor and passed the martial arts arena, Li Qingfeng observed numerous practitioners standing in horse stances, wielding 4-meter-long spears. Others were tirelessly swinging swords, drenched in sweat, unwilling to pause. The training equipment was ample, with an array of swords, spears, and halberds available for practice. The martial artists here exhibited markedly superior health compared to the ordinary citizens encountered outside. The individual with the highest health in the training ground boasted a staggering 209,214 health points. He was muscular and sported a full beard, clearly a strength-oriented martial artist. Standing at 6 feet tall, he effortlessly hurled 50-kilogram stone weights into the air as if they were mere coins. Li Qingfeng gazed upward, estimating that the stones reached a height of approximately 7 meters, comparable to a 2-story building. The danger posed by the stones upon their descent was considerable, yet he managed to catch them with ease, only to throw them back up again in a seemingly playful manner. Li Qingfeng watched in awe, pondering, what incredible strength. Fearing for the man's wrists, he called out to Wang Chao, Brother Chao, what realm does that stone thrower belong to? His actions seemed perilously reckless. A misstep could result in a fatal blow to the head. Wang Chao continued walking, chuckling. That is our school's prized disciple, Chu Zhuang. He has recently entered the blood exchange realm and is merely acclimatizing to his new level. Li Qingfeng nodded in understanding. Ah, so entering the blood exchange realm means one possesses 200 health points. He then observed Wang Chao's health bar of 150,199 and realized he too was on the brink of entering that realm. Curiously, he inquired, "In what realm do you belong to, Brother Chao?" Wang Chao shrugged his shoulders, retrieving a strip of meat from his bosom and chewing on it as he spoke. "I have now reached the pinnacle of the Yi Jin realm and am currently preparing to break through to the blood exchange realm. So it is not suitable for me to practice. However, I cannot sit idle in the room, hence I am here at the entrance of the martial arts hall." Enjoying the breeze, Li Qingfeng glanced once more at Wang Chao's disproportionately low health points and understood why his complexion appeared so pale. It turned out the lad was undergoing a breakthrough, and the blood exchange had left him somewhat anemic. "Given that your health is at 199, does that mean you have indeed attained the peak of the Yi Jin realm?" Li Qingfeng mused, feeling that this visit was not in vain, as he had at least gleaned some knowledge about the divisions of realms. Thus, he had acquired yet another piece of seemingly useless information. Following Wang Chao, They traversed through the bustling training ground and arrived at a tranquil backyard. Standing in the garden, Wang Chao pointed toward a large red door that stood ajar, saying to Li Qingfeng, "Master should be inside." Li Qingfeng nodded, curious about the master he was about to meet, wondering what kind of expert awaited them and how many health points he possessed. Wang Chao strode forward, with Li Qingfeng close behind. Before they could approach, a hearty laugh echoed, "General." Crossing the threshold, Li Qingfeng cast his gaze upon two individuals engaged in a game of chess. One was a young man, handsome and around 17 or 18, who had just called out to them. The other was presumably Wang Yang, the master of the Zhenjuan Martial Arts Hall. He appeared quite elderly, in his 70s, with hair and beard as white as snow. Yet he exuded a vigorous spirit, sitting casually and giving off an impression of being as steadfast as a mountain. Li Qingfeng looked at the health points displayed above Wang Yang's head. 490498. This marked the highest value he had encountered thus far. Compared to Chen Buming, he still had quite a distance to cover. Yet, Chen Buming's age remained his greatest advantage. He still had ample time to strive for improvement. Wang Chao stepped forward and addressed Wang Yang, "Uncle," still engrossed in chess. "I see." Li Qingfeng shot a glance at Wang Chao, surprised to learn that they were indeed relatives. Wang Yang's gaze remained fixed on the chessboard as he replied, "Oh, a Chao. What brings you here?" He seemed intent on winning this match, racking his brain for a solution to the impending checkmate. A fiercely competitive fellow, indeed. The young man across from him rested his chin on his hand, casting a sidelong glance at Wang Chao and waving, as if to greet him. He then returned his focus to Wang Yang, rhythmically tapping 4 fingers on the table, awaiting the old master's next move. Wang Chao remarked, "It's nothing. Please continue your game." "Oh, all right," Wang Yang acquiesced. Wang Chao leaned closer to Li Qingfeng and whispered, "My master tends to become so absorbed in chess that he often neglects everything happening around him." Li Qingfeng nodded silently, choosing not to comment, and stood behind Wang Yang alongside Wang Chao, observing the chessboard. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Yang tossed a piece onto the board, picked up a nearby teacup, and took a hearty swig before declaring, "Alas, I'll concede. No matter how I calculate, it's all deadlock. I admit defeat. Let's play again." The young man across from him smirked, rubbing his thumb and forefinger together, raising an eyebrow, signaling for payment. Wang Yang begrudgingly retrieved a handful of coins from his pocket and tossed them onto the young man's table. "Minglong, you scoundrel, when have I ever shortchanged you? You're always hounding me for money." Feng Menglong's eyes gleamed at the sight of the coins as he counted them meticulously, saying, "I can't believe I fell for your tricks. You shorted me 10 when yesterday, when I went to play cards. I bet 501, putting all your money on the line, only to find I was short, nearly getting kicked out." Wang Yang casually picked up the teapot and poured himself another cup, replying, "If you get into trouble and take a beating, you won't pin the blame on me, will you? What, are you expecting a free pass at the gambling den because of me?" Feng Minglong continued counting, his head down, not bothering to look up. Wang Yang shook his head. That won't happen. Since time immemorial, one must bear the consequences of their wagers. I'm not so brazen as to expect otherwise. Feng Minglong scoffed. "What good is reporting your name?" Wang Yang retorted, "What do you mean, what good? When they've beaten you half to death, they'll know precisely where to send you." Feng Minglong rolled his eyes and quickly finished counting the coins. Standing up and preparing to leave, Wang Yang shot him a stern look, saying, Hey, what is the rush? Just because you've beaten me 5 times, you think you can walk away? Let us have another round." Feng Minglong waved his hand dismissively, not looking back. "Let us save it for tomorrow. You can review your moves on your own. A Chao needs to talk to you. I'm busy trying to recoup my losses. But once I've triumphed, I'll treat you to drinks." As Feng Minglong dashed out, Wang Yang chewed the tea leaves in his cup, muttering a stream of curses filled with expletives. After venting his frustrations about Feng Minglong, Wang Yang turned to Wang Chao, a frown on his face, seemingly questioning either him or himself. "A Chao? Why on earth did Shui Mei give birth to such a good-for-nothing? Day in and day out. He does nothing but gamble, and doesn't he even bother to bring back a girl for me?" Wang Chao shrugged, refraining from responding, "That's your daughter's offspring, if you can't manage him." "How can I know?" It was certainly due to his father's waywardness. Feng Minglong had inherited his father's shortcomings. My daughter used to be well-behaved. Wang Yang lamented, shaking his head, visibly displeased with his daughter's choice of marrying into the Feng family. Yet feeling helpless, Wang Chao replied, "Uncle, don't fret so much. Every generation has its own fortune. Besides, Minglong possesses formidable martial talent, far surpassing our generation. He is just a bit lazy. If you keep an eye on him and encourage him to focus, he'll surely achieve great things in the future. Wang Yang glared, slamming the teacup onto the table. How can I manage him? If I say a word, he'll retort with 10, reciting all sorts of principles. That kid has a whole arsenal of rhetoric. Who can argue with him? I don't even know where he learned it from. While continuing to grumble, Wang Yang turned his attention to Wang Chao and Li Qingfeng, asking Chao, "Did you bring someone here for a reason? Does this young man seek my assistance?" Li Qingfeng stepped forward, replying, "Master, I wish to learn martial arts and would like your help in assessing my bones to see if I possess any aptitude for martial arts." Wang Yang scrutinized Li Qingfeng from head to toe before glancing at Wang Chao, giving him a look that seemed to convey, "You are becoming increasingly careless. Can't you see this person is too old to be suitable?" Wang Chao merely shrugged, nonchalant, pulling out another strip of meat to chew on, conveying the sentiment, "Let us give it a try. It's not like I have anything better to do." Wang Yang shot him an exasperated glare and then turned to Li Qingfeng, stating, "Since Chao brought you here, I'll give him face and check you out, but let it be clear. If you lack the talent, the fee won't be refunded." Li Qingfeng produced the 2 taels of silver he had exchanged, placing them on the table in front of Wang Yang, assuring him, "Rest assured, master, I am fully prepared." Wang Yang examined the coins, nodding in satisfaction, and remarked, "Not bad, not bad. With that speed of pulling out money, you've already passed half the test. Sit over there while I assess your condition." Li Qingfeng took a seat at the spot previously occupied by Feng Minglong, watching as Wang Yang rose and approached him from behind. Wang Yang placed his hands on Li Qingfeng's head, instructing, "Stay still, relax. It might feel a bit uncomfortable, but it's nothing serious for an adult." "All right, thank you, master," Li Qingfeng replied. Wang Yang's large hands began to gently press on Li Qingfeng's features, temples, between the brows, philtrum, chin, and behind the ears, methodically covering every area. His touch was expertly controlled, akin to a seasoned masseur, and Li Qingfeng found it quite pleasant rather than painful. As Wang Yang pressed, he inquired about Li Qingfeng's sensations, asking if he felt any pain in his head, if his eyes were strained, and how his ears felt. Most individuals, owing to the minor bumps and bruises of daily life, would have some lingering discomfort, making them less than optimal during Wang Yang's assessment. However, for Li Qingfeng, whose health point stood at 99, he was in peak condition, experiencing no discomfort whatsoever, thus passing Wang Yang's evaluation with flying colors. Wang Yang nodded, placing his hand on Li Qingfeng's shoulder to begin testing his overall condition. With a series of soft cracking sounds, Wang Yang's hands traversed Li Qingfeng's shoulders, chest, back, arms, and palms, all the while expressing astonishment. "Not bad, truly remarkable." Soon enough, Wang Yang ceased his ministrations and returned to his seat. Li Qingfeng was still relishing the massage when he noticed that Wang Yang had only pressed for a brief moment. Hardly 2 minutes in total. Was this truly worth 2 taels of silver? The ease with which money could be earned was astonishing. "Master, is the assessment complete?" Li Qingfeng inquired, curious. Wang Yang poured himself a cup of water and handed it to Li Qingfeng, saying, "Your condition is, how shall I put it, quite unique." Wang Chao, now intrigued, asked, "Oh, uncle, what do you mean?" Just now, when Wang Yang was observing the bone structure, a peculiar expression crossed his face, piquing Wang Chao's curiosity. Li Qingfeng lifted the cup of tea, took a sip, and turned to Wang Yang with a questioning gaze. Wang Yang then spoke. "In comparison to ordinary individuals, your vital energy is somewhat lacking. It appears that your limited nourishment in your early years has led to a slower development than others. However, it is intriguing that your condition remains remarkably perfect. In the terminology of our martial artists, we refer to it as a flawless body. In my 73 years of life, I have encountered only a handful of such flawless bodies, and you are one of them. Yet, you possess an even more curious aspect than others with flawless bodies." Wang Chao chewed on some jerky, glancing at Li Qingfeng with curiosity, pondering what makes this young man so special. Li Qingfeng gazed into the reflection in his water cup and, upon noticing the life value of 99, instantly comprehended Wang Yang's words. A normal person cannot attain a full life value. At least. During his days from Pumpkin Village to Green Willow County, he had not encountered a single being, be it human or animal, with a full value. regardless of whether they were martial artists or ordinary folk. The numbers preceding the maximum limit were always lower, including his OW, and Li Qingfeng's full value had only been restored after slaying 3 bandits, replenished through endless slaughter. Wang Chao voiced his confusion. What is so strange about it? Wang Yang elucidated. The peculiarity lies in the fact that individuals with flawless bodies typically possess a robust vital energy, as they can recover perfectly from injuries without a decline in their vitality. Once increased, their vitality remains strong, not diminished by ordinary factors, unless age takes its toll. Yet, your vital energy is exceedingly frail, which presents 2 contradictory concepts. If your vital energy is weak, you cannot be classified as having a flawless body. Conversely, if you possess a flawless body, your vital energy cannot be weak. To illustrate, under the same standards, one cannot simultaneously be tall and short. If one is tall, one cannot be short. If one is short, one cannot be tall. However, you are both tall and short, making you remarkably unique. Your flawless body signifies your height, while your weak vital energy signifies your shortness. Fascinating, indeed. After listening, Li Qingfeng nodded, appearing enlightened. This was the information gap. They were unaware of the effects of the endless slaughter talent, which caused their confusion regarding his condition. Wang Chao interjected. Could it be that he possesses some special constitution? Like how you once mentioned that the legendary figure Su Jian, known throughout history, possessed an ageless body, naturally endowed with a flawless physique. Wang Yang shook his head. I cannot ascertain whether he has any other special constitution, nor do I possess the means to test it. We would need to seek out a master from a significant power for that. However, I can assure you, he does not possess an ageless body. Those with ageless bodies retain the appearance of an 18-year-old, exceedingly youthful. Li Qingfeng touched his face, feeling that he, too, was not old, merely 20 years of age, just 2 years shy of 18. How much of a difference could that be? Perhaps his less youthful appearance was due to the late nights spent indulging in gambling. Yet he was still a handsome young man, Li Qingfeng inquired. What differentiates a flawless body from others? Wang Yang slammed the table. Oh, there is a significant difference. Take, for instance, the old injuries I carry from the battlefield. Even after healing, they leave lingering ailments that are difficult to eradicate. Whenever it rains, my thigh aches terribly. Do you think that has no impact? He then pointed at Wang Chao, who appeared pale, saying, Look at him. After breaking through from the muscle transformation realm to the blood exchange realm, he has bled nearly a whole vat. His complexion is paler than a corpse 3 days dead, resembling someone on the brink of death. Does that seem like a minor issue? The subsequent recovery will require a substantial amount of time and resources. Even after recovering, he won't reach his optimal state without considerable recuperation. Yet, a flawless body can quickly restore to perfection. Wang Chao rolled his eyes at this remark. What nonsense is this? Rest assured, uncle. I'll surely carry your coffin. Li Qingfeng then asked his most pressing question. So, master, do you think I am suited to practice martial arts? Wang Yang excitedly struck the table. Absolutely. You are exceptionally well suited. Paying so willingly, without a hint of hesitation, coupled with decent talent, you are inherently destined for this path. While others suffer from lingering injuries, unable to recover, you will bounce back swiftly. What an immense advantage. Alas, it is unfortunate that you have surpassed the optimal age for martial arts training. Your future achievements may be limited. As for myself, I am also growing older with limited energy. I cannot exert myself any longer. Otherwise, if you met even one requirement, I would gladly take you as my disciple and devote myself to your instruction. Wang Chao seemed accustomed to his uncle's dramatic flair, calmly reaching for a piece of cake from the table. During the transition from the muscle transformation realm to the blood exchange realm, one requires substantial nourishment, ideally eating continuously. Though Wang Chao consumed spiritual herbs and thus had a slightly lower food requirement, he still made sure to eat something whenever possible to replenish the energy lost from his low blood count. With the knowledge that he could indeed practice martial arts, Li Qingfeng nodded and voiced another inquiry. Master, why are some individuals deemed unsuitable for martial arts practice and discouraged? What are the standards? Wang Yang shook his head. In truth, anyone can practice martial arts, yet not everyone is suited for it. Not interrupting his riddle, Li Qingfeng simply observed Wang Yang, waiting for further elaboration. Seeing that Li Qingfeng did not press for answers, Wang Yang smirked and continued. As the saying goes, food is the source of life. Those who practice martial arts dedicate their time to training. Neglecting production, what will they eat? Moreover, they consume much more than ordinary folk, which is not feasible for the impoverished. Injuries to muscles and bones require 100 days for recovery. If you injure yourself while training, what will you eat during your recovery? Will you wait for heaven to drop pies from the sky? Thus, we generally refuse the impoverished, unless they possess exceptional talent. They say that eating, drinking, gambling, and debauchery all share the same weight. Yet why does eating rank so highly? Let me give you an example from my era. There was a landlord surnamed Wei, whose simple-minded son, who neither gambled nor indulged, managed to eat his family into bankruptcy by merely consuming fine flour and drinking rice wine. You think practicing martial arts is easy? It requires a substantial provision of food. Were it not for my forced enlistment in the army and my lucky survival during the war in Danshui County, where I earned some military merit and received numerous rewards from Qingyan Mountain, I wouldn't be where I am today. Even landlords had no surplus grain to support martial arts training. Listening to Wang Yang reminisce, Li Qingfeng understood why many were not recommended for martial arts training. Poor talent leading to inadequate results was one reason, but the primary reason remained poverty. Poverty restricts one's ability to rise up. Farming in the countryside, hauling packages at the docks, peddling goods in the streets, or following trade caravans. These professions are the best options for ordinary people, and they have no choice but to struggle for survival. Spending a month's wages on bone assessments is a considerable burden. Who wouldn't feel the pinch? Wouldn't one be left to starve until the next paycheck arrives? Wang Yang noted Li Qingfeng's willingness to pay, coupled with the presence of his flawless body, making him highly suitable for martial arts training. Li Qingfeng asked, "Master, I would like to know how much it costs to learn martial arts at this dojo, what skills are taught, and how long it takes to learn them." Wang Yang, familiar with the question, recited the answer he had delivered countless times before. There are two modes. Point one is to learn without taking a master, which requires payment. You can come and go as you please, and our relationship is purely a financial transaction. If you encounter trouble, I am not obliged to assist you, and vice versa. The prices vary based on what you wish to learn, and we will recommend corresponding techniques and herbal combinations based on your progress and desired focus. Our pricing is transparent, fair, and just. If you wish to learn, I will provide you with a price list. The second mode involves apprenticing under a master, which depends on your performance. You will study for a period, and once you demonstrate proficiency and express your desire to apprentice, I will assess your abilities. If we come to an agreement, you can become my disciple. You will then perform the traditional bow, and all the money you previously spent will be refunded, along with a gift for your apprenticeship. In the future, all expenses related to your martial arts training will be covered by me. Many secret techniques not listed on the price list will also be taught to you. You can stay here for accommodation and meals. If you find yourself in need of funds, I can assist you, and I will help you establish a livelihood. If you are yet to marry, I can assist in finding a suitable partner. If you have family matters, I will lend my support. Wang Yang's words were compelling, but then he shifted his tone, looking intently at Li Qingfeng. However, when a master has matters to attend to, the disciple must bear the burden. You are in your 20s, not a child, and you should understand the weight of those words. I shall not elaborate further. Li Qingfeng nodded, grasping Wang Yang's meaning. The master-disciple relationship was akin to a father-son bond, or even more profound. When someone treats you with such kindness, you cannot simply run away when trouble arises. If conflict arises, one must truly risk their life to fight. All that appears beautiful comes with a cost, and behind every splendid facade lies a hidden price. After Wang Yang finished speaking, Li Qingfeng pondered briefly before stating, "I see. Then I shall begin my training. By the way, the costs won't be exorbitant, will they?" Wang Yang chuckled heartily and addressed Wang Chao, who was munching on some food. "Ah Chao, why don't you take him to explore the pricing of our martial arts school and see if he is inclined to learn? I am feeling a bit drowsy and will take a nap. That scoundrel Meng Long, he hasn't even bothered to play a couple of chess games with me, honestly." Upon hearing that Wang Yang intended to rest, Wang Chao replied, "All right, uncle, we shall take our leave then. Master of the school, farewell." He acknowledged with a nod and led Li Qingfeng outside. In the garden, butterflies fluttered, bees buzzed, and the atmosphere was one of tranquility. Wang Chao passed through the backyard and arrived at a pavilion, where he settled onto a long bench. Facing the pavilion was a pond adorned with blooming lotus flowers. The sunlight danced upon the water's surface, creating a shimmering kaleidoscope of colors, quite breathtaking. With a soft splash, a golden koi emerged to breathe the fresh air and then swiftly flicked its tail, disappearing beneath the surface. Wang Chao gazed at the enchanting scene of blossoming lotuses. He inhaled deeply with a smile and remarked, "To be honest, ever since I began my martial arts training, I have been working diligently every day, fearing that others might surpass me. Despite my efforts, I still cannot reach the threshold of genius. I can scarcely recall the last time I enjoyed such leisurely play. Though the transition to the blood exchange realm has been quite uncomfortable for my body, having ample free time to do nothing is rather pleasant." Li Qingfeng leaned against the railing and inquired, "Is practicing martial arts arduous? How does it compare to life?" Wang Chao shook his head. "Both are challenging. Life is filled with suffering, and no one finds it easy." Li Qingfeng shrugged. "If it's that hard and you're enduring it, then perhaps martial arts are not meant for you. Why not choose a different path? Everyone has their own talents. Pursuing a path that suits you will undoubtedly lead to a smoother journey." Chun Buming, a young lad from the countryside without any background, has a life value of 305,313. Meanwhile, you, at over 30, with a powerful uncle, have a life value of merely 150,199. The difference is stark. It is evident that you lack the aptitude for this trait. Why not seek a more comfortable occupation and live a better life? That young man Feng Minglong seems promising. He gambles when he has money and earns gold when he doesn't, living freely and unrestrained. Unlike you, who merely wallows in melancholy during your idle moments, lamenting your inability to surpass genius. With such a laid-back disposition, martial arts will be a struggle for you. If Wang Chao had known that Li Qingfeng, with an expression of helplessness, was concocting such thoughts about him internally, he would have surely pushed him into the pond. Wang Chao sighed. Let us not dwell on that. Allow me to introduce you to our martial arts school's fee structure." Upon hearing this, Li Qingfeng shifted from leaning against the railing to sitting across from Wang Chao on the long bench. Eager to listen? "Sure, I've always heard that practicing martial arts is costly. I'd like to know more. Once I master a few skills, I might even establish a martial arts school in a small village myself." "Ha ha ha, dear brother, you are quite naive. Once you hear my pricing, you might find yourself inclined to become my uncle's disciple instead." Wang Chao replied with a smile. "Is that true? I hardly believe it." Li Qingfeng retorted. Wang Chao merely shook his head with a smile, then pondered for a moment before extending his hand, counting on his fingers as he detailed, "Let me break down the fees for you. First, at our Jinjuan Martial Arts School, the monthly tuition fee is 3 taels of silver, payable for a minimum of 6 months in advance. Should you choose to discontinue your studies midway, there are no refunds. If you wish to start learning, your initial payment will require 18 taels." Li Qingfeng nearly lost his balance upon hearing Wang Chao's words, almost slipping from his seat. "What? You expect me to pay first without doing anything? And such a hefty sum?" His expression was rich with incredulity, as if he had been robbed. 18 taels of silver could be exchanged for 18,000 Qian Kuan coins, or 90,000 federal dollars, approximately 1/10 of Li Qingfeng's debt. Wang Chao nodded earnestly. "Indeed, my uncle's intention is to deter the poor with this 18 taels, filtering them out. We do not profit from the impoverished, as they cannot afford to learn martial arts. This is merely the beginning. Subsequent expenses will be astronomical for them. It would be best to abandon this notion and focus on living well and working diligently." Once Li Qingfeng steadied himself, he regarded Wang Chao with newfound interest. This business seemed intriguing, potentially more lucrative than theft. He then asked, "What about the charges afterward?" Wang Chao extended his hand again, pointing to his middle finger as he continued. "The second charge pertains to the cost of techniques. Our Zhenjuan Martial Arts School offers the following techniques for apprentices who do not wish to study under a master. Among these are 3 foundational texts: the 100 Weapons Secret, Lingbo Mind Method, and the Diamond Skill. There are 9 martial arts techniques, including fist, palm, leg, saber, spear, sword, halberd, archery, and equestrian skills. With numerous techniques available, apprentices can choose their preferred weapons, along with corresponding advanced methods, although you won't have access to those just yet. Additionally, there are 3 light body techniques: the long-distance dash of the 13 galloping horses, the instantaneous burst of the surprising cicada step, and the agile movements of the monkey mountain flip. For those new to martial arts, selecting one type from the 3 categories, mind methods, martial skills, or body techniques, is advisable. Attempting to learn too much at once can lead to confusion. Li Qingfeng, however, was less concerned about the number of techniques and more interested in the costs associated with them. "How much do these techniques cost to acquire?" he inquired. Wang Chao replied, Let us take the 100 Weapons secret as an example. This was acquired through my uncle's military achievements and is the most popular mind method chosen by apprentices. The version provided by the school includes training methods for the skin refinement, bone tempering, and muscle transformation realms. To access these 3 realms, a total of 210 taels of silver is required. However, considering the excessive cost and the differing methods needed for each realm, the school allows for separate exchanges. You can obtain the technique corresponding to whichever realm you achieve. The fee for the skin refinement realm is 10 taels of silver, for the bone tempering realm it is 40 taels, and for muscle transformation, it is 160 taels. In total, that amounts to 210 taels. Other techniques have similar pricing, generally within this range. 210 taels of silver, Li Qingfeng calculated in his mind, realizing that this equated to 210,000 Qian Kuren coins, or 1,050,000 federal dollars. Good heavens, a gambling addict like me, burdened with years of debt, can only exchange for a single technique, and it doesn't even guarantee mastery? How exorbitant! Wang Chao explained, indeed, and that is why we do not recommend martial arts to the average person. Without financial means, one cannot engage in this pursuit. In our county, a typical salary is merely 2 taels of silver per month. Accumulating over 200 taels requires more than 100 months of relentless saving. Over 8 years. After working diligently for 8 years, one could potentially acquire a manual for cultivating to the muscle transformation realm. However, possessing a manual alone is insufficient. Guidance is essential. Without proper understanding or instruction, one may easily misinterpret the manual's teachings, leading to disastrous outcomes. Thus, the monthly tuition fee of 3 taels is not exorbitant at all. Li Qingfeng nodded, acknowledging that there was some merit to Wang Chao's assertions. Noticing Li Qingfeng's earnest attention, Wang Chao continued, this only accounts for the cost of the manuals. We must also consider medicinal expenses. The skin refinement elixir, necessary during the skin refinement stage, must be applied after each training session to accelerate recovery. Each vial costs 2 taels and lasts for 10 days, summing up to 6 taels per month, or 144 taels annually. For the bone tempering realm, each vial costs 5 taels, and for muscle transformation, 20 taels per vial. These are essential protective medicines. Waiting for the body to recover naturally can take a day of practice followed by several days of rest, wasting precious time and yielding subpar results. Moreover, this does not account for the additional supplements required for muscle augmentation and bone strengthening. If one feels their innate talent is lacking and wishes to quicken their training pace, our school collaborates with a pharmacy called Baiji Store, where we can procure elixirs at a discount. Items priced at 13 taels can be obtained for 10 taels through bulk orders. Our school does not profit from the apprentices' funds. This 10-tael elixir, when sold at cost to apprentices, can enhance training speed by 30%. A single vial lasts 10 days, costing 30 taels monthly or 360 taels annually. In comparison, the cost of manuals is trivial. And this is merely for ordinary elixirs. Premium elixirs, which are not eligible for discounts, can cost 100 taels per vial. Without connections, the pharmacy may refuse to sell to you. As Li Qingfeng listened to Wang Chao's lengthy explanation, he furrowed his brow, thinking, goodness, why don't you just rob a bank instead? He began to understand why Wang Chao confidently claimed that he would surely become a disciple after achieving mastery. How long would it take to earn back such a sum without seeking reimbursement from Wang Yang? For an ordinary family, not only would it be impossible to produce such funds, but even the thought of it would instill fear and trepidation. Wang Chao meticulously tallied the expenses, while Li Qingfeng was not merely a passive listener. He too was calculating the total expenditure for a year of martial arts training. Considering the first year typically incurs the highest costs, the tuition fee amounts to 3 taels per month, culminating in 36 taels for the entire year. Acquiring a set of mental cultivation methods, martial arts techniques, and body techniques each costs 210 taels, totaling 630 taels. Even if the martial arts and body techniques are somewhat less expensive, they remain far from trivial. The medicinal herbs required for training in the skin realm cost 144 taels annually, and an additional 360 taels is allocated for the speed-enhancing elixirs. Excluding various miscellaneous expenses, these alone sum to 1,170 taels, equivalent to 1.17 million Qian Kuren coins or 5.85 million federal coins. This estimate accounts for just 1 year, assuming all proceeds smoothly. Any unforeseen accidents during training, such as severe injuries, could result in exorbitant additional costs. The crux of the matter is that this pursuit of martial arts is not a guaranteed success. One bears full responsibility for the results. Money spent without achieving proficiency is simply lost, akin to selling unripe fruit. Practicing martial arts resembles embarking on an entrepreneurial venture. If one incurs losses, they must accept the consequences. It dawned on Li Qingfeng that to recoup such expenses, he would have to resort to selling arms. Should he choose to work on an assembly line, even abstaining from food and drink, it would take lifetimes to amass such wealth. Furthermore, Li Qingfeng currently lacks any influence. He is no longer a formidable figure in the underworld, making such a path exceedingly difficult. Accepting his circumstances, he resolved to consider alternative means in this new environment, assuming he refrained from employing his gambling talents. Even if Li Qingfeng were to become an executioner, conducting business daily, and wielding his ghostly blade with formidable skill, he would still barely scrape together enough for the necessary medicinal expenses after accounting for food and drink. In that instant, Li Qingfeng comprehended the meaning behind the phrase "the success of one general requires the sacrifice of countless lives." It signified that perfecting his martial skills would necessitate the taking of thousands of lives. At that moment, he truly grasped the hardships endured by Shen Hao. Previously, he had dismissed Shen as inconsequential, noting that after 10 years, his life value was merely 187, 190. Before delving into martial arts, Li Qingfeng perceived the captain as someone limited in perspective. But upon entering the martial arts academy and witnessing the prowess of the esteemed masters, he recognized their extraordinary abilities, ultimately bowing in respect. Observing Li Qingfeng's stunned expression, Wang Chao paused his calculations. Smiling as he remarked, "I believe my words have touched your heart," prompting some reflection. "Perhaps you should return and ponder this further." Wang Chao's willingness to bring Li Qingfeng for assessment stemmed from a desire to witness his current reaction, providing Wang with a secret satisfaction that he found exhilarating. "The martial path you cannot afford, yet I am on the verge of breaking through to the blood exchange realm," he thought, reveling in his triumph. Li Qingfeng's arrival added a touch of amusement to Wang Chao's otherwise idle period of transition, and of course, this was contingent upon Li Qingfeng possessing a commendable temperament. Only then would Wang Chao be inclined to recommend him. Should the current individual become distressed upon hearing the costs and cause a scene, it would irk Wang Chao and dampen his spirits. Li Qingfeng pondered, and replied to Wang Chao, "Indeed, the expenses are considerable. Allow me some time to contemplate." Wang Chao nodded with a smile, retrieving some jerky from his pocket to chew, his gaze drifting to the lotus flowers in the pond, embodying a serene and elevated demeanor. An innate sense of superiority enveloping him. The meat in his hand was unfamiliar to Li Qingfeng. Its intricate patterns and lines suggested it was not from common livestock like chickens, pigs, cows, or sheep, but rather from some mythical beast, considering the existence of talking foxes. "Thank you, Brother Chao, for guiding me today. I shall take my leave now, and we can converse again when time permits." "Very well." Wang Chao replied. As Li Qingfeng rose to depart the pavilion, he contemplated whether he could streamline the costs associated with martial training. After some deliberation, he realized that by eliminating the cost for secret manuals and speed-enhancing elixirs, the expenses for martial arts training were not as prohibitive as initially thought. The secret manuals are a one-time investment and can be passed on to others. Finding an experienced martial artist to mentor him could save on teaching fees. Recovery ointments post-training could also be substituted with more affordable alternatives. Ultimately, it would require dedicating extra time for recovery, resulting in slightly diminished efficacy, yet it was acceptable. The remainder would depend on perseverance over time. This is precisely why martial arts training begins in childhood. A 20-year-old martial artist who started practicing at 10 would accumulate a decade of martial experience. Suddenly, Li Qingfeng clapped his hands, struck by a revelation. Wow! When Shen Buming killed the mountain-shaking eagle, did he not strike down thousands of tails in one blow? However, it is also possible that this mountain-shaking eagle was merely a product of time and effort. As he appeared to be nearly 40 years old, with a life value of only 199, which is hardly impressive. Shen Hao's case differs from that of the mountain-shaking eagle when he molded his character upon entering the game. It reflected his actual age. Starting martial training at 30, Shen Hao's ability to match the progress of the mountain-shaking eagle is quite remarkable. According to forum discussions, it seems that during the second character creation, age is fixed at 16, irrespective of real-world age. With this thought in mind, Li Qingfeng exited the military academy and opened the forum. Shen Hao had already sent him a reply. "I told you, Qingfeng, that being a good person will eventually bring you good fortune. I will keep your talents in the matter of the secret treasures confidential and will not disclose them. However, I urge you to exercise caution and refrain from revealing your abilities to anyone, be they players or natives of the Qin Kuren realm. Our bond is strong enough for me to share this with you. The Qin Kuren realm is fundamentally different from our reality, with its own unique history that shapes the perspectives and values of its inhabitants, which can vary greatly even between regions. You should have noticed this upon your interactions with them. Unlike those lacking in talent or with mediocre abilities who seek to accumulate resources quietly, we fortunate ones who possess powerful talents are unlikely to settle for mediocrity. We aspire to stand out. However, to thrive in this world, one inevitably encounters situations that require decisive actions. I remember when I first took up a weapon against thieves. My hands trembled. Yet now, it seems I have become accustomed to it. If you are determined to become an executioner, I will assist you in gaining some early experience. Please send me your in-game information, and I will register you with the hiring clerk. Tomorrow morning, follow the map directly to the execution ground, and they will provide you with equipment. This game has immense potential. If played well, your debts in the real world will seem trivial. Engage seriously, and there will be great prospects ahead. It appears Shun Hao has not wasted his time in Lulu County, as he can secure an executioner's position with a single phrase. After reading Xian Hao's message, Li Qingfeng contemplated his response. I am a refugee, having recently arrived in Pumpkin Village. Currently, I reside in the staff dormitory of the Pumpkin Chamber of Commerce in Lulu County. Oh, by the way, while passing through the purple bamboo forest, the mountain-shaking eagle and his band of robbers were dealt with by the Pumpkin Chamber of Commerce. Their leader was slain, and several henchmen managed to escape. Upon entering the city, we brought the horses belonging to the mountain-shaking eagle with us. How good, you might inquire with the guards who were on duty at the city gate yesterday. They should be able to provide some information. The location should be buried here. Li Qingfeng located a map of the purple bamboo forest from the forum and marked the spot where the bandits were buried with a red circle before sending it to Shun Hao. After sending the message, Li Qingfeng walked back to the Pumpkin Chamber of Commerce, reflecting on the exorbitant cost of martial training, deeming it unnecessary to explore other academies until he could afford it. Before long, a reply from Xian Hao arrived. The mountain-shaking eagle was taken care of by the Pumpkin Chamber of Commerce. It must have been Chan Bumming. His talent is truly enviable, with prospects of reaching the bone refining realm. Had he not been constrained by the people of Pumpkin Village, he would have pursued further training with other powerful factions long ago. He is a person who values loyalty and family ties. If the opportunity arises, you should engage with him more. I am aware of this matter. For now, let us keep it ambiguous and find some work to earn a salary. I will post on the forum about the demise of the mountain-shaking eagle to see if anyone is interested in joining for a wage. This will benefit the players and enhance activity levels. After all, this will become a valuable resource and network in the future. By the way, refugee has a negative connotation. I will inform the clerk that you are my distant relative. This will facilitate your future endeavors in the county. Would you like to join in earning a wage? I can register you as well, and you can enjoy some public excursions. Chun Bumming's reputation is indeed substantial. As evidenced by Xin Hao's praise, he must be quite the catch in Lulu County. Li Qingfeng responded to Xian Hao. All right, thank you very much. How good. I will pass on the wage earning opportunity for now. I prefer not to venture into the wild at this moment, as it feels too perilous. Xian Hao promptly replied with a message and sent over a document. It is a trivial matter. Here, among us, we are well acquainted, and those capable of sincere camaraderie must unite and support one another. It is perhaps for the best that we do not venture into the wilderness. However, if your secret treasure proves potent, you might find time to hone your martial skills. Did I not mention this morning that I am proficient in marksmanship? As you have just entered the game, you likely lack funds, and purchasing manuals at the martial arts school is exorbitantly priced. I shall send you a gunplay manual and a meditation manual. The manuals were serendipitously acquired by me, and I subsequently shared them with the forum's esteemed members, having sought guidance from others. Complete with video explanations and detailed text, even posted them for sale, garnering a tidy sum. The player commentary videos are no less effective than the instruction provided at the martial arts school. You may practice with them for now. Should you encounter any queries, feel free to reach out to me at any time. Phantommarksmanship.zip aokigong.zip. Upon perusing the manuals sent by Xin Hao, Li Qingfeng realized that the essence of the gambler had indeed left him with something of value. Rescuing the drowning heir Pang and subsequently befriending Shun Hao constituted the greatest treasure bequeathed by the gambler's legacy. Li Qingfeng replied, "Thank you, Brother Hao. I was just fretting over the manuals I inquired at the martial arts school, but the prices are exorbitant. Shen Hao responded, ha ha ha, when you have the chance, do visit the main forum section. It is beneficial to broaden your horizons. Those who expound on martial techniques receive considerable rewards, and perhaps in the future, you too might post something that attracts countless admirers. I have some matters to attend to regarding the case of this Sun Yunwei's son, murder and adultery, so I must be off for now. We shall converse later. All right then, Brother Hao, you focus on your work, and I shall examine these manuals. After replying to Shen Hao, Li Qingfeng happened upon a small noodle shop, and the enticing aroma wafting from within caught his attention. He glanced up at the afternoon sun, rubbed his somewhat hungry stomach, and entered, ordering a bowl of noodles. He opened the forum to review the manuals sent by Shen Hao. He read, Phantom Marksmanship. The gun is like a phantom. The body moves with divine swiftness, defeating foes with speed and outsmarting them with finesse. The marksmanship is exceedingly sharp. When mastered, one can unleash numerous phantoms of the gun, rendering foes unable to withstand the onslaught, ultimately delivering a fatal blow. He then opened the video explanation. A martial artist clad in practice attire and wearing a mask stood in the training arena, his posture as straight as the weapon he held. Exuding an air of authority, he spoke, I'm Mo Nen. I have practiced this phantom marksmanship for 3 months at the Blood Exchange realm. Allow me to share my personal insights. This is an excellent marksmanship technique, suitable for both duels and group battles. However, it does present some initial challenges for newcomers. I have devised a foundational training method. Practice alongside me, and you will grasp the phantom marksmanship without difficulty. Moreover, once your foundation is solid, you will find it easier to master other martial arts in the future. He continued with instructional methods, inviting beginners to practice alongside him while allowing those with prior experience to skip ahead. Firstly, for foundational training, every morning, find a spacious area and hold the gun while standing in a horse stance for 2 hours to strengthen your lower body. Next, I shall explain how to achieve the horse stance. First, you need to be aware of common mistakes. Li Qingfeng was engrossed in the martial artist's explanation, his keen interest in enhancing his abilities ever present. Before long, the shopkeeper brought over his noodles. Young man, your noodles are ready. After placing them down, the proprietor busied himself elsewhere. Gazing at the steaming bowl of noodles, the delectable aroma wafting toward him, Li Qingfeng felt his appetite awaken, prompting him to pause the video. He picked up a bite of the hand-pulled noodles, savoring their chewy texture and delightful flavor. Delicious, a sip of the broth, rich with the essence of lamb, left a lingering taste on his palate. As he enjoyed his meal while listening to the video, he soon finished and settled the bill before heading toward the Pumpkin Merchant Association, letting the video play slowly in the background. After all, it could be replayed endlessly, and there was no battery indicator. Li Qingfeng decided to let it loop continuously. Having found work and acquired the manuals, it was time for him to move out and seek a place of his own. An independent room would be far preferable to residing at the Pumpkin Merchant Association. It would afford him greater convenience in all matters, ideally with a courtyard that would provide ample space for martial practice. He wondered about the housing prices in the county. Purchasing was certainly beyond his means. For now, renting would suffice, and he could consider buying later. Why this time? The afternoon had settled in. The sun above was no longer as scorching. A cloud drifted by, casting a shadow over the already mild sun. A gentle breeze carried the fragrance of osmanthus, providing a refreshing respite. As he walked along, passing a street corner, Li Qingfeng felt he had overlooked something familiar and turned back. Upon closer inspection, he noticed a child with a backpack squatting beneath the osmanthus tree, their shoulders shaking as if they were crying. Recognizing the familiar figure, Li Qingfeng inquired with curiosity, Buzhan? Hearing someone call his name, Chen Buzhan lifted his head, hastily rubbing his reddened eyes and wiping away the tears on his cheeks. It's really you. Finished school? Why are you squatting here? Li Qingfeng approached, observing how Chen Buzhan blended with the fallen leaves. Using the tree as a shield, with a quivering voice, Chen Buzhan replied, I don't want to stay in the county. This child, who once exuded the cheerfulness and optimism of fishing in the village, now appeared withdrawn and despondent. Li Qingfeng looked down at him and softly asked, Were you bullied at school? You must fight back. If you don't, you'll be beaten every day if there are too many of them. Strike from behind with a stick and hit them hard. The boy was timid. Even if urged to stab a classmate with a knife, he would undoubtedly hesitate. Then take a step back. There's no need for martial ethics. One blow can knock them out, 2 blows can split their head, and 3 blows can send them to meet their ancestors. Li Qingfeng's reasoning was straightforward. If bullying were inevitable, then why couldn't he be the one to do the bullying? Chen Buzhan shook his head and said, I wasn't bullied. I just feel like I don't belong here. The lessons taught by the teacher on stage, I don't understand. The other kids don't play with me. And I don't know what they talk about. I just sat there all day, feeling like I couldn't do anything, and it scares me down to my useless. It turned out that he was struggling to adjust to a new environment and felt isolated. Brother, when I switched worlds, I got into a fight on the first day and ended up in jail. Yet I emerged unscathed and normal, right? Young people simply lack resilience. They need to experience more. Li Qingfeng plucked a leaf from the osmanthus tree, inhaling its fragrance as he spoke. Every individual has strengths and weaknesses. There are things we cannot comprehend and limits to our understanding. What you must remember is. Upon finishing his thought, Li Qingfeng noticed Chen Buzhan gazing up at him with a dazed expression, as if lost in confusion. Not comprehending is perfectly fine. In fact, I don't fully understand either. I was merely rambling. What I mean to say is, do not place too much importance on others. Do not overly concern yourself with their feelings. Your purpose here is to study. Their attitudes are of little consequence. Once you leave this place, you may never encounter those people again. Treat them as air. Moreover, they are far less formidable than you imagine. They are merely ordinary children, hungry for food and hurt by pain. The essence of this world is but a makeshift stage. Your fear stems from being thrust into an unfamiliar environment. Your unfamiliarity with the new surroundings breeds discomfort. After spending some time here and acclimating, you will realize it is nothing extraordinary. All you need to do is remain calm. Time will provide you with satisfactory answers. Maintain your composure. There is no need to rush. Take your time. Li Qingfeng spoke slowly. His tone relaxed and serene, as if recounting a mundane occurrence. Chen Buzhan blinked at him before lowering his head, burying it in his knees, and tremulously uttered, I can't do it. I want to go home. Miss my grandfather and play with the villagers, Li Qingfeng replied. In life, when faced with difficulties, one generally has 3 options: accept, change, or evade. You lack the ability to change, and escaping is not an option. Why not attempt acceptance? Just as your Uncle Hai said, after a few years of study, return to the village to establish a school. Then marry, raise children, cultivate the land, and teach, spending your life in the village. It sounds quite appealing, doesn't it? Chen Buzhan lifted his head, tears streaming down his face. I'm scared. Scared I won't be able to study well. If I can't, I'll have to resort to killing. Boo-hoo, I don't want to kill. I am afraid. Li Qingfeng gently patted his head and said, Child, there is no shame in being kind and timid. Such traits are not disgraceful. They will bring you peace and prevent future regrets. They will allow you to rest easy in the stillness of the night. Not being able to do certain things is not shameful. Rather, it is a noble quality, albeit one that may not suit this world. You wouldn't want to find yourself alone in the quiet of the night, feeling exhausted, yearning for sleep, yet unable to drift off, would you? Besides, your Uncle Hai was just teasing you. Did you take him seriously? Upon hearing Li Qingfeng assert that Chen Dahai had deceived him, Chen Buzhan, with a glimmer of hope in his eyes, inquired, Is that true? Li Qingfeng responded earnestly, Indeed, it is true. Would I deceive you? By the way, are you hungry? Chen Buzhan nodded, revealing that he had refrained from eating lunch, having only consumed a modest breakfast, and had been famished ever since Li Qingfeng proposed, Let us go. I shall take you to a delightful noodle shop nearby. Have you caught a whiff of the aroma? Upon hearing that food was imminent, Chen Buzhan sprang to his feet, using the back of his hand to wipe his nose before surreptitiously smearing it on his waistcoat. All the while beaming as he followed closely behind Li Qingfeng. As they walked, Li Qingfeng, engrossed in a video, turned to Chen Buzhan and remarked, Once you return, take out your books and seek someone in the village who can teach you to read. If you find it challenging during the day, you can always catch up in the evening. Put forth your effort. Once you master it, you can return to the village earlier to fish. Chen Buzhan nodded, attentively listening to Li Qingfeng's counsel. Upon arriving at the noodle shop, Chen Buzhan, having gone the entire day without sustenance, voraciously devoured 2 large bowls of noodles, feeling as if he were transforming his stress into appetite. After finishing, as they exited the establishment, Li Qingfeng inquired, The flavor of the noodles was quite delightful, was it not? Chen Buzhan, patting his belly with satisfaction, exclaimed, Absolutely delicious. I have never tasted such exquisite noodles before. Having filled his stomach, Chen Buzhan felt considerably more composed. As long as the food is good, we can head back now, he stated. The two made their way towards the Pumpkin Merchant Association. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at the entrance. During this time, Li Qingfeng had been watching videos and had gained a rudimentary understanding of the Phantom Spear technique, realizing that it was beyond his current capabilities to practice. In the video, the masked warrior unleashed 9 identical and formidable spear shadows with a single thrust. Even when slowed down several dozen times, Li Qingfeng could not discern the authenticity of the spear shadows. According to the warrior, every shadow was genuine. This technique was one of the ultimate moves of the Phantom Spear technique. Known as the Spiral 9 Shadows, Li Qingfeng recognized that he was not yet ready to engage with such advanced techniques and needed to focus on mastering the fundamentals step by step. Upon entering the shop, he greeted the staff inside. A few of the employees had encountered Li Qingfeng the previous day and nodded in recognition. Meanwhile, those who had not seen them before had heard whispers about the two newcomers. Li Qingfeng was merely an ordinary individual, yet Chen Buzhan's brother was someone they ought to remember. As they passed through several warehouses, they spotted Chen Lin chatting with a few brothers from Pumpkin Village at the entrance of a room. Leaning against the door frame, beads of sweat glistened on their faces, as if they had just moved some items and were now resting in the cool breeze. Upon noticing Li Qingfeng and his companion's return, Chen Lin asked, "Hey, how come you two are back together?" Li Qingfeng explained it was a coincidence. "I happened to run into Buzhan on my way back." Chen Lin, observing the seemingly normal Chen Buzhan, furrowed his brow with a hint of disbelief and curiosity, saying, "I expected you to return in tears, yet here you are, unscathed. This morning, I even wagered with Uncle Hai that you would come back crying. Alas, I lost him 10 coins. What a blunder!" Chen Buzhan shot a glare at Chen Lin. Feeling disgruntled that his distress had been turned into a betting opportunity, Li Qingfeng chuckled. "Ha! You wagered on him? What a pity I missed that." He then continued, "By the way, Brother Lin, I visited the affairs office today, intending to seek employment. Oh, my surprise. I encountered a distant relative I hadn't seen in ages. He also resides in this county and has become a constable." Chen Lin expressed astonishment, realizing that Li Qingfeng, a drifter, was not entirely alone. "That is indeed good news. More relatives mean more opportunities," Li Qingfeng replied. "Yes, he recommended a job for me, so I plan to move out to be closer to work. Initially, I considered not returning and simply finding a place to stay outside. However, I wanted to inform you all as I feel a sense of camaraderie with you." Moreover, they had yet to distribute the spoils. They had taken a considerable amount of loot from the mountain carving eagle, including belongings and horses. Selling these items would yield a significant profit. Based on the familiar methods employed by Chen Lin and his companions, their swift and efficient tactics for burying bodies indicated that this was not their first venture. As the saying goes, those who witness must share in the spoils, and Chen Dahai and his group were not the sort to disregard such principles. Since Li Qingfeng had also contributed, it was only fair that he received his share of the loot. Chen Lin nodded. "As long as you have a place to stay, it's all good. We're in the same county, so if you want to gather for drinks, we can always find the time." Saying this, Chen Lin produced a heavy pouch of coins from his pocket and tossed it towards Li Qingfeng, stating, "This is your share from the proceeds of handling the goods from the Zizhu forest. There are 30 taels here, which should cover your expenses for a while." Li Qingfeng accepted the money, weighing it in his hand before casually stowing it away. He had become accustomed to the distribution of spoils and found nothing unusual about it. Rather, he was intrigued. After securing the money, he curiously asked, "You managed to clear it out so quickly?" The others from Pumpkin Village exchanged amused glances upon hearing Li Qingfeng's question. Chen Lin responded, "This is a merchant association. This is what we do. It's merely some goods, and it's easy to digest. After arriving yesterday, we contacted the right people. Shortly after you left this morning, the goods were already dispatched. By the way, there's a grand feast tonight. And you're in for a treat. A merchant association? More like a den for disposing of stolen goods. After completing their business, they even celebrated. I quite like that. 30 taels of silver is enough to cover someone's income for over a year." The phrase about gaining wealth through violence certainly holds true. Just by assisting with some minor tasks, like moving bodies, I can earn 30 taels. Just imagine how much Chen Buzhan, the main contributor, must have made. It is indeed essential to practice martial arts. Although it requires investment, the returns are swift. Li Qingfeng was unaware of the price of horses, but the majestic steeds owned by the mountain-carving eagle appeared to be quite valuable. Towering and robust, they stood taller than Qin Buzhan even when stationary, making them ideal warhorses. Surely, they must be worth at least 20 taels each. If I, as an outsider, can receive 30 taels, then Chen Lin and his group must have taken home a considerable sum. After the spoils were divided, they would feast. This rhythm felt familiar to Li Qingfeng. He smiled, saying, "Excellent. I must indulge a bit more." Meanwhile, Qin Buzhan, maintaining a stoic expression, ignored the jovial chatter around him, opening his backpack to retrieve a book and presenting it to Chen Lin, stating, "Since you wagered against me, you must teach me to read." This boy, trembling in the presence of strangers, was quite loquacious among familiar faces, displaying a certain boldness. Chen Lin, perplexed, pointed to himself, "I lost the bet. And you expect me to teach you? Is this not a form of bullying? Is there no law? You should go to your Uncle Hai." Qin Buzhan shook his head, firmly asserting, "I don't care. You all must teach me, and no one gets to escape." The others chuckled, playfully nudging Chen Lin's shoulder. "Ha ha, Brother Lin, go for it. You brought this upon yourself." With a resigned shake of his head, Chen Lin accepted the book, muttering, "Indeed, I should never gamble. What a consequence for a single wager. Lost money, and now I have to teach someone to read. This is the second time I've lost." That night, after enjoying a lavish dinner, the group gathered once more in a brightly lit area. Chen Lin placed 100 coins in the center of the table, declaring, "I'll wager another 100. I won T-fold." After indulging in good food and drink, the villagers of Pumpkin Village commenced a small game of cards. A round of Jia Zhenhua. Li Qingfeng found a stool to sit on, observing their card game while simultaneously finishing the first viewing of the Phantom Spear Technique video, all the while politely declining Qin Dahai's invitation to join in, explaining that he had indulged too much in food and drink and felt slightly inebriated, preferring to spectate rather than risk losing his stake. Li Qingfeng believed that winning a few coins, whether it be 10 or 100, was inconsequential. However, with Qin Dahai and the others having amassed a fortune, today's stakes were notably high, and his current abilities were insufficient to support such a gamble. Tomorrow he would begin work, so it was best to simply observe. While watching the card game and engaging in casual conversation, he managed to review the Phantom Spear Technique entirely without needing a second viewing. After that, Li Qingfeng opened the Qingmu Gong. He first watched the explanatory video, followed by the written version, intending to revisit it later when time permitted. Qingmu Gong was characterized by its tranquility and vitality, focusing on defense and recovery. Its essence lay in the image of a young tree growing steadily, symbolizing resilience against the tempestuous winds and rain. The philosophy behind Qingmu Gong is to remain steadfast and unyielding, regardless of external turmoil. The instructor, Yang Chen, appeared to be in his 40s or 50s, exuding an air of calm and seriousness as he meticulously explained how to embark on this practice and how to progress further in cultivation. The Qingmu Gong provided by Shun Hao could be cultivated all the way to the marrow refinement stage. In fact, any martial art on the market must at least allow practitioners to reach this stage. Otherwise, the creator of such a technique would be deemed irrational for producing something so futile. High-level techniques are meaningless if one cannot attain them. All is in vain. It is akin to the vast reservoir of knowledge available online. Yet, despite its accessibility, many individuals continue to struggle through life, grappling with their circumstances. At present, the highest realm within the Qinkuan realm is merely the bone refinement stage. According to what Li Qingfeng observed on the forum, the Qinkuan realm has undergone a transformation, leading to the once abundant true energy in the world falling into a dormant state for some unknown reason. The extraordinary masters depicted in the cutscenes belong to an era when true energy filled the heavens and the earth. However, the time in which Li Qingfeng finds himself is referred to as the Age of Decline. Nevertheless, it is said that the Qinkuan realm is on the brink of a revival of spiritual energy. This resurgence is anticipated to occur within the next year or two, which Li Qingfeng has come to understand as an update. At that time, innate masters and those of higher realms will emerge like bamboo shoots after a rain. While Chen Lin and the others were engrossed in their card games, it did not detract from Li Qingfeng's enjoyment of watching videos. On the contrary, he engaged in discussions with the onlookers about the quality of play in the recent hands. Emphasizing the importance of participation, Li Qingfeng was not multitasking. He had no intention of immediately practicing the Qingmu technique. He merely sought a general understanding of it, He planned to wait until he found a stable place to reside before dedicating time to thoroughly study both techniques and then practice them. Time passed gradually, and the outside world fell silent as the night air grew cool. The atmosphere inside the lively card-playing group did not show any concern for Li Qingfeng. Today, Chen Dahai had been fortunate, winning a considerable amount and boasting about going for a massage at the nearby Hongpala tomorrow, eager to share his joy with the lovely ladies there. Several hours later, Yang Chun had finished explaining the Qingmu technique. He concluded with a piece of advice. In recent years, it was discovered that the first ray of light at dawn could absorb a trace of true energy. Therefore, he suggested that martial artists rise early to seek an open place outdoors before dawn to absorb the first trace of true energy generated by that light. This method remains the sole means of acquiring true energy aside from spiritual herbs, albeit in a minuscule quantity, insufficient compared to the vast energy required for realm advancement. However, every little helps. Accumulating small amounts can lead to greater gains. True energy is exceedingly precious, and this is the only channel for ordinary martial artists to obtain it. Listening to Yang Qin's explanation, Li Qingfeng furrowed his brow. Did this mean he had to rise at 4 o'clock? Being a martial artist was indeed no easy feat even before becoming a top-tier individual. One must endure hardships, spending considerable sums and waking early. Through Yang Qin's discourse, Li Qingfeng realized that the Qingmu technique did not require self-harm for rapid advancement, thus eliminating the need to purchase secret medicinal herbs for skin training. Yet, as with all things, there is a trade-off. While the practice of the Qingmu technique is safe, the progression is considerably slower compared to other methods. Furthermore, it imposes a talent threshold, requiring comprehension of the technique's essence. Fortunately, the requirements are not overly demanding and can be met by an average individual. Yang Chun believed he had provided a thorough explanation. As long as one possessed a modicum of intelligence and normalcy, understanding should follow. However, for many, even this modest expectation posed a significant challenge. In his video, Yang Chun recounted some peculiar experiences from his teaching career. Expressing his frustration. After so many years of instruction, I have found that there are indeed individuals who cannot be taught, no matter the approach taken. Even with hands-on guidance, they remain incapable of learning. Do not dismiss this as a joke. Some truly cannot grasp the concepts. If you break things down and explain them in minute detail, they still do not comprehend. In reality, many people in this world are intellectually challenged, merely masking it due to their basic self-sufficiency. Such individuals often engage in baffling and inexplicable behaviors. Despite my countless reminders of small details and common pitfalls, they seem to forget them instantaneously. It appears they never truly listen to what you say and lack the patience to absorb information. They repeatedly ask, "Why can't I understand?" It is as if they operate on a rudimentary, preset program, tragically navigating a surreal reality while pretending to be normal. Li Qingfeng chuckled at Yang Qin's remarks, reassured that he was certainly not one of those robots. Hearing the laughter, Chen Dahai inquired, "Qingfeng, what is so amusing? Do you think I can win this hand?" "Oh, nothing. I just recalled something joyful," Li Qingfeng replied, diverting the conversation as he glanced at Chen Dahai's impressive win rate. "I believe you can do it. Today, Brother Hai is on a roll, winning so much already. You should definitely dominate this hand. Ha ha ha. May your words bring good fortune. Tomorrow, I'll take you out for a lavish time. Let's wager 201. Chen Dahai laughed heartily, tossing money onto the table. "I'm afraid that won't be possible. I have to work tomorrow and may not have the time," Li Qingfeng said. "Then hold on to it for now. When you have free time, come find me, and I'll take you out for some fun, and we can wager 201. Since they had divided their spoils, they each possessed enough money to gamble more extravagantly than in their village. Upon arriving in the county, the stakes escalated significantly. The same individuals were playing, yet the bets had transformed from a mere 1 to 10-1. Who claimed that country folk did not spend money? The quality of the games had certainly improved. In a typical match, they easily wagered 201. This was still considered a modest bet for Chen Dahai. If he held a strong hand, he would even dare to stake 10 taels of silver. Chen Lin had also employed cheating techniques several times that evening but had managed to restrain himself from winning excessively. Only Li Qingfeng was aware of Chen Lin's deceptive tactics, while Chen Dahai and the others believed it was merely skill and luck. In Li Qingfeng's eyes, Chen Lin's luck had indeed faltered that day. His fortune was poor, and he relied on cheating to secure a modest victory. It must be noted, however, that Chen Lin's skills were commendable. Li Qingfeng had observed him numerous times, Yet he could not discern how he manipulated the cards. Li Qingfeng also noticed a subtle detail. Whenever Qinlin intended to cheat, he would unconsciously rub his nose. Such nuances could only be detected by someone like Li Qingfeng, who reasoned backward from outcomes to deduce the process, allowing him to perceive this meticulous and easily overlooked action. Perhaps even Qinlin himself was unaware of this subconscious habit of disguise. It remained uncertain whether Qinlin's cheating methods would be effective in front of martial artists, as the only martial artist present was Chen Buming. However, after returning from the martial arts school, he had taken Qin Buzhan to learn to read and help him with his studies. Thus, while Chen Buming was around, Qinlin would likely behave himself. As Li Qingfeng pondered, the table was left with only Qin Dahai and another villager. Open the cards, I have a 10. What do you have? Oh, a pair of 3s. Ha ha ha, just enough to win. Qin Dahai praised Li Qingfeng's luck while scooping the money on the table toward himself. The villager who lost appeared frustrated, having lost the most that night, with little of his share remaining. He rummaged through his pockets and sighed. Ah, I'm done for tonight. I've lost it all. Time to sleep, as I have work tomorrow. Qin Dahai glanced out the window, where the moon hung high, casting a lonely glow. All right then, it's about time. Let us all head back and rest. Tomorrow at Hongpela, I'll treat everyone, so make sure to conserve your energy. Qin Dahai's words were met with cheers. Uncle Hai is the best. I'd better get some extra sleep. Tomorrow will be a fierce battle. Given your situation, you should go buy some medicine. Let your wife try it out, then you'll know if I need it. Enough of this nonsense. Pack up and head home to rest. Amidst the teasing and banter, the card game was concluded, and everyone returned to their respective quarters. As it was too late to search for a place to stay, Li Qingfeng once again spent the night at Qinlin's. The night passed without incident, and the next morning, heralded by the crowing of a rooster, Qinlin awoke, yawning. That cursed chicken. One day, I swear I'll take care of it for disturbing my dreams every morning. Hey, Brother Lin, you're awake, Li Qingfeng greeted. Qinlin, noticing Li Qingfeng all packed and ready to depart, asked, Qingfeng, why are you up so early today? Li Qingfeng chuckled. Yes, I'm heading to work. I want to leave early to avoid any delays and make a good impression. Qinlin inquired, are you not coming back today? Li Qingfeng nodded, replying, the workplace is a bit far from here. Over an hour's walk. I'll be staying there for the time being. All right then, safe travels. Okay, I'm off now. Take care. Upon pushing open the dormitory door, Li Qingfeng encountered Qin Buzhan, who was carrying a backpack and following closely behind Chen Buming towards the academy. Today, he appeared less anxious than yesterday, his expression more relaxed. Having gained an understanding and mental preparation for the day's tasks ahead, he moved with a newfound composure. Exiting the Merchant Association, he opened the map and headed towards the execution ground. Yesterday, Shun Hao had sent a message. Once you arrive at the location tomorrow, seek out this individual. He manages the personnel of the executioners. Just mention my name, as I have already made prior arrangements with him. Accompanying the message was a screenshot, labeled with the name. Zhang Daoli. Li Qingfeng clicked on the screenshot and observed a relatively slender middle-aged man, not tall in stature, yet appearing quite astute, with a distinctive tuft of goatee on his chin. Gazing at the photograph, Li Qingfeng remarked, Zhang Daoli? That name holds some intrigue. The Pumpkin Merchant Association is situated in the southern part of Green Willow County, while the execution ground he intended to visit lies at the center of the county. A leisurely walk would take approximately an hour, and Li Qingfeng had even set aside extra time to account for any unforeseen circumstances. Typically, executions occur at noon, and it was still early, around 5 o'clock. With the dawn just breaking, though he believed himself to have risen quite early, he noticed that the noodle stall from yesterday had been set up for some time already. Several customers were seated at multiple tables, enjoying their meals. With an empty stomach upon waking, Li Qingfeng decided to indulge in a bowl of noodles first. After satisfying his hunger, he felt invigorated, moving with greater speed. The same noodles he had yesterday were delightful and comforting. After paying swiftly, he continued on his journey, encountering not only early risers heading to work, but also numerous martial artists whose vitality seemed to surpass that of ordinary individuals. They gathered in small groups, sweating and appearing spirited, as though they had been training for an extended period. In the brisk morning air, they donned thin garments, likely to absorb the first rays of sunlight and harness the initial surge of true energy for daily rewards. He wondered if such rewards would still be available on rainy days. Lost in thought as he walked through various streets, He realized that without the map, he would undoubtedly have become disoriented. It seemed Shun Hao's guide proved to be quite effective. Time. Year 21554 of the Qian Kuren calendar. August 22 ND, around 7 o'clock. Following the map, Li Qingfeng arrived at the designated execution ground. In this world, aside from those with special night shifts, most people rose early, bustling about by 7 o'clock. Preparations for today's execution had begun days in advance, with platforms being constructed and protective measures being put in place. Many individuals, having received word and with nothing else to occupy them, had gathered here to witness the event. Though not overwhelmingly crowded, the area was certainly bustling with people. The sight of an execution was a mystery to him. Yet where there are people, there are vendors. Merchants, seated in designated areas, hawked their wares, happily earning a profit. The prices of their goods were considerably higher than usual, but those who came to witness the execution seemed indifferent to the costs. For they sought amusement and were willing to overlook the prices. Chapter 35. The execution ground. Li Qingfeng observed numerous visitors, some holding masks, trinkets, and toys, while others munched on fruits and seeds, resembling a festive gathering. Numerous enforcers were present to maintain order, effectively ensuring the crowd behaved. Much like shepherd dogs guiding their flock, Li Qingfeng purchased a skewer of candied hawthorn and, while savoring it, made his way towards the back of the execution platform. In the densely populated areas, the crowd was quite tight, but approaching the platform, he found it noticeably less crowded, with only a few station guards seemingly idling about. As he approached, 2 guards called out, "Hey, you've taken a wrong turn. Entry is not permitted beyond this point. Move along to other areas for your entertainment." Li Qingfeng replied, "Oh, I see that I am the executioner for today, here to find Zhang Daily, the clerk." Han Lei perceived that Li Qingfeng could still act with composure under his gaze, deeming him a person of considerable audacity. It is worth noting that within the confines of the prison, even a mere glare from Han Lei could instill terror in petty thieves, leaving them quaking in their boots. In contrast, Li Qingfeng, whose physical prowess was inferior to that of a thief, required an even greater measure of courage. Thus naturally earning Han Lei's regard, Li Qingfeng remarked, "We harbor no enmity, hence I am unafraid." Pouring himself a glass of wine, Han Lei replied, "Be seated. It's still early for noon. Let us rest for a while and converse." As Li Qingfeng took a seat across from Han Lei, he felt the effects of the strong liquor setting in, causing him to belch. His head felt heavy and his legs light, as if he had grown accustomed to the sensation of inebriation and could still maintain control. "Han Ge, do I need to change into a different set of clothes? I see those brothers are all dressed alike," Li Qingfeng inquired. He had noticed 5 individuals whom he deemed executioners, all clad in identical attire. Han Lei waved his hand dismissively and said, sharp-eyed, "I see, no need to worry. When the time comes, just don a black cloak outside. They were my prison guards, brought in as substitutes since I could not recruit executioners." Li Qingfeng asked, "Is it truly so difficult to find executioners? I see the recruitment boards at the office gathering dust." As Han Lei chewed on a piece of meat, he replied, "It depends on the circumstances. During calamities and warfare, it's easier to find them. In peaceful times, it's quite the opposite. In tumultuous times, many are solitary and desperate. They are willing to risk everything for a meager meal. Them. Taking a life is of little consequence. Survival is paramount. Thus they are not hard to find as executioners. However, in peaceful times, solitary individuals tend to marry and raise families. With families come reputations. They fear gossip. No one wishes to engage in such overtly murderous work. Furthermore, the pay is meager. 1 or 2 taels, neither here nor there. It's not substantial enough to entice many into execution. You should eat too. With strong liquor in your belly, some food will help settle it," Han Lei suggested. Li Qingfeng, not one to be polite, picked up his chopsticks to eat the marinated meat and filled his wine cup again. Preparing to drink, Han Lei observed him and said, "We have clothes and blades ready, but you will need to procure a mask outside." Li Qingfeng, puzzled, asked, "A mask? What purpose does that serve? Is there a particular significance?" Han Lei explained, "It serves 2 purposes. Firstly, it conceals your face. These guards, unable to recruit executioners, were forcibly brought here, and they have families of their own. Who knows if their wives and children are watching from below? How would they treat their husbands or fathers upon learning that they are executing people above? The second reason is that in these 8 days, we have an overwhelming number of death row inmates to execute, over 400. Including you, we have only 6 executioners. Each must behead around 70 individuals. Among these 400 condemned souls, there are inevitably innocent people wrongfully sentenced. Their deaths at your hands will bring about a curse. It is said that those wrongfully executed harbor immense resentment after death. It'll prevent them from haunting you. Donning a mask will ensure they do not see your face before they die. If they do become vengeful spirits, they will seek out their source of grievance. As the saying goes, wrongs have a head, debts have a master. After all, we are merely fulfilling our duties. Should you not execute them? Other executioners will come. Even if there are no innocent souls, the other condemned are undoubtedly wicked individuals, and they too may become malevolent after death. Wearing a mask serves to protect you from their vengeful spirits. Whether it works or not, it offers a semblance of peace of mind. Li Qingfeng, however, was not entirely convinced by Han Lei's words. As a fellow practitioner, he understood that criminals do not suffer solely for their deeds. Their greatest sin lies in being apprehended. Look at others who deceive, steal, kill, and commit arson without consequence, living in luxury with numerous concubines. Why should they be exempt? If caught, they simply accept their fate in this world. One must stand tall amidst adversity. As for the innocents, it matters little. They cannot stir up trouble while alive. They must endure, and what of death? Li Qingfeng was indifferent, believing that all who come should be slain, and that no vengeful spirits linger beneath his blade. He did not dwell on the specter of vengeful spirits he had mentioned, but was instead surprised by another inquiry. How many? 400 death row inmates. According to Li Qingfeng's understanding, Quanzhou comprises 8 prefectures, each containing approximately 13 jurisdictions, with each jurisdiction encompassing about 40 counties. If each county were to execute 400 death row inmates, then across all jurisdictions, the number would soar to over 10 million in a year. Isn't the law enforcement here rather excessive? He questioned. Sensing Li Qingfeng's thoughts, Han Lei cast a sidelong glance and replied, "It's not as dire as you think. It's merely that our Livian County is unfortunate, being the closest to the Hushi Prefecture. Those noble folks in their counties are enjoying peaceful times. Why would they wish to execute anyone? Out of sight, out of mind, they have sent all the condemned to our Livian County. Thus, this figure of over 400 reflects the entirety of the prefecture's burden. Moreover, this year is exceptional. In previous years, we rarely had so many, typically only a few dozen or 100 at most. This year, some disciples from Qingyun Mountain have emerged to traverse the world. When these young heroes descend, chaos naturally ensues. They have wiped out numerous bandit strongholds, and those who survived were sent to prison, sentenced to death, and dispatched to our county. Their heads will count as achievements for the young heroes." Li Qingfeng nodded, sensing a hint of disdain in Han Lei's words regarding the disciples of Qingyun Mountain, and asked, "Isn't it a good thing that they are eliminating bandits and robbers? That should improve public safety, right?" Han Lei shook his head, downing his drink in one go and slamming the cup on the table before pouring another glass. If it were merely bandits, it would be acceptable. However, many unregistered mountain dwellers have also been mistaken for bandits and wiped out. Killing the innocent to claim credit? Li Qingfeng nodded, recognizing that the young heroes of Qingyun Mountain were creating bandits where none existed, seeking to earn their accolades, a path ripe with potential. Han Lei continued, "Some notorious bandits and criminal gangs have been forced to flee due to their arrival, creating quite a spectacle. The mountain-shaking Eagle Gang is likely one of the victims of the young hero's descent." During their conversation, Li Qingfeng felt the effects of the alcohol surging again. His face flushed as he nibbled on peanuts and inquired, "With so many death row inmates sent to our Livian County, is there no compensation or funding?" Han Lei responded, "There is, otherwise how would you receive your daily allowance of 1 or 2 taels? For 6 individuals, over 8 days, that amounts to only 48 taels. Which is rather scant." Li Qingfeng, curious, asked, "Is that it? Just 1 or 2 taels?" Han Lei explained, "What would you prefer? The bulk of the profits go to others. Each intermediary takes their share, by the time it reaches you. 1 or 2 taels is already a restrained amount. Meanwhile, others are living lavishly, their pockets lined with plenty." Li Qingfeng admired the arrangement, recognizing that even death row inmates had become a source of profit, and commended Han Lei's shrewdness. He lacked such acumen, perhaps due to his identity rather than intellect. "I must learn to negotiate fiercely as well, for one should learn throughout life. This has certainly broadened my horizons." Han Lei continued, "It's not that there is no compensation. Our Levian County has the advantage of handling these dirty jobs. When it comes to resource allocation, we have a far easier time than other counties. That is an advantage in itself. Chapter 36. Execution. Having finished his drink, Li Qingfeng felt slightly dizzy as he stood up and addressed Han Lei. Then, Han Laoda, I shall step outside to select a mask, lest I forget later and cause you trouble. Han Lei glanced at the swaying Li Qingfeng and said, Very well, do as you see fit. Upon your return, rest on that bed for a while to sober up. I will call for you when the time comes. All right, I shall take a stroll, Li Qingfeng replied, belching once more as he made his way outside. After their conversation, the atmosphere outside had become increasingly lively. Good heavens, is it a market day? The throngs of visitors mingled together, the vitality above their heads densely packed, leading Li Qingfeng to feel as though he had entered a fantastical realm. The people here, with their attire, hairstyles, and mannerisms reminiscent of ancient times, contrasted sharply with the life indicators floating above their heads, creating an abstract amalgamation of two disparate worlds. Especially now, having consumed 2 large bowls of wine, Li Qingfeng felt slightly intoxicated as he swayed among the crowd. After some time, having strolled around, Li Qingfeng held a painted monkey mask in one hand and various snacks in the other, chewing vigorously to suppress his drunkenness, though the possibility of a mess loomed large. He stood on the steps behind a snack stall, observing the flowing crowd, pondering the purpose of these individuals here. Amidst the cacophony of voices, 2 youthful voices emerged from the front of the stall. Li Qingfeng turned his gaze. The haze of inebriation in his eyes cleared significantly. Oh, this is so delicious. Hey, this one smells so good. You must try it. Guan Xiaodai's cheeks were puffed like a squirrel, eagerly nodding in response to her companion Yi Cheng's chatter. It smells so fragrant. The 2 individuals appeared remarkably youthful. One seemed to be around 18, while the other appeared to be approximately 16. Despite their tender years, their health points were astonishingly high. The younger one possessed a vitality of 774780, while the other boasted an impressive 995999. Li Qingfeng rubbed his eyes and glanced once more, ensuring that he was not hallucinating before averting his gaze to avoid detection. Goodness, are they masters of marrow refining? So young yet so formidable. Could they possibly be direct disciples of Qingyun Mountain, residing in such proximity? Chen Bumming, a mere 20 years of age, with a vitality of 305313, was already renowned as a local genius. It seems the disparity between oneself and individuals from powerful factions is indeed vast. His vitality of 313 only narrowly surpassed the vitality of the Shansha Diao, which stood at 199. The difference appeared to be just over 100 points, yet he was able to defeat Shansha Diao in merely 2 moves. These 2 young women before him could likely eliminate Chen Bumming with a single strike, despite their seemingly innocent demeanor as they indulged in snacks, wearing expressions of satisfaction. Moreover, what could be their purpose in running around here? Acting as a supervisory team? With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Li Qingfeng decided against lingering further, purchasing a jug of wine and preparing to return for some rest. This time, the 2 constables did not impede his entry, allowing him to pass freely. Lifting the door curtain, he approached Han Lei's table and placed the wine down, saying, Han, allow me to treat you to a jug of wine. Han Lei did not hesitate to pour himself a bowl, his empty wine vessels multiplying on the table. So, how is it outside? He inquired. Li Qingfeng nodded. It was quite lively, though the crowd was a bit overwhelming. Han Lei waved his hand, suggesting, then go rest for a while. It's still early enough to catch a couple of hours of sleep, Li Qingfeng replied. Very well, enjoy your drink. Han, I shall take a brief nap. Go on. Someone will call for you when the time comes. Li Qingfeng rose and made his way to a corner where several beds were available for rest. As soon as he lay down, his eyelids began to droop, and before long, he succumbed to deep slumber. Hey, wake up, it's time to rise. Someone was nudging Li Qingfeng awake. Thanks to his splendid physical condition of 99, he felt remarkably refreshed after his nap. The effects of the wine significantly diminished, and the dizziness he had experienced earlier was gone. Had the time arrived? Li Qingfeng looked at the person and asked. Zhu Sha, noticing Li Qingfeng's prompt awakening, nodded. Put on your clothes, grab your knife, and let's go. The death row inmates are already being escorted. They should arrive shortly. Zhu Sha gestured towards the gear laid aside. Li Qingfeng stood, donned his black outer garment, adorned himself with a monkey mask, and picked up the executioner's knife, following Zhu Sha as they set off. Zhu Sha wore a rather comical pig mask, obscuring his face, but his voice was deep and robust, entirely uncharacteristic of someone dwelling within the oppressive confines of a prison. He turned to Li Qingfeng, inquiring, "Is this your first time as an executioner?" Li Qingfeng glanced back at Zhu Sha and asked, "Indeed. Is there anything I should be aware of?" Zhu Sha nodded. "There is, in fact. Allow me to teach you a phrase. When it's time to behead, recite it beforehand to avoid any vengeful spirits haunting you." Li Qingfeng asked, "What phrase?" Zhu Sha recited with practiced ease, "Grievances have their origins, debts have their masters. We bear no ill will towards each other from the past, nor do we harbor enmity in the present. Your crimes are not for me to judge. I in the depths of the underworld. Remember to seek out the true enemies. It is my duty, and I have offended." From his fluent delivery, Li Qingfeng surmised that this was not Zhu Sha's first foray into this line of work. Li Qingfeng queried, "Does this really work? We kill him, yet we hope he won't trouble us afterward?" Zhu Sha shrugged. "Who knows? Regardless, every executioner recites it before carrying out their duty. It's just standard practice." "All right, I shall remember it." He followed Zhu Sha. In a few moments, they arrived at the execution platform. By now, the sun had risen high in the sky, its rays dispelling the morning mist, providing excellent visibility. Li Qingfeng observed the other executioners standing together, their figures remarkably similar, clad in identical black attire and masks, making it impossible to distinguish one from another, likely a deliberate arrangement. With their masks obscuring their expressions, Li Qingfeng could not discern their thoughts, prompting him to look away. Under Zhu Sha's direction, he positioned himself at the edge of the platform. Within a 20-meter radius of the platform, no one dared approach, yet outside, a considerable crowd had gathered to watch. Some individuals held steamed buns in hand, awaiting the opportunity to dip them in blood. The notion of blood-soaked buns was a grim reality here, not merely a figure of speech. Watching the newly arrived executioners, the onlookers began to murmur and point. "Ha ha ha, look at that executioner's mask. It's quite amusing. A pink pig? How delightful. I have a similar mask here. Anyone interested in buying it at a bargain?" This was the nature of their conversation regarding the masks. While the 5 executioners appeared nearly identical, some wondered about the slender figure at the edge. Could he truly be an executioner? It seemed unlikely. Perhaps he was merely motivated by monetary gain, as it was rumored that executioners earned a silver tael per day. Is that so? I hadn't heard. Otherwise, I might have considered it myself. The recruitment sign has been hanging at the affairs court for quite some time. You're not aware? I've never been to that place. Are you interested in going? I know someone at the constabulary. I could arrange for you to join tomorrow. No, let us not. I was just joking. This was the discourse surrounding Li Qingfeng and Zhu Sha, whose figures did not conform to the rest. "Little orange? Try this. It's delicious. Really? Share a bite with me." These were the remarks from the 2 remarkably high-vitality young women. Li Qingfeng found himself intrigued. They had not departed yet? Are they truly here to oversee the proceedings? Some individuals appeared to treat this as a gathering, merely attending for leisure. Now that the execution was imminent, they should be leaving, not lingering to watch. Nonetheless, the crowd remained as dense as ever. Li Qingfeng realized that beneath the gaze of so many, donning a mask alleviated much of the pressure he felt. After all, once he stepped down from the platform, no one would know his identity. Among those of similar height and build, it would be a simple task to blend in. Finding 10 or even 100 similar figures would be effortless. If he were to be recognized later, he could always deny it. Feeling somewhat stiff from standing, Li Qingfeng moved his head and shoulders, producing a cracking sound. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, even the slightest movements could attract attention, and soon someone below pointed at Li Qingfeng, exclaiming, Hey, look, that person moved. Is he tired? Can he even execute anyone? I bet 10 coins. He can't do it." Li Qingfeng was quite exasperated by the confusion of the crowd. He turned his head, feeling the urge to retort, especially at the individual closest to him, whose voice grated on his nerves, loud and incessant. "Be careful, or you might get splattered with blood. And don't bet on me. Your 0% chance of winning has already betrayed you, you wretched sibling." The necromancer is here too. On the execution platform, the visibility was excellent, and looking down, he spotted the necromancer clad in black robes. Indeed, for such a spectacle, his absence would have been a disservice to his reputation. However, he had only sought treasure yesterday at noon, And today he was already back. Such efficiency. One wondered whether he had found the treasure. Surely, his exploits would be chronicled in the forum. He could check later to see what treasures he had acquired. Feeling rather bored, Li Qingfeng scanned the crowd, hoping to spot anyone of interest. Instead, he noticed the marrow refining master surnamed Guan. With a mouth smeared in red, as if he had just devoured a fruit resembling a dragon fruit. He looked somewhat dazed, lacking any semblance of a master's demeanor, prompting a quiet chuckle from Li Qingfeng. Guan Xiaodai was engaged in a discussion with Yi Cheng about how delicious the fruit was, and upon sensing a gaze upon her, she turned to Li Qingfeng only to find he had already shifted his attention away. She then remarked to Yi Cheng, "He just looked at me and smiled." Why? Yi Cheng asked. "Who?" Guan Xiaodai pointed, "The slender executioner at the platform, the one wearing the monkey mask." Why? Yi Cheng scrutinized Li Qingfeng before looking back at Guan Xiaodai. Pulling out a handkerchief to wipe the red from the corner of her mouth, "You've got red all over. It's quite amusing." Guan Xiaodai exclaimed, "Really? I didn't notice. This fruit is so sweet." As boredom set in, Li Qingfeng opened a video on phantom gun techniques, preparing to rewatch it while awaiting the arrival of the prisoners. Before long, amidst the commotion of the crowd, the announcement came. "They re-coming. Quick, quick, buns. Wow, are there really this many this year? There must be around 50 death row inmates. That's more than the total from last year. Could it be that they plan to execute all of them today? Will there be any left for tomorrow? I still have plenty of goods unsold. Haven't you heard? This year they're set to execute over 430 death row inmates. More than 400. Is there another war going on? I heard it's about bandit suppression, but the specifics are unclear." Upon the arrival of the condemned, their identities were verified and the charges pronounced, all of which bore no relation to Li Qingfeng. He merely awaited his turn with an air of resignation, poised to execute the fatal stroke. There were 6 executioners present, and the beheading would proceed in batches. Kneeling before Li Qingfeng was a shackled prisoner, who, despite his dire circumstances, appeared rather robust, suggesting he was not of the common criminal ilk. His prison garb was ill-fitting, seeming a size too small, hastily donned and somewhat awkward in appearance. From the moment he ascended the platform, he trembled incessantly, gripped by fear, repeatedly murmuring, "It was not me, truly not me. I did not kill him. It was He Nian who fell into the well and drowned. I did not consort with my 6th and 7th aunts. It was they who had an affair with He Nian. Shun Hao has wronged me below." Some in the crowd recognized him, pointing and murmuring among themselves. "Goodness, am I seeing things? Lao Shi, look, isn't that Sun Yuan? I was just drinking with him a couple of days ago. How did he end up there? You don't know. His servant died at his hands and was then discarded into a well. Where he was discovered, he received a death sentence. It happened just yesterday, expedited by the Sun family with their wealth. Look over there, the Sun family is waiting to collect the body, eager to bury it quickly and cover up this scandal. Is that true? How come I haven't heard about this? Does it look like he's playing around? He must be terrified to the point of wetting himself. I remember Sun Yuan being a decent fellow. How could he commit such an act? Who can say? One knows a person's face, but not their heart. Good heavens, Sun Yuan. Is he destined to die? Does that mean I don't have to repay the money I owe him? Let him die. It's for the best." Each individual harbored a distinct perspective on Sun Yuan's impending execution. Some relished the misfortune, others felt a deep sense of regret, while some envied the notion of dying amidst the beauty of peonies. Yet, many remained bewildered, completely unaware of the situation, inquiring of those who were informed. Upon learning the outcome, they expressed their astonishment. Upon hearing Sun Yuan's lamentations, Li Qingfeng realized he was the son of that Sun Yuan. Has he been sentenced so swiftly? Was there no need for an investigation? Li Qingfeng inquired, "Are you the son of Sun Yuan? The one who killed his servant?" Upon hearing Li Qingfeng's words, Sun Yuan turned swiftly. As if he had found a lifeline in his impending drowning, desperately attempting to grasp at Li Qingfeng's trousers with his shackled hands, but restrained from doing so. He could only plead, "Do you know me? Please, save me. I am innocent. I did not kill He Nian. I have been wronged. It must have been my 6th and 7th aunts. They were the ones involved with He Nian. Please, help me. I implore the magistrate to investigate this case again. I will repay you. I have 500 taels of silver hidden away, all for you." Li Qingfeng was taken aback by Sun Yuan's fervent reaction. It was merely a single stroke. Was it truly such a grave matter? He shrugged, choosing to ignore him. Zhu Sha, standing beside Li Qingfeng, cleared his throat lightly, signaling him to refrain from speaking, as the executioners need not concern themselves with such matters. Fortunately, Li Qingfeng had no intention of meddling in others' affairs. Whatever grievances you hold, seek to voice them in the afterlife, if you possess the means to do so. Noticing that Li Qingfeng paid him no heed, Sun Yuan's emotions fluctuated wildly, the glimmer of hope extinguished. Tears streaming down his face as he yearned for life. With a command from the official, the hour has come. Proceed with the execution. A token was tossed to the ground, signifying the imminent demise of the 6 condemned. The others in waiting, from different batches, observed Sun Yuan and the others with a sense of foreboding. Soon, it would be their turn. Upon hearing the execution order, Sun Yuan's eyes widened in terror, his complexion drained of color. His mind blank, paralyzed by fear, he gasped for breath, his body trembling uncontrollably in that moment of dread. Upon the official's command, Li Qingfeng grasped the open bottle of wine beside him and poured it over the blade. Raising the ghostly sword high, murmuring softly, "There are debts to be settled, and grievances to be addressed. We have no prior enmity or recent hatred. Your sins are not for me to judge in the depths of the underworld. Remember to seek out your true adversaries. It is my duty. I have offended." Li Qingfeng raised the executioner's knife high, its blade glistening under the sunlight, stained with the crimson of blood. With a swift motion, he struck down, and with a single slice, severed the lifeless body of Sun Yuan. The head tumbled to the ground, rolling twice with a dull thud, its unblinking eyes wide open, seemingly narrating a tale of injustice. As if longing for one last glimpse of the world, Zhu Sha and others joined in the grim task, dispatching the condemned prisoners before them. Those clutching steamed buns surged forward after the initial executions, eagerly soaking up the splattered blood as if it were a coveted prize. Li Qingfeng's vitality surged to 10-10, a refreshing current coursing through his body, prompting him to close his eyes and savor the newfound vigor. It was a sensation of comfort, beauty, and ineffable delight. As the adage goes, a strong body is a blessing. The increase in vitality imbued him with a sense of enhanced strength, a stark contrast to his condition upon entering the game. Embracing this newfound power, he gazed at Sun Yuan's severed head, shaking his head slightly, expressionless and unperturbed, with a silent mantra echoing in his mind. Next, Chapter 37. After the execution, death is a solemn affair, deserving of earnest consideration. Thus, each batch of prisoners received their due treatment. In addition to a sumptuous execution feast, officials tirelessly recounted their numerous crimes. Whether these charges were true or merely fabrications mattered not. The officials ensured the public was informed of their transgressions, hoping the onlookers would take heed and avoid similar fates. After the first batch of 6 criminals was executed, the second batch followed closely behind. A total of 54 death row inmates were brought forth today, divided into 9 groups to make their final appearances. At this moment, though shackled, they were liberated from moral constraints, ignoring the scrutinizing gazes of the crowd, the judgmental whispers, and the collective condemnation. The weight of moral shackles, once burdensome, was cast aside in light of their imminent demise. Haunted by their psychological scars, they had no time for reflection as the physical guillotine loomed ever closer. Facing death, the condemned displayed a myriad of reactions, each behavior a reflection of their character, encapsulating the essence of their life experiences. Some wept, others laughed, some shouted in chaos, while others met their fate in silence or howled at the heavens. A tapestry of emotion unfolded, both tragic and deserved. The onlookers, many of whom could not bear the sight after witnessing the initial executions, withdrew in discomfort. They could elicit sympathy from the tender-hearted, yet they could not sway Li Qingfeng. His purpose remained singular, to wield his knife and sever the thread of life, increasing his vitality by 1. Regardless of age or gender, the pasts of these individuals mattered little. Once they knelt upon the platform, death awaited them. Li Qingfeng was neither the cause nor the effect. He was merely the instrument, ushering them on their final journey. This role could belong to him or to another, Zhang Qingfeng or Wang Qingfeng, none of it mattered. The fate of the prisoners was beyond his influence. Adhering to the philosophy that the moral failings of the condemned were of no concern to him, Li Qingfeng executed swiftly and decisively, sparing none. His technique was deft and practiced, akin to a butcher skillfully carving meat, employing no more than a single stroke. The prisoners met their end cleanly and without suffering, a true win-win scenario. By the time the first day's executions concluded, evening had descended. The setting sun cast its glow upon the execution platform, now soaked in dark red blood. The dying light illuminated Li Qingfeng and the 5 masked executioners, their shadows stretching ominously, enveloping the remaining spectators in an eerie shroud. The masks seemed to possess a sinister allure, instilling a deep-seated fear that surged within the hearts of many. Zhu Sha's once jovial pink pig mask now appeared grotesque and menacing. Numerous individuals were so startled by the scene that they discarded their own masks, which were subsequently trampled into fragments by the departing crowd. It is uncertain how many would find themselves restless that night, haunted by nightmares of being pursued by masked butchers clad in black, stained with the scent of blood. After executing 9 individuals, though the overhead vitality meter remained unseen, Li Qingfeng mentally counted, estimating it had reached 1818. Bathed in sunlight, he reveled in the splendid condition of his body, a state so remarkable it rivaled the formidable physique he had cultivated in his previous life. He felt an overwhelming sense of strength coursing through him. Should another dozen death row inmates arrive, he would face them with ease. T.O. put it colloquially. He felt capable of delivering a single punch strong enough to fell a COW for the cow's alleged transgressions. No one cared. While Li Qingfeng thrived, the others began to tire. Whether it was the departing audience, the workers hauling away the bodies, or the fellow executioners, fatigue was palpable among them all. Following the conclusion of the executions, Zhu Sha waved to Li Qingfeng, signaling it was time to leave, as others would clean the bloodied platform. The 6 of them descended from the platform, where Han Lei awaited, his imposing stature radiating authority. Upon reaching the ground, they proceeded to the rear, entering a room where they removed their masks. Zhu Sha and the 5 others appeared pallid, each finding a place to lie down, releasing deep breaths that betrayed their inner turmoil. Han Lei approached Li Qingfeng, clapping him on the shoulder. "Well done. I could tell from your demeanor while drinking that you are destined for greatness in the future. If the county faces any issues, feel free to seek me out. Here in Levian County, there is little I cannot resolve." The other executioners, despite their towering physiques, looked deathly pale after the execution of 9 prisoners. 2 of them trembled slightly, clearly exhausted. Though it may seem a mere act of striking a few blows, the reality of taking lives with their own hands was an indescribable burden, a source of natural stress. The imagery of rolling heads and spurting blood was chilling, particularly given that they had been the architects of such horror. Death is inherently frightening, and to kill before a crowd only amplifies the psychological pressure, making even the act of breathing feel precarious. Under the weight of compounded stress, those who could stand and walk away, Zhu Sha and the others, were indeed brave souls. Now, having lowered their defenses, they could finally rest, some even feeling drowsy, yearning for a moment of respite to recuperate their strength. In stark contrast, Li Qingfeng was an anomaly. His complexion was rosy, his spirit vibrant, entirely free from discomfort, exuding an air of unsated desire for more. This mindset, bordering on the abnormal, intrigued Han Lei, who perceived in Li Qingfeng a person worth befriending. Li Qingfeng placed the mask resembling a painted monkey on a nearby stool and addressed Han Lei. "Thank you, Han Lao Die, by the way. Will tomorrow's schedule mirror today's?" The sun was nearing the horizon, and he still needed to find lodging. Han Lei retrieved a couple of silver coins from his pocket and handed them to Li Qingfeng, saying, "Indeed, just arrived before noon tomorrow. Would you like me to arrange accommodations for you?" Li Qingfeng accepted the coins with a nod. "No need. I already have a place in mind, not far from here. It's a perfect opportunity to stroll and clear my mind." Upon his arrival, Li Qingfeng had already marked a tavern on his strategic map, intending to dine and lodge there. Han Lei nodded in agreement. "Very well. Endure the hardships for a few days. Once this is over, I'll treat you to a splendid time, an all-night affair at Zhuyu Lu, with 2 ladies arranged for each of you." At the mention of this, the lying executioners perked up, their fatigue forgotten, eagerly inquiring, "Is that for real, Lauda? It can't be false. Han Lauda is known for his word, boss. I want 10. Get lost. It's only 2, and if you want more, you'll pay for the extras. If you end up with 100, that's your problem, not mine." After a brief interlude, Li Qingfeng shed his blood-soaked black cloak and proceeded to the prepared water bucket for a thorough cleansing before stepping outside. The crowd of spectators had dispersed. Over 50 corpses lay awaiting retrieval. Those unclaimed would be taken away for burial. One wonders if the necromancer might indulge in grave robbing, given his seemingly eccentric demeanor and his penchant for embodying the role of a death wizard. Surely, he wouldn't pass up such a prime opportunity to procure fresh corpses. After all, what kind of necromancer would shy away from engaging with the dead? Digging graves and executing sentences, this was his calling. Should he inadvertently be apprehended during this favorable season for executions, it is possible that in a mere few days, one might witness him upon the platform. On the execution stage, only a handful of staff remain, diligently engaged in cleaning and maintaining the area. Perhaps the lingering scent of blood has yet to dissipate, its odor too pungent, resulting in the workers exchanging no words, merely engrossed in their tasks. The expansive square, once vibrant with life, now lies in hushed silence, a stark contrast to the earlier cacophony of voices. Indeed, all gatherings must eventually disperse. After the revelry, tranquility shall reclaim its dominion, and one must learn to embrace solitude. Shaking his head, Li Qingfeng unfurled a map and proceeded toward the inn he had previously selected. As he walked, he opened a forum to see what treasures the necromancer had unearthed. Should the treasures prove truly remarkable and align with Li Qingfeng's desires, he would seek an opportunity to execute a plan against the necromancer, imparting a lesson on the virtue of humility and the merits of discretion. Upon opening the forum, he noticed a message in his private chat from Shan Hao, sent earlier that afternoon. Curiously, he opened it. Qingfeng, how is work treating you? Are you adjusting well? If not, let me know, and I'll assist you in finding another position. Li Qingfeng replied. Rest assured, Hao Gu, there are no significant issues. IVE just finished work and am looking for a place to dine before taking some rest. He clicked on his favorites and located the necromancer's post. Indeed, there were updates as someone with a strong desire to share. The necromancer had included screenshots. After some trials and tribulations, the treasure had been discovered. A box excavated beneath a millennia-old willow tree just outside the county. Inside the box lay a gem, translucent yet streaked with dark red veins. Smooth to the touch, resembling a polished pebble of roughly duck egg size, alongside a tome with a weathered gray cover. The two companions who had accompanied him on the treasure hunt, one tall and lean, the other short and plump, had also commented on the necromancer's post. A bountiful haul. Thank you, esteemed elder. Should you find another treasure map, do call us to AS for the items within the box. Li Qingfeng was unfamiliar with them. Of course, in this world, there were countless things he did not recognize. The contents of the book remained undisclosed by the necromancer. He was not so foolish. The nature of the gem was likely known to someone. The necromancer would probably post in the main forum seeking insights. Upon clicking on the necromancer's profile, he discovered a new post. Treasure unearthed. Those with expertise, please assist in appraising its value. The accompanying image was still that same screenshot. Comments flowed in. Floor 2. Unfamiliar. Next. Floor 3. A stone picked up by a child by the river. I'll take it for 50 cents. Floor 4. Judging by its color and appearance, it must be of considerable worth. Floor 5. From the screenshot, it appears quite comfortable. Is the poster willing to sell? Floor 6. Direct trade transfer. Let the system scan for a base price. The necromancer replied on floor 6. This item has no seller. There is no market price, so a base price cannot be determined. Floor 6 responded. In that case, I'm unsure. Let us tag a few experts to take a look. The main forum, bustling with players, received a plethora of responses, yet no expert emerged to identify the gem, leaving everyone merely spectators. He saved the post for future reference and continued perusing others while walking toward the inn. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Li Qingfeng arrived at his destination. Raising his gaze, he read the sign. Fortune Inn, this is the place. Upon entering, he surveyed the surroundings, noting the warm glow of the lamps illuminating the interior far better than outside. Approximately 70% of the tables were occupied, suggesting the food and drink were commendable. Observing the dishes on the patrons' tables and inhaling their enticing aromas, Li Qingfeng nodded as his stomach responded in kind. Seeing a customer enter, the innkeeper greeted him warmly. Esteemed guest, how many in your party? Are you dining or seeking lodging? Li Qingfeng replied. Just myself. I'll have 2 meat dishes and 2 vegetable dishes, along with a pot of wine. and then a single room by the way. What is the total? The innkeeper promptly stated, that would be 30 coins for the 4 dishes and the pot of wine, and 20 coins for a single room per day, totaling 50 coins. What do you think? Li Qingfeng nodded, producing a silver ingot and handing it to the innkeeper, saying, please keep a tab. I'll take the room for 10 days, and we can settle up if needed later. With 7 days until the autumn execution, he afforded himself an extra 3 days for lodging, allowing for a graceful exit should he find a place. Seeing Li Qingfeng pay in advance, the innkeeper happily accepted. Excellent. Please, find a seat while I prepare your order. Li Qingfeng chose a corner table that afforded him a view of the entire establishment. The innkeeper swiftly brought a pot of wine and a plate of peanuts. Please enjoy. The peanuts were just roasted by the chef, so try them. They're complimentary. Your food and drink will arrive shortly. Thank you very much. Li Qingfeng replied, I shall attend to my matters in the meantime. After the innkeeper left to attend to other guests, Li Qingfeng poured himself a cup of wine and opened the forum again. Another message from Shan Hao arrived. That's good to hear. Once you're settled, come find me to hang out. I'm logging off now. I need to check on Fei Yue's homework and help him to sleep. Little Fatty, at only 3rd grade, still needed to be tucked in? It made sense, as after his mother left, the two had relied on each other, and Shan Hao was deeply concerned about little Fatty's well-being. Fearing he might feel the absence of maternal affection and develop emotional scars. Pouring a cup of milky white wine that resembled rice wine, Li Qingfeng took a sip. It was quite pleasant, soft, and slightly sweet. Not as strong as Han Lei's liquor, it was nonetheless delightful. Munching on the peanuts, perfectly roasted, he found their flavor lingered delightfully, making them the ideal accompaniment to his drink. While eating, he scrolled through the forum, discovering many intriguing posts, much like one in particular. The poster, Only Love Ran, wrote, at 18. I feel I have found true love, yet I fear I may be deceived by a wicked woman. Fellow brothers, please help me discern if she is merely toying with me. The content detailed how the poster, Only Love Ran, had ventured into the brothels of the Qian Kuan realm and encountered a stunning young woman named Shiran, with whom he instantly fell in love. Thus, he sought her out daily, and she greeted him warmly each time, leading him to believe he had found true love. However, recently, his in-game family had been keeping a tight grip on his finances, leaving him penniless when he approached Shiran, who then ignored him. Consequently, he felt despondent and took to the forum to seek advice. He attached a screenshot. Within a room dominated by crimson hues, Shiran donned a white dress that revealed her shoulders, her hair adorned with a jade hairpin, her face lightly made up, and her delicate features radiating both charm and innocence, epitomizing purity. Li Qingfeng opened the screenshot and saved it before continuing to peruse the replies. Floor 2. Women only slow my draw. Floor 3. Wicked woman, don't take her seriously. She treats everyone this way. Floor 4. Seeking true love in a brothel. Good luck with that. Floor 5. Young man. At 18, being deceived is quite normal. I'm 28 and formidable. Below floor 5, someone responded. Qingqing Ziqin. Brother, check your private messages. Qingqing Ziqin's avatar portrayed a strikingly beautiful young woman. Yamian Langjun. Where? There's nothing in my messages. Qingqing Ziqin. Brother, I haven't seen it yet. Hee hee. The responses to Yamian Langjun's comments were filled with laughter. Come see the clown. Look at how he has fallen for it. I am 28 this year. Ha ha ha. Chapter 38. The Soul Pearl, seeing the merriment of the forum users, brought a smile to Li Qingfeng's lips. What are you laughing at? A voice inquired from behind. Turning to look, he recognized the individual known as Dazed, a player with a health bar of 999, a master of refinement. Guan Xiaodai unceremoniously took a seat opposite Li Qingfeng. Her gaze scrutinizing him, Li Qingfeng asked, Might I inquire, do we know each other? Guan Xiaodai narrowed her eyes, replying, No, but I know you. You are that executioner from today. You even glanced at me? Have you forgotten? How could you recognize me through the mask? What remarkable vision you possess. Li Qingfeng jested. Perhaps it was merely a case of mistaken identity. Since she had already identified him, he saw no need to lie. Yet he refrained from outright admission. It had become Li Qingfeng's habit to avoid verbally acknowledging certain matters, wary of potential eavesdroppers or recording devices. The Qian Kuan realm lacked mobile phones or recording devices. But who could say whether the person before him was a player? What if they were recording? Though recording was prohibitively expensive compared to screenshots, 100 coins for 10 minutes, it was clearly beyond the means of an ordinary player. Guan Xiaodai shook her head, stating, "It has nothing to do with resemblance. The scent of blood clings to you still, despite your attempts at cleaning. I can smell it. Do you possess the keen sense of a dog?" She inquired. Pointing to her own eyes, she continued, "Moreover, your eyes are identical to those of the executioner. The eyes cannot lie. That's so. If I were to wear colored contact lenses, how would you respond?" Li Qingfeng replied, taking a sip of his wine. Guan Xiaodai pressed, "Why are you so silent?" Li Qingfeng tilted his head and regarded her, asking, "So, is there a purpose behind your desire to converse with me?" Guan Xiaodai shrugged and remarked, "It's nothing. I happened to pass by. I initially intended to return to my room, but suddenly I heard your laughter. Upon noticing you, it seemed I had seen you before. So I came over to inquire what you were laughing about and to gather some information." Guan Xiaodai appeared as if she had seldom engaged in conversations with outsiders, perhaps due to being overly sheltered by her family's influence. This made chatting with strangers feel akin to venturing into a vast world. Yet, it seemed no one had informed her that when venturing out, one should exercise caution and vigilance towards the unfamiliar. "I wasn't laughing at anything in particular, just recalling something joyful." Noticing Guan Xiaodai's expression of wanting to inquire further, LQNGF Ing spoke first. "Gathering information? Are you searching for someone or something?" He remained intrigued by what this individual, boasting a life force of 999 and a mastery of essence cultivation, might be seeking, as there could be potential profit involved. Guan Xiaodai replied earnestly, "It's an item, something left by my ancestors, said to be hidden near Li County, though I am unaware of its exact location. According to celestial calculations, it is predicted that the item will manifest in the near future. Thus, my family has dispatched me and several relatives to investigate." LQNGF Ing nodded, sipping his drink and picking up some peanuts, adopting a posture of attentive listening. "And what is this item? Please share. Perhaps I have seen it before." After a moment of contemplation, Guan Xiaodai elaborated, "Based on the information passed down from my ancestors, it is described as a gray box containing a soul-stabilizing orb and a secret tome for binding souls." LQNGF Ing appeared perplexed, seemingly unable to comprehend the significance of the items Guan Xiaodai described. However, a thought flickered in his mind, reminiscent of the treasure discovered by the necromancer, which included a similar orb and tome. It was conceivable that they were one and the same, yet he could also be mistaken. Maintaining an impassive expression, LQNGF Ing poured himself another drink and casually inquired, "Oh, it sounds like a precious orb and a manual. How valuable are they? What do they look like?" Guan Xiaodai glanced at LQNGF Ing. Her brows raised with a sense of pride as she declared, "How mundane. For our 6 esteemed families of Dinshu County, the worth of these 2 items cannot be measured in mere currency. They are invaluable." Guan Xiaodai seemed to possess a profound sense of familial pride, her chest swelling as she spoke of the 6 families, as if her membership alone was a matter of great honor. Although LQNGF Ing was unaware of the true power of these 6 families, he feigned shock and admiration, exclaiming, "So you hail from Dinshu County's 6 eminent families. I've long admired them and their deeds. Held in high regard, I have always yearned to visit Dinshu County and pay my respects, yet I have never found the opportunity or means. How fortunate I am to encounter a member of their clan here. Your appearance, demeanor, and eloquence are utterly impeccable. Even your every gesture exudes an unspoken nobility." Seeing Guan Xiaodai, he felt an even deeper respect for the 6 families. "Today truly is my lucky day. To have this rare chance to meet a member of the 6 families, I wondered why the magpies were chirping so joyfully today. Come, allow me to toast you, a small token of my appreciation." Regardless of the true nature of the 6 families, he decided to indulge in flattery, elevating the emotional value for this somewhat naive girl. If she enjoyed such praise, he would continue to offer it, hoping to draw closer and inquire about the details of the soul-stabilizing orb and the tome, to ascertain if they were indeed the treasures of the necromancer. If so, he should hasten to find the necromancer and purchase the orb at a low price before someone else with discerning taste could seize it. Should the price prove too steep, he could always resort to more direct measures within Li County, eliminating the necromancer and claiming the treasure. After all, the necromancer only had a life force of 1012, merely a player stronger than the average individual. An ambush would surely present no challenge. Of course, he needed to confirm the accuracy of his information before taking action, to avoid a repeat of his previous encounter with the talking fox that had deceived him. Gu Xiodi's face brightened at LQNGF's compliments regarding her family. Her smile, though somewhat dazed, was endearing against her slightly cherubic visage. Our family is quite formidable. I'm just average. Gu Xiodi responded modestly. Who said that? I see great potential in you. You are a dragon among men, LQNGF insisted. Just as he was about to continue, the waiter arrived with 2 steaming plates of vegetarian dishes. Clearly, having spent money, the service was prompt. Here are your dishes, esteemed guests. Please enjoy. The 2 meat dishes will arrive shortly. The waiter placed the dishes on the table and addressed LQNGF. Oh, thank you. Are you 2 dining together? Allow me to bring you another set of chopsticks. LQNGF turned to Gu Xiodi and asked, would you care for some? Having encountered her eating on both occasions, he noted that this slender, somewhat Na'vi warrior appeared to have a fondness for food. After a moment's thought, Gu Xiodi replied, is that all right? I wouldn't want to disturb your meal. LQNGF waved his hand grandly, instructing the waiter, my good fellow, bring another set of chopsticks and a pot of fine wine, along with 4 more dishes. Make sure they are substantial. Upon hearing of the potential for profit, the waiter's eyes lit up as he eagerly replied, certainly. LQNGF then added, by the way, having conversed for a while, I am LQNGF. But I haven't yet learned your name. Speaking of names, Gu Xiodi appeared somewhat bashful. I am Gu Xiodi. LQNGF nodded. What a lovely name. It suits you. So innocent and naive. He thought it prudent to keep his thoughts to himself, considering the formidable opponent before him with a life force of 999 deserved respect. A wise person may have a lapse in judgment, while a fool may stumble upon fortune. Gu Xiodi, it is evident that your name possesses profound philosophical significance, born of careful consideration. It is elegant yet unassuming. Truly remarkable. Gu Xiodi's eyes widened. Oh, is that so? I never realized my name held such meaning. This was the first time someone had offered such an interpretation of her name, and the unique perspective left her momentarily speechless. Past encounters had often elicited laughter at her introduction, yet LQNGF was the only one who not only refrained from laughing but also offered her praise, leaving her at a loss for words. She recalled asking her mother in her childhood why she had been given such a name. While playing cards, her mother had casually dismissed her inquiry, saying it was a simple name to ensure she could be easily cared for. Young Gu Xiodi had only nodded, accepting this explanation. Later, she learned that the 6 families were far from impoverished, as they wielded considerable power over a region, amassing vast wealth akin to that of the mighty Qingyan Mountain. There was no way they would struggle to support a child. As they continued their conversation, the waiter returned with a set of chopsticks and a pot of fine wine, placing them on the table while saying, please enjoy your meal. I will check on your dishes in the kitchen. Thank you very much, LQNGF replied. After the waiter departed, he opened the wine jug, releasing a fragrant aroma of plum wine into the air. Pouring a glass, he asked, it smells delightful. Would you care to try it, Miss Guin? LQNGF was curious about the wine tolerance of a master of essence cultivation, considering he had seen another player. H&Li, drink strong liquor as if it were water, seemingly with an exceptional tolerance. He wondered how Gu Xiodi would fare. If she could become intoxicated, it would make things easier. Perhaps H&Li's ability to drink was due to his personal tolerance, rather than his strength. Gu Xiodi gazed at the plum wine on the table, swallowing hard. After a brief moment of contemplation, she unceremoniously poured herself a glass and declared, of course. I aspire to become the world's greatest swordsman, so I must learn to drink. She wore a long, slender sword at her waist, its blade elegantly styled and measuring about a meter in length, hanging naturally without appearing out of place. I had no idea you were a swordsman as well. Here's to you, wishing you great success. LQNGF raised his glass and drank heartily. The plum wine was not overly potent, leaving a subtle flavor of plum on the palate. And it was quite enjoyable. Gu Xiodi excitedly lifted her cup, as if it were her first experience with alcohol. She took a small sip to savor the pleasant taste, her eyes sparkling with delight as she quickly finished her drink. Not bad at all. The thought that she could be easily subdued crossed LQNGF's mind as he observed the rosy hue that graced her cherubic face after downing her drink. If he could get her drunk, her ability to resist would be significantly diminished, and what would a master of essence cultivation matter then? Surely, her neck could not be sturdier than a blade. He had his doubts. Of course, these thoughts were merely fleeting. LQNGF Ing considered himself a person of integrity, a champion of righteousness. He would never engage in such underhanded tactics. He was merely indulging his curiosity. Conducting a small experiment. With a smile, he poured Gu In Shi Odi another glass. You have quite the capacity for drink, Miss Gu In. Let's have another. Gu In Shi Odi opened her mouth slightly, teasingly sticking out her pink tongue as she waved her hand gently by her lips. At first, it was a bit sharp, but upon savoring, I detected the flavor of plum, with a hint of sweetness, likely from glutinous rice. It's rather good. My family never allowed me to drink before. In Li Qingfeng's perspective, the alcohol content of this drink is merely a notch above that of rice wine. However, for someone who has never tasted alcohol, it is more than sufficient, especially when consumed in one large bowl. It seems that even a master of marrow training can succumb to intoxication and feel pain when struck, despite possessing formidable strength and speed. They remain within the realm of humanity, Li Qingfeng chuckled. There are myriad varieties of wine. As you indulge more in the future, you shall discover one that suits your palate, perhaps even come to love it. Some individuals cannot part with alcohol their entire lives. Guan Xiaodai nodded in agreement. Indeed, my grandfather consumes a pound daily, and no amount of persuasion seems to sway him. Li Qingfeng picked up his chopsticks and remarked, Let us eat, let us eat. Do try the peanuts paired with the wine. It is a perfect match. Is that so? Allow me to sample it, Guan Xiaodai replied, lifting a peanut while simultaneously raising her wine bowl for a sip, savoring a distinct flavor that accompanied the drink. Noticing her keen interest in alcohol, Li Qingfeng seized the moment to inquire, You mentioned the soul-stabilizing pearl earlier. What does it look like, and what is its purpose? Enlighten me, if you will. After posing his question, Li Qingfeng lowered his head to pick at his food, deliberately avoiding direct eye contact to prevent her from discerning his intentions, for this fellow possesses keen eyesight. Able to recognize even through a mask, burp. Setting down her wine bowl, Guan Xiaodai let out a belch, hastily covering her mouth with her hand, her gaze fixed intently on Li Qingfeng, as if she had lost face. She soon realized that Li Qingfeng was engrossed in nibbling on peanuts, seemingly unconcerned by her outburst. Exhaling in relief, she continued, As for the soul-stabilizing pearl, according to records, it is a treasure used to store souls. Currently, in the martial realm, those who utilize the soul-stabilizing pearl are virtually non-existent, unless one possesses a special physique or their true energy returns, thereby elevating their realm. Only in the hands of those at higher levels does this object hold value. It is roughly this size, Guan Xiaodai gestured, indicating an approximate size akin to a duck egg, which should closely resemble the image shared by the necromancer. Li Qingfeng continued to probe. The 6 renowned families of Danshui County should not be lacking a soul-stabilizing pearl. So what brings it here? Danshui County and Qinghe County had once been embroiled in conflict, though that was many years ago. Presently, both factions coexist peacefully, focusing on mutual development without further strife, amassing strength for future updates. Chapter 39. The goods acquired. Guan Xiaodai waved her hand, stating, This particular soul-stabilizing pearl is unique. It has been used by our ancestors and carries special significance that necessitates its return for veneration. There must be something distinctive about this soul-stabilizing pearl. Though Guan Xiaodai refrained from elaborating, Li Qingfeng nodded. Recognizing her discernment in withholding information, Li Qingfeng pressed on. Does this soul-stabilizing pearl possess any distinguishing features? What does it look like, lest I mistakenly discard it as a mere stone and miss a lucrative opportunity? Guan Xiaodai pondered for a moment before describing the appearance of the soul-stabilizing pearl to Li Qingfeng. With each detail, Li Qingfeng became increasingly convinced that the soul-stabilizing pearl she described bore a striking resemblance to that of the necromancer. Several characteristics aligned: smooth, duck egg-sized, and dark red. With confirmation in mind, Li Qingfeng began to contemplate how to procure the soul-stabilizing pearl from the necromancer, ideally through direct transaction. Dishes are served, called the waiter, presenting a platter of glistening braised pork before Li Qingfeng. The chef's skills were impressive. The braised pork exuded a tantalizing aroma and appeared irresistibly appetizing, instantly whetting Li Qingfeng's appetite. Come, Miss Guan. Do sample this delectable meat, he urged. Guan Xiaodai inhaled the scent, her eyes lighting up as she picked up a piece of fatty, tender braised pork and savored it, her eyes closed in blissful ecstasy. Suddenly, a voice echoed from the staircase, causing Guan Xiaodai to tremble, nearly dropping her chopsticks. Dai, what are you doing here? I wondered where you had gone. Are you sneaking a snack? Yicheng stood at the staircase, observing Guan Xiaodai, who was lost in her culinary delight. Guan Xiaodai opened her eyes to see Yicheng, her mouth slightly agape, momentarily at a loss for words. With a few quick strides, Yicheng reached Guan Xiaodai's side, scrutinizing Li Qingfeng with a vigilant gaze, as if guarding her against theft. Who is he? Do you know him? Just sitting here. Didn't Uncle Guan say you were to heed my advice while outside? Yicheng pressed down on Guan Xiaodai's head, sniffing her, before her eyes widened in shock. Oh, you've been drinking, Dai. You never used to drink. Yicheng's disapproval made Guan Xiaodai feel somewhat like a child caught in mischief. Her embarrassment palpable as she continued to chew on the succulent meat. Li Qingfeng shifted to the side, covering his face with his hand to shield himself from Yicheng's gaze, silently mouthing, "Who is she?" Guan Xiaodai grinned widely, then wrapped her arms around Yicheng, wiping her greasy mouth on her shoulder, leaving it spotless. "This is Xiao Chengzi, my diligent manager." Yicheng, exasperated, looked at the oil stains on her clothes, shooting Li Qingfeng a disapproving glare before grasping Guan Xiaodai's shoulders and pulling her upstairs. Guan Xiaodai seemed accustomed to this treatment. Preemptively, she concealed the wine jug within her embrace before being dragged away. Waving goodbye to Li Qingfeng, he finally understood why she appeared so innocent. She was under meticulous supervision, even for a meal. Perhaps it was for the best. It afforded him the opportunity to ponder how to cleverly persuade the necromancer to part with the soul-stabilizing pearl. Shortly after, the waiter returned with more dishes. "More dishes are ready. Where did that patron go?" Li Qingfeng replied. "She had an errand and left. Please continue with the service as usual, and do bring me another jug of that plum-flavored wine." "Certainly. Please wait a moment." As he dined, Li Qingfeng opened the forum, first locating the necromancer's post. He perused the replies, discovering that no one had recognized the soul-stabilizing pearl. The post had garnered little attention, seemingly buried under a mountain of newer posts. The necromancer appeared indifferent to the situation, as the treasure had been unearthed within a day's time, encountering no threats whatsoever, embracing a simple philosophy that greater risks yield higher rewards while easier tasks offer meager returns. The necromancer did not regard the soul-stabilizing pearl as anything of significance. After 3 individuals had excavated the treasure throughout an afternoon, they encountered no danger, not even a wolf. How much value could such a treasure possibly possess? Furthermore, the necromancer's focus had shifted elsewhere, having acquired a new task involving bandit suppression, currently soliciting players in the Luqiao County segment. To Li Qingfeng, the soul-stabilizing pearl appeared to be a highly valuable object, while to the necromancer, it was merely a somewhat cool gem. Li Qingfeng was optimistic about its worth. Even a master of marrow training like Guan Xiaodai, hailing from an esteemed family, had made the effort to come and inquire about it. As the saying goes, you may not trust their character, but you must trust their judgment. Naturally, Li Qingfeng was intrigued by how much profit could be made once the soul-stabilizing pearl was acquired. As for whether he would later gift it to Guan Xiaodai, what a jest! This is something I purchased with my own money, so naturally it belongs to me. What does it have to do with her? The child is far too honest, always divulging everything without discretion. After some contemplation, Li Qingfeng resolved to test a method that had just come to mind. He would first exploit the information gap to deceive the necromancer. He accessed his own profile and deleted the post he had made. Then, he spent 1,000 Qingkuan coins, equivalent to a mere 2 taels of silver, to change his forum ID from Qingfeng Yizhou to Gem Enthusiast. Subsequently, he located the necromancer and bestowed 1,000 Qingkuan coins as a reward on one of his earliest posts, adding a note. "Esteemed necromancer, please check your private messages if the reward exceeded 1,000 Qingkuan coins." A notification would appear in the back end. Should the necromancer currently be browsing the forum, he would receive the message promptly. Li Qingfeng then sent his carefully crafted message to the necromancer's private chat. His message conveyed that he was an ardent collector of various gemstones, utterly infatuated with such treasures. Despite being ridiculed by many, he had never wavered in his passion. After encountering the necromancer's post, he found the stones depicted therein most appealing. He hoped the esteemed necromancer might grant him the favor of selling that particular gem to him, expressing his profound gratitude and admiration in a lengthy, humble manner. Li Qingfeng's private message was designed to lower his own stature, drawing the two closer together. The youthful necromancer, undoubtedly accustomed to receiving disdain, would surely find common ground with him. At the same time, Li Qingfeng adorned the necromancer with numerous compliments, elevating his status and indulging his youthful fantasies and penchant for bravado. He then inquired if the necromancer might be willing to negotiate the price. Feigning some hesitation before ultimately agreeing to the necromancer's offer, Li Qingfeng neither appeared overly eager nor dismissive, maintaining a stance that was acceptable but would be better if lowered. The necromancer, however, was quite adamant about his price. Not out of malice, but because he urgently required 20 taels to purchase equipment for a hidden quest, which was non-negotiable. Li Qingfeng's inquiry came as a timely reprieve for him. A mere trinket, easily unearthed, was of little consequence. Any monetary gain would suffice. During their negotiation, Li Qingfeng had already enjoyed a hearty meal, as Gu Xiaodai had been taken away, leaving behind an abundance of leftover dishes. He called for the waiter and instructed him to donate the uneaten food to the beggars outside the inn. He then requested the waiter to escort him to his guest room for some rest. The waiter praised Li Qingfeng for his kindness, to which he simply waved his hand dismissively, indicating that such acts of charity had become second nature to him, deserving no special mention. After the waiter left, filled with admiration, Li Qingfeng closed the door and began preparing for his transaction with the necromancer. With both parties exhibiting genuine intent, they quickly reached a consensus. The necromancer conceded slightly, offering a treasure-hunting manual as part of the deal, while the price of 20 taels remained unchanged, with Li Qingfeng responsible for the transaction's transport fees. Upon the deduction of 24,000 Qingquan coins from Li Qingfeng's account, the transaction was completed. In the next moment, the soul fixation pearl appeared before him, silently manifesting as the crimson spirit fruit had done before. It arrived without fanfare, yet imparted to Li Qingfeng a sense of returning to simplicity. Like thunder heard in silence, it evoked profound feelings within him. The ability to teleport was astonishingly powerful, flawless for both offense and defense. Looking around the guest room, which was roughly 20 square meters and sparsely furnished with only a simple set of tables and chairs, a bathtub and a wardrobe, Li Qingfeng beheld the soul fixation pearl. At first glance, he noted its smoothness, suggesting a pleasing tactile sensation. The dark red pebble bore streaks of fine, crimson lines. Upon picking it up, he was immediately struck by its coolness. Not the icy chill of snow, but rather a disquieting coldness that sent a shiver down his spine, despite the window being firmly shut. Placing the soul fixation pearl on the table, Li Qingfeng mused, "Goodness, I have indeed acquired a genuine treasure." Akin to the thrill of watching a horror film for the first time. While reviewing the screenshots from the necromancer's post, he had felt little unease. However, now that it was in his possession, he sensed something peculiar about it. The room's temperature seemed to have dropped a few degrees. It would serve excellently as an air conditioner in the summer. This led Li Qingfeng to ponder, logically, the soul fixation pearl should be a prized possession for the necromancer, given their shared affinity for dark arts. Why, then, would he part with it? Perhaps he was a dilettante, professing to be a necromancer but trembling at the sight of the supernatural. Alternatively, it could be that the task at hand was so crucial that he deemed its value greater than that of this unknown stone. The notion that the necromancer might have unearthed something infused with dark energy beneath a willow tree seemed entirely plausible. Having acquired the genuine article, Li Qingfeng felt the expenditure of 24 taels was indeed justified. After all, a master of the Marrow Realm had made a special trip, validating the price. Moreover, the necromancer had also included a volume on soul binding as a bonus. However, he recognized that knowledge does not necessarily equate to value. One's energy and time are finite. A superficial understanding is inferior to a deep mastery of a single discipline. Often, an excess of choices can lead to indecision, wasting precious time. Many lack the capacity for decisive action, wavering and desiring everything yet achieving nothing. In retrospect, one frequently finds that amidst their indecision, they have expertly circumvented all correct answers. Such occurrences are quite commonplace. What was next? He would likely repeat such mistakes upon encountering similar situations. In fact, merely reflecting on one's actions already places one ahead of 90% of others. Yet, those who can learn from their reflections and amend their ways are a rarity. Li Qingfeng did not intend to practice the soul-binding manual right away. He would set it aside for future consideration. Gazing at the soul fixation pearl, its smooth surface reflecting his image in the candlelight, he pondered. Now that I possess this item, how should I proceed? Should I sell it to Gu Xiaodai for money and resources, or utilize it myself? But how does one even use this thing? Gu Xiaodai never mentioned it, and I am equally in the dark. Since he could not ascertain how to handle it, he resolved to first clarify how to use it. He opened the forum, located the necromancer, and promptly blocked him, ensuring he could neither view his posts nor send him private messages. Li Qingfeng then decided to change his name, finding Gem Enthusiast rather unappealing, especially since it had only just been adopted. However, he was met with a forum notification stating that he would need to wait 7 real-world days and 7 in-game months to change his name again. What a predicament! Chapter 40. A treasure beyond measure given the circumstances. He had no choice but to post an inquiry directly. He navigated to the main board and published a post. Dear friends, a grave matter has arisen. I have just obtained a soul fixation pearl. I have heard it is worth a fortune, valued at no less than 100 million taels of silver. Does anyone know how to use it? Is it truly worth such a sum? I am in urgent need of assistance. I am currently online. Li Qingfeng is distinct from the necromancer. The posts made by the necromancer are merely routine inquiries, and it is quite normal for them to fade into obscurity. In contrast, Li Qingfeng's posts have their sensationalism prominently displayed in the title. He has adopted the role of a clickbait artist. Labels such as worth a fortune and valued at over 100 million taels of silver are undeniably eye-catching. Moreover, Li Qingfeng has included the name of the soul-binding pearl, believing that those familiar with its purpose will be inclined to click on his post. The title lures them in, while the content of the post relies on storytelling. He concocted a tale about acquiring the soul-binding pearl, captivating the audience's attention solely on the precious item, rather than the story itself. The narrative may not hold much significance, yet it is still necessary. After all, one cannot predict if there are gullible individuals who might believe such ghost stories, potentially leading them to become self-proclaimed scholars of their own folly, ripe for further exploitation. The story unfolds as follows. He saved an old man, who, in gratitude, gifted him an ancestral soul-binding pearl. According to the old man, this item is worth a fortune. In the past, an emperor offered 10 cities to exchange for it from the old man's ancestor, who refused to part with it. In summary, 1 word. Expensive. 2 words. Very expensive. A screenshot was posted, showcasing the complete appearance of the soul-binding pearl. The rest is merely waiting for acquaintances to come forth and elucidate its usage. Soon, replies began to pour in. 2nd floor. What? How much silver are you talking about? 3rd floor. This broken stone can be worth over 100 million silver. 4th floor. Another delusional one. Take him away. 5th floor. This stone looks oddly familiar. I believe I saw it in a post earlier. Let me go find it. Upon seeing the 5th floor's reply, Li Qingfeng was taken aback. Are you seriously surfing this high-intensity forum? To encounter someone who has seen the necromancer's post here is quite a coincidence. 6th floor. Is it for real? Worth that much? Not even 10 cities can buy it. I'm intrigued, waiting for a knowledgeable expert to clarify its authenticity and broaden my horizons. 7th floor. Over 100 million taels of silver, that's 1,000 billion Qiankuren coins, based on the current gold price exchange rate of 1.5. Does that mean this thing is worth 500 billion? That could sustain several lifetimes. Who would spend 500 billion for this broken pearl? Am I crazy, or are you? 83rd floor. It seems there really is a post from that side. Both posts feature the stone's details that are identical, and the poster is called Necromancer. I've already messaged him. 140th floor. Poster, you're finished. The Necromancer is posting to curse you out. With a well-crafted title, it is no surprise that many people click to read. In no time, the number of replies to Li Qingfeng's post exceeded 99. This post is on the verge of going viral. In the forum, not to mention treasures worth over 100 million silver, even items valued in the millions have yet to appear. Naturally, this is quite attention-grabbing. 500 billion could fund a war in reality. Who would trade that for the soul-binding pearl? Although everyone knows this is clickbait, one must admit that the sensationalism is indeed captivating. It is hard to resist the urge to click in and take a look. Some players who have seen the necromancer's posts have already informed him in the comments. What a delight it is to stoke the flames of drama and watch the spectacle unfold. Li Qingfeng ignored these individuals. After all, the item is securely in his possession. Even if the necromancer were to throw a tantrum now, he would be blacklisted and unable to reach him. He is unaware that he is in Levian County, leaving him with no place to seek revenge. Through the screen, could he possibly slap me? No, wait, there is a loophole. Shun Hao, having changed his name, when Shun Hao logs in, he will see his forum name as Gem Enthusiast. Li Qingfeng located Shun Hao among his friends and set him to be blocked, ensuring he cannot view his posts but can still message him privately. As long as the necromancer does not post about this matter in the Levian County section, it is highly probable that Shun Hao will remain oblivious to his purchase of the Soulbinding Pearl. Upon opening the necromancer's homepage, he found numerous new posts, all cursing him. I was deceived. The Soulbinding Pearl, valued at over 100 million, was sold to me for just 20 taels. I have chat screenshots as proof. Damn Gem Enthusiast, I curse you to be run over by a car when you step outside. Is there no one to control this scourge in the forum? Can a big shot help me take revenge? The necromancer was in a frenzy, posting numerous messages in the general section. The replies varied. Some mocked him, some inquired about the origin of the Soulbinding Pearl, and others offered consolation. In short, it was a chaotic mix of responses. The necromancer's frequent postings inadvertently assisted Li Qingfeng, leading to a rapid increase in his follower count. With more and more individuals entering to view the thread about the Soulbinding Pearl, Li Qingfeng, observing the necromancer's homepage, couldn't help but chuckle, envisioning the tumultuous emotions swirling within the necromancer. Conflicted, melancholic, heartbroken, wishing he could slap himself. Had his fortune not passed through his hands, he could have comfortably remained a spectator. However, the Soulbinding Pearl once belonged to him, and he sold it for a mere 20 taels. Now, seeing that 20 taels pains him more than death itself, it would have been better had he never possessed it. In truth, Li Qingfeng also knew that the Soulbinding Pearl was not worth such an exorbitant amount. The claim of over 100 million silver was slightly exaggerated. This was merely an excuse Li Qingfeng devised to attract attention, or perhaps rumor-mongering would be a more apt term. Nonetheless, it cannot be denied that the item does hold significant value. After all, it has been authenticated by Guan Xiaodai, but Li Qingfeng is uncertain of its precise worth. While scrolling through the posts, he summoned a waiter to bring hot water, indulging in a refreshing bath after a day of slaying. A good wash is essential for a sound sleep. After bathing, Li Qingfeng lay on his bed, continuing to browse the forum, yet no one knowledgeable about the use of the Soulbinding Pearl had emerged to provide clarification. However, with various factors contributing, the reply count to Li Qingfeng's post had already surpassed 1,000. Underneath Li Qingfeng's post, the tips he received had amounted to 490,000 Qiankuren coins. All the messages from those who tipped expressed a desire to add him as a friend for private discussions about purchasing the Soulbinding Pearl and negotiating prices. Over 400 individuals had tipped more than 1,000 Qiankuren coins, hoping Li Qingfeng would notice their contributions and add them as friends. Why the rush? No one has even come forward to authenticate the item, yet they are eager to negotiate prices. Even if I offered a 10% discount, aiming for 90 million taels, could they afford it? As long as the appraiser does not appear before the price of the Soulbinding Pearl is revealed, it remains valued at over 100 million. What happens once someone knowledgeable emerges to appraise it is another story. Even if the price plummets, it would still be a boon for Li Qingfeng. This surge of attention has already ensured that he has recouped the money spent on purchasing the Soulbinding Pearl. These individuals are quite polite, requesting to become friends without a single person sending him a private message. Then, Li Qingfeng suddenly recalled something. Did I set it to prohibit strangers from messaging me? He checked his settings and confirmed it was indeed activated. During his last sale of the red spirit fruit, a flood of strangers had messaged him, which he found bothersome, so he turned it off. There was no rush. He decided to ignore them for now. Li Qingfeng intended to first explore the effects of the Soulbinding Pearl and assess whether it would enhance his abilities before deciding whether to sell it. Regardless, he had already recovered his initial investment, so even if the Soulbinding Pearl were to become worthless, he would not incur a loss. If it truly holds no value, he could always sell it to Guan Xiaodai. With such a naive big spender around, Li Qingfeng felt utterly unconcerned. After browsing the forum for a while, Li Qingfeng decided to sleep when he began to feel drowsy. Upon awakening, he would check the posts to see if any experts had come forth to share insights on using the Soulbinding Pearl. Moreover, he had work to do at the execution ground tomorrow. Lying on his side in bed, scrolling through posts, it wasn't long before his eyelids grew heavy, and he drifted off to sleep, caught between dreams and reality. Before long, Li Qingfeng found himself in a dream. In this dream, he wore a mask and arrived at the execution ground. The faces of those below were indistinct, resembling mere shadows. The only person he recognized was Guan Xiaodai, who was among the crowd, munching on a dragon fruit, her mouth smeared with juice. Suddenly, a heart-wrenching, blood-curdling scream echoed from outside the inn. This wretched cry jolted the slumbering Li Qingfeng awake. What the hell? Is it haunted? No, it seemed someone was being murdered. Approaching the window, Li Qingfeng could hear a woman outside pleading, "Ah, I was wrong. I will never do it again. Woe is me, please spare me. Have mercy. I truly realize my mistake." The voice was loud and piercing, indicating that the woman possessed a powerful set of lungs, capable of waking Li Qingfeng from his slumber. He pushed the window open and leaned out, illuminated by the silvery moonlight. Below, a man wielding a knife was mercilessly stabbing a woman, who bore countless wounds, writhing in agony as she begged the man for mercy or for someone to come to her aid. Confirming that it was not a ghost but a living person in distress, Li Qingfeng promptly shut the window, letting out a sigh of relief. So it was murder. That startled me. I thought it was a haunting. After casting a fleeting glance at the soul-purifying pearl resting on the table, and reassured that it was not the source of the disturbances, Li Qingfeng reclined back onto his bed, yearning to resume his slumber. However, he soon discovered that, after a brief moment of dozing, he now felt quite awake. The drowsy sensation that had enveloped him had vanished. The cacophony outside had intensified, further preventing him from falling asleep. The cries of pain, accompanied by incessant shouting, were akin to the wailing of banshees, reminiscent of a slaughterhouse. He tossed and turned in bed multiple times, finding it increasingly difficult to drift off into slumber. Finally, Li Qingfeng sat upright and exclaimed, "Damn it! Is it too much to ask for some decency at this hour? Keep it down, will you?" The man outside, too, seemed oblivious, failing to cover her mouth. Such unprofessional behavior disrupted the peace of the night. He had work to attend to the following day. It seemed as if his voice had been heard, for the tumult outside did indeed diminish. Eventually, the cries subsided, likely indicating that the man had silenced her for good. Though her screams had been loud, it was evident she was not one to endure such torment for long. Yet, even in her silence, the other patrons of the inn, much like Li Qingfeng, had been roused from their slumber. They peered out curiously, exchanging hushed whispers, creating a considerable stir. Footsteps echoed in the corridor, suggesting that someone had ventured out to investigate the commotion, eager to witness the spectacle up close. Not shouting anymore? But I still can't sleep. What to do now? He decided to scroll through posts instead. As someone accustomed to the underbelly of society, Li Qingfeng had witnessed countless knife-related incidents on the streets. He had become desensitized to such horrors. After all, he regularly engaged in similar acts of violence himself. He could hardly condemn others for doing the same. One must avoid double standards. It was evident that the man and woman present were acquainted. Given the late hour, since there must be a reason behind their encounter, Li Qingfeng couldn't muster the energy to concern himself with the specifics. It simply did not pertain to him. Opening the forum, he noted that after a brief nap of about an hour, the thread he had created had amassed an astonishing 5,000 replies. The high-ranking responses were numerous, and many notable figures from the forum had emerged in the discussions. Glancing at the donations, he discovered that the total had accumulated to 170,000 Qian Kuren coins. Over 2,000 players had contributed, their comments falling into various categories: those seeking to befriend him, those wanting to make an appearance, those wishing to purchase the soul-purifying pearl, those promoting their own interests, and those criticizing Li Qingfeng, filled with envy and resentment. The myriad of human emotions was on full display. Li Qingfeng calculated in his mind that the donated sum, if converted into silver, amounted to a staggering 1,700 taels, equating to approximately 8 million in real-world currency. Good grief. This means that even if the soul-purifying pearl hasn't been sold yet, it is already sufficient to cover my debts and purchase martial arts training supplies. The power of internet traffic was formidable. Once something gained traction, wealth would flow toward you effortlessly. No wonder it was said that even a bad reputation was better than none at all. Many players, unable to afford the soul-purifying pearl, were willing to donate 1,000 Qian Kuren coins just to befriend Li Qingfeng. It was hard to fathom that a fortnight's salary within the game could be so frivolously spent. leaving many commentators seething with jealousy. Would this be considered an illegal fundraising scheme? Thankfully, it was merely a game. No harm done. Muttering under his breath, Li Qingfeng clicked to view the highly praised responses. The most upvoted comment came from a user named by Xiaohang Zhangbieli, who remarked, "The original poster is mistaken. While the soul-purifying pearl is indeed rare, it is not worth over 100 million taels of silver. Its value should be around 200,000 taels. As far as I know, the last soul-purifying pearl sold was at the Yinyi auction house 27 years ago, fetching a price of 250,000 taels. I happened to represent by Xiaoting at that auction, so I have some recollection. Your pearl seems to be of inferior quality, marred by blood stains that diminish its overall value, likely due to excessive use." According to the post by the necromancer, this pearl was unearthed beneath a large willow tree, buried quite deep, indicating it has been there for some time. Thus, I believe its price will be lower. Chapter 41. The transaction thread. Jiang Bieli's response was succinct, yet as a well-known figure on the forum, it attracted a flurry of comments from eager players. His presence added another layer of traffic to Li Qingfeng's post. Wow! The Divine Being has made an appearance. First row, Divine Being, I'm your fan. Dog Jiang, you're still alive? Out here trying to swindle people again. 200,000 taels? At the current exchange rate of 1 to 5 for gold, that would translate to 10 billion federal coins. What a windfall, damn. What a plant, Jiang. What is the use of this? Why is it so expensive? Jiang, people are cursing you. Upon reading Zhang Bieli's price estimation for the soul-purifying pearl, Li Qingfeng's eyes sparkled with excitement. Initially, he had considered the costs of martial arts training to be exorbitant. Yet now he found himself in a position of financial abundance. Selling the soul-purifying pearl would resolve all his troubles. It seemed this player, Zhang Bieli, had a reputation that polarized opinions, with both admirers and detractors in equal measure. Continuing to scroll down, he encountered the second most upvoted comment from a user named Xiao Wuwang, who began by sharply critiquing Zhang Bieli before elaborating on the uses of the soul-purifying pearl. Zhang Bieli knows nothing. He pretends to be knowledgeable but merely regurgitates nonsense. The soul-purifying pearl can dispel vengeful spirits and anchor souls. When placed in areas heavy with, it can nurture the soul. If one finds a location with good feng shui to let the pearl absorb energy, it can ensure the soul remains undying for 1,000 years. It is a rare treasure indeed. Unfortunately, the conditions for using the soul-purifying pearl are exceedingly strict. Only those with special physiques, such as the disembodied soul, anchored soul, or scattered soul, or those at or above the harmonization realm can utilize it. According to current knowledge, the realms recognized in the Qin Kuan world are the 5 realms of acquired life: innate realm, grandmaster realm, celestial being realm, stopping realm, harmonization realm, and the transcendent realm. Even the blood exchange and marrow refining of the acquired realm have players in tears, let alone the harmonization realm. This is not an item that players of the current version can make use of. The bloodstains on your soul-purifying pearl indicate the presence of a soul within it. According to the necromancer, it was unearthed beneath a large willow tree. Willows are known to nurture souls, and while I am not familiar with the local feng shui, it is likely a professional feng shui master has assessed it. Therefore, I speculate that the soul within your soul-purifying pearl is likely still alive, contrary to Zhang Bieli's claim of inferior quality diminishing its overall value. His understanding is superficial at best, and he dares to speak out of turn, rambling nonsense on the forum. His reputation within by Xiaotang is nearly ruined. This living soul is the true value of the pearl. If fortune favors you, and you encounter a soul from the harmonization realm evading dissipating qi, that could indeed be worth a fortune. If you feel uncertain about handling it, you may sell it to me for 500,000 taels of silver. Whoa! The top player from the pre-launch. Hasn't he even reincarnated yet? Xiao is over 80 years old. Isn't he? Xiao Wuwang responded, 80? I'm a spry 20-year-old in reality. I knew Zhang Bieli was talking nonsense. He swindled me last time, costing me 200 taels in losses. What a disaster! That dog will eventually get what's coming to him. Li Qingfeng noted that much of the criticism directed at Zhang Bieli came from veteran players, while the praise was predominantly from newcomers. It was quite an intriguing dynamic. His attention returned to Xiao Wuwang's offer. Being able to offer 500,000 taels of silver indicated that Xiao Wuwang's faction was quite affluent. If he had been playing since the server launched, he was indeed over 80 years old now, an age where one might cradle great-grandchildren, yet in reality, only 2 years had passed. The 500,000 taels offered by Xiao Wuwang far exceeded Li Qingfeng's expectations. However, now that the item was in his possession, he aimed to maximize his profits. There was no rush. He could afford to take his time. The post was garnering considerable donations already. Outside, a commotion arose once more. From the sounds, it seemed that the man wielding the knife had not fled. After committing the act, he remained hunched over, seemingly waiting to be escorted to the county office, unaware of the fate that awaited him. After a raucous uproar, silence returned. Gazing at the soul-purifying pearl, Li Qingfeng concluded that since Xiao Wuwang indicated that this item required a special physique or an exceptionally high realm to utilize, it would be prudent to sell it for the best possible price. Once he had the funds, he could begin purchasing resources for martial arts training. After contemplating for a moment, Li Qingfeng clapped his hands. Let us put it up for sale. If I can earn donations in the meantime, that would be excellent. If it doesn't sell, I won't be at a loss. At that moment, the soul-purifying pearl resembled a golden goose, capable of laying the most lucrative of eggs. Selling it would yield substantial profits, and even if he chose not to sell, he could still reap the benefits of donations. It was, at present, his source of traffic, a veritable medium for wealth generation. What a time to be alive! In the era where traffic reigns supreme, the sale of goods is of little consequence. Rather, traffic equates to wealth. Naturally, one must first maximize its benefits. The most effective method for maximization is undoubtedly to initiate another post. Li Qingfeng intends to publish a trading post to pre-sell the soul fixation pearl, while simultaneously attracting genuine buyers who have a need for such an item. Just like the pre-sale of the scarlet spirit fruit, it must undergo a forum system scan. After a brief wait, the scan results emerge. Suggested pre-sale price, 20,000 Xinkuan coins. Li Qingfeng shakes his head. I shall not accept your suggestion. This price of 20,000 Xinkuan coins was originally obtained from the necromancer's art. He posts a trading notice to sell the soul fixation pearl, valued at nearly 1 million taels of silver, verified by prominent figures such as Xiao Wuwang and Zhang Bieli. Serious buyers may private message him with offers. And prices are negotiable. He uploads the scanned information of the soul fixation pearl and alters the fixed price to 100 billion Xinkuan coins. Should anyone be able to purchase it at that price instantly, Li Qingfeng would accept the loss with tears and gladly pocket the 100 billion. He then adjusts the settings to restrict private messaging. Now, non-friends can only send him private messages if they offer a reward of 10,000 Xinkuan coins. With just one phrase, I make forum players spend 10 taels of silver on me. Having set everything in order, like a farmer sowing seeds, he awaits the blooming of his efforts. He continues to browse the forum, exploring various amusing anecdotes. Suddenly, a thought strikes him. He slaps his forehead and navigates to the Danshui County section to investigate the 6 prominent families that Guan Xiaodai mentioned. The advantages of the forum are now evident. With precise information, one can locate the corresponding sections and learn about events happening thousands of miles away without stepping outside. After reviewing several faction strategy posts within Danshui County, Li Qingfeng realizes that such a family truly exists and is quite powerful. Although referred to as the 6 families, he only finds information on 5, namely, Guan Xiaodai's Guan family, along with the Yi, Su, Wang, and Su families. Chapter 42. The need for more money. Their status is comparable to that of Qingyun Mountain in Qinghe County, commanding the resources and governance of the entire county, with all industries under their dominion. Though formidable, Danshui County is too distant from Li Qingfeng, having little to do with him. After a brief glance and understanding, he resumes scrolling through other posts. As time passes in the tranquil environment, the fatigue of reading numerous posts begins to weigh on him. His eyelids grow heavy, and Li Qingfeng once again drifts into a deep slumber. On August 23 RD, the weather is clear. When the sun beams through the window and warms Li Qingfeng, it rouses him from his dreams. What a delightful sleep! He rises from bed, opens the window to let the breeze in, and stretches his limbs, feeling invigorated and full of energy. Today is a splendid sunny day, and outside, the streets are bustling with people, marking the start of a brand new day. Stepping out of his room and descending the stairs, he overhears guests in the lobby discussing the incident involving the man who attacked with a knife yesterday. This topic is sure to provide ample conversation for some time, making it perfect for mealtime discussions. Upon seeing Li Qingfeng descend, the waiter drapes a cloth over his shoulder and cheerfully greets him. Esteemed guest, you are awake. Allow me to prepare some water for your washing. What would you like to eat? Li Qingfeng ponders for a moment. ID like a bowl of noodles, please, a large one with meat. Certainly, please wait a moment. After a quick wash, Li Qingfeng finds an empty table to sit down. Intending to check the forum, just then, he spots Guan Xiaodai and Yi Cheng, accompanied by several peers of similar age, descending from upstairs under the guidance of three middle-aged men in their 40s. Li Qingfeng gazes over. What a sight! All of them equipped with standard life values of 999. It appears that the limitation of realms affects these powerful factions far more than it does ordinary martial artists. Such a ceiling ensures that no one can sneak past. They are fully armed and ready to embark on a quest for the soul fixation pearl left behind by their ancestors. The ancestors must have been unreliable, leaving no address behind. No, they must have left something. However, it was likely obtained by the necromancer, and who knows where he got the treasure map from. As they pass by Li Qingfeng, Guan Xiaodai waves at him and winks, a gesture of greeting. Observing this, a middle-aged man behind her raises an eyebrow and follows her gaze to Li Qingfeng. He halts, approaches Li Qingfeng, scrutinizes him, and inquires, "Are you Li Qingfeng?" His appearance is quite handsome, and with age, he possesses an added charm of maturity, suggesting he must have been quite the heartthrob in his youth. From his demeanor and attire, it seems he carries an air of an artist, indicating a commendable level of cultural refinement. Li Qingfeng looks up at him, offering a forced smile, and cautiously responds, "Yes, sir, do you have any advice?" Just when Li Qingfeng anticipates a dramatic scene of a noble family bullying a mere commoner, followed by a heroine's intervention, Su Qingzhou merely nods and states, "No matter, I just think your name is quite nice. If you have the time, feel free to visit Danshui County. We have matters to attend to. Farewell." What a surprise! I thought the matter of the soul fixation pearl being on me had been uncovered. Su Qingzhou's inquiry leaves Li Qingfeng slightly anxious, as the soul fixation pearl is currently hidden in his pocket. Upon seeing Su Qingzhou pause for conversation, his companions wait for him. As Su Qingzhou finishes his inquiry and returns, they all gaze at him with curiosity, eager to learn what news he brings. Su Qingzhou waves his hand, signaling them to continue. As the group departs, they glance back at Li Qingfeng, likely wondering what makes him so special that Su Shu would specifically inquire about him. Yi Cheng even sticks out her tongue and makes a face at Li Qingfeng, leaving him momentarily baffled. After their departure, Li Qingfeng exhales, "A gathering of life values at 999? I wish you luck in finding the soul fixation pearl." It seems the martial prowess limits in the county fall short compared to those from larger cities. If 999 is indeed the upper limit, then these individuals likely represent the pinnacle of combat strength in the Qingquan realm. Given their formidable abilities, why would they seek the soul fixation pearl? Judging by their attitude towards it, it appears that the soul fixation pearl in his possession has significant potential for appreciation. According to Xiao Wuwang, it is said that this pearl contains a soul. Could it be that they are desperately searching for the ancestor of their 6 prominent families? No, I must raise the price. Li Qingfeng opens the forum, intending to increase the fixed price of the trading post from 100 billion to 500 billion, a 50-fold increase. Then he will gauge the market response. First, he checks his homepage, noticing that he has over 99 private messages. Turning to his assets, he discovers he possesses 13 million Qingquan coins. Goodness, it requires a reward of 10,000 Qingquan coins to send a private message. Is this the current state of society? Is everyone so affluent? They all lament poverty, yet so many are willing to spend out. Of course, in a forum with millions of participants, having 100 or so willing to spend for private messages isn't all that surprising. Although there are many who are financially strapped, there are also plenty of players unbothered by a mere 10 taels of silver. Among the private messages, some inquire about the price of the soul fixation pearl, asking if it can be lowered, claiming 100 billion is outrageous. Ha ha ha, little do you know what you're missing out on. Since no one has purchased it instantly, I shall raise the price. Others are requesting to be added as friends. Given that they have offered money, Li Qingfeng accepts their friend requests one by one. Looking at the trading post, he sees that the number of replies has surpassed 1,000. Replies to trading posts must include a price that does not exceed the sender's available Qingquan coins. Moreover, if the poster agrees, the transaction can occur immediately. As such, there are many who quote lower prices to stir up activity. However, there are also serious bidders, with the highest offer coming from someone named Red Dust Like Smoke. Their offer stands at 374,000, a sincere bid that shows genuine interest. Red Dust Like Smoke earnestly requests that Li Qingfeng sell him the soul fixation pearl. As his wife is nearing death, He hopes to use the pearl to preserve her soul and perhaps find a way to resurrect her after future updates. Unfortunately, 374,000 taels of silver is far too little for Li Qingfeng. It barely covers half of what he received in tips from the trading post. Your story is quite touching. I wish you a happy ending, Li Qingfeng replies, raising the price of the soul fixation pearl from 100 billion Shinkoin coins to 500 billion. He then responds in the post, according to the latest news, this soul fixation pearl conceals a significant figure. Therefore, the price has increased 50-fold. Interested parties may private message me with offers. Brothers offering below 100 billion. Please show some restraint. Chapter 43. I want to hang out with you a soul fixation pearl that can prompt the 6 prominent families of Danshui County to dispatch these life-valued 999 experts in search of it. Just on that merit alone, Li Qingfeng believes that this pearl in his possession must be worth at least 50 million taels of silver. 100 billion Shinkoin coins is insufficient. 500 billion is the bare minimum. Otherwise, why would Guan Xiaodai and the others come here out of boredom? Li Qingfeng, from his conversation with Guan Xiaodai, discerned that they were not from Qingyun Mountain. The 6 prominent families of Danshui County were by no means inferior to Qingyun Mountain. This was indeed the territory of Qingyun Mountain. Currently, the relations between the counties resembled that of 2 distinct nations. Each county boasted billions of inhabitants, developing independently while maintaining a delicate balance of power. The journey from Danshui County to Luliu County was long, akin to crossing borders. With ample resources and wealth, what could compel one to travel such a distance? There must be profound implications behind it. Moreover, with 500 billion hanging in the balance, should someone snatch it away for a mere 100 billion, it would result in significant losses. Subsequently, Li Qingfeng pondered whether he should make a hasty exit from Luliu County. What if a player were to be born into one of the 6 prominent families and, upon seeing the post, deduced that the soul-fixing pearl in his possession was precisely what Guan Xiaodai and the others sought? If he reported it, what would become of Luliu County? However, he reasoned that it was unlikely, as this was, after all, the domain of Qingyun Mountain. With over 100,000 inhabitants in Luliu County, how could they seize it without an army? Furthermore, the arduous journey would require conquering numerous cities within Qinghe County. The difficulty of such an endeavor was tantamount to declaring war on Qingyun Mountain. Mistakes arise in haste. Thus, there was no need for him to be anxious. As the old saying goes, adapt to change without changing. Moreover, communication remained a challenge. There were no telephones here for instant notifications. The alias of gem enthusiast served as an additional layer of disguise. Apart from the offline Shunhao, no one knew him as Li Qingfeng. Having contemplated this, Li Qingfeng dug into his noodles, appreciating the chef's culinary skills. While the technique of boiling noodles paled in comparison to the elderly vendor outside the Pumpkin Merchants Association, it was relatively decent and certainly palatable. Li Qingfeng was unconcerned, relishing the meal and ensuring his hunger was sated. After savoring the last spoonful of soup, he wiped his mouth, patted his stomach, and stood up contentedly. Time to head to work. Upon exiting the inn, he noticed a beggar, disheveled and covered in dirt, rushing towards him. Hold on. Who are you, and what do you want? Li Qingfeng took a step back, raising a hand to halt the approaching boy. The beggar stopped, brushing aside the hair that obscured his eyes, revealing a grimy face and a pair of fervent eyes. His voice was youthful, around 14 or 15, and he excitedly exclaimed, Big brother, don't misunderstand. I'm Lao Wu, Qin Wu. Just yesterday, you had brother Chuanfu reward me with a feast. Don't you remember? Li Qingfeng regarded Qin Wu with a puzzled expression, recalling how he had instructed the waiter to give the leftovers to a beggar as an act of charity. Realizing this, he nodded and scrutinized Qin Wu's frail, malnourished frame. Concluding that this youth was likely a professional beggar, he replied, Oh, I see. Did you eat something bad and come to blame me? Li Qingfeng's cynical thoughts led him to suspect Qin Wu's intentions. Qin Wu shook his head vigorously, insisting, I wouldn't dare. Am I, Qin Wu, such an ungrateful wretch? You treated me, and I would turn around and accuse you? That's inhumane. Li Qingfeng inquired, Then why did you stop me? Is there something you need? I'm quite busy. Rubbing his hands together, causing dirt to fall off, Qin Wu's fiery gaze fixed firmly on Li Qingfeng as he stated, Are you in need of assistance? I wish to follow you. The way you generously rewarded me with such delicious food is truly admirable. I too aspire to be like you. Li Qingfeng chuckled at this, recognizing the cleverness of the beggar. Though he appeared unkempt, there was a spark of ambition in his eyes. a fervent desire for a better life. Follow me? You know me well enough to want to join. Qin Wu shook his head. I don't know you, but I've lived in Luliu County for over a decade and have never seen anyone like you. From your demeanor, I sense the aura of a leader akin to the head of the Wild Wolf Gang. A person like you is bound to be extraordinary. Thus, following you could provide me the opportunity to rise above my circumstances. Li Qingfeng waved dismissively. What nonsense about the Wild Wolf Gang. It sounds like a third-rate organization. He then fixed his gaze on Qin Wu, his tone serious as he asked, if you want to follow me, can you handle a blade? Having acquired wealth, Li Qingfeng intended to establish his own influence within the county. It need not be extensive but must exist. This would facilitate resource acquisition, recruitment, and other endeavors. The adage a good man has 3 helpers, 2 fists cannot confront 4 hands was something Li Qingfeng had grasped at the tender age of 16 when he first wielded a knife. Without companions to support you, how much could one accomplish alone? At the very least, having brothers around could provide cover in times of danger, share the burden, and serve a purpose, as the saying goes. When encountering a bear in the wild, you need not outrun the bear, just outpace your companions. Perhaps in the future of the Qian Kuan realm, there would emerge an unparalleled individual capable of single-handedly commanding an army. But that was not the present. Qin Wu, feeling the intensity of Li Qingfeng's piercing gaze, akin to a ferocious beast ready to pounce, unconsciously took 2 steps back, feeling the weight of his own cowardice. Recalling his decision made after a satisfying meal the previous night, he was unwilling to face hunger again. With determination, Qin Wu stepped forward, swallowing hard, and declared loudly, I can do it. Li Qingfeng, pleased, patted Qin Wu's shoulder. Good, you have spirit. Following me is certainly no issue. I promise you a life of luxury and abundance. Money will be endless, and you shall enjoy every delight. However, I have my requirements. There is but one rule, obedience. Having resolved to establish his own faction, recruiting allies was the first order of business. Yet, that could wait. Li Qingfeng needed to bide his time until the autumn slaughter had passed. An increase in life force would also signify a boost in strength. So there was no rush. Upon hearing Li Qingfeng's straightforward acceptance, Qin Wu's eyes widened in disbelief. He had effortlessly achieved this, and without a second thought, he firmly nodded, rest assured, I will be obedient. Chapter 44. The first little brother Li Qingfeng shook his head and waggled his finger before Qin Wu. No, it's not that simple. When I say obedient, I mean, you will strike whoever I tell you to. You will bite whoever I command. Even if I instruct you to stab yourself, hesitation is not an option. Do you understand? Qin Wu, as if joining a cult, his resolute eyes gleaming with determination, nodded repeatedly, I understand. Rest assured. Clearly, he was an uneducated child, easily deceived, or perhaps he was simply eager to be misled. Where was the logic in that? Li Qingfeng declared, from now on, you will call me boss. Yes, boss, Qin Wu replied. Li Qingfeng nodded, observing him. Since you're with me, I must educate you. Remember, the first lesson. In this world, to make a name for yourself, one must be ruthless. If you are not ruthless, you cannot stand firm, be merciless to others, and even more so to yourself. I admire your spirit. Maintain it. Understood, boss. Li Qingfeng retrieved 10 taels of silver from his pocket and tossed them to Qin Wu, saying, from this moment on, you shall be known as Qin Wu, Xin for loyalty and Wu for warrior. Take this money, clean yourself up, and acquire a proper outfit. One's appearance matters. You cannot achieve anything looking this disheveled. Once you're presentable, gather a few trustworthy brothers who are willing to follow me. Collect information on the local gangs, gambling dens, and brothels. This will serve as a test of your obedience, or perhaps a training exercise. With some trepidation, Qin Wu caught the silver, his eyes nearly popping out as he beheld the gleaming coins in his hand. He had never seen so much money in his life, at that moment. Holding the cold silver, he felt a surge of warmth. His blood raced with excitement. Boss, I will do my utmost. Li Qingfeng patted Qin Wu's shoulder. On September 1 SD, come to this inn and find me. I will guide you through a leap in status and wealth. Though Qin Wu did not fully grasp the concept of a leap in status, he understood the promise of wealth and prosperity. He felt that, thanks to a single meal, he had taken a courageous step forward. This was the best decision of his life. Following the boss would surely lead to a bright future. I have business to attend to, so I must take my leave." Giving Qin Xinwu an approving glance, Li Qingfeng proceeded towards the execution ground, presenting tangible benefits to Qin Xinwu through monetary means, and enticing him with the allure of wealth and prosperity. He aimed to instill a sense of hope that would deter him from relinquishing the forthcoming good days. Relationships are cultivated gradually and can be nurtured over time. The reality of benefits is indisputable. The 10 taels of silver cast forth ensured that Qin Xinwu was bound to serve him. Li Qingfeng had no faith in notions of loyalty and righteousness, as those were merely tools for the gullible. The narrative of subordinates rising against their superiors plays out daily. If one fails to alter their perspective after witnessing such numerous examples, then Li Qingfeng would inevitably become the victim of betrayal in the future. Subordinates are but instruments. As long as they fulfill the tasks assigned to them, they remain useful tools. Continuing onward, he soon arrived at the execution ground, which at that moment resembled a bustling marketplace rather than a site of execution. The crowd seemed to have forgotten the gruesome events of the previous day and returned to partake in the throngs of commerce. The lively atmosphere masked the desolation that lingered at dusk. After greeting the 2 guards stationed there, who responded with a hint of trepidation, he stepped through the curtain and into the backstage area. As before, some engaged in card games while others attended to their work, each absorbed in their own affairs. Some workers deliberately avoided Li Qingfeng upon seeing him, aware that this seemingly amiable individual was far too unscrupulous to be among them. Human connections often fragment into various cliques based on shared interests, each safeguarding their own interests and possessing a degree of risk resistance. To protect themselves, they would shun Li Qingfeng, viewing him as an unstable element. Simply put, snakes have their paths and rats have theirs. They cannot coexist harmoniously. Han Lei appeared to be a regular fixture, already indulging in drink early in the morning. One could only wonder how much he could consume in a day and whether his liver could withstand it. If his liver held up, what about his wallet? "Qingfeng, my brother, you've arrived. Come, sit." Han Lei beckoned Li Qingfeng to join him. "Good morning, Han," Li Qingfeng replied, taking a seat without hesitation, having just finished a meal, which left him adequately prepared to match Han Lei drink for drink. Han Lei poured a bowl of liquor for Li Qingfeng and, after a brief cough, said, "Ahem, Qingfeng, it seems your workload will increase from now on. Originally, there were 6 executioners, but old Zhang has encountered some issues at home and won't be coming for a few days." Li Qingfeng was unfamiliar with old Zhang, presumably one of the 5 executioners he had seen the previous day. He only knew Zhu Sha's name. He had not inquired about the others. Observing the 5 men closely, he sensed that they all bore the demeanor of former soldiers, exuding a certain roughness. Those who traversed the markets of the Qiankuan realm were often ruthless, and soldiers were no exception. Their fierce aura was particularly palpable when they wielded their blades at the execution ground. Li Qingfeng took a sip of his drink and inquired, "Oh, what happened that would prevent him from earning a living?" Han Lei slapped his forehead, exclaiming in disbelief, "Old Zhang's son murdered his fiancée last night near Fuyo Street, next to the Fortune Inn. After committing the act, he didn't flee and was apprehended on the spot. Now, old Zhang is frantic, scrambling to find connections to resolve this matter. Thus, you 5 will have to hold the fort for now." Li Qingfeng looked at Han Lei in astonishment, realizing that the troublesome individual from the previous day was connected to his temporary colleague. He asked, "I heard about this incident. What could have driven such a young man to act so recklessly?" Han Lei shook his head and replied, "What can one say? To kill in broad daylight. He must have felt immense grievance to resort to such violence." Hearing this, Li Qingfeng regarded Han Lei with a newfound curiosity. It seemed he had a rather sympathetic view of the matter. Han Lei downed his drink in one go and continued, "I watched Xiao Zhang grow up. He often visited my home. He's a kind-hearted lad, respectful and gentle with animals, and a promising student. I truly cannot fathom what has transpired to drive him to such a desperate act." While Li Qingfeng was unaware of old Zhang's son's character, he accepted Han Lei's assessment, thinking it a pity. Chapter 45. Proof of identity. After expressing his sentiments, Han Lei poured another bowl of liquor, saying, "Let us hope he will be all right. Come, let us drink." Li Qingfeng nodded in agreement. "I wish him luck." Upon raising his vitality to 1818, Li Qingfeng felt his tolerance for alcohol had significantly improved. After consuming 2 bowls the previous day, he had been dazed and lightheaded. Yet today, he felt completely composed, unaffected. The liquor remained unchanged, yet it felt as innocuous as water. Han Lei, brimming with indignation, proclaimed, "You all have been working hard these past few days. I will find ways to compensate you from other avenues." He cursed vehemently. "Those bastards have greedily taken everything they could, leaving nothing for us." Cough, cough. Jiang Daili, passing by, cleared his throat twice. Han Lei turned his attention to him, and his face instantly brightened with a grin as he exclaimed, "Old Jiang, what brings you here? Eavesdropping, are we? I didn't mention you, so if you recognize yourself in my words, that's on you." Jiang Daili, accustomed to Han Lei's rudeness after years of working together, replied, "What is there to discuss with a drunken fool like you? I merely came to check on him." "You call this hospitality?" Jiang Daili retorted, pointing at Li Qingfeng. "You greeted him with a bowl of liquor, and that's it." Feeling a sense of self-importance in Green Willow County, Jiang Daili was clearly displeased that Han Lei had not shown him the respect he believed he deserved. Han Lei laughed heartily. "Come now, it takes courage to do this job. One must test themselves. What if someone faints on the execution ground? That would be quite embarrassing for you." Old Jiang Daili, uninterested in Han Lei's banter, pointed at Li Qingfeng, saying, "Enough, enough. This is none of your concern. I am here for him." Li Qingfeng, puzzled, wondered what could have prompted someone to seek him out. He had not been caught committing any offenses in recent days, so there was no reason to suspect exposure regarding his encounter with the mountain bandits. As for his intentions to recruit Qin Xinwu and form a criminal organization that had yet to commence and could not be counted against him. With a clear conscience and no fear of retribution, Li Qingfeng followed Jiang Daili aside. Observing Jiang Daili's serious demeanor, albeit with a comically styled goat beard, Li Qingfeng inquired, "Jiang Wenshu, what is it you need from me?" He surmised that Jiang Daili had overheard Han Lei's foul language and was displeased. Jiang Daili retrieved an item from his pocket and handed it to Li Qingfeng, stating, "This is your proof of identity. Procured for you by Captain Shund. I made a point to have it ready for you yesterday." He continued, "In the future, should you encounter any inspections in the county, simply present this. If you lose it, remember to get a replacement from the county office. They have your records." Accepting the identification, Li Qingfeng mused to himself, "Indeed, connections in the capital make matters easier. One need not be present to have their affairs taken care of. Without such connections, one might not only face the vexations of corrupt officials, but also waste precious time." "Thank you, Jiang Wenshu." Li Qingfeng expressed his gratitude. Jiang Daili waved his hand dismissively. "No need for thanks. You should rest. I have other matters to attend to." With that, he sauntered away, hands clasped behind his back. Returning to Han Lei's table with the proof of identity, Li Qingfeng found Han Lei awaiting him. "What did old Jiang want?" "Nothing much, just arrange for my identification. I'll be residing in our county from now on," Li Qingfeng responded, briefly displaying the document before tucking it away. "Oh, is that so? What are your plans moving forward? Perhaps you could come work in my jail. I could find you a comfortable position," Han Lei suggested. As the chief officer of the Green Willow County Jail, he held significant influence and could easily arrange for someone to enter with ease. He indeed held high hopes for Li Qingfeng, who shook his head in refusal. "The jail is too dreary and stifling, and I find it too demoralizing to spend my days idly. I am still young and wish to explore." Han Lei nodded in understanding. "That's true. The jail lacks sunlight and is filled with troubles. When faced with wrongful convictions, one can only watch helplessly. Many who perish unjustly and there say it's haunted. Spending too long in such a place leaves one feeling off kilter. You see, I drink this liquor daily. I cannot stop, or else I feel unwell. In the shadows, bacteria thrive. The longer one lingers in darkness, the more negative thoughts proliferate, and as one's thoughts reflect in their countenance, those who have committed many wrongs exude an unsettling aura even in their smiles. Each individual has their own way of coping with stress, and for Han Lei, that method was to indulge in strong spirits. It was a harsh reality. Work was necessary to earn a living. Li Qingfeng grabbed a handful of peanuts, remarking, "None of us have it easy. We fare much better than those who face execution." As I chewed on the peanuts, their delightful aroma filled my mouth. Truly deserving of the title divine companion to liquor. Han Lei inquired, "Brother Qingfeng, what are your plans? If they hold promise, I'm willing to align myself with you." Han Lei perceived that Li Qingfeng was a man of audacity. Such individuals often meet untimely and tragic ends, yet they also possess the potential to carve out their own destinies. After a moment's contemplation, Li Qingfeng replied, "I intend to establish a chess and card room." dabbling in some side ventures for amusement. Li Qingfeng had no interest in the underworld's dominance over this area. After acquiring the soul-settling pearl, wealth flowed in abundance, elevating his status significantly, with no financial constraints. Li Qingfeng felt no need to engage in disreputable enterprises to sustain the gang's operations, and recruiting members was merely for convenience. The chess and card room was simply a pastime. Han Lei chuckled heartily, seemingly amused by Li Qingfeng's choice of words. A casino? You mean a casino, yet you call it a chess and card room. How refined. Li Qingfeng gently shook his head with a smile, saying, Isn't chess and card room a more palatable term? Han Tu, would you like to invest a share? Wealth should be shared among friends. Given Han Lei's interest, Li Qingfeng thought it wise to bring him on board. Should any issues arise, he could call upon Han Lei for support, but of course, this was contingent upon ensuring Han Lei would profit, as self-interest drives motivation far more effectively than mere words. Han Lei's laughter faded, and he looked earnestly at Li Qingfeng, asking, Are you truly considering opening a casino? Without jest? As someone who worked in a prison, he had witnessed countless gamblers. Few inmates were untouched by the lure of gambling. Even the guards, in moments of boredom, might indulge in a game or two. The prison was teeming with individuals of various backgrounds, many of whom were gamblers. Having seen the consequences, Han Lei understood the perils of gambling. He had heard of numerous families torn apart and lives ruined due to this vice. Consequently, he exercised great restraint, keeping a respectful distance from gambling, fearing the potential downfall it could bring upon his family, and the transformation into a desperate, unrecognizable gambler. Chapter 46. Preparing to open a chess and card room, Li Qingfeng sipped his drink and said slowly, We are opening a chess and card room, not merely playing a game. These are two distinct concepts. Han Lei picked up his bowl of liquor, curiosity piqued. Oh? How so? He admitted he was rather uninformed on the subject and had not delved deeply into it. Li Qingfeng continued, First and foremost, it is crucial to understand that this is a no-risk venture. We secure a couple of rooms, ensure everything is in order and safe. If there are no inspections and patrons feel secure, naturally, they will come to us for entertainment. We merely provide the venue, and maintenance costs are minimal. As the number of patrons increases, we will profit handsomely from a small cut. After a moment's reflection, Han Lei considered Li Qingfeng's perspective to be quite astute. He then pondered aloud, with such a lucrative opportunity, surely others have already seized it. Will there be space for us? It was evident he was intrigued. The prospect of earning money without effort was enticing to anyone, Li Qingfeng responded. I've inquired about the local casinos, and they are chaotic, rife with all manner of characters. We will adopt a high-end approach, offering a comfortable and secure environment. With some promotion, we need not fear a lack of clientele. This insight came from Li Qingfeng's research on forums, where he learned that some gamblers, after winning, faced the risk of being ambushed by the casino's enforcers outside, a disorderly and unscrupulous environment. Han Lei nodded, fully aware of the gambler's character from his time in prison. He had witnessed their crude behavior firsthand. Then, a new concern struck him, and he asked, Such an approach will surely lead to conflicts over business. No? Upon hearing this, Li Qingfeng raised his bowl, a glint of determination in his eyes. Competition is normal. It's a matter of skill. If they cannot compete fairly and resort to underhanded tactics, then we will strike. We will instill fear in them. Li Qingfeng had no intention of rapidly expanding. He preferred to build strength and enhance his capabilities, preparing for the upcoming changes in the landscape. In this scenario, he would not capture too much market share, and if competitors were dissatisfied, they could engage in a trial of strength, allowing Li Qingfeng to gauge the prowess of his peers and enhance his own standing. Han Lei nodded in agreement, stating, That sounds reasonable. Count me in for this chess and card room. I'd like to earn a bit of pocket money as well. Li Qingfeng laughed heartily. Fear not. Han Tu, I assure you, we will not only cover your drinking expenses but also generate enough profit to keep you well compensated. Gambling is an inherent part of human nature. It has never truly vanished. Each decision we make, every word we utter, is a gamble in its own right, differing only in stakes and consequences. Han Lei, somewhat puzzled, asked, Is that really the case? Can it be that profitable? What do you anticipate earning? Li Qingfeng raised 2 fingers and replied, I cannot provide a precise figure. However, I can assure you that as long as you contribute, I guarantee there will be no disturbances. Each month, I will ensure you receive at least 20 taels. Once the business flourishes, it could rise to 50 or even 100 taels monthly. This is well within reach. At year's end, you shall also receive dividends. Li Qingfeng was indeed boasting. He was wealthy enough that even if the chess and card room earned nothing, he could still afford to pay Han Lei without it costing him much. Upon hearing Li Qingfeng's words, Han Lei nearly lost his grip on his bowl. His monthly income was merely 10 taels. Officially, he earned 5 taels, supplemented by some unofficial income, bringing his total to around 10. Though there were decent earnings in prison, the division of profits was equally substantial. This was already the highest salary in Green Willow County. After all, Han Lei's daily tasks consisted of clocking in and then retreating to his single room to drink for a few hours before sneaking home. At times, he would go days without being called upon. This easy work yielded returns far superior to those of the laborers at the docks. Excluding his unofficial income, Li Qingfeng's offer amounted to 4 times his salary. Not to mention, the prospect of earning 100 taels monthly was staggering. For comparison, even 6 executioners working for 8 days would only earn 48 taels, less than Li Qingfeng's promise. How could this not stir Han Lei's emotions? Han Lei pressed further. Is it really that profitable? Li Qingfeng smiled and nodded. If it falls short, I will personally supplement your earnings. You can rest assured. However, you must ensure order is maintained. Otherwise, I would have to hire others for that purpose. Han Lei slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, "Damn it! This money is rightfully mine. No one can take it away. You can trust me. If anyone dares to cause trouble, I'll deal with them." Though the future Li Qingfeng described was merely a vision, Han Lei had already begun to perceive it as reality. He must have truly overindulged. With a resounding smack, Han Lei's hand struck the table thrice, drawing the attention of others who wondered what had provoked such fervor. Zhang Daily was busy reading palmistry with a female staff member when the sudden noise startled him, causing him to flinch and feel somewhat embarrassed. He glared at Han Lei, shouting, "Old Han, what has got you so riled up?" Realizing he had let his emotions get the better of him, Han Lei stood, glanced around, and gestured for everyone to continue with their tasks, saying, "It's nothing. Just a bit too much to drink." I got a little excited. Seeing Han Lei calm the others, they resumed their activities, gambling and working as needed. Zhang Daily returned to his palmistry, his hands moving incessantly as he rambled on. "Look here. This line on your hand is called the Red Luan Star. When it stirs, it signifies that you're about to encounter romantic fortune." After sitting back down, Han laid down the contents of his bowl in one go. Feeling somewhat incensed as he remarked, "No wonder those fellows are all scrambling to get into the underworld. It turns out it's such a lucrative business, quietly accumulating wealth." Li Qingfeng shook his head with a smile. "This is just the beginning. Those who engage in high-risk endeavors barely scrape by. The real money lies in official positions. They say a clean governor can amass over 100,000 taels of silver in 3 years. Just imagine how much corrupt officials can rake in." Han Lei waved his hand dismissively. "True, but there are countless governors who have been disgraced and brought to ruin. They gamble with their entire family's lives." Changing the subject, he asked, "By the way, when do you plan to open?" Li Qingfeng pondered for a moment and replied, "Once the autumn executions are wrapped up, I will begin scouting for a location nearby. When we open, I would appreciate your support to ensure everything runs smoothly. I don't know many people here, so your assistance in mediating matters would be invaluable to avoid conflicts in the initial busy period. We will need to stabilize operations, and then a steady stream of income will follow." Chapter 47. The executioner's task completed. Originally, Li Qingfeng had considered asking Shun how to connect him with a well-respected individual to serve as a figurehead. However, with Han Lei readily available, there was no need for further arrangements. Han Lei remarked, "Then it's settled. After the autumn executions, the prison will be relatively quiet, as long as there are no wars in the county. There will be little to occupy us until the end of the year, leaving us ample time." Li Qingfeng responded, "Excellent. Then prepare for prosperity. Whether it's wealth or not, we'll at least have a shield against misfortune." Han Lei laughed heartily. "I knew Brother Qingfeng was a talent. Let us toast to that." As conversations flowed amidst the drinking, time slipped away unnoticed. Before long, it was time to return to work. Much like Chan Buzhan attending the academy, Li Qingfeng was also becoming accustomed to the execution process, gaining familiarity with each repetition. Compared to yesterday, when he was still grappling with the procedures, today, Li Qingfeng executed his tasks with a remarkable ease, as though beheading had become as effortless as slicing through a watermelon. Moreover, with each increment in his vitality, the task became increasingly manageable. In the blink of an eye, evening descended, as the crowd transformed from a throng to a dispersing mass. Only the officials remained behind to tidy the execution grounds, leaving the area eerily barren. The autumn wind swept through, stirring dry leaves stained with blood into a swirling dance, striking the staff and leaving crimson marks on their clothing and faces, evoking a sense of disquiet and foreboding. On the following day, with his vitality increasing by 11 points, reaching a total of 29. Li Qingfeng walked alongside Zhu Sha, descending from the execution site. Beneath the mask of the painted monkey, his true visage was obscured, yet Li Qingfeng felt a sense of well-being he had never experienced before, in stark contrast to Zhu Sha, whose hands trembled from the weight of his grim duties. Li Qingfeng felt no discomfort. He was born for this line of work. On the third day, another 11 points were added to his vitality. This continued through the 4th, 5th, and eventually to the 8th day. Once the final batch of condemned prisoners had met their fate, a collective sigh of relief resonated among those present. The pallor on their faces had been persistent, as more than 400 lives had been extinguished here. Akin to a small battlefield, those with weaker constitutions dared not approach. The thick scent of blood permeated the air, forcing even breaths to be taken with trepidation, as remnants of the departed lingered in the nostrils. Sending shivers down the spine, he felt as if they shared an unspoken connection with those below. Above, the sky offered no light, shrouded in thick, dark clouds that hung over the county like a heavy cloak. The atmosphere as somber as spilled ink. Suddenly, a thunderous clap echoed, reverberating through the heavens, as the oppressive clouds, driven by fierce winds, unleashed a torrential downpour. In the dim light, the willow branches danced like specters in the storm. Li Qingfeng stood by the doorway, mask in hand, observing the workers still hauling away the corpses through the rain, momentarily entranced. Zhu Sha, dragging his weary body, gazed solemnly at the execution site, grappling with a maelstrom of emotions. The bloody domain left by the over 400 executed souls had cast a significant shadow. It was rumored that those on night watch had taken to circumventing this area. Such a man-made domain stood defenseless against the natural might of the thunderous rain. With a single blow, it vanished without a trace. The refreshing mist cleansed the sullied bodies and weary souls, offering Zhu Sha a moment of respite, as if the sins he had wrought in the name of execution were swept away by the tempest. Li Qingfeng turned to Zhu Sha and inquired, "Brother Zhu, do you feel pressured? We are merely fulfilling our duties." Zhu Sha shook his head, his hollow gaze regaining focus. "After all, these are lives extinguished by my hand. It cannot be so easily dismissed as just duty." But as another thunderclap resounded, Zhu Sha remained silent, his thoughts interrupted by the storm. The wind flapped the door curtain erratically, creating a cacophony. The anguished cries of the condemned seemed to echo in the air. The tempest interrupted their conversation, illuminating the stage with flashes of lightning. Zhu Sha's gaze fell upon the last prisoner he had executed, the uncleaned corpse before him, its lifeless eyes wide open, seemingly fixed upon him. Though no words were exchanged, the silent connection rendered Zhu Sha momentarily speechless, lost in thought. Despite his robust mental fortitude, the cumulative psychological strain from 8 days of executions left him weak and nauseous. The pressure built up during these executions felt like a taut string, poised to snap at any moment. Amidst the dark storm, how much sorrow has flowed away? The executioner's dream, haunted by the scene, makes it hard to find solace. The rain veils the heart's lament. The morning's clamor has now dispersed, leaving behind a handful of lost souls. Words of despair linger, as the fierce wind sweeps away all sense of direction. Li Qingfeng and Zhu Sha remained silent, gazing outside at the intensifying rain. The sound of the downpour had a soothing effect, gradually alleviating the weight upon their shoulders. Han Lei approached with a jug of wine, standing beside them as he surveyed the torrential rain. After taking a swig, he remarked, "Fortunately, this batch of condemned souls was dealt with before the rain came down. Without the sun's intervention, who knows how many malevolent spirits might have emerged?" Zhu Sha took the jug from Han Lei and drank deeply. The mingling rainwater dampened his garments, but he paid it no mind. Han Lei merely patted his shoulder in a gesture of comfort. Li Qingfeng turned to Han Lei and asked, "Have you ever encountered a ghost?" Han Lei pondered for a moment, then shook his head. "I've heard tales that sound quite convincing, but I've never witnessed anything myself. The few supernatural occurrences I've encountered were merely human tricks," Li Qingfeng responded. "Is that so? Then you are fortunate, Han Lei." Han Lei's curious eyes sparkled with eagerness for knowledge. What about you? Have you experienced something supernatural? Li Qingfeng shrugged. Not at all, I was merely commenting on how heavy the rain is. We should leave before it rises to our knees. The rain fell heavily and rapidly. The county's drainage system struggled to keep up, and the water level began to rise steadily. Han Lei laughed heartily. In our Green Willow County, everyone has raised their thresholds high, precisely to cope with this kind of deluge. Based on past experiences, this rain will likely last for 2 or 3 days. By then, the weather will cool down completely. If it weren't for my excessive drinking these past few days, I'd be feeling quite unwell right now. Well, with the rain so heavy, it's best to stay indoors. You two should take this time to rest and recuperate. When the rain stops, I'll take you out for some fun. Here, take your payment for today. Zhu Sha returned the empty jug to Han Lei, weighed the coins in his hand, and gazed at the silver with a bemused smile, his expression peculiar in the misty rain, uncertain whether to cry or laugh. At that moment, it seemed to him that killing for money was a tragic affair, a stark contrast to the indifference he had displayed when first encountering Li Qingfeng. He had believed his own theories, but he could not deceive himself. Chapter 48. The struggles of the player. Zhu Sha cupped his hands in gratitude to Han Lei, braving the rain as he stepped outside. Li Qingfeng accepted the coins and addressed Han Lei. Brother Han, the hour grows late, so I shall take my leave. Noticing Li Qingfeng's intention to venture out into the storm, Han Lei quickly interjected, Hey, Qingfeng, when your gambling house is ready, remember to invite me. Li Qingfeng waved his hand without looking back. Rest assured, you will not be forgotten. The rain fell heavily, yet for Li Qingfeng, whose vitality had reached a staggering 9,595 after 8 days of arduous labor, it was of little concern. He strode briskly toward the Fortune Inn as soon. He arrived at the entrance, drenched to the bone, his clothes clinging to him. The innkeeper, Chuanfu, rushed over upon seeing Li Qingfeng braving the deluge, and began wiping the dripping water from his hair with a towel draped over his shoulder. Goodness, esteemed guest, why have you returned at such a time? You should have sought shelter from the rain. Come in quickly, and I shall fetch you some hot water to wash up, lest you catch a chill. Li Qingfeng replied. Thank you very much, brother innkeeper. Today, amidst the heavy downpour, there is no need to wash up again upon returning. After this brief venture, I find myself impeccably clean, devoid of any trace of blood. Initially feeling somewhat bored as I sat in the inn sipping tea and enjoying sunflower seeds, I caught sight of Li Qingfeng returning, drenched like a rat, and couldn't help but stifle a laugh, casting a sidelong glance at him. Leaning closer to Guan Xiaodai's ear, I whispered, sharing my amusement. Comedy often springs from another's misfortune. Joy is often derived from contrast. Observing Li Qingfeng's sogginess while I sat here, merry and light-hearted, filled me with delight. Those with inner strength remain unfazed by the peculiar gazes of others, unaffected by emotional fluctuations. They possess a clear understanding of their purpose and needs. Rendering trivialities insignificant, Li Qingfeng, indifferent to my antics, acknowledged Su Qingzhou and the others with a nod before following Chuanfu to fetch hot water. After a refreshing wash and a change of clothes, he felt invigorated and remarkably unburdened. With a vitality level of 95, he was nearing the threshold of the Yi Jin realm, according to the standards he had observed in the martial arts school. A vitality level of 99 signifies the bone-forging realm, and surpassing that to 100 marks the Yi Jin realm. Though Li Qingfeng had yet to practice martial arts, his robust vitality indicated that his physical metrics were close to the pinnacle of the bone-forging realm. However, his unseen attributes, such as strength and stamina, lagged behind those of seasoned practitioners. It seemed that vitality was primarily focused on qi and blood, providing only marginal enhancements to attributes like strength. Nevertheless, in comparison to the average populace, Li Qingfeng's attributes were overwhelmingly superior. Against someone like Chen Buzhan, he could easily dominate even 100 or 80 of them. Li Qingfeng considered his vitality of 95 to be that of a prodigy compared to novice martial artists. After training, his realm would undoubtedly ascend significantly. He stretched his limbs, feeling a notable increase in strength, and nodded in satisfaction. Calling over Chuanfu, he inquired, Brother, do I have sufficient funds remaining? How much is left? Chuanfu pondered briefly before responding. My lord, you still have more than enough, over 500 when remaining, enough for another 10 days of stay. The purchasing power of these 1 or 2 silver coins was indeed impressive. indulging daily in food and drink at the inn without a hint of frugality. He still had half of his money left after 8 days. Moreover, upon reflecting on the donations he received on the forum, which had reached a staggering 87 million Qingquan coins, a smile crept across Li Qingfeng's face. The tips from his posts had garnered significant attention, drawing a multitude of traffic and interest. Some individuals, eager for the title of the top donor, engaged in a friendly competition to outdo each other, resulting in Li Qingfeng reaping the rewards of their rivalry. Excluding the big shots, ordinary players had contributed their fair share. Those unwilling to donate had not spent a single coin since the beginning. Without the emergence of another sensational event, it seemed their excitement would come to a halt. While the millions in donations might seem overwhelming, they were undoubtedly enough to incite envy among others. The highest bidder for the soul-fixing pearl had, over the past few days, raised the price from 374,000 to an astonishing 1,250 million. Originally, forum players were increasing their bids by mere thousands, progressing slowly, yet had not even reached the million mark. That was until Xiao Wuwang descended upon Li Qingfeng's trading post, thrusting the price into the billions. It appeared he was genuinely interested in acquiring the soul-fixing pearl for 500,000 silver coins. Without any embellishments, the arrival of Xiao Wuwang not only attracted a wave of traffic but also a swarm of wealthy players, many seasoned veterans who had been lurking in the shadows, suddenly emerging to join the fray. They recognized Xiao Wuwang's discerning eye and thus began to spend lavishly, offering jaw-dropping sums that left forum players in a WD. At this juncture, Li Qingfeng received the most donations, as one affluent individual could equate to hundreds or thousands of ordinary players. During this time, numerous players lamented their plight on the forum. They realized that, despite playing the same game on the same forum, the disparity in wealth was staggering, far greater than in reality. The previously peaceful atmosphere of the forum had merely been an illusion. Before the big players took action, many had naively assumed that the veterans had no coins to spare. It was hard to fathom that some players would haggle over a single copper coin with vendors, exhausting themselves in the process, while others casually tossed billions in pursuit of a mere stone. There were even those who nonchalantly donated several million just to claim the title of the top donor. As this phenomenon gained momentum, players began to scrutinize the bidders on Li Qingfeng's trading post. Whenever a new high bid emerged, they would rush to spread the news, posting fervently to declare, "Look, another wealthy player has appeared. Brothers, come and taste the sour grapes." What was even more infuriating was that the gem enthusiast refused to sell, steadfastly clinging to the unrealistic price of 500 billion, tantalizingly close to an opportunity for wealth while remaining obstinately silent. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense, with discontent brewing among the players on one thread. Discussions revolved around where to find temporary work the next day, while in another, the question arose, if I had 13 billion, how would I spend it? Additionally, the emergence of the soul-fixing pearl stirred a fervor for treasure hunting. After all, that unfortunate necromancer, with a mere rusty shovel, had casually unearthed treasures worth billions. If he could do it, why couldn't they? Players began to strive for wealth, leading to misfortunes for their compatriots. One careless mistake could result in waking up to find their ancestral graves disturbed by some unsavory character. Others, less fortunate, faced dire consequences for their greed. Being captured often resulted in death, but enduring torture was far worse. Under attack, bound, and restricted, they had no means to log off, left to await their grim fate. The game's authenticity meant they endured every blow and wound. Players commenced an array of creative methods to meet their demise, from elemental deaths, wood, metal, water, fire, and earth, to being struck by shovels, nailed to wooden stakes, drowned, buried alive, and burned. The variety of deaths was astonishing. The convergence of elements left Li Qingfeng astounded. Remarkably, aside from the unfortunate souls, some individuals had managed to procure valuable items from graves, ranging from tens of thousands to millions in Qingquan coins. Their existence only fueled the players' desire for riches. One after another, they flocked to the graveyard, heedless of the previous misfortunes that befell their fellow countrymen, who had been left to suffer under the sun without food or water for 3 days and nights. Now, making their entrance was the grave digger number 157368. While 13 billion was indeed a substantial sum, it still fell short of Li Qingfeng's expectations. After all, selling for a mere 100,000 was hardly worth the effort. Perhaps seeking out Guan Shaodai would yield something more useful. In truth, Even if he did not sell, with 80 million in donations, he had no need for additional wealth, a sum sufficient to last him a lifetime.